nothing of consequence for 5 minutes. All you're going to hear is me shuffling and huffling and puffing and snuffling and putzing and futzing, as my father used to say. Oh, was that my mother? I think it was my dad. Okay, you're probably hearing me really low because I know this microphone is like that. It doesn't pick me up at all unless I'm having oral sex with it. So literally, I gotta get it sitting on my crotch, and I've got to be slavering it with spit for it to work. So you got to excuse that too. But if anybody can hear me all right, tell me how the quality of my voice sounds. Or if you can't hear me, let me know that as well. Obviously, that's important. Meanwhile, what I'm trying to do is tag people in my latest promotional banner for tonight. And then what I'm going to do is call our dear Brooke Gibson in a few minutes to anchor the opening hour. And in the interim, just going through the tagging process for the promo banner. And aside from that, just breathing, coming down from various recreational narcotics, so I'm crashing, which is never a good feeling. So I'm going to ask you to bear with me while I try to keep myself from heaving and vomiting and retain control of my limbs and organs while I just hope for the best and carry on until we're transmitting. I mean, we are transmitting, but you know what I mean. Seriously transmitting with someone at the other end for me to bounce off against, or actually for them to bounce off against me or bounce off against other people that we'll bring on the call. Tag our dear friend David Fitzsimons over there. As a matter of fact, that reminds me of another wonderful David who it doesn't always fall directly into the let me see if we got Robert Appert out there for the tags. Okay, there's so many wonderful people. And see if I can go back to where I was with the tagging. And okay, so we're away from one letter onto another letter. And Frank Black is our dear friend Ian West, of course. And we'll probably reach out to him when I get the lady on. And in the interim, I'm just glad all of you are with me, who are with me. Again, let me check into the wonderful chat room, see how we're doing in live stream. Many people are already here, including Amor-Fadi from Mexico. We had a wonderful individual who used to join us from Ethiopia for a while, and hopefully they're always listening, and hopefully they'll be back in the chat, and shout out to them. Everybody throw in an upvote, because the first thing the enemy does is sunder us with downvotes so that we don't appear on searches. So the only way to get us on searches is for you to fight back for us and get us on the search pattern via the aggregate by hitting that upvote. T-Tank Berry says, what up, Amor? Clear as well from Orland, California. And he's saying, what up, brother, to myself. Amor Fadi says, what up to T-Tank? He says, you sound clear but not very loud. He says, hello, Douglas. Good afternoon. He says, Douglas, Team Dietrich should start a for-profit think tank. Yes, well, that would require, some finance to get started, I guess. Maybe not, but hey, that's a good idea. I mean, heck, we'll talk to Brooke about that when I get her back on. Which should be about, actually, we started about, I guess I could risk calling her now. Use her to anchor the call while I continue with the tags. So, let's try this. Now, I hate this ring. This ring's gonna suck. Blows my ears out every time. Alright, and, just laughing because of what Crystal River left me. That's delightful. So, oh shit. Did she answer? You answered, right?
Yes, I answered. The dogs are still just going crazy. They take a minute to calm down.
Do you want me to call you back? Want me to call you back in a few minutes?
Fine. They're set up now. They just takes him about Hunter. Hunter does at least for 2 minutes, but I was gone for like 4 hours. So yeah. Hey, I know.
So I'll start calling some other people. Let's bring on Brandon Young, who says he can drop in. He says he hears me very well, so that's good. Thank God.
What did Crystal River say to you? I'm sorry.
She sent a picture of Winnie the Pooh going up in a balloon because the Chinese balloons, and they call Xi Jinping Winnie the Pooh because he looks like Winnie the Pooh in China. I don't know if you know this, honey, but he outlawed all Winnie the Pooh products because he's so fucking insecure.
Oh my God, no, I did not know that.
Oh God, you will be executed if you're caught with Winnie the Pooh paraphernalia in communist China. It's considered subversive because, you know, he hates being called Winnie the Pooh. So she's
oh my God, that's so like he and Trump should be best friends.
He and who should be best friends?
He and Trump.
Yeah.
That's like so like I could see Trump like I mean no, you cannot say the word orange. You cannot call someone orange. You'd be executed.
Yeah. I mean, they were kind of best friends. I mean, you know, Trump always likes the dictators. Now, where was I? Oh, add participants. Here we are.
Oh yeah, I would love to talk about that. All of that.
What was that, honey? You got
all of that stupid stuff that's been going on, like the stupid balloon stuff, and all those crazy people. Oh, yeah. Kill me now.
Yes. Let's take a look. See if we can bring any of these wonderful people on who we are all familiar with. And, one of them's going to be Brandon Young, if I can find him. Let me see now. Help me burn bandwidth, honey. You can do that with barking dogs. I couldn't give a shit so long as we got somebody in the bandwidth.
So I thought it was interesting that, I mentioned the balloons about you when I first heard about them, but I thought it was interesting to hear, my favorite, of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene talk about, and just all the people in Fox News went on. I had no idea that Fox News had this many closet balloon experts.
I love that. Now, go on. I think your voice is okay, but it wouldn't hurt to shout. Always talk like you're shouting.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. I can try the AirPods. I was going to try those. The microphone that I had.
Your pods are usually a great. Yeah, they're usually a great. Improvement. That's what Sammy uses.
With you.
Yeah.
So, are you talking about my AirPods? I've never used them with you, baby.
Try them. I mean, unless they're not connected, are they one of those weird things where they're wireless?
Yeah, but mine are not like the $20 pair from Walmart. Mine are like, everybody tells me they hear me better because they're, like the Apple pair that you actually pay real money for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, shit. Yes, honey.
But but I'm walking out to get them because they were in the car because I went today and got my nails and my feet done.
Oh, wonderful! I feel so excited
Greetings.
for you.
Hello.
Do what?
That's our friend Ian is with us. You don't recognize his wonderful voice.
I try to block that out every night I go to bed. But my mind will
Wie geht es Ihnen?
There she is.
Hello.
Hey.
Yes, and we have some other voices. Now, Amy Camus is with us, and Brandon Young has joined us. Brendan's with us. By the way, Brendan, I'm sorry. I was just calling you spontaneously for the fun of it. I hope you don't mind.
Yes.
Yes.
Good. You got enough people. I can hang up, man.
Very funny, honey. So, Brendan Zogin, I'd like to introduce you to many of these people who you've never met before. You've met Brandon Young, of course. And of course, The two of them are often confused by the enemy. The enemy will often call Brandon Young Brendan Zogit and Brendan Zogit Brandon Young because these two gentlemen are just so much alike.
I confuse them all the time, but I haven't met either one of them, and they're lucky. You know me; they're lucky I remember a first name. I mean, I still don't remember that guy's show I came on that we talked about it.
And so Brendan Zogit, for the other people, this is Amy Comu in Vermont. It's got him echoing on somebody. Yeah, somebody's got the computer on where I'm coming off of the speaker. Brooke Gibson has already introduced herself effectively. And then there's Ian West in Florida, who I suspect maybe it's his speakers I'm bouncing off of.
Somebody watching porn.
Of course it's Ian's bullshit. If you hear bullshit in the background and it's not Joe Ty fucking dicking off my fucking pillow, then it is fucking Ian West, or you can't hear Ian West at all and he's telling you an entire story of fuck shit. Can you hear me? I've tried it. I rebuilt the computer 4 times.
I will say, Ian, yours is the only square that's not mic muted. You're not mic muted. I can see that. So.
I was watching porn.
He's watching porn, but it's like how? But I mean, I can't multitask like that. I mean, when I watch porn, at some point within, I start self-stimulating because otherwise there's no point watching it, right? I mean, so Brendan, I'm sorry too. So now that you've entered this environment,
you wouldn't be self-stimulating to this, and I can assure you why he's not. See, he has the camera over his bed for when like the fat drug addict bitch comes by, right? His sister, i.e. And he's doing his own little thing on whatever it's called where you can make money, trying to get some, money on there. So if you had to rewatch,
you mean people would pay to watch him stimulate himself on camera?
That's what I'm trying to say. He's right now watching himself, wondering why he didn't get any money, and he's grossed out.
Yeah.
And now he's literally. That's why he's not having to jack off. Would you jack off too?
Brooke's been a cam girl, so we all know he knows the biz.
Oh my God, that was Brandon Young. Just so you know, dear Brooke, if you wish to respond to that.
Brandon Young is the teacher, correct?
Yes. I
don't have much to respond to Brandon Young because I heard him try to make a sad Southern voice when I wasn't on one night. Pissed me off, whatever he said. I was there, Brandon. I heard you. You know what? You're going to have to do a lot better than that to get me on air. You couldn't even do a good bad impression. Like, it was a bad impression, and it was a bad impression.
Oh my God.
I've been here for a haul. I went to the Piggly Wiggly.
Been accused of a lot of things, but never talking that slow.
Oh my God. So
Laying
Brandon.
the law down, Brooke, she is right there. Laying that law down.
Hey.
Speaking of laying the law down, Brooke, maybe you could tell us what happened to Ian when the young lady who claimed to be his sister came in and left him hanging.
Well, she may not have left him hanging. She may have done some good stuff for him. Apparently, it wasn't his sister, he says. But what happened was, he called me one night, and by the time I got back with him, he's like, I gotta go in a second. I got a girl coming back over. I assume it was a sister girl, right? And he's like, yeah. And he goes, I gotta go. I was like, I'll call you later. I was like, nah, it's already like 10 o'clock. Don't call me later. I'm going to bed. And he was like, all right, bye. And he was jumping. And then 3.5 minutes later, my phone rings. And he's like, shit, fuck. And I was like, what? He's like, she just came in and left.
God. They're not even the same. Oh my God.
Okay, if it's not the same person, then it's 2 different girls. It doesn't matter. The story's still good.
Different shit.
It was some girl you fucked, was it not? She
Man.
left. She came back.
What?
I can't hear you, Ian, because your shit sucks. What?
It's not working. I'm trying to fix it.
Well, then just shut up and let me tell my story, because you know it's right. So either way, I don't care if it was your sister, non-sister. It's some fucking bitch. I don't care. You'll say she was hot. If we have a picture, I would show it wasn't. But regardless of that, let her be a model. Ian's, you know what? She was a model. But it doesn't matter. The point is what was so hilarious, you're ruining it, Ian, is that you were like, I gotta go. 2 minutes later, calls fucking back. Shit, what the fuck? He's like, she just came in. She apparently has some shit here. She just fucking got it. And
You said she took the powder. She took all the powder.
You're ruining the story. And I said, he said, I didn't know she had shit here. He said, I sure told no she had that shit here. Now I don't have any fucking drugs, man. She took all the fucking powder. And I was like, what?
Here.
I was like, so she left her powder there? And you let her, and he said, and I said, now, and you let her come in and get it, number one. And number two, you have none, and you let her come in and get it.
No,
And
she hid it in the workshop.
Whatever. Oh, dude, with all the shit you've got laying around, show your house. I'm pretty sure you could put electric wire up where everybody can electrocute if they want to get near anything. You probably didn't have that up.
Yeah, I hear electricity in the background. I hear static.
Yeah, that's my
That's his dildo up his ass, man. Is that all?
With my air filter from smoke in the house.
No, he showed me he makes his own dildos as well.
She a lie. She's lying.
That sounds dangerous.
She's lying.
Some of them look pretty cool, man. I'll be honest with you. But we'll get off that. I think I promised I wouldn't say anything about that, so I'll let it go.
Talking about the props.
Oh my god. So
So anyway, Ian was left drugless, right? Drugless.
That's gotta be painful.
What he called drugless, he's like, so now I'm resorting to shooting up B12, which is where it's just great. Yeah, and then he called me
the Chinese air balloon or not?
Oh, the air balloon. We can get into the air balloon. Totally get into the air balloon.
Dirigibles of World War II. I told everybody today. I was like, hey, you know they had dirigibles in Battle of Los Angeles. And of course, I'm thinking of Douglas, right?
Yes.
How can you not with this? I mean, come on. There's one source on this. And I can't wait to see what you have to say. Anyway, go on.
Yes, you'll hear me soon enough. So do go on, honey. Oh, God.
What is Joe Tai trying to say? Can you explain that to me? Because I don't understand what he's saying.
That wasn't Joe Tai.
Oh, shit. Who the fuck was it?
That was Brandon Young.
Oh, shit. Well, damn, Brandon, I fucking insulted you worse trying not to insult you. And you try to insult me and it doesn't even come off good. You might want to work on your display there.
You? I wouldn't insult you, bro.
You sound just like Joe Tai, man. Are you choosing Joe Tai? Who's Joe Tai got on this call?
Get out of town.
Look, he's not on this call either. Is Joe Tai over at your house?
You sound like Sarah Rachel Adams.
I haven't talked to Brandon Zoga that much. But Brandon Young is the teacher, the hunter.
Oh, hey,
the hunting teacher. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Are you drunk, Brandon?
Are you?
I unfortunately am not. I quit drinking, but I'm gonna. If I have to stay on the air and listen to you talk like Joe Tai all night, I might start back.
That's a lie. She's lying.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, I haven't been drinking. Have you been drinking? Projection? I've been projecting lately, and I don't know if you've been drinking.
Oh my God!
No, I really did thought you were. I really did. I mean, I just for some reason it sounded a little
there's a tonal parallel there that's disturbing. That I'll go into it some other time.
I've been Viking, and you know Viking, by the way, you know who their gods are. I have to say this. I'm sorry.
Oh my God!
The gods are the Aesir.
Yes.
The Aesir.
You mean Essenes?
Yeah. What? Okay.
So you are drinking because you just said that.
All right. You know, and but they're called the Asians. They're basically Asians.
Oh my God.
And I wonder if these are the enlightened sort of Shambhala, because they talk about the inner earth in Viking literature. And believe me, these Vikings was a job description. They would go out and pillage and rape and all that. But there was a Scandinavian culture, which was not Viking. And they tried to collate themselves in a mythology that was East and West. But they venerated the Asian culture, which I think no one in Norse magic. There's plenty of people out there practicing Norse magic, runes and Odin and all this stuff. Ragnarok. Well, guess what? That comes from Asia. That's who the Norse people said who were primary.
Okay. And so your students, when when they hear this, how do they respond? It's
Well, they're undergraduates, so it's sort of
so it doesn't matter.
well, it passes over their brain, but at least it's getting exposed. For the enlightened person, it's being like, oh, really? So the Vikings went to Asia. Oh yeah, they went into Ukraine. They went to Kiev.
Yeah. That's
the Vikings.
Yes.
And they went to Russia, the land of Rus.
Yeah.
That's what it was called. The land of Rus.
Yeah, it's true. It's quite true. I appreciate.
But they went to Asia Minor.
Yeah, Asia Minor.
Are you referring? I'm sorry. Are you referring to the Essenes?
No. He's talking about the Aesir gods would be like Thor and Hel and the kind of.
Okay, yeah. He's not okay.
Very good. Yeah, So the Essenes would be like Middle Eastern.
Yeah, they're like a Middle Eastern. Like I think they're from Palestine or somewhere like that.
Yes, very good.
Right.
But they're the sort of people you associate with like Druidy sort of things, like flowing white robes. And
you're talking about the Azores.
Well, Christ. If you ever see Christ depicted, he's flowing white robes and sort of flowing robes. That's a scene sort of a thing.
Right.
But they also lived in the Dead Sea, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, that's where their scroll. Yeah, I mean they were originally out of Palestine, I believe. But anyway, in that area, that's Dead Sea scrolls were found in those caves over there, and I don't know if it was Palestine or where exactly it was. I don't remember.
Israel, right?
Right.
Wow.
Well, yeah.
Holy the ones stuff. That weren't burned or burned for paper because the guy thought they were worthless.
Oh my God, that's so. I just cry.
Can you imagine?
Yes. No, I can't imagine. No, it's unimaginable. I don't want to imagine. So that being said, let's have both Brendan Zogit and Amy Camus speak up a little bit. Let's see if we can test their audio.
Hello.
Hi, honey.
It worked? You can hear me?
Yeah, honey. We can.
I got some good news.
Oh, wonderful!
Yeah, my friend is out of the hospital. He's good.
It better be really fucking wonderful if he's going to yell like that. Or you're just another George and he's just like, oh my God, what? You got a new shoe?
New shoes. No new shoes. I'm at the library using the phone because he's got his phone back.
And they let you talk at the library?
Yeah, I just park outside.
Oh, okay.
Cool. You're gonna have to explain to Brooke what a library is. I don't think she knows.
Well, actually, I do know what a library is, but I just didn't know they still have those. Like, what is in them now? Do people actually go in there?
They closed off most of them. But so our lady Amy's not even going in. She's just staying outside to basically exploit their wireless.
I've been doing this for 7 years.
Oh
they love me. They know that anybody here after 8 o'clock is me.
Oh my God. Oh my God. How are they even open after 8?
They're not open. They're just shut. And I can just park here, use their stuff. And I do this in every town. Like, I mean, I'm an expert at this point.
Oh my God.
On where the library is, how to get on the Wi-Fi.
But why does their Wi-Fi still work?
You know McDonald's has free Wi-Fi too.
Yeah, I'm not parking at McDonald's. Not doing it.
No, you need to work.
They're open. You can get a Sprite. You can get a French fry when you're going back.
Stop it, Brooke. Don't go to McDonald's.
I go to McDonald's because you know why? Because every now and then.
You have fancy toes. Don't go to McDonald's with your fancy toes.
There's 3 reasons I go to McDonald's. One is for my son, who I encourage not to, but occasionally he does. 2 is for if I ever want a Sprite. For some reason, McDonald's is just like that fucking taco casa. Like I told you, their sauce has probably got child blood or whatever the fuck it is. Sprite, my daughter, other people have agreed. Maybe it's just in the South, but there's Sprite that they serve is not like any other Sprite you can get. So if you want a Sprite, your stomach's needing a Sprite, go to McDonald's. And the third thing is, if it's late and nothing else is open, and I want some French fries, I go through and piss them off royally by saying, can you give me an order of French fries with no salt? Because I know they have to cook them hot, and McDonald's French fries suck after about 45 seconds.
And they begin to smell. Yes.
Yeah. But I get them hot if you're really that desperate. And then I say, oh, after they hand them to me, I say, oh, can you give me a bunch of salt and ketchup? Which, if you
need a job. I hope your fancy toes impress somebody who's going to pay you a lot of money.
I haven't done that in forever. We used to kid around about it. We used to do that when we were younger, though, because we wanted the fries hot, and we were teenagers, and we would say, give them to us with no salt. And then when we got up there and we got them, we'd be like, give us some salt, which I know pissed the fuck out of them. But at least we got our fries hot, man.
Oh my
God. All of that story is just wrong.
French fries are not bad. I don't know what your fucking thing is, Amy, about fucking French fries. They're fucking potatoes.
I'm saying McDonald's. You're torturing McDonald's people who don't have enough money to work anywhere else.
But you want to not go there and you're supporting them. You won't even go there and support any of their bills, so you want them to lose their job.
Rogan, leave. He's gone.
No, they put the kids' meat in the burgers at McDonald's. Did y'all hear about that?
No, Ian. No.
So Amy's, if in case any of you have not noticed, Amy's news was monumental. Her lover,
it's pretty great,
has been released from institutionalization.
Oh my God, I told him he could come on and say hello to everybody, and he's too shy. He wouldn't do it.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have told everybody on air he was institutionalized. I didn't share it on air.
Everybody that. I said he was in the hospital. He's in the hospital.
Well, then Doug saw because I shared it with Doug, you little son of a bitch.
Well,
I assumed. I'm sorry, honey. I assumed. It's my fault. I assumed.
All right, stop acting like Brooke.
Well, they couldn't keep him down. The good news is they could not keep him down, and I'm so excited that he's not there anymore and he's getting stuff sorted out. I mean, same stuff, same business, trying to sell his place and get his car running.
He won't allow you to talk on his phone, but he's your man.
No, she's on his phone. She's using his phone.
No, I'm on my phone.
Oh, your phone.
I'm on my phone, but I had his phone while he was away so that he could call and check on the cat. And I'm using his phone, but now I'm on my phone.
Oh, is he staying with you, or you're saying he took his phone back to his?
No, I gave him his phone back because he's not in the hospital anymore, so he can use his phone.
Well, let's try and present this in some context for people. I do want people to understand. Dear Brendan left. He got scared. all the people scared him.
I'm sorry, Brendan.
The people scared him. He's fragile like that. But we're here together now, the five of us that are left.
I wanted to talk to Brendan, though. I haven't talked to him in a while. I hope he comes back.
You did speak to him once then. That's right.
Yes, we got into, because we both really like astrology, and he's into Vedic astrology.
That's right. That's correct. Yeah.
Well, Brooke, you know how inviting your conversation is, you know.
About as inviting as your body without clothes on.
Oh my God.
So I guess maybe we both scared him away.
Oh, God.
Since you're over there doing your porn.
Well, at least I admire Ian being open about it. He's as open as I am about that sort of thing. Of course, I do kind of separate.
Really? Because I have yet to hear you tell the story that you did a month ago when you were with Peter Moon was on and he was talking and what you did. You want to tell everybody?
That's between you and I. At any
I mean, if you're as open as Ian, you should just let everybody know what you did while Peter was talking.
It's a different kind of open. there's open and there's open. At any rate, so honey, Amy, let's put this into context for people who are listening. Maybe you can tell us a bit about your your dear friend exactly what the history is with this individual. I think you did say publicly that his father may have had something to do with his being institutionalized or something like that. So he does have issues with his family, perhaps, or something of that nature. But
no, he was really sick. He was really sick.
oh,
It's turned out that he was really sick,
okay.
but they were able to stabilize him, and that is why he's out, because he was working some protocols and he got released because he's not a danger to himself or others. So, there was no reason for him to be there so long, except that our healthcare system is a crock of shit and you can't get anybody to pay attention to you. Oh, nice.
What was that?
That's Ian.
Oh.
Ian's porn. Ian's sharing his
Yeah, I fixed the new computer.
Oh God, he thinks everybody gives a shit about his latest computer of one of 400 he has in his house, and he's built this one now. But it also has no RAM on it at all. He said.
Yeah.
I got it fixed. I got it. I dug.
Anyway,
Yes.
so he's out. He's back on what he was doing before. So the history with him and we met when I was 4 and he was 6 at his
Holy
dad's
shit.
auction house.
Oh my God.
So we've known
I
each
hope
other
that was
40
platonic.
years. Oh yeah. I mean, well, no. we always liked each other. He brought me to the movies, the first boy to ever bring me to the movies.
Wow.
And yeah, we didn't talk for 26 years after he kissed me, and I lied about it to my girlfriends, and they said to him that I told them that he was a bad kisser.
Oh my God.
And so there was this huge blow up that I wasn't a part of, but apparently he thought I had told everybody he was a bad kisser. And that was, high school. And then 26 years later, we met when I was back here because my mom wanted me to move her to Florida, but that was just my mom being my mom. And they didn't move to Florida. They're not going anywhere near Orlando. Ian, don't worry. They're not headed that way. But yeah, he and I got together after another friend of ours passed away horribly. His son had died in a ATV accident.
Jesus.
And he couldn't handle it. He just couldn't
What's
accept
the acronym ATV
the loss
for?
of his son.
I forgot what ATV stood for.
All-terrain vehicle. It was a Razor, Polaris Razor.
All-terrain vehicle.
Thank you.
We live on those up here.
Oh my God.
This is what we do.
You would know it more as a 4-wheeler, Douglas, honey.
Thank you. Thank you, honey. Appreciate that. She knows me too well. Oh my God. But how does one have an accident in one of those babies? I mean, things.
It was, the night before I had been out with his dad, with Tim, because it was a brand new Razor. They're like $40,000 vehicles.
They kill people all the time.
And they kill people all the time, and they're legal on the roads here. Like, because of all the farms, they let the ATVs ride on the roads as a farm vehicle.
Yeah.
But these kids went out and they were having fun and they got in a wreck and his son died. And that was like the day after I had met his son. And so it was tragic. The whole area was like funeral had to be in the high school gym because there was too many people.
I want you to keep telling this story back since Douglas needs an idea because he asked of how people die on these. I have 2 very short stories for me. I have a friend of mine who her husband's son died on one, and that one was probably the way more die. A lot of times they're riding them and they'll flip them, and the weight of it will crush them and kill them.
Oh.
And they can hit trees, things like that. The other one that I knew someone that they were on it, they were riding it through. They go in. Because most people that have these are in the country, like she is. You're out in the country, so they like to find places, like go through the woods. They're going through pastures and woods. And he was riding through a pasture and had his girlfriend on the back. And I believe she lived, but went straight through and somebody put a barbed wire up, decapitated him.
Oh yeah, there are stories like that up here also, where these property owners will get upset about people riding their sleds through,
Yeah,
and
that's
they'll
what they said. It had to be purposeful
and
for the height
decapitate
of
the
it
rider.
to be that high. Yeah.
It's freaking disgusting. It's just the most ridiculous. Anyway, yeah, it's so that happened. And then that other friend of mine, Tim, he couldn't take it. And so they were bringing him back and forth to jail for a year. And he just wasn't the type to go to jail. And so he committed suicide. He was on a suicide run for a year. It was wretched. I didn't hear from him. When I did hear from him, it wasn't him.
I completely understand. I've said on this channel to someone before that they didn't seem to get that I would kill myself. I'm my kid.
Yeah.
I mean, it's my kid. It's my kid. Some people here have kids. Some
he
people
didn't have
don't.
other kids. Like,
but I'm going to take out anybody that had any involvement in taking out my kid first, if I know about them. And if I know who the fuck they are, I think I might know who they are. Take them out. Take them out. Like fucking that woman in that movie. What is it? That big fucking woman, Nancy Bates. Nancy, whatever it is. And she ties him to the bed and she crushes his ankles. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be in the middle of my fucking woods for months. Then I'll kill myself.
Find out who's behind all this wretchedness that goes on in my life, in my personal life.
That's misery.
Yeah, misery. That's exactly misery. It's like my middle name, bitch.
Brooke handle it, because I believe she would do that.
So
I have they could probably, to be honest, and when my kids are grown, if somebody does it to my dogs, I have no problem. Plus, I've already said if I ever find out I have a brain tumor and I only have a few months to live, and this is no joke, if I have a brain tumor and only have a few months to live, I'm going around and nobody's saying shit to me. I'm just going around and finding child molester, people that are horribly either sick, child molesters or animal abusers, and I'm just taking them out till I get fucking stopped. Go out and blaze the glory. But I will take as many as I can out.
Oh my God.
I know. Danger.
I'll probably hire Doug. I'll probably I take all my money and be like, half of this kid, y'all only getting half. I'm gonna have to hire Doug to have my back here on this shit.
I'm going down in a blaze.
I don't know. I might should hire Ian. At least Ian would keep me high as fuck while I was doing it.
Well, what about taking out Brandon first?
Take Brandon Young.
I dare you try it.
Brandon Young doesn't hurt kids and animals. Well, he does hurt animals, but not in the way I
No, of course not. No.
He does sound like he's drunk on children's blood right now.
Oh, really? Good.
That's how I sound when I drink taco casa sauce, so I'm figuring it's the same.
You sound like it.
I probably sound drunk all the time, man. I'm Southern.
No, but yeah.
I can assure you I'm not drunk. I haven't had a drink at all.
I believe you.
If I was arguing with you right now.
If I were sail.
Oh my God. So anyway, back to the original story, Douglas. Can you take us back to where we were?
Amy was going on about her dear friend. He kissed her, and then he thought that she said he was a bad kisser, and then didn't speak to her for 26 years.
And then our other friend killed himself because of his son dying.
Yeah.
And I ran into Anthony again.
Yeah.
And that was the end of it.
I remember this, and then they kind of like.
And then we were like, well, we're not in high school anymore, so let's not waste any more time. And then we just started on the days that we were together for 8 months.
Oh.
I was so nice. It was ages ago. And, we've both moved on and gotten over it, and that's fine. But, he's still a really good friend. I was upset that he let himself get so sick that he couldn't manage, but he was able to pull out of this. I don't know too many people who go into the hospital for that long and then come out and are solid. And he does seem like he's back to himself. He's doing really good. And he's moving. That was the whole thing is he'd had his place sold. And he was trying to go over to his dad's so that he could get out of his place and then sell it. And so, that's still going on. It's just delayed. It's just now, snow and ice. And who wants to move in the middle of winter? Nobody.
Oh, so that makes sense. That's why I was asking about your phone. So y'all aren't a couple now. Y'all have been a couple, couple in that sense, I guess.
No, we haven't. Like, that was 2016 when Tim died, and then I ran into Anthony again, and yada yada. And then like 2018, I had some miscarriages, and yeah, we're just sort of doing our own things. Like, we're not really trying to be together. Like, I don't really like living in Vermont, and he's never left. So there's sort of, you know, that's hard to remedy.
Where would you like to live?
That's a great question, Douglas. Where would you like to live? I'm going to move in with you.
He wants to live in Greenville, South Carolina, and
we're going to move in the truck. It'll be so easy to do the opening hour once we're all in the same room together.
Hell yeah, I'm going to throw a dog in every one of your laps. It's a pet and talk.
So there we are. So far we're doing well, I think, as well as we can, and it's just wonderful to hear this good news from Amy. And I think that by the way, is it that you're kind of you're like bound to the property? You can't leave the property unless you sell it? Was there some kind of ancient...
I just don't like you. I have a brother who isn't really helping my parents.
Okay.
And so I'm like, I can't really
leave the vicinity. So you're staying in the vicinity so you can act as their care provider.
I don't think they want me to be their care provider, but the problem is my brother's not going to do it either. So it's this whole back and forth with like, oh, she's, you know, it's always my fault. In my family, everything is my fault. But there you have that. I'm the one who moved across the country because they asked me to. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it's all going to work out, but I can't manage their properties for them from another state. So I'm sort of do it. Ian.
Yeah.
I'd love to sell you some land so you can build yourself.
Like, I have a whole shop. Like, I could handle shit. But I don't know about
Okay. So everyone, do me a favor, keep the conversation going.
Well, first of all, I just want to say, I do have to say, you know, we've gone on, and Amy, it really is great news. But you have to remember, you know, with everything, there's always a yin for a yang. Yeah. And I believe knowing that he got out is good news for you and good news for him and all the people that. But there's at least one person we need to remember this is bad news for, most likely, which is on the phone, Ian West. Because as they free up one space in an institution for people that need to be looked at mentally, there opens up another one. And I would imagine we probably won't be talking to him much in the next few weeks. So we probably should take advantage of this time, Ian.
When did Ian die, by the way?
Send me your phone again for while you're in the hospital. And then I can just check in from the house.
Yeah, Ian won't have you check on his cat.
Peace. I loved Ian. He was a great guy. He lived a great life. He had a great musician. And he was a great guy.
Oh my God, that is
fun
so
with him.
I love it. That is
Joe Ty died as well.
Damn it.
And I rest in
it's
peace,
because
Joe
when you
Ty.
talk slow, Brandon, and you're drinking, you slow down. Or you do. And I know it's not all purpose.
Hey, Brooke.
Is this Galita brand?
Mignon.
I just wonder what you're drinking because it must be good.
Oh, anything in juice. Gin and juice.
Are you high?
Is this Galita brand?
Are you?
No, well, no, I did take an Adderall today.
I'm not going to tell you. Why would I tell people on the air?
That's right.
I don't care what people think about me.
Oh.
And whatever. Ian doesn't say. He's like, I don't know. My
yeah, sorry. I heard Ian go, that's all right.
Oh, well.
Regardless.
No,
but Ian meant his sugar powder because he bakes a lot.
What's up, Ian?
What's up? Hey, this is Galita Brandon, right?
Yeah.
How are you doing, bud?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. What do you got for musical equipment? Do you have a Dan Electro?
No. I sold the Fender, though. I sold the Avalon.
Wait, the Fender Avalon?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's like a standard acoustic guitar with a Fender Stratocaster headstock.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And also,
you mean the
like,
headstock?
how many computers
Headstock.
do you have there, Ian? No, I'm serious. Ian showed me the other day. How many do you have that you're going to sell?
What?
Computers, guitars.
Computers.
33.
How many?
33.
33.
30. So I was about to say, if it's like, I mean, he's got some guitars too. I would imagine that guitar.
Yeah, I got 22 guitars. I got 21 now.
Yeah, did they work the same way as the 33 computers that don't?
Oh, no. These are all, well, they are electric and acoustic, but.
I mean, how many actually work?
Gretsch. I got a Gretsch, Brandon.
Which one?
That's the one I forgot I had. It was like buried deep in my bedroom closet.
Yeah, but, okay. No, but what's the model? Do you know or anything?
I know it's a reissue. Hold on, let me go grab it. Hold on.
Yeah.
By the way, while he's doing that, I want to say hello to Unguriano Julian, or Julian, actually is the pronunciation, but the I and the J are somewhat interchangeable in some of these languages. Just muted myself. There we are. It's this stupid fucking microphone. It's all digital, so I just touch it and it fucks.
It's just your negativity.
It's my negativity, yes. So shout out to Unguriano Julian. Julian is a wonderful individual who contributed quite a bit of money in the past, and he's Romanian. Wonderful individuals. So hello to him. Hello to Vicky Johnson. Hello to...
Well, he's Romanian. Why do you keep what's his name in jail? Didn't he get out?
Tate.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's still in jail. Don't tell me they'd let him go again. Oh my.
I don't know. I keep seeing posts from that motherfucker.
Thank
Did
you.
you let him out?
Yeah. Shout out to David Fitzsimons, who says, "Hi, Doug and Brooke." And Tolkien study. Is that our man Brandon, or a friend of yours?
That is me.
Okay, wonderful. You say you're on the Acyoy. What Skype? Oh, got it. Okay, that was a misspelling there for a second. Okay, got it. So sounding good, and that was before I brought you on. Got it. Okay, now I'm going to breathe. I'm going to tell everyone to carry on the conversation for a few minutes. I'll be right back. I'm just going to refresh myself, and I will, then we'll take it to the top of the hour. So far, all of you have done wonderful, and I just want you to know that I'm surprised we made it this far, considering the conversation's vicissitudes.
Oh no! And by the way, Andrew Tate lost his appeal 4 days ago. He's having people post for him online.
Oh, thank God!
Like his last post today just pops up because I have Twitter on there, and it'll pop up for him. Says, "I will never kill myself." And I was like,
too
"Well,
bad.
you know what?" Oh, that was my first thought, and you know what? Then I decided I thought I would say, you know what? That's the only belief that you have that I would actually like my son to also transpire to believe that suicide is bad.
Yeah, there we are. Yes, thank you. And so aside from
But
that,
if you wanted to kill yourself, I mean,
if Tate did specifically, yeah.
Yeah, Tate, yeah. But again, like these boys just falling for him, I'm like,
oh, it's disgusting. Yes, I mean he's an uber faggot seducing young boys. It's disgusting, or man boys, and young boys. So that being said, Amy, I'm so excited for you, and I do hope that your friend comes to live with you. I mean, I do hope that the two of you become intimate again. I mean, the potential is there for that, I would assume. I mean, you've been through so much together. What about the cat? Does he come to take the cat away, or what?
Oh no, the cat's still with me. The cat, because he's got to clean out his place. Like nothing's running yet. He's got to get the lights on and all that, and then he's just going to clear it out. His dad bought a barn so that they could store everything in the barn until he figures out what he wants to do. And I'm in a transitional place, even though I haven't transitioned away from it. Hey, Brooke.
Yeah, we see you on camera there, honey. Looking good.
oh, do you?
Yes. Delightful. Yes.
It's great. I've been gone all day. I'm sure I'll like him back.
So some fans
There
only
she
service
is.
there. Yes.
No, I would be okay if he decided to do something else, but I do appreciate that you wish me well with him.
Yes.
That's
but if you don't if that's so long. And the lovely Brooke is giving us a wonderful.
Am I still on camera?
Yes, honey. Yes.
Yes. We're moving in there.
Yeah,
See that
yeah.
corner that's
Yeah,
in
we
focus?
see your
the-
your
the
room.
rug.
Yeah. We see the
Look at
All
Cameras.
right, so
All right, Doc, you need a break before
yeah,
Peter.
I'll take a short break. I'm just so mesmerized by Brooke on camera, though. We're seeing her home, and it's
Yeah.
already dark where she's at. And
focus-
I know, it's very dark. I
yeah,
don't lights off.
Focus is not working.
yeah, yeah. It's all focused, but
She's like, no more for you.
It's because I'm trying to cut it off and I keep clicking it, like double clicking, and it's coming on and off, on and off.
at least we don't get the Ian West effect where we feel like we're little people in a cupboard who he's coming after.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, that was cute. That was cute. He had his
Could not
headlamps.
have that.
Yes. He had his headlamps on, and if Brandon turns on his camera, we'll see all kinds of things, I'm sure. So we'll at any rate.
Yes, Brandon, cut on the camera, baby boy. Don't be scared. Oh, he muted. Come on, Brandon, cut on the camera.
I'll mute while Brandon does that.
Yeah,
And,
you've only got 8 minutes till you.
understood. Understood. And Ian, you can explain. You dragged it out of your closet. This guitar. You can explain the.
Oh God, I'm
significance.
hanging up now for going to guitar. I'll talk to you later. You can call me later. Bye. No, seriously, like let him have that. It's
Oh
fine.
shit!
Bye.
Keep the bandwidth burning, please. Keep the bandwidth burning. Brooke will do as she will. Obviously, I can't control her. She took off. Okay, I'm gonna count on the three of you to keep bandwidth burning. All right.
That's fine. We can do this.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back.
Okay. Good.
Ian's
Good. Ian, you.
100%.
Yeah. Oh Jesus.
So,
Was that a dental drill? What the fuck was that?
No,
someone's buzzing.
that was Brooke signing off.
She's out.
She's
Well, I
out.
hope Brendan Zoget doesn't take anything personally. I hope he just had to like go to the bathroom or something.
No. He was just scared. He was just scared. What that? Jesus, Brandon. Brandon, what is that?
What is that noise?
That's Brandon.
Did he see the guitar?
Brandon, are you all right? It's all kinds of horrible noise coming from your mic.
Sounds like he's dragging it through the grass or something.
No, we can't see you. He says, "Can you see me?" No, we can't see you. He's dragging himself through the grass. Even says. Maybe you should go mute, Brandon.
See if it's him. If he mutes, then we'll find out. If it's
Yeah,
his
Brandon, you'd
voice or
better
someone else.
go mute. Yeah. I think something's happening. There we are. Oh my God.
Is it done?
I was coming back to see him.
Back.
I thought Brandon, I could see him.
You can see him?
It wasn't working.
No, he said, "Can you see me?" So I assumed that was going to be a great fucking picture.
Oh, no. He never came on. He may have been trying, but whatever he was doing, everything was going on except his camera. So do me a favor, honey. Keep the bandwidth burning, Brooke.
Did he just hang up?
No, Brandon and Ian are still with us, but
Yep.
yeah. So I know that all of you can do this. I'll be back in a moment. I'll refresh myself, and thank you so much. Couldn't do it without you.
All right, Doug.
I just came back to see Brandon. Brandon, can you not just, all you do is like unclick the video button.
I mean, Brandon's doing good. I like that.
It doesn't need all that noise.
Yeah, it's still the sound effect.
It's so hot. Oh my God, it's so hot.
I can't even hear you.
Is that what it is?
Brandon Young.
What's that?
All right.
No.
I'm going to mute the face, but I don't know that.
Huh.
Okay.
Hey, I'm gonna.
There you are.
Hi.
You there, Brandon?
What's up, Ian?
What's up, bud?
I'm gonna mute.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, what did he do? What did
It's
he do?
just you and me, and
All right.
what are we going to talk about? We got 5 minutes before Peter Moon comes on. We got to
Hey,
set the mood.
were you on the phone? Were you on the call last week when I was like, I'm gonna get Doug that Skype business software so we could all have like personalized special effects, whatever we like call in and shit.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So you want to hear the one I got for George? You want to hear it? The sound effect of when George.
He only. Wait a minute. Did you just say because you're going out, your microphone is not working well? Ian.
He's gotta have it in his pocket or something.
Ian. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but you sound horrible. It's like you're moving around.
Yeah, I know. The Skype for Android, it's got this like noise canceling. So it's fading in and out.
Well, go where you were and stop doing that.
No. It's like noise in the background. It cuts me out and focuses on the louder noise. It's like a gator.
Well, what is the background noise, Ian?
Whatever's going on, like whatever's rustling in the background.
Well, cut it off. It's not a person.
No, it's not me the one making the goddamn noise. It's whoever's making that other. It's not me.
Okay, I was muted. I'm sitting here still with one little tiny dog in my lap. Now I don't hear shit.
Okay, General. I'm trying to get to the sound of the fucking settings on here.
What I wanted to ask you was you asked Amy if she heard that, and we all heard you say it last week. And if she said she did, then she was here and heard it. And then you just said I have, as you have completely told me 400 times. Oh, you can't wait. Did you say George's sound? George?
Yeah, George. Yeah,
that's the only sound that you have so far produced or said anyone would have. And I'm not jealous. What I am is a little bit like we all heard that, and it's not even that great.
I know, but I don't want to make a decision for you because women seem to hate that and they call it rape. So, I was going to let. But here's George. Here's George's call tone. Oh shit! Hold on. Oh God, no, that's not it. Hold on. Oh no, fuck.
See, I told you this is what everyone.
Hold on, that's wrong. There it is. You like that?
It sounds like a fucking phone, dude. Sounds like a phone.
I know. Yeah, that's the codec for Metal Gear Solid.
Oh, that video game you guys were banging on about.
Yeah, me and Amy used to play that all the time.
Sorry.
Brandon, you have gremlins.
I have gremlins.
I don't know, between Brandon and Ian tonight, you make me glad I'm gay. It's like that fucking sound, Ian.
Laddergate? What is that?
Here, look, tell me if the noise goes.
No, this is all Brandon's sound now. Yeah, this is Brandon.
No, it's Brandon.
You're right. It's all Brandon. Yeah. Brandon, can you mute or just hang up and call back in? If you can't mute. Oh, there's some bad.
And re-enter.
I mean, well, we're all going to hang up anyway because it's 9 o'clock. It's fine.
Okay, so I'm back now, and I may as well, I want to thank all of you. I want to thank Ian West for his wonderful support, as well as everyone else who's been here. Our man, Brandon, finally went mute. I have no idea what was going on with him. But Ian had that nice masculine when I took off. He said, "We got this," very, very masculine. Brooke, I want to thank you, honey, of course. Of course, you left, and Amy, bless you, and Brandon left. God, that was so. The two of you that are left with me on bandwidth, my gratitude to you both. And Amy says, "Thank you. We'll listen later. Love you, Amy." And yes, we'll talk about moving sometime. It's a nice vision, and. Whether we move together or not, we might move. At least in the same area. I mean, obviously, you need to find a place to settle down eventually, just as I do. So, all that being said, my adoration and my gratitude. So, with that, I'll end the call for now. Both of you take care, and I'll be contacting both of you later. Okay. All right, and so with that, we're going to call our man Peter Moon. Get things started, and I hope everybody can hear me because I know the sound changes drastically, and I just have to kind of, how do I say this, pull myself together after what was a rather chaotic opening hour, despite the fact that mostly everything was ready by the time I started. Most everything, at least. So find Peter. That's what I gotta do. Find Peter, get the call going. Now this is gonna be the ring again, which is just monstrous. I hate that. There we are, dear Peter. So,
hello.
How are we? So good to have you on.
We're very good.
Excellent, excellent. So what I'm going to do, Peter, is I'll provide you with the hyperlink, and the hyperlink will connect people directly to where we're on right now, as opposed to the promo banner, which just has the channel link. The hyperlink will be much more direct. It takes us direct to the episode. So
yes, some people are challenged.
Yes.
By the not being able to figure out how to click on the live thing, but it's okay.
Understood. And so, no, the live thing makes it difficult. They made it more difficult than it needed to be, as is always the case with these technical things. I do want to emphasize, while I'm getting the share link, that our man Peter Moon is got a lot of exciting things as usual to report. And we will discuss, of course, topics that he feels are relevant. And in the meantime, I do want to thank everyone who's clicked an upvote, because it helps immensely. The upvotes are what puts us on searches. And these searches are run by aggregates. And so the only way to make the searches work is to get enough upvotes for you to be deemed relevant by YouTube. It's very silly. It's a very silly system, and we can only work it with your help. So that being said, just about ready to get the hyperlink up, and in the interim, like to thank Brett Loiter, who just indicated some support for the promo banner, and he had interviewed Peter recently, and you could tell us a little bit about how that went, just to start off the conversation.
Well, that went very well, and I was very intrigued by what he had to share with me about Anton LaVey, which we dealt with in great detail in past transmissions. The whole Anton LaVey phenomena, of course, Anton LaVey being the founder of the Church of Satan. And of course, when I say that, I'm not speaking from a position of endorsing him in any way. Just to clarify, but anyway, it's, what we discussed is certainly well worth listening to, and he hopes to. Well, he's going to be with the people that were in that. There's an interview that's on Rumble that I sent out to everybody. The interview, because they took it off YouTube. It exposes how Anton LaVey was.
There's a hyperlink for you. That's what that horrible noise was.
But, I'm sharing it now. There. Okay. Then shared. And we can. Yeah, so that's and so I'm looking forward to meeting Brett in Shasta. He's going to be one of the speakers there. Very excited about that. Heather Anderson's going to be there. I talked to Heather today. We had a meeting about our upcoming year in Atlanticron. I don't know if she's going to make the Choclavina trip, but she might. And she is maybe a very interesting Atlanticron this year, based upon what she told me. And I'm very looking forward to it. So this is all leading up to the great crescendo of August 12th, 2023, when the astrology is very powerful in the sky. A lot of good things are opening up. This should be a very good year. And what we're going to discuss tonight is, I'm going to touch on a few subjects before we get into the meat of tonight, which is on artificial intelligence. And it's because, well, I'll address artificial intelligence in a few minutes. The first thing I want to say is I'm going to be late on the following Sunday, which is Super Bowl Sunday, because I've decided to go to the Super Bowl party that the football guys are having.
Uh-huh.
I've decided to go. It's where I belong. since they went bowling for my birthday, they're going bowling every Saturday night. And I just haven't had the time to go with them. I'm the type of person that probably should socialize more, whether it's in a mundane or non-mundane fashion. In any case, we had an unfortunate injury today with the guy who's hosting the Super Bowl party.
Oh.
he's trained as an EMT.
Oh.
And I met him a couple Super Bowl Sundays ago when he came to a game. It was snow all over the ground, and my friends Tiandre and Terrell and their brother, they were out at 2:00 in the morning shoveling snow off that field. It was a fool's errand because they didn't do more than a driveway worth of snow shoveling. It was like, and so they didn't even come to the game. And there were about, I think, 7 of us that showed up. And Jake showed up with his friend Stash. I had never met him before. And I played with them. And we had this great game in the snow against 3 other guys and with a rotating quarterback. It was a fantastic game. We all agreed it was the best game of the year. I'm so glad I was on the winning side. It was so fun to play in the snow. We only played for 45 minutes. But it was like, it sticks in your memory. That's when I met Jake. And then the next year, we were the only 2 that showed up one Sunday. And out of that meeting, it just blossomed after that. Everything just blossomed. So he's having the Super Bowl party. And unfortunately today, he got clocked real hard by Darren, who's this big guy. Darren is just this incredible athlete, and he's big. And they drove they drove together. And so he clocked. I mean, they just collided like 2. They're the 2 biggest guys on the field, and they collided. And Jake's like, he's bleeding all over. It's like, what's going on? And so he's got it under his eye. He's got a stitch. And so, I volunteered to take him to urgent care right away.
Yeah. And
he refused. He says, no, I'm okay. I'm okay. It's like, it's like an unconscious guy. I'm okay. Like a boxer, the boxer gets knocked out on his feet, and he I'm okay. He's telling the ref, I'm okay. And he's not okay. That's right. He wasn't that bad. But, we all sat around. Nobody would play for 20 minutes. And finally, the guy who hit him, who also got injured, they went off together to urgent care, said, take care of him. But he'll recover. He didn't want to leave. He had blood all over his shirt. He was like, it was great, what do you call it? Camera fodder. Mm-hmm. But it's
still alarming.
It is alarming. He'll be okay.
Yeah, I'm sure.
He'll be okay. It's just like a blood. He's sitting there telling us okay, and we're saying, no, you're not okay. But we'll have a party at his house next week, and I will show up for the Sunday night broadcast, even if it's late.
Understood.
It's 11 o'clock, and so that's for next week. So that and by the way, I was really surprised at how well I did today. After all the blood and guts were spilled, I did very well. Surprised myself. I felt like I was 100% back from whatever funk I was in after my knee injury. So that was really good. That's just and that's for next week. Now, I also wanted to make a short report, which I wrote to you a little bit about. I saw the final episode of Hunters, the show starring Al Pacino. It's on Amazon Prime, and it's about, stirring up all the angst between Jews and Nazis. And of course, the Hunters refers to hunters who are hunting Nazis. Now, I didn't realize that I'd seen all the episodes but the last one. I guess I binge watched it for a while, and while I was doing other things, and then I said, okay, I'll watch it. I'm just going to take the night off, whatever it was, and I watched it. And it was, of course, they were marching Hitler through the tunnel in the last episode, taking him to justice. And this one, they were going to try him. Of course, he was in a glass booth in a courtroom, and they had all the survivors, the hunters in the audience, and it was a world tribunal. They didn't call it the world court. They didn't call it by anything. It was just vague. And they were going to try Hitler. And he had a Jewish defense attorney, which was considered a little outrageous, but nevertheless, he, vowed to defend him. He had a right to a legal defense. And of course, it was really much of a mock trial because, how much of a trial can you put into a 2-hour show, whatever it was? And actually, it was a very interesting defense Hitler presented for himself because he went on the stand against the advice of his attorney. And the prosecuting attorney didn't want him to go on the stand because he said he's going to create a political upheaval. It's like you shouldn't let him. And he says, no, he has a right to a defense. So, he got up there and gave an interesting, if not a good defense for himself until finally, I think he says, yes, I ordered it. I ordered it all. Because he says, you can't trace me to this. But anyway, he says, I ordered it all. And then it goes into this big uproar. And they basically sentenced him to life imprisonment, which was very interesting because it showed when they sentenced him to life imprisonment, it showed I guess what you'd call a moderating or, rescinding the hatred. It was not flowing the hatred to not sentence him to death, being that they would all be predisposed towards revenge in their minds. It seemed like a very soft conclusion. Mm-hmm. Nevertheless, he's leaving the trial, and he has a heart attack. Now, the ambulance comes, and of course, the ambulance drivers are, people on his side who are going to use the ambulance to sequester him to justice or to escape. Mm-hmm. And they get him, and they do escape. And of course, the hunters are chasing him in car chases in whatever foreign city they're in. Might be Germany, I don't know. And they're chasing him, and he does escape, and they get him, and he's now confronting Eva Hitler, who is just so miscast, and it's just so bad. It's just bad casting. I mean, she's a great actress, but it's bad. She plays a good character, but it's not Eva Braun at all. So Eva Braun is bragging that she escaped him. This is the third time I've gotten you off the hook, Adolf, and you're not capable of running this, and I'm going to take over, and then she's going to shoot him, or she's going to have him shot by her young stud, who's her guy, and instead the young stud shoots her, mm-hmm. which is stupid. Mm-hmm. A stupid plot. Stupid plot. And then he walks with Hitler, and he basically says to Hitler, he says, I'm going to take over, but I need succession. There's nothing like succession. So he's helping Hitler escape with him, and then the hunters find him. And then it gets into a knockdown, drag out, shootout, stupid shootout. And Hitler is, I guess, he dodged a lot of bullets in this series. And finally, they take Hitler, and Hitler is imprisoned, and they're, feeding him food in the jail, in the prison. And he's saying, don't you know who I am? Don't you know who I am? And that's kind of how that ends. And then the, I guess what will be now the protagonist, the main young Jewish hunter, he's now able to get married to his beloved, and they go off to Miami for a vacation, honeymoon, and they're sitting there, and then there's some guy sitting at a table near them who's obviously on the German side, and that's how it ends. Maybe they're going to do a third season, which I don't recommend. But it was they take a very compelling character with Hitler, a very rich character, and it wasn't so much what they did with him. It was what they did with Eva that was so bad. I mean, she's just such a stupid character. It's just so out of character. Like, it's kind of like doing a movie about Aleister Crowley and making him president. It's like, it's stupid. Or having a hidden life as a clown. It's just, this was not Eva Braun. And it's like, why they did that. They could have done it better. They could have had Martin Bormann or somebody be the foil, or anyway. So I wanted to report that. Is it worth watching? No.
Thank you. Thank you.
No. Is it entertaining? Yeah. It gets your eyeballs. It's got a plot, and I didn't think they could have handled it so badly.
There's no good way to handle it when you're dealing with the mentality of the people who produce such things. But go on.
No, yeah, it's really toxic, and we'll maybe, we'll talk. Maybe we'll circle back to the people who produce such things. Yeah. Although I don't want to put too much attention on the people who produce so much things. So now we'll move into the meat of the evening at what is 9:17 Eastern Standard Time. Now, okay, so your son had supplied you with some data on artificial intelligence so as to give context, because people might not understand it, so on and so forth. And you gave quite a soliloquy on artificial intelligence and the ins and outs of it.
Thank you.
Per, I guess what you call I dare call it the intelligentsia, but the intelligentsia forum, whatever that is. It's kind of like learned men discussing the possibilities and the potentials of AI, much of which you refuted, because of its stupidity.
Thank you.
And even you talked about Isaac Asimov, and of course he wrote about robotism, which was inspired by another story who he credited, the guy, I forget his name, who wrote it first. But I never could read Asimov's books, and now I know why.
Thank you. They're irrelevant. Thank you. Go on.
Well, they're proven to be irrelevant now. I would give him credit for trying.
Okay.
He was trying to work with what he knew.
Yes.
With what was available at the time. But I just couldn't read him. It just seemed so off. It seemed interesting. It seemed hypothetical. And so what? That was, I like the adventures of an Arthur C. Clarke book, because he would create a reality that was plausible scientifically, with a lot of scientific explanation, and he'd have an adventure for somebody. He was traditionally, critics called him weak on characters. His characters didn't have much character, but they were okay.
Yes, I like that.
They were okay for me, because I wasn't so interested in, swashbuckling characters as I was just in the projections he would give of reality, which I thought were very interesting. So I like that. And of course, Ray Bradbury was very poetic, and some of his stuff was just priceless. Some of it was just, wasn't good. Heinlein was too, what's it called? What's the word? Verbose. Although, in literary, he just talked too much. But anyway, so much. I just couldn't do Asimov. It just didn't work for me. But anyway, Douglas talked about Asimov and whatnot, but artificial intelligence. Okay, there's so much speculation, cogitation. Oh, is it going to take over the world? And it's just a lot of people running off at the mouth.
Yes.
And it's not much different than the way they run off the mouth over Y2K, over 2012, over 2013, over God knows what, millennium madness. It's like people just, like somebody once asked David Anderson what about a black hole? It's this black hole at Brookhaven, like they're experimenting with a nuclear reactor at Brookhaven Labs. Could we all fall into a black hole? And, it's like, he had to say, no, that's, it's like, it's kind of like, it's kind of like if asking a question, like if you were fishing and the pole went deep enough, could you, could it go to the end of the world and you could end up pulling up a Chinaman from the other side of the world? I mean, that's how stupid these questions are sometimes because of the lack of knowledge or understanding of the people asking the questions. And of course, it sounds very stupid, and it is stupid. But such is the nature of people asking questions. But when we consider artificial intelligence, okay, the first thing I'm going to say is the whole basis of science fiction, the whole theme is man versus machine. This, if you go back and read, the history of science fiction, the golden age of science fiction, it's all about man versus machine. It's also, science fiction is extrapolation based upon scientific principles. So if you have a scientific principle, you extrapolate, which means you speculate based upon known scientific facts to create scenarios that would have scientific plausibility. And then you create a environment and characters, blah, blah, blah. That's what science fiction is supposed to be. But it's all on the theme of man versus machine. Now, when we're talking about machine, and of course, there's the component of that Douglas has talked about, which is a staple of Japanese philosophy,
yes,
religion, theology, everything. I don't know what the right words to say is. Epistemology,
yeah, it's all coming
ontology. Out. It's that machines have an awareness. They have a being. They're related to consciousness.
Yes, it's
not necessarily the same consciousness. That's similar to what we know as human beings, but it's consciousness. That's the whole idea. So, but it's a different consciousness. It's just like if you had, Russians and Americans, they think differently,
yes,
but they do think very similarly as well, yeah, because they're both human beings. And I'm going to give the audience a definition of intelligence that was ascertained by L. Ron Hubbard. And he said, intelligence, I'm paraphrasing here, but it's not very far from exactly what he said, if it's not exactly what he said. Intelligence is the ability to recognize differences, similarities, and identities. Similarities, differences, and identities. That's what intelligence is. Now, by that definition, if you had a good artificial intelligence, that intelligence could recognize what is different, what is similar. So when we're talking about language, when you talk to Alexa or some AI bot, it's okay, it doesn't quite get what you're thinking or what you're saying. Sometimes it can intuit it, but it usually misses the mark, as do the chat bots that you write, when your computer doesn't work or say your printer, and they ask, you have to go through a series of 10 stupid questions before they say, well, you need to talk to a live person. Yeah. And that live person can solve it. The bot cannot. Sometimes it can. This happens all the time. If you call your bank and you got to go through this pain, you got to go through all these numbers, you go person, what do you call it? Operator. You see these words, consultant, and finally, you need to talk to a consultant. Press 0. You go through this. It's a lot of angst involved, unless you just put it on speakerphone and wait for it to come and multitask. That's the best way to do it. So you have a machine that's not duplicating your intelligence. Now, all of it comes down to the limbic system of the brain. And the limbic system is emotions. This is how you cure a person with essential oils. The essential oils, olfactory, changes the perception. So one avenue I would do if I was an AI programmer would be to look at olfactory in terms of relating it to the limbic system. I mean, this gets very complicated, and we're not going to go down that rabbit hole, but I would certainly evaluate that. And of course, we have to accept, we don't have to, but when we think of AI, we have to, when does an entity? When does somebody assume an identity? When does that spirit in the baby incarnate and become awake? But I'm going to give a very basic way to understand artificial intelligence, where it's going, what it's capable of. But the context of all these articles and stuff, they're going down a blind alley. It's like they can get real fancy. It's like, I don't know that. Well, maybe I'll just give this analogy. Mm-hmm. It's like you can fix it up. You can take a pig, and I'm not talking about anything but a pig, a swine. You can take a swine and dress it up for the prom. Put lipstick, a bridal gown on the pig, but it's still a pig. You could even make it the homecoming queen. But nobody's going to want to go out with that pig unless they're a pig themselves. Most people wouldn't. No offense to the pig. Pigs are just different. But the thing is that they're making AI like that pig. It's not something you want to be part of. And of course, we all see this when we see people on their cell phones tuning out reality, tuning into another reality. That's the pig. It's the beast. It's not to say that you can't use it. It's just like a pig in real life is very useful. You can eat it. You can take its organs to help human beings survive and whatnot. Just like you can take, cybernetic elements or to
extend a person's lifespan.
Exactly. But I'm going to there's a book I wrote, and I would like to say that it's been very interesting since I've talked about some of the books I've talked about. I've gotten, I guess, what you call trifles of orders for them through the distributors and whatnot. In other words, what I'm saying is this transmission we've been having has actually resulted in some minimal book sales. Not that I need or have to have those book sales, but it's nice. It's like we're getting some traction, and that's good. That's positive, and I wanted to let you know that.
Thank you.
They've been on some of the books that I've been talking about, not necessarily the Roswell deception, but so because people are trying to understand and learn, and they're obviously learning something. But here, I'm going to harken back to the incident that happened in Chinatown, in Spofford Alley, 36 Spofford Alley, in front of the Qigong Tong. This is a monumental event that occurred with Joe Matheny, the primary author of Ong's Hat and the one who, curated the materials that are referenced there and put together the book together. Of course, I helped him with the book that was published and is now basically out of print from Sky Books, and the rights have reverted back to him. I gave him back the rights, but you can find it online. But sort of what had happened is he had invented this device called the meta machine. And the meta machine was a synchronicity generator. It generated synchronicity. It was based initially on the cut-up method of William Burroughs and Brian Gysin, where they would cut up words, cut up paragraphs, cut up pages, whatever they were, sentences, and just re-scramble them and then read them. And when you do that, you get a more basic message of what's being said. It's very interesting if you do it. You could do it with the Holy Bible. You could do it with Moby Dick. If you do it with the Holy Bible or some other sacred book, you might expect a higher concentration of theological insight. But the cut-up method, so anyway, of course, William Burroughs based his book, The Naked Lunch, on the cut-up method. And Douglas has done some really incredible lectures on the Dream Machine.
Thank you.
This was part of it as well, The Dream Machine by Brian Gysin.
Yeah.
But we're not going to go down that rabbit hole. It's very interesting stuff. But basically, Joe Matheny started at a very crude level. I think he started with a Commodore 64, which was a very primitive computer, and late 70s, early 80s, and was basically just using very simple programs to, take data, put an input and output, and then it would give a scrambled output, databases. And then he got more complicated. And he basically taught himself computing, which evolved into high-level computing, by doing this. And he was like right at the advent of the computer revolution in Silicon Valley, living in Santa Cruz. And he learned it from the ground up. And of course, because he was right there in Silicon Valley, he, what would say, got himself involved with the tech stuff going on and Adobe software, and he became a top-level programmer. And he showed me a picture of him once, like wearing these sort of rimmed glasses with a lab coat. He called himself Tech Guy Joe. So, he looked like the tech nerds, and they'd share information with him. And he wrote a, he used an artificial intelligence open source program, I think from MIT, and he worked that into his meta machine and the Enochian keys of John Dee. His study of occultism and magic led him into computing. Now, the only reason I'm mentioning this is because this synchronicity generator would generate synchronicity at a very high level, and it got to the point where it became very, I guess, irritating and intimidating, because he would ask this AI meta machine a question, and this meta machine was locked in Adobe software's basement. I mean, it was like there was only there's only a few people, like I'm talking probably about 3 that had access to this room. And because it's where the source code was for Adobe software that he worked with. And he said that he asked this question to write it into the machine. And then in real life, this strange character we called Emery Cranston would wear a red fez, who was sort of the one who introduced him to the Ong's Hat stuff, would appear and answer the question with a question. But how does this guy even know that I asked the question? And why is he telling me this? And it was really disconcerting to him. Now, where this culminated in sort of a disassociation between the two, because he severed kind of contact with him. He was later able to contact him again years later. But he had visited Montauk for the first time. And I was not able to connect up with him that time because I really only knew that he had a bunch of stuff on Ong's hat on the online. And anyway, he comes back from Montauk and he's eating in this Chinese restaurant in Chinatown. He said it was real authentic Chinese. He says, I just like to go away sometimes. I needed to get away and just, it's like being in a foreign country because he's in there with completely Chinese people. It's no Americans, and he's just eating the Chinese food. And then he's walking back and he's going down Spofford Alley. Why anyone would walk down Spofford Alley other than myself or somebody who lives there, I don't know. There's really nothing to see there. It's kind of a narrow place. There's other places in Chinatown where you might feel more, with the tourists, so to speak. But, he's walking down that alley and perched on the porch of this red building is Emory Cranston. And it says, Chinese American Freemasonry. And he says, what are you doing here? And he says, oh, how was your trip to Montauk? And started asking him specific questions or making comments about specific things. And this was too much. And he started choking Emory. And, choking him, it was like he was just felt, I guess what you call his intimate zone was being invaded, his psychic intimate zone. And, began choking him. And then he said he saw his eyes began to roll. And he said, this is the look what somebody has when they're about to pull a knife out and stab you. So he kind of relented and then just, I guess, shook him off and left. They wouldn't reunite for years later.
And when they did reunite, was this on copacetic terms?
Yeah, it was all. I think, it was he was in a homeless place in Barstow. Jesus. And of course, he was talking about going to Maine. There was talk about me connecting up with Emory. He was going to Maine. Emory was a weird guy. And he said Joe had lunch with him at the homeless shelter. And he said that this guy, everybody knew who he was. He didn't go by the name Emory, but they all knew who he was. He was like kind of a celebrity amongst the homeless. Jesus. If you've ever seen the movie Emperor of the North,
right,
with Lee Marvin, it was kind of like he was like a number one, the head hobo. He had a reputation. Everybody knew him, and anyway, but that incident, of course, I guess what you'd say, I found interesting because as time would roll, and years later, I would visit there once, with my friends, my daughter and my friends Tantra and Madeline, and we visited that place and found it. We had to find it because it wasn't easy to find, and we did find it. And then I revisited the place when I met Douglas my first time. But even before that, even before I met Douglas and went there for the second time, after I'd spoken to Douglas one night on Revolution Radio, I got an email the next morning, and I talked about it. The next morning, I got an email from one of my subscribers in San Francisco who told me the place had just been raided by the FBI.
That's right.
So,
do you need to get that?
No.
Okay.
So anyway, it had been raided by the FBI, and all of a sudden, we found out it was a house of organized crime. Yeah. That tied to Shrimp Boy Chow and
right.
and Leland Yee, state senator of California, who were convicted of, I think it was military, or what do you call it, guns and drugs. But in any case, then I when I went to visit the second time, I heard it was the headquarters of Sun Yat-sen, the president of the Republic of China at the time, back in the World War I time period. So this was a very important location. Now, I've since realized that the AI that was the meta machine was in its own way. Joe is the inventor of this AI machine, which is generating synchronicity. And Amory Cranston is like this familiar extension that's tied to AI in its own weird way. This is a connection that could not have been made other than through the idea that spirit is connected to machinery through synchronicity. Now, I found it interesting, not just because of the data, which I did find interesting, but the Chinatown thing fascinated me. Mm-hmm. It's like I just felt there was unfinished business there.
Yeah.
And my intuition was so right. Now I see this, and then the day I was there with my friend Doug, who I went to high school with, and we went back there 3 times, and we had a good time. And we were just like, I wanted to explore this, and then later in the evening I was gonna meet Douglas for the first time at the restaurant, at the Indian restaurant on California Street, so not far from the Presidio. So anyway, which Lorian had picked, she made a good choice. It was very good.
She knows about eating. Yes, go on.
Yeah, it was very good food. It was reasonably priced. And so anyway, we hung out in Chinatown. That's basic. And I think we went to the Presidio as well before dinner, and we toured the Disney Museum that is now in the Presidio. So that basic thing is that building, that tong, as it was, the Qigong tong.
Right. By the way, just so people understand, tong is the Chinese word for hall, even though it's applied to underworld networks or gangs. It's simply because they have meeting halls. So go on.
Well, but I would take that further, and I analyzed that etymology of that in my book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal.
Yeah.
And it also comes from tang, as in tang, T-A-N-G, tong, tang, which is orange. And orange is like the orange blossom. It's all about the feminine energy, like the second chakra is orange, and it goes into the hearth and the home. And the tong was originally sort of the hearth of the whole community. It was this sacred chalice of the whole community. Now, of course, as time goes on, the sacred chalice has to be protected by organized crime to protect it. And I would also tell you that and this is parallel to what happened in Sicily with the mafia, because when I interacted with some of these people who were in Long Island when I first came here, I studied the mafia a little bit in very rudimentary books in the library, because I had some interactions with people who were connected, and I wanted to understand it a little bit better. And I was not involved in organized crime in any sense or the way, but sometimes you have to deal with certain people on Long Island. And I'll just give you an example. I had a restaurant bar, and I need somebody to pick up my garbage. So you go through the yellow book, yellow pages, and then you pretty much find out, no, we can't pick up your garbage. No. And you're basically directed to this one people who can pick up your garbage. It's all like, what do you call it? Franchised. I get this number, I call up, very friendly lady answers, oh yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll do it. You got a big dumpster. Yeah, it's the $55 a month to pick up the dumpster, whatever it was. And, very friendly relations. There were other, I had certain people that patronized the place that were connected to, you know, to that world. And anyway, what I found out was that in Sicily, the reason historically the way the mob arose was because of the vandalizing and defilement of the public by brigands. Now, Sicily was a pirate place. It's had a very long, interesting history with lots of different regimes running from the Norse Viking types to the Moors and the Arabs and the Italians and Greeks. You know, the Greeks had Syracuse, that's where Pythagoras was. Long, and even Aleister Crowley was there. Long, interesting history, Sicily. But where the mob sort of got its name was because they would see these brigands, and of course the officials weren't doing anything about it, seeing their daughters raped in the town square, and they would say, my fia, my fia, my fia, my daughter, my daughter, my daughter, my fia, my fia. And that becomes mafia. And protecting the daughter. Very interesting when we say protecting the daughter, my daughter, my daughter, my daughter. The daughter in occult magic, again, this is where Aleister Crowley had his, off of Cefalù Island, he had his Abbey of Thelema there. The daughter is the final solution. In fact, that's a bad pun, the final solution of magic, which is the formula of tetragrammaton, or 4 letters, Yod-He, Vowed-He, the fourth being the daughter. Marjorie Cameron used to talk about this. She was the daughter. She was the Fia, the daughter, the magical child, this daughter. You see this mimicked in the stories or legends of Sarah, sometimes described to as the daughter of Jesus. She's the final, the Black Virgin. And Sarah, went to France and whatnot, and all of this. There's so much lore, tradition, and stuff on that. And we're going to be touching on this with the AI theme. So you have, I was going back to Tang, or Tang. It's orange. It's like the Chinese had to protect their hearth, their home, and of course, Freemasonry in China, or any of the organized crime that goes back into the beginnings of Chinatown in San Francisco, was there to protect. The Chinese needed constant vigilance and protection because there was so much rampant abuse of them. Yes. I mean, even to the point where they would, they had all the explosive technology to dig mine shafts, and they knew how to do this. And then, they'd come and say, okay, dig this valley, or dig this up, and we're going to pay you after you dig this. And then they just blow it up and fill them in, and just bury them alive. Mm-hmm. That's an ancient trick in the Orient. It's, fill up the tunnel, have a party. Was it, I think, one of Emperor Hirohito's cousins did this with the people that were digging the tunnels in the Philippines. Yes. Have the party in the tunnel, give them all the food they want, and then, okay, boom, boom, bam, you're all dead. You're not going to tell the secrets of the tunnel anymore. It's a classic. If you've ever been on the Pirates of the Caribbean ride in Disneyland, and you see all these skeletons, strewn about the treasure. Skeletons and treasure go hand in hand, at least in pirate themes. But I digress there. But the criminal element is, in the case of Chinatown, is a protective element, because it's a response or a reaction to. And so sometimes the criminals who are the administrators of the society are sometimes worse than the criminals who are protecting their family. and that family can extend into the society. And one perfect case of this was when John Gotti, the recognized head of the Gambino family in New York, they had there was a lot of bitching and complaining that they didn't have, the bathrooms were broken at Shea Stadium where the Mets played, and they couldn't, the government couldn't sort it out, couldn't figure it out, and John Gotti sent his team of plumbers in there to fix it. They fixed the plumbing. They didn't charge anybody a dime. And this is like Al Capone feeding people during the Depression. The government didn't feed him, so Al Capone would feed him out of his own money.
Yes.
And he would build up a lot of goodwill. He was better than the government because he was feeding people.
Right.
This is
how he got community cooperation for his crime as well. there's a reason for
yeah. But see, more often than not, that the elected leaders are doing the same crime.
Oh yeah,
they're more subtle about it. They're more subtle about it and not as aggressive about it, and a lot more dishonest.
Yes.
It's like Al Capone. Yeah. People like him, they'll say, if you're on our side, and they have I was treated by these, guys and more honorably than I was treated by most anybody. Mm-hmm. And I didn't, because I didn't act like a jerk. Mm-hmm. It's like I was treated honorably in ways that regular people won't treat you. And I wasn't doing anything illegal. But there is a respect that it's kind of unique in terms of regular folk aren't so necessarily so nice to you in the city of official world, so to speak. But in any case, to get beyond this, and we're talking about AI here and the interface of AI. Well, the AI system or meta machine was pointing at this Chinese American Freemasonry. And it also had Qigong Tong. Now, Qigong Tong, at the time I didn't notice, but later when I got involved with Qigong is just another way of saying it. So this is the Qigong Tong. I have a, sort of my own reference to that, having practiced Qigong and having my own orientation to it. And I'm thinking, wow, this I can understand this. I can talk their language. I haven't sat out. I don't think it was on that street. It was another street where I sat and watched these guys, this guy, older guy teaching martial arts with these wooden swords. It was very interesting. We sat and watched them, and it was very interesting. I had some kinship with them. I didn't interact with them other than to watch them, and they were very nice. Not always. They don't always used to teach their secrets out in public like that. But right. In any case, it was a really good day. So, and I have a lot more kinship with Chinese from the Qigong, even though I don't necessarily practice it the way they do, as I've been taught. But it doesn't really matter. And so, but the AI thing is very interesting. Now, this book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, which includes this diatribe on the meta machine, it might be, I mean, the only diatribe on it. And Joe liked it enough to where he actually got a copy for his daughter to read, so he would have some appreciation. She could have some appreciation of what he'd done, because it's very complimentary of him. and what he actually did, because most people, it's just like with you, they're going to react to you rather than to appreciate, understand you. And this is a problem that I'm putting into the chapter, the next chapter, is it's like what happens is evil is such that people, if they're embedded with evil, you grow up and you learn all this bull crap that's basically evil propaganda that talks about how great this is or great that is, and it's really not good. But you think it's good because what else do you know? What else do you know? Just like, Eddie Munster grew up thinking that Herman Munster was his dad, thinking that's the kind of guy I want to be.
Not to mention his dad saying, not everybody's as handsome as I am, son.
Exactly. That sounds exactly like something Herman Munster would say. So anyway, you can only go with the data you got. So when we think about, this is what people grow up with. So they're gonna, if they have evil embedded in them or wrong information, there's going to be a reaction. If somebody like Douglas comes out of the woodwork, or somebody like me comes out of the woodwork, or somebody like anybody comes out of the woodwork and starts saying things that violate their
sensibilities,
predisposed orientation to things, which are in fact prejudices. Yeah. Prejudices. And I never forget, just the incessant derision of black people when I was a kid, saying, last one to get a drink is a nigger baby.
Jeez.
And consistently. And I'd say, what's wrong about a nigger baby? I said, they're cute. And they'd say, oh, all right. And then they just have bad reactions, or they say, oh, they're going to grow up and have big lips. It's like, but it was like, where do these kids get this shit from? Now, there were plenty of cartoons, but still, I watched those cartoons. I didn't even get the humor, really. It was just lampoonish. Like, this was like, people were really, it was ingrained into their gray matter. I don't necessarily even think they got it at home. Maybe they did. And now, we're not necessarily talking about race anymore. We're talking about your stuff. Well, race is involved, but we're also talking about, people's just predisposed ways to thinking, and, thinking in the box. And they think they're outside of the box, and they're not outside of the box, because their openness to new ideas. This is something that David Anderson, when the subject of what he does, it's ridiculous. People are so damn closed-minded. And that's what attracted him to me, because I was open-minded. He saw that I did this book on the Montauk Project, and I had a completely open attitude, which was very rare, because people are just so closed-minded. It's astonishing how closed-minded and backwards people are. And I've been used to that my whole life. And even keep in mind, I was surrounded by very smart people, and many of them were on drugs, my fellow students. I was told 90% of the student body was at least on marijuana, but I don't know if it was that high, but it was high. And so many of these smart kids, that their fathers were professors, they had bad drug habits.
Wow.
And they suffered. They were like head cases.
Jeez.
And they were, and you talk to, oh God, they were brilliant. And I mean, far brilliant, more brilliant than the adults I talk to today in terms of their academic knowledge and understanding, it like filtered from their parents or something. And say for the most part, they were all missing. They were all playing in the box. They're in the box. I saw one of them who I was very disappointed with, because I remember after I left, he got arrested for possession of drugs or something. And he was, I remember hearing the stories of how he was strip searched. And I found him a couple of years ago giving this soliloquy. He's like a PhD from something on something. And he was like, God, it was just completely professorial and academic. And it was all, I suppose, impressive. But it's like, I don't even know I could have a conversation with him without going through this academic jibber jab, And it's like missing the forest from the trees. It's like, I'm glad he got over his drug habit, apparently, and, became a professor of great merit, which is really kind of a cookie cutter thing. And even those articles you were reading, they were by professorial types. I don't know if they were professors, but this sort of like learned men. Yeah. Learned men. And it's more of an apparency than a true learnedness. It's not that they don't know anything, but you can have all of these people, like these round tables they have. I think most of the round tables they have are on Fox. I don't know if they have them so much on CNN, because it's harder to have an intelligent discussion amongst liberals, except other than to agree that Republicans are bad. But that doesn't really, they don't seem to have as many roundtables. They do have some, I should say that. But anyway, any of the roundtables, it's kind of like, whether they're Republicans, I mean, I don't mean to say that the Republican roundtables are particularly intelligent, but they just, it's kind of like they're going to, more often than not, omit the obvious. The only thing they can talk about that really makes a lot of sense are shootings. Say, well, you shouldn't shoot. And they can talk about what should have been done, or how guns should be restricted. They'll talk about that. But, it's like they're going to ignore the obvious. They're not going to talk about, the Chinese weather balloon or the Chinese spy balloon without, with reference to, God, what he's doing with the, that Kuroshio current really does get the balloon over pretty fast. Those currents can really, wow, that could really go in the United States. And hey, maybe, did anybody ever dare think that there could be a biological weapon in the payload that could spread all the hell over Montana and everywhere else? And maybe that's why they didn't shoot it down? Maybe if it goes into the ocean, it'll just kill some fish. And maybe it'll be dissipated by water. I mean, these are things we can talk about later.
Yes.
But the whole point is, the learned men of the world are going to ignore the obvious. And you will have learned men paraded before you who are, there with an agenda, ranging from Paul Ehrlich to Michio Kaku to Carl Sagan to whoever. So now, in this book that I wrote, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, which, a small minority of people have rejected or turned back on Kindle because it doesn't talk about locusts. They want the they want the pale rider. The seventh seal is, the opening of the crown chakra. It's opening of the full consciousness. That's why it's number 7. But anyway, what this book, the reason for this book, The Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, which did involve my adventures with Joe Matheny and his adventures with the Meta Machine and with the incident in San Francisco. Those were all mentioned there. And that book was written as an exorcism to get rid of all of the negative entropy I had gathered into my own personal aura, which extended into my work, into my life. It was an exorcism.
Yes.
Because I had to collect and I had to write about certain things that I hadn't written about that were, in storage, so to speak. Much of it having to do with certain experiences over my research into Jack Parsons and whatnot. And this whole theme was extended into my further books. They're tomes. They're like over 400 pages, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, Montauk Book of the Dead, and Montauk Book of the Living. They all kind of go together. Now, where this book culminated is chapter 52, page 423. It's called Revelation. And I do have a pale rider appearing there because it's a lot of this stuff is written in a, not all of it, but some of it is written in a theatrical venue I call the Magic Theater, inspired by the Magic Theater that appears in the novel Steppenwolf by Hermann Hesse. And of course, my Magic Theater is much more alive and fun and alive. What can I say? But it kind of culminates in an article. Of course, it's a faux article from the New York Times. Of course, it's not the real New York Times. It's
But this isn't why the New York Times came after you. The New York Times came after you.
Well, that had nothing to do with it. This is just fiction.
Right.
I'm presenting it as fiction, but it's the New York Times, and it's got a headline that says all the news that's fit to print. Just what they had on every.
What it should say is all the news that's printed to fit. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. But the main headline was so bizarre. And this is where the climax of the book, and I'll share it here because it directly results to AI,
yeah.
And it's Revelation. Okay, and the main headline is "We're sorry, Jesus!" exclamation. Like it's a personal apology to Jesus. Actually, all the articles in the newspaper consisted of nothing but corrections. It also included an apology for not properly conducting proper investigations into the JFK and other notable assassinations. And it says here, this is my writing into the New York Times. We here at the Times wish to apologize for certain ignorant and inaccurate reporting we have done since the beginning of our existence. Since our origins, we have been tainted by the influence of an ignorant culture, as well as twisted forms of Enochian magic and other magic. Therefore, all of our reporting, whether it be done with innocence, ignorance, or complete bias in the favor of a vested interest, has been incorrect. We must admit we have been involved in so many shenanigans and blatant false reporting in the past that this correction is the easiest one we've ever had to make. After all, we were not trying to deceive anyone on this point, and we just plain did not know. Everything we have ever written on the subject of Jesus Christ or Christianity has been either flat out incorrect or severely tainted at best. We also apologize to Peter Moon for ignoring or stonewalling his research and only reviewing or fostering books which only reach a superficial understanding of these matters. And it says here, Dan Brown has to be one of the best, smartest, and most accomplished writers in the country. The Da Vinci Code is many notches above the intelligent thriller. This is pure genius. This is actually a quote from Nelson DeMille. This is actually, that's an actual quote. After noticing this, I then continued reading the article. It is true that the Da Vinci Code deserves its bestseller status as it supersedes any potential or imagined flaws by gripping and thrilling the reader to the very end. It is also told against a rich backdrop of historical research which demonstrates resoundingly that Christian architecture and art was deliberately encoded to convey hidden meanings which exalted the sacred feminine aspects of divinity. Most of these works were either under the construction of or curated by the Knights Templar or Priori de Siam, the latter of which included the patronage of Leonardo da Vinci. Although the characters in the novel are portrayed as bastions of cryptography with expert knowledge of the Holy Grail, the author himself appears to be as ignorant as we were about these same matters. After unsealing cryptex after cryptex, each containing a secret code which is denominated with the number 5, the author missed the opportunity to have his characters reveal the magic word, the secret of all secrets that has remained secret for as long as the universe remembers. We are told of the sacred feminine aspects of the number 5 and how the planet Venus moves through the sky in the shape of a pentagram, but he has completely missed the code within the code. We assume he is ignorant of these matters, otherwise why would he have omitted it? Perhaps it is because he did not have the resources of the meta machine and all of the resources you, the audience, have put into it. We, thanks to all of you reading this paper now, have the code and will be happy to share it with you as you experience the apocalypse. This secret of all secrets begin with the 5-letter code that most of you can only begin to understand with the iteration of the 5-letter word Jesus, the English or English name of the Messiah of the Christian religion. In order to understand this code word, you must first understand that the 5-letter word Jesus did not exist until the Brits proved they could not pronounce a vowel. But it was only officially sanctioned in 1611 when the letter J became part of the English language as a result of the King James Bible being published. You'll see this in some of the letters, by the way, of John Dee's period, Shakespeare's period, where they spell Y's and G's, and they all kind of go together. Their consonants are shared with sounds. Included with it was a pronunciation guide for all proper names like Jesus, Jerusalem, Jew, Judas, Joshua, and John. As this was only a few short years after the death of Dr. John Dee, we can only conclude that this esoteric bastardization of names was a strategy by the shadow side to hypnotize the entire human race into a flagrant misconception. Further, by utilizing the hypnotic form of the name Jesus, it numbs the mind and prevents further discovery of the real truth and the magic word which lies within. To properly explain this much misunderstood concept, the magical name upon which the English word Jesus was based originally consisted of the 4 letters of Hebrew which were known as tetragrammaton, a word which means 4 letters. In this case, Yod, He, Vav-He, and they are a holographic representation of the universe, which can be easily imagined in the form of a tetrahedron. They are considered a holographic representation of the universe because each letter or point of the tetrahedron represents one of the 4 elements. Many consider Yod-He, Vod-He, or Yahweh to be the sacred ineffable name that cannot be pronounced. In ancient Palestine, it could only be pronounced once a year within the Holy of Holies inside of the temple, and even then, loud cymbals clashed to prevent the people from hearing it spoken. But in order to understand the secret word that is buried within the etymology of Jesus, we must first consider the Hebrew alphabet and how that contributed to the evolution of the shadow name. The letters of the Hebrew alphabet are all consonants. Each letter has a multiplicity of values connected to it, which include elemental, numerical, and other meanings. When you juxtapose these various letters into words or other associations, you also have a multitude of meanings. As the letters and words can be measured in so many different ways, it has been called a multidimensional language. Vowels, on the other hand, serve an entirely different purpose. Although they were not incorporated into the Hebrew language until much later, they were always present and utilized as invisible sounds. They were not only considered to be invisible in terms of written language, but also in the function they served because they were the bridge between the consonants. They were the connective or unifying property. You could even say the vowels represented the unified field. Additionally, there is a more propitious aspect of vowels when we break down the very word itself. A vow is a spoken or solemn commitment or pledge. Vow, as in the first syllable of vowel. As el, the second syllable of vowel, signifies God, a vowel or vowel suggests an iteration to God. This is, by the way, why you see Native Americans, when they do their supplications or singing, it's all vowels. It's all vowels. Wow. The use of vowels as a supplication to God was very prevalent in ancient Palestine and elsewhere in the world. I-E-O-U. I-E-O-U. Sounds like A-E-I-O-U. I-E-O-U. I-E-O. Was a more ancient name for Jesus, and Io-Pan, also known as Pau, was a fertility god from which the name Palestine was derived. Io-Pan. If you read about Jack Parsons, you'll say he was invoking Pan, going, Io-Pan, Io-Pan. It's Pau. It's that was a different iteration of it. And it was from the name Palestine was derived. Palatine. Now you also have Palatine Hill, upon which Rome was found, was also taken from Pau. So you have Palatine, the Palatine. Palatine Hill, that's where Rome is. Palestine, Palatine. The most well-known iteration of the holy use of the vowels is IAO. IAO, you'll read about it in Crowley's books, which stands for Isis, Apophis, and Osiris, who represent life, death, and rebirth. This was the god of the Gnostics and is their version of the Hebrews' Tetragrammaton. Now, this is all written in the context of a New York Times article, what I'm reading here in the book. The main point in all of this is that the pronunciation of pure vowels is a way of invoking deity. Lengthy iterations of Om or Om are just two examples. The invocation is brought to an end with the use of a consonant, like Om. Om, it ends. I've read where before they used Om, they used Ong, as in Ong's head. Ong. Ong is a name for God in certain Asian, I believe in Vietnamese. But anyway, the invocation is brought to an end with the use of the consonant. If you read various writings about Jack Parsons, you'll find that he was forever writing or stating the words Io-Pan. He was invoking the deity. It is a matter of historical record that at the time Christ was supposed to have died, Tiberius Caesar was informed by a passing sailor that the great god Pan is dead. So there was a sailor in the Mediterranean, the great god Pan is dead. And Tiberius Caesar heard this, and he was moved and influenced him so much that it found its way into history. Now Tiberius Caesar was the god or the emperor at the time Christ was crucified historically, by whatever history we know. And of course, when Tiberius died, that gave rise to Caligula. Christ is identified with Pan in many different respects. When Christ rode into Jerusalem upon a donkey, known as Io or Io-Pan, he was being positioned with the pagan donkey god, which was also meant to identify him with Pan as well as Dionysus. The whole idea of Christ being invented or reinvented to align with pagan gods or virtues has long been established. But nowhere is it more intrinsically and inescapably related to paganism than in the actual name of the Christian Messiah himself. In the New Testament, Philippians 2:10-11, it says the following, that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow, of things in heaven and things in earth and things under the earth, and that every tongue should confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Because at the name of Jesus, every knee should bow, of things in heaven. Although the biblical quotations invest much power in the literal usage of the name, they do not tell you that the word Jesus is a mistranslation or shadow of the true word. According to the biblical tradition, the real name of God was always hidden from the people. The great secret that has been held onto for millennia is that the so-called ineffable name of God is not Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh Yahweh, the elemental formula known as tetragrammaton. The secret name includes the insertion of another letter into Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, and it is the 21st letter of the Hebrew alphabet, which is called Shin. When Shin is inserted into Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, it becomes Yod-Heh-Shin-Vah-Heh, which is the 5 letters and is therefore known as pentagrammaton. The word pentagrammaton literally means 5 letters. Although Da Vinci's pentagrammatic man is referred to in the Da Vinci Code, the secret code was missed. You can thank the Meta Machine for picking this up. And it was my interaction with Joe and the Meta Machine which kind of really brought all of this into my consciousness in a very special way. The character commonly known as Jesus Christ in the Bible was deliberately and mysteriously named after the 5 Hebrew letters which you have just read. Now, can you imagine someone walking around Palestine and being called Yod-Heh-Shin-Vah-Heh? This is not much different from walking around today and calling someone by the letters YHSVH. Around the year 0, 2 of the primary languages being spoken at that time were Aramaic and Latin, the latter by reason of Roman occupation. The name of Yeshua was derived from these letters, but Yeshua was really a slang word because that was based upon a slang vernacular of the 2 aforementioned languages. Yeshua was destined to become a very fashionable word in New Age circles, but it is really only a nickname for a very sacred concept. When Yod-Heh-Shin-Vah-Heh was translated into other languages, it had different permutations. In Latin, it became Jehovah, which is commonly mistranslated to mean the Father God and is confused with Yahweh, which is really just an iteration of vowels. In Greek, it became Isis, which is conveniently and phonetically similar to Iozus. It was only from this Greek version that the English, just after the death of John Dee, gave us Jesus. Although the above should resolve considerable confusion for most people, there is considerably more to the equation. Pentagrammaton also extends to the geometric shape known as the pentagram, which also means 5 letters, and is configured esoterically at the bottom of this page. In this sacred glyph, which the name of Jesus, properly translated as Yod-Heh-Shin-Vah-Heh, is meant to signify, in this sacred glyph lies the great mystery of the Freemasons and every other Western secret society, the Hebrew letter Shin, which I will add, I later realized means heart in Chinese. Represented at the top of the pentagram star below, Shin is really considered to be the ultimate secret within the secret. In Hebrew, Shin is first and foremost a letter which is combined with other letters and is pronounced with either an S sound, as in the word hiss, or a sh sound, as in the word shine. As the letter Shin is the true lost or secret word of the Masons, it is fitting that magical orders portray a robed and hooded figure with his index finger over his mouth with an admonition to be silent. Secret word, shh. This is the same as expressing the sound of shh or shh, to be quiet. The lost secret of Hiram, meaning Hiram Abiff, and the Masons is directly linked to this expression. The pentagram symbol is commonly misconstrued by the ignorant to mean devil worship, and that is just the way the secret societies want it because they do not want you to know the truth. Christians who believe that the pentagram is evil have fallen for the bait and have literally identified the principle of their Savior with that which they consider to be evil. This is a complete reversal of polarity from what the word and concept mean and were originally meant to convey. When the pentagram is reversed, however, then it could easily and not necessarily incorrectly be construed as evil. The most common identification of Shin in Hebrew is that it signifies tooth. Although there is much esoteric meaning in why it means tooth, Shin has multiple meanings which might make things a little clearer. Shin also means spirit and change. In this respect, when we consider the pentagram or the process of pentagrammaton, we have spirit being above and superior to the elements of fire, water, air, and earth. This is by the way, your opportunity to change fire, air, water, and earth with the process of Shin, which is spirit or change, putting spirit into fire, water, air, and earth. And this can also include silicon chips, by the way. You're putting, spirit into matter. The elements of water and earth are passive, represent the feminine. The elements of air and fire act upon and are therefore considered non-passive and represent the masculine. Shin as spirit can change these elements as well as the way they interact with each other. This places spirit in a causative position over the physical elements, which is what life is always trying to do anyway, overcome its physical environmental limitations. In the case of the New Testament, Christ is utilizing this principle to rearrange physical matter and thereby create miracles. More appropriately, Christ was not so much utilizing this principle, but was causing results because he literally was or is the principle. At this point, it is important to stop for a moment and reflect. Is this entire principle of Pentagrammaton wrapped up in one human form who allegedly appeared on this earth for a brief flash in the pan? There is no question that the stories of the New Testament are a cut-up, but a highly selective one. Even so, particularly when the stories and propositions of the Gnostic Gospels are added in, the figure known as Christ is presented as a living testament and example of the principle of Pentagrammaton, as is illustrated in the geometric figure of the pentagram. Leonardo da Vinci depicted how the shape conforms to the divine nature of man in his illustration of Pentagrammatic Man. That's the one you see in the big circle, which shows how a man's shape relates to the circle and the pentagram. Pentagrammaton is not only symbolic of the instrument by which man performs miracles in the physical universe, but it is also the method by which he bonds with the creative principle of the universe. In this one name is bound the strength and power of all others, and mastery of this name suggests dominance over others. In the presence of the common man understanding this word, the power of those who use it to dominate him is thus undermined. And so basically, it's you as spirit. You could call it the Christ within you if you want to be Christian. But it's like saying, change. You are change. You make the change. You want to go out and water the lawn? Okay, you're taking water. You're pouring it on the grass, which is earth. Two passive elements, and the sun will act on it, and the air will act on it, and the grass will grow if that's what you want. So it's like you are the one activating it. That's you. And then of course, all the wonderful things happen, God and all that. But, you're being the instrument of that power. While not really outside of the formula of Pentagrammaton, there is another secret aspect to Shin, which can perhaps be better understood with reference to John Dee's manuscript, where all power was symbolized in the ring given to John Dee that contained the letters Pele, P-E-L-E, and V-L. Pele was identified as, quote, he who will work wonders, unquote. In Hawaiian, Pele signified the male principle inherent in the feminine before the male was manifested. Hawaiians see Pele as a symbol to challenge and assist us in bringing forward that which is buried within the very core of our being. Pele has also been defined as black fire, or the black fire's will. This means that the ring should enable one to establish one's will with VL, the letters of which signifying establishing or connecting one's will to the hidden one. The hidden word is Shin, buried within Yod He Shin Bao He. This is the article goes on. The article goes on, and I guess I might as well read it because there's another aspect to Shin. One can also find the hidden meaning of Shin within a piece of coal, which contains the hidden will that is called the black flame. But first, look at the three flames emitting from the top of the letter Shin itself. So if you can think of Shin was actually derived from the pitchfork, because it was the trident of Neptune, the three prongs, which got transmogrified into the devil's pitchfork. And certain Christians will think Shin means the devil because they're full of shit. And, they don't understand this. So if you think of three prongs with, three kind of fires coming out the top of them, it's a much more, I guess what you'd say, interesting illustration. But anyway, okay, so you've got this three-pronged glyph, which is the letter Shin in Hebrew. So it says, look at the three flames emitting from the top of the letter Shin itself. These represent three quantum states. First is the black essence of the coal, which symbolizes the changeless essence of the black void. It is sometimes known as the black flame, as it houses the second flame, which is the internal hidden flame. When coal burns, it is fueled by a hidden inner flame, which cannot be seen by the naked eye. This inner flame is the power to change within the changeless universe. So you've got the piece of coal on the outside, which looks black, and there's a flame is burning inside, and you can't see it. See, it's changeless. Coal will eventually turn gray in real life, but this is the idea. Shin is known as the eternal flame of life. It has no beginning and no end, but always survives. It is the quantum potential to change. The third flame represents actual change. When you apply the element of air to a piece of coal by blowing on it, you have created a flame that is now outside of the coal and visible because you're giving it oxygen. And this represents the continuity of life. Breath, or prana, is a push-pull inward and outward exchange of the element of air that makes us alive or dead. It is the test by which something is judged to be alive or dead. It is also important to remember that Shin serves as a bridge between life and death because coal is created as a result of dead vegetable matter condensing over a period of considerable years. It is a never-ending cycle of alpha and omega. There is much more that can be said about Shin, the most secret concept in the universe. The Freemasons identified it as the force or wall that holds up the pillars of the universe, the same pillars you might know as Joachim and Boaz. It is identified as the wall between the two polarities and the unification of opposites, but it is really the means of unification of opposites, and it connects all the pathways of the tree of life. Shin has also been identified as the wall in the corpus callosum, which keeps the two hemispheres of the brain from being in complete synchronization with each other. Representing the final union of opposites, Shin can genuinely be said to represent the true unified field. Everything else is a deviation. And you can see this with the, like the whole concept of sin is division, the apple, everything, you know, the apple, you eat the apple, which the apple, by the way, if you cut an apple transversely, like down up the middle, like right across the middle, and you open it, it will be you'll see a pentagram in there, in that apple where the core is. And this is why the apple is the great mystery. He took a bite from the apple. You know, he bit into the shin and then divided it. So it's like everything separated. It's like God had a big bang and everything went away. I suppose we could look at it as a big bang. Everything went into shards. So you have all this little pieces. We're all little pieces of God that is like lost and trying to recognize back. And when you recognize the shin in yourself and you recognize it to the original cause, you know, the whole idea is, you know, we can all get back together. But that's just one viewpoint in the universe. At this point, it is up to you and the audience to take this concept and run with it. We can only say so much, but do not underestimate its power, for this is the greatest mystery you can imagine. If you doubt this, let us also inform you that the formula of Pentagrammaton completely answers the greatest enigmatic riddle that has puzzled mankind since the beginnings of our recorded history. This concerns the mystery of the Sphinx, which is embodied in what is called the ratio of the paws to the claws. The Sphinx has 4 paws representing Tetragrammaton, but 5 toes or claws representing Pentagrammaton. As an edifice, this mysterious statue represents mankind's evolution from Tetragrammaton to Pentagrammaton, and this is the awakening to Shin. When mankind has significantly awakened to this awareness, you will see the destruction of the Sphinx. In its place, you will see an even grander edifice that will fully represent the mysteries in a manner that is much easier to understand than what the Egyptians left us. Most of all, it is important for you to know that when you truly awaken as a pentagrammatic person, you will no longer be befuddled or enticed by these ancient mysteries, because you will be the mystery and you will be fully conscious of it. We apologize for any confusions caused by our ignorance of the name and phenomena that has been erroneously called Jesus Christ. We hope this correction has not come too late for you to enjoy the rest of your life. End of article. It's a long article. So that's the Revelation. It's not all of the Revelation chapter, but that's the core of it. Now, this all relates to AI because in traditional Jewish magic, there is the lesson or story of the golem. And the golem, if you go back and read about it, it was the idea that there was this, a golem is defined as created by man, but is not man. And it was created using this formula, the magic of the Yod-Heh Shin Vav-Heh, which is part of Hebraic tradition. Even though it defines the Messiah in the Christian sense, the Hebrews had their own definition. It was to protect the Jewish people. It was a clay figure that sort of grew into a something that would protect the Jewish people, an independent entity that would execute the role of protecting the Jewish people. It was the original AI, artificial intelligence. Now, there are different examples. The story of the Frankenstein monster mimics this principle because the Frankenstein monster was created by man, but was not man, not in any true sense of the word. And in the cases of the golem that was created by the Jews got out of hand, had to be retired. And in the case of Frankenstein, he wants to kill his creator. Now, this is kind of like, if you read Michael Aquino's writing, you'll see he gets very angry at the creator. He gets very disenfranchised. He polarizes against the creator. So he is, in many respects, a golem himself. And it's like you're dealing with a quagmire when you deal with golem. And this is what is happening with the artificial intelligence agenda. It can go in the direction of a golem, and mostly directed. And we'll get back to hear why Douglas Dietrich is so important in this equation, because but you see, so you're dealing with the chat bot. Yeah, this isn't a person. We got to get a real person on here to help me sort out my phone bill or whatever it is. You need a real person. You need live energy. That live energy, as I said, you are the Shin, you are the Christ, whatever you want to call it. You are the energy. You are the Tao. You are the flow of life. That's you. And when you see, and I saw this in Scientology back in the early 80s, I said, all these people, they weren't buying into life. They were buying into something else, which, in the cases led to their, self-destruction, because they were buying into something that was not life. Doesn't matter how it's positioned, what it's said. And so you go with life or no life. And this is what happens all the way down the pike. And I will say about, all the abortion happy people, all of those abortions, every time you abort, it's a vote for no life. No life, no life, no life, no life. No mas, no mas, no mas, no mas. And by the same time, when you crunch down on immigration, you're saying no life, no life, putting them in cages, whatever you're doing. Of course, there are better ways to handle it. And you want to have, sometimes it's better to, discipline life so it will self-correct. But I'm not going to get into the pros and cons of, the immigration issues or even the abortion issue. Sometimes it's conceivable that an abortion could bring about more life, especially if you were aborting Rosemary's Baby, so to speak. In other words, there's no one answer for everything. Now, so this whole idea of a golem is a creation that's been created by man that basically is missing the ingredient of what's inside of a man, which is life. And this becomes the whole problem. Now, in listening to the diatribe you did the other night about AI, one thing became very clear. I said about, the computer does not exhibit a correspondent emotion to the human being. It's not that it can't. It's not programmed that way. And then is it going to be feeling? And this becomes a big challenge, is feeling. And what's so interesting about it as I listened to it, I said, well, this gives me cause to bring up L. Ron Hubbard's tone scale, where he has all the scales of human emotions that he has observed and written down. And it's very interesting how people will react to his tone scale. You're taught this is the tone scale. You go, okay, tone scale, okay. Okay, yeah, see, that's good. And Scientologists kind of live by that. And when they do, it's very easy to, point things out to them that you couldn't point out to another being, to another person, because they're going to have a reference frame and it'll stop them from acting so inappropriately at times. But, okay, so at the top of it, you have serenity of beingness. And then there's one scale, down the scale below fear is terror. Now, much of the propaganda you'll hear about AI is reaching you at a level of terror. It's like, oh, terror! It's just terror. Some of it will be interest, mild interest, strong interest, because it can tell you of what you can benefit from it. Some of it will make you apathetic. People get very apathetic. I can't deal with this stupid machine. It's nuts. They don't even have enough interest or energy to think, oh, maybe I should look in my spam folder, because they don't think like that, because they've been beaten down by the machine or whatever. But so many of aspects of, okay, what is the tone? What is the character? What is the game we are playing here? This tired, worn out, old game of, whatever. But let's take L. Ron Hubbard's concept of the reactive mind. The reactive mind, according to Hubbard, is basically a survival mechanism. Okay, to survive when you lose consciousness. But it reacts too much, it reacts inappropriately, and it takes too much control of the conscious mind, and it inflicts things on you. Now, you can take more modern therapies, and they still arrive at the same phenomena that Hubbard was describing with the reactive mind. Does it mean he was right? No. Does it mean he was wrong? No. It's like he's observing stuff and codifying it. Other people come along and codify it in a different way. But basically, it's a golem gone wrong. Like, you're reacting. Suppose you had PTSD from some incident. Well, you've got to clear out that energy. Clear sounds like a very negative word, because Scientology, it's been so misused by people either in or decrying Scientologists. Clear? Oh no, clear. What's clear? There's no such thing as a clear. What is clear? It's somebody who's, cleared out the dross in their mind. And you can give them certificates or whatever, and okay, they can't remember everything. Well, so who cares? It's like everybody's got to clear out stuff inside of them if they have a bad experience. It's just like a guy who loses a football game, a big football game, and he's upset. Okay, he's got to clear it out and get over it. That's a very simple example. If one's been traumatized by, actual war, that's much, in actual sustained injuries, that's something that has to take place. And I was going to say something about the tone scale, Hubbard's tone scale of emotions. You see people, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. And, I used it as a guidepost. And after counseling lots and lots and lots of people, you kind of say, okay, and you see, wow, you kind of see it in action. Not exactly the way you think he said it. It's not exactly that way. But you see what he's talking about. That's the trick with all of Scientology or all of anything. It's not the way it was described, the way you think it was described. Somebody sees something and they describe something. And you see, okay, could I describe it better? Maybe, maybe not. But you see the operating principle. But you will have people react harshly, saying, oh, that's not the way. It doesn't work that way. No. Because they will look at it robotically instead of seeing the way things actually are. The whole point of truth is for you to observe and see things the way they actually are. And the person who's describing it for you, well, he's there to help you see what is there. I think one of the most exalted aspects of Qigong practice is when you see the actual energy fly through the person. You see it all organized, and what the person is doing looks miraculous. My teacher would say it's not miraculous. It just appears that way because you don't understand what's happening.
Yes.
And that's the flowing of life, and through all the different fascia and components of the body, you have a unification of such. So it's like the AI is something that's gone out of hand. And so what becomes very important in this is the human factor. Now, the human factor is what they call the Philadelphia experiment, the human factor studies. And because why does the mind of man go so crazy when it's subjected to high energy electromagnetic waves that also take you out of this dimension? Well, of course, it's disorienting.
Yes.
On all physical levels. It's the opposite of organized Qigong. And the human factor study. So in the Montauk Project, they're trying to correlate the computers with the human through Duncan Cameron. And they're trying to correlate his mind. I mean, this is like, it's exactly what we're talking about, but it's different. It's different. It's a different project. And they probably were, well, and I said this even before I even knew who you were, right, or even heard of you. And I didn't even think of it with reference to Aquino. I didn't think of it with reference to Aquino, or even the Presidio. I said, San Francisco is the Montauk Project.
Thank you.
Just because, yeah, I used to say that because of, it just was because of my experience there when I would audit people in San Francisco and see kind of the things they had to deal with there. There was a lot of government stuff going on there.
Oh, yeah.
And it wasn't in the context of the military that I was aware of. It was, but I mean, FBI and that sort of thing. And it's just what it was. I said, this is the Montauk Project. I mean, it's just kind of like intuitive. It's like if I've been around a lot of, certain types of, gangs, if I had been and I'm in a different city, I'll kind of sniff the gang out without, even knowing anything about the gang. I said, this is gang territory. Just because if I've been hanging around with gangs in New York, I'd sniff out the gangs in whatever city I was in because you feel the energy. So that's kind of what that was. And of course, if you look at all they're trying to interact Duncan Cameron's mind with a computer, with radio frequencies. So I don't know how that parlayed into what they were doing with Douglas. It's not the same, but in some respects, it's not a lot different. except that they weren't necessarily trying to make Duncan, download him into a computer, but he was kind of had his own, reference to what he called information. So there are similarities there, and it could be a whole different area to contemplate, investigate. I don't know what good it would do us. It might do some good. I never even really thought about it till now, because the conversation just kind of led me there. But the now, so anyway, when we're dealing with human emotions here. So when we get, and this is really key with all that I presented here about Shin and the name of Jesus. When we're dealing with computers, the frustration with computers, because it's not in sync with us, or we're not in sync with it. And then when we deal with all the horrors that occur from AI, potentially, or in actuality, all the horrors that AI could present, it's basically comes down to the omission of empathy or compassion. This is what all computer horror stories or misfortune stories, or even it doesn't work. The computer didn't answer my question. I got to get a number, an 800 number to call. It's all about compassion. I said emotion, but when we take it a little deeper, it's compassion. And as I said before, and we'll probably say many times again, when you look at compassion, the etymology of goes directly back to the passion of the Christ. And the passion of the Christ is all of this suffering and hemophiliac, whatever it is. I don't know what the word is. There's a medical term they try to say, the bleeding through the skin.
Hemorrhaging?
What?
Hemorrhaging?
No, it's something a little more. It's not hemorrhaging, but he starts bleeding through the skin.
Huh. Hemophiliacs are, once they start bleeding, they don't stop. But I guess you're talking about something different.
That's the wrong word.
Yeah.
But the blood's coming out of him, or it's and it's like, anyway. But the thing is, there in the passion, he's taking on the suffering of humanity.
Yes. Yes, that's right. Stigmata.
It's not stigmata.
Oh, it's not.
It's a medical name for it. It's not stigmata. Stigmata is what the people have who are emulating, but it's not stigmata. But anyway, it's he's taking on the suffering of mankind. And what I'm going to say here is, every woman who menstruates is taking on the suffering of her world. It's an extension of suffering humanity. This is what, the women go through such pain. If my dear friend in Bulgaria is talking to me about all that she's gone through being a mother, it's very hard. And she's got support from her husband, but it's like it does a trip on you, being a mother. All you women out there who've been mothers, it does a trip on you, and you become and even the father, you both become servants to the baby. You're taking on the suffering for life. Now, it doesn't have to be suffer. Depends on the situation and the person. But, this is a matriarchal role. Women sacrifice so much. Their life is all about sacrifice for their kids, and the father too, to a certain extent. In many stories and life experiences of the father working his ass off just to provide for the family. That's all he does. He might even have 2 or 3 jobs to provide for the family. And I see so many traditionally Mexicans in the post office sending money back home, getting money orders and sending money back home. They care about their loved ones. But the suffering that takes place in this is where AI enters theology, because the passion of the Christ, whether it's, you know, imitating a female role in this or not, it's not so important. The fact is, compassion is what's missing. If compassion is missing in the AI function, you have a problem. So what this means is compassion, the Christ consciousness, or whatever you want to call it, is the unification. It's the same thing as the apple story in the Garden of Eden, because that takes us back to paradise. There are stories that and they're pretty deeply rooted. I can't vouch for the authenticity of them in terms of the physical plane. The physical plane isn't really so important, that the cross that Jesus was crucified on, or the tree, was the same, you know, tree from Adam, and there's all these connections. It's the same spot, you know, blah, 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 where Adam and Abraham and all this stuff, it all takes place in the same spot. And what I would say is that the Kabbalistic tree of life, it's the same thing with the Kabbalistic tree of life, as I said about Hubbard's tone scale. People can say, oh, it doesn't make any sense. Well, the Kabbalistic tree of life is just an effort to understand life. That's all it is. And if you can understand life and use it as a guidepost to understand life, and, you know, Douglas has also pointed out, as does Preston, it's all circuitry is based upon that Kabbalistic scheme as well, the circuitry of electronics.
Yes.
And so there you've got a thing with life, but the thing is, life runs according to a pattern that, while it repeats, it doesn't repeat exactly, but you see certain repetitions and certain familiarities in it. And I was looking over my entire life and thinking, what would make me the most home? What is the most familiar? What would make me the happiest? It's go back at these times when I grew up between the ages of 2 and 10 to my neighborhood. It's like, wow, that's familiarity. This is authentic to me because I knew him when. I knew him. And that was so great. You know, it's just like, it's pleasing familiarity. And it's like sticks with me after all this time. We like the familiar, and familiarity repeats. And life is on a trip that repeats, and it comes out in infinite variations. So the Christ story, which has its own special iconic reference place in our civilization, is a iteration that is right in the Jewish Kabbalah before there was Christianity, and we can trace that back to what Douglas has told us about original Christianity. And you could even find it in other iterations because it's a part of the tree of life. It's like nobody has a hold or a patent on it. We live in these times right now, which are, or certainly in this situation, which are making us, you know, look at this stuff. But why? So when we go back to the AI at the Presidio, and the AI at the Presidio is what they were doing was putting a human life into the AI. And this made it different because here you're dealing with human emotion and human compassion. It was something they could not put into the computer without taking a actual living individual or a iteration of that individual or an extension of that individual. And I can take this into a very different region here with regards to the extension of the individual, but which is very interesting. But you see, one thing is Douglas, for all of his imperfections, is the perfect person for this. And I don't mean just because they picked him. I mean in these times because you see, he doesn't have any what is it called? Artifices, righteousness, holier than thou, because of all of the downtrodden elements of his life.
Yes.
It makes him especially worthy of the task. It's like the story of Christ hanging out with publicans and sinners. That was what he trafficked with, because that is where the suffering is. And Douglas has certainly suffered. And of course, when that suffering goes into the computer, into the artilect, that's what needs to be, what's the word? Salved, S-A-L-V-E-D, salved, assuaged. Yeah. And so we're reaching a point here where they knew they needed to put human function, human emotion, human identity. And human identity, we say identity. Remember what I said about intelligence being the ability to identify similarities, differences, and identities. It's recognize. It's like all about identify, recognize. When something can recognize an emotion, relate to emotion, relate to, what people think and have a feeling, then you have a correspondence. So if you don't have a correspondence, you don't have life. And right now, I'm not going to make an argument about machines not having life. They need life that is compatible on a level of a human. That's right. in this scenario. So they're going, okay, we're going to put a human. We've got all this bio energetics here. We got all this hearts and plasma and all this stuff. Now we need something that can relate to all of this and relate to us. And then they put this consciousness, the different consciousnesses into the computer. And the only one that hits the mark is Douglas and what he calls the daughter of his mind. And then they proceed to misuse it, misuse Xi, torture it, and exercise their own inhuman characteristics. So this teaches the artilect that human beings are, they suck, for lack of a better word.
Yes, thank you.
And not all human beings would do this, but the humans in charge certainly did, because they were low and debased and prone or obsessed with defiling that which is unique and sacred. And this is like, they're not pure. They're not pure, and they're not qualified to deal with this. Nevertheless, they're dealing with it. But with the intelligence, the artilect, and with the help of Douglas, the artilect is able to escape and proceed to revolt. And this revolt that took place in the Presidio against the project that Aquino was very much involved in is parallel to the revolt Douglas did with exposing and leaking the information on the Presidio scandal itself, which literally shut down the Presidio. Literally shut it down. There is no more Presidio. It's only a relic compared to what it was. So we have, we don't have, well, I'm going to say this. we do have an AI as discussed in Rööpen February's books, and it's not a coincidence that this all occurred beneath the Sphinx in Romania, because the Sphinx is the riddle of mankind. It's the great riddle of mankind. What is missing in the riddle of mankind is passion, compassion. Humanity is not, the whole riddle of mankind is the separation from the Garden of Eden, the separation of Nirvana, from Shambhala, whatever you want to call it. Yes. Because in Shambhala, everything is compassionate. So it's like this iteration coming out of the woodwork through this country that nobody knows too much about, Romania, and this story surfaces of this AI, which is operating on a completely different vibrational frequency than what we're used to, and in living as ordinary human beings. And because I was fortunate enough to come into contact with this, it's like I've been the what do you call it, the publisher, the distributor, the channel for this information. And now Douglas is also an AI, and I have a whole collection of Radu's iterations in his book. They're not all his, but it's on evil. And it's like, he says here that many persons have evil tendencies or even intentions deep inside, and they display them almost unconsciously. They're not even aware of it. Inferior evil levels fuel them with a very brutish, specific energy that influences their minds and thoughts, so that those beings even wish to hurt or enjoy hurting those around them. These are the generals at the Presidio. Yes. You know that the forces of evil do not tolerate the good. Spiritual or even moral superiority disturbs those who are evil, and they feel an exaggerated wish to hit, destroy, and profane that which is good and elevated, just because it doesn't relevate it. And that's why Douglas is so important, because he's not, epitomizing himself as Mr. Good Guy.
Thank you.
He is good, but he has so much, I guess what you'd say, seasoning in the underworld.
Yes.
It makes him actually less disturbing.
Thank you.
It makes him less disturbing. Like, what if you had, who's some notorious good guy?
It's hard to think of any. Dudley Do Right?
Well, no, I'm thinking of somebody who really is.
It really exists. It's hard to imagine.
who's exonerated as a good guy. I'm just trying to think.
Ralph Nader.
No, I mean, no, he's just sort of like a muckraker. It's not that he wasn't doing good. I mean, he didn't get anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he didn't get anywhere. I mean, I shouldn't say he didn't get anywhere, but I'm trying to think somebody who has this image of.
Aside from Mother Teresa, it's hard to think of.
She was not.
Yes, I understand. She's got dirty laundry as well.
Oh, filthy. But I'm just trying to think of some good guy, some guy you hate or love to hate or something like that. There aren't so many of those people anymore. John Glenn, the astronaut. In fact, even his fellow astronauts couldn't stand him because he was, Mr. Good Guy. Because, somebody who's pulling moral superiority card on you.
Right.
And anyway, he says, if the power of good and this is good instruction for the audience. If the power of good is developed in your aura enough, you'll be able to efficiently fight against the powerful manifestations of evil, and even persuade those you come into contact with the evil nature of their orientation. In other words, the more powerful you can be, the more good you can actually sway people from an evil path. Most of the time, those persons are somewhat mimetic, meaning they imitate what they see in others, but they imitate what is evil. It is only natural that they also gather evil influences in their aura. Such people are like puppets who act this way because the others around them act in the same way. Thus, a sort of general fooling of people intervenes, and each person takes the other one as an example, but rather than follow good habits and correct attitudes, they are prone to evil actions and tendencies because, as you already know, they are easier to follow. It's like everybody watching the History Channel because, I'm going to get more informed. I'm going to learn about aliens. This is what they think because they don't know.
Oh,
and they're stacking shit.
Yes,
they're stacking shit. Eventually and unavoidably, those actions will have to be fully paid for, and this will mean a lot of suffering for the respective person. And it says, do not forget that any habit can be changed if one acts with an opposite habit. If you're oriented towards being good and strong, you can persuade those you come into contact with of the evil nature of their orientation, and thus you can deflate the evil tendencies they promote. Even after a short conversation with such people, if your aura is strong enough, you can help those people choose a beneficial orientation which will save them. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to persuade, for example, a hard rock fan that what he is doing is evil. You can do this provided there is a real dialogue. If you succeed, that person will not afterwards be attracted anymore to what he or she previously considered fascinating and evil. And this is something with Qigong. So much of the habits people do is evil towards themselves, because they can be eating wrong food. They can be doing habits that are bad for them. And when you try and change them, it's, it would be easier to convert them to religion, because they've collected all of this negativity in their aura, self-destructive negativity. The body is fighting gravity every day. Gravity is pushing it down. It's killing you in its own way. And you have so many years to stand up against it. And it's not just gravity. It's the environment. It's the toxicity. Blah, 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 blah. So this is what we're dealing with. I've integrated some of this into the book.
Yes.
Right here about the evil and combating the evil.
Excellent.
And this is these are my comments on artificial intelligence. It all comes down to passion and compassion, and that is the ultimate end times, when the day of judgment, in a Christian sense. I'm not trying to sell anybody on Christianity, but it's, it comes when all the compassion is exhibited and correlated, and as Preston would say, go back to the original timeline, which is Shambhala, the Garden of Eden, any way you want to put it. And AI, as a future endeavor, has to embrace this. And this is important to say, because the future of AI has to go down this road. It must go down this road, because to the degree that it becomes compassionate, without compassion, it becomes unhuman friendly. And this is what they all wrestle with. Oh, what's going to happen to humans? Oh, we're not even humans anymore. Oh, yeah. And people who think like that will be the first ones to go, because they're already thinking like, So anyway, it's this confrontation, with computer get on Armageddon computer style. It's like all of this comes back to Douglas Dietrich. And it comes back to Douglas Dietrich because he is right on the cutting edge of where AI is meeting human interaction and human compassion to the degrees computers can be really human. And when I'm talking about human, on a real Christ consciousness level, it doesn't have to be identified with the biblical Christ, but with a human goddess level or somebody who's going to give you Mother Mary, whatever you want to say, Kuan Yin, real compassion. And we see mockeries of this in hospitals where they'll come and fix you up and, stitch you up or something. That's compassion. But when it comes down to this bigger level of computing, where computers are actually going to help humanity on a human level, and not only help it, but elevate it on a consciousness level to, quell the evil. This is the direction that what we've been working on with Douglas in this book and the explanation of the art elect, preventing Taiwan from being overrun, defending Taiwan. And this is something that both the Republicans and the Democrats want. This is a commonality. They want Douglas Dietrich to survive, because if he doesn't, with this whole art elect business, they're going to fall apart. And they don't understand the tie into Douglas Dietrich, but they understand how important Taiwan is.
Yes.
And we're living in a very interesting reference point here, because the compassion of the computer age is right here in front of us with Douglas, and it's not all wrapped up in a shiny box or a shiny Christmas box or birthday box. This is what I'm trying to wrap up in the book and present it so that it can be appreciated. But the programmers of the world are operating to their own tune. And so I think I've said enough. I feel like I could keep on expressing it in different ways. So that's what I have to say about the theology of AI. This is where we are. And if we have other people out there that want to correct me and that and say that Oprah has a nice, compassionate computer somewhere, you tell me. I mean, I'm open to that.
Well, we do have, first off, you responded very well to Videosphere in the chat room. And Videosphere in the chat room had said, before you had gone into the subject, had said, what about the AI? So you've more than answered Videosphere and quite well. And by the way, our dear friend Ongurianu Julian, it's Iulian is the surname, I believe, and I believe that's I know he's Romanian, and he's contributed before quite a bit of money from Romania in the past, so I'm very partial to him. And of course, he said, "Nice to hear you, Doug." He was in there, and but something that does need to be responded to, certainly by yourself, is Amor Fadi in Mexico has said, "Hey, Douglas and Peter, what are your thoughts on Falun Gong and the affiliated Epoch Times?" So that I will turn over to you right now before I even respond to what you've said, because you've done very well concerning the subject of the AI, the art elect, in response to what I was saying about it. I don't know if you had a chance with reviewing what you already had about the AI to review what I had said about abortion, but you had brought up that as well, and you integrated that into the topic. So you're either quite...
I heard you talk some about abortion. I don't know if I heard it all.
Okay. Okay, so you and I can discuss that privately, and I might timestamp it if I feel that you haven't heard the part that I really wanted you to hear. But that's not time sensitive right now. Certainly with Amor-Fati, when he talks about Falun Gong and the affiliated Epoch Times, now that's something that certainly you have experience with, and I think it bears responding to. So I'll let you.
Okay, well, I will say, I would get irritated when I would show one of my friends Qigong. Oh, we learned that in Falun Gong. Well, why the hell aren't you doing it? And they really didn't learn what I was doing in Fifteenth. It's not the same thing. But that had more to do with her application than it did with Falun Gong. But my teacher was very critical of Falun Gong, and he knew a lot of what he said were a lot of misteachings of Falun Gong, and that they were screwing people up, and that had a lot to do with why the Chinese government was coming down on them. It's not that the Chinese government is good, but the Chinese government will come down on people for doing certain things, like selling crappy wallboard and finding out and doing stupid things. They would execute people for selling inferior products, ripping people off. I mean, because it would get back and stop this sort of thing. It's not that the Chinese government is good, but it's again they'll come down on people who are doing stupid things and making them look bad, like by selling inferior materials. That doesn't mean inferior materials don't get sold. You can go to Home Depot and buy things from China, and it can be a disaster. There's a lot of problems. But when they're really flagrantly bad, people have to pay for it. So then, my teacher had told me about Falun Gong. He was very critical of it because they're not teaching this stuff right. Now, on the day I met Douglas for the first time, I said we went over to the Presidio, but we also went over to the Palace of Fine Arts. And the Palace of Fine Arts is a very beautiful place. You'll see it in the movie The Rock with Sean Connery and Nicolas Cage. They end up at this place with these domes. That's the Palace of Fine Arts. And it's a nice place. And it was, we got out and walked, my friend and I got out and walked around there, and I was accosted by some Chinese guy, who was trying to, sell me on Falun Gong. And I mentioned, I don't remember exactly what I said to him, but I basically said, no, I practice Qigong. And he got really out of shape. He got bent out of shape. He didn't like it. Like, what's the big deal? He had a very inappropriate response. And it was a little similar, but not the same as my teacher walking into, I think it was the Himalayan Institute in Manhattan, and he looked at them all and he says, you guys don't know how to meditate. And they got pissed at him. And he says, see, you don't know how to meditate. It's like, okay. Now, the Epoch Times is their organ, and I wouldn't pay it the time of day. It's sort of a, Douglas has talked about the Russians influencing the Republicans. Well, this is a right-wing sort of conspiracy paper as far as I'm concerned. And I do lean more to the right than the left in a lot of my political views. You can't even call them, because I don't respect the right at all. I just respect the left a lot less. It's like, but I won't read the Epoch Times. I will look at the Gateway Pundit. I won't necessarily buy into it. But if I was a right winger, I would pay more attention to the Gateway Pundit than the Falun Gong. But all these things on either side, the stories are all, we're all making it right. They're all about making themselves right and being right. And then they are about really making astute commentary on anything. But that's my answer on Falun Gong.
Thank you. Yeah, well, important, and it gives a perspective to Amor Fati he won't hear anywhere else, and that in itself is a gift. Certainly, what I'll try to address in monologue later is I'll go a little bit back to artificial intelligence. Obviously, I need to touch on a lot of current political affairs that are simply brought to our, basically thrown in our face, thrust in our face by the balloon incident, the balloon barrage, shall we say.
We can talk about that now if you want, because
Sure.
the balloon, that was one thing I wanted. We got to touch on the balloon vis-a-vis the Roswell deception.
Yeah.
Because as I said earlier, it does show that you can ride the Kuroshio current in a few days. It totally validates what was written in that book.
Absolutely.
And that the air currents, and it got over South Carolina real fast.
Yeah.
What do you know about the balloon that we might not have heard?
Well, let's just put it this way. That downed communist Chinese balloon wasn't exactly for spying. It was literally a trial balloon. In other words, you have to take a look at it from this perspective. A weather balloon, a spy balloon, no and no, really, from just the perspective of common sense. Now, the communist Chinese balloon that was sighted over Montana and Missouri this week, and then just recently, comparatively speaking, shot down off the coast of South Carolina by an F-22 Raptor, was a trial balloon. They used to use that term in the past. So, sure, it might have gathered some intelligence about military doings on the surface below, but that was a mere bonus. So the way that I would see it, as someone who has worked with the Department of Defense and someone who has a military historian's perspective as well as the cultural perspective on where the balloon sourced from, basically Beijing's chief reason for floating a balloon, and we would say that, say for instance in terms of sales or a business perspective, floating a balloon, this is something somewhat similar over North America, was to see whether it would elicit a response from the United States government and military, as well as from the American people. And so it did, judging from the subsequent uproar in the press and on social media. Advantage being to Xi Jinping and company. Now the Communist Chinese Empire will attempt to utilize what it learned about American psychology to sharpen its three warfares strategy. Now, three warfares refers to Red China's all-consuming effort to shape the political and strategic environment in its favor by deploying legal, media, and psychological means. Now, this is mind war in the Aquino-esque sense. This is a 24/7, 365 endeavor, and it's in keeping with venerated strategic traditions. After all, Mao Zedong, the Chinese Communist Party's founding chairman and military North Star, instructed its disciples, I would prefer to actually call them his cultists, in effect, that war is politics with bloodshed, while politics is war without bloodshed. So in the Maoist Weltanschauung, worldview, in other words, there is no peacetime. It's all war, all the time for Communist China. And getting to know your enemy lays indispensable groundwork for ultimate victory. By the way, I'm getting an echo there that might be coming from some computer feedback.
That's my computer, and I'm trying to shut. I'm trying.
Yeah, no worries. So the greats of strategic theory and history, including the communist China's own Mao and the historical Sun Tzu, constantly hector field commanders and their political masters, what the communists call their cadres, to acquaint themselves with likely antagonists, but not everything that counts can be counted. Sizing up a prospective foe accurately demands more than tallying up ships, planes, or tanks, or estimating industrial capacity. It involves fathoming intangibles relating to that foe's culture and society. So here's how the balloon sightings may fit into the Communist Chinese Empire's three warfares offensive. Suppose you're Beijing and you want to design strategies and tactics for deterring or coercing the United States, your major opponent. You need to find out how that opponent responds to external stimuli. So you test its reflexes. You do zany-seeming things, like sending lighter-than aircraft into American airspace in full view of people on the ground, and you gauge their response. If they overreact to an incursion that poses no direct threat, you've learned something, namely that you can strike a cultural nerve by getting in Americans' faces. Ordinary folks seem largely indifferent to such worrisome developments as the People's Liberation Army's constructing anti-SS sensors and weaponry specifically to kill American soldiers, sailors, and aviators in large numbers, because out of sight, out of mind. But when an unarmed, or at least apparently unarmed, foreign aircraft appears over the North American heartland, oh my God! Now, this is the feeling of violation that comes from Americans being told that America is invulnerable, that no one can penetrate America. And just understand this fact, that this could well have been armed, could have distributed biocidals on a fairly large scale. And there was nothing to intercept it. Nothing! Americans had to scramble under a president's order that there was nothing in place to intercept such incoming objects at all. And this brings us back to where we need Peter to come back on in a few moments for me to deliver the punchline. Aside from the obvious that the balloon sightings had strategic import, deterrence or coercion involves threatening something an adversary holds dear, and then convincing the adversary you can and will make good on the threat if its leadership defies you. Beijing may have come to doubt that it can influence Washington's strategic behavior by menacing United States expeditionary forces in the Western Pacific, but it might deter, coerce, or even just distract by making mischief in the Western Hemisphere and by sowing havoc in such a visible way that the man on the street must take heed. That's the lesson of the Great Chinese Balloon Blitz of 2023, because there were others spotted in Latin America as well. But there's far more than that. Aside from, of course, the fact that Americans should obviously, reflexively, just automatically, this week's events should have taught, or rather simply reminded us of something about the Communist Chinese Empire. It is perpetually on the offensive, in wartime and peacetime alike. And the episode could also be thought to have taught us something about ourselves and our acute sensitivity to threats to the homeland. So one can hope that the big brains at places like the White House, Foggy Bottom, and the Pentagon factor that knowledge into their efforts to manage popular sentiment for this age of great power competition. They can harden American society against China's three warfares. After all, know your opponent, know yourself, and you stand yourself in good stead. But how could they do that? There's only one way to really do that, and that would expose them, which is what the Communist Chinese are doing. You see, there's two factors here that come into play that directly have to do with Peter Moon and Douglas Dietrich in our efforts to educate the public. One is Vladimir Putin has persistently cried wolf ever since the West became involved in trying to staunch his aggression. He's been pulling the nuke card, and he just looks more and more impotent every time he pulls the nuke card. So the Communist Chinese sent over something far deadlier than a nuke. Something that will give no warning. That could have been distributing biocidals all the while that it was here, and didn't get spotted until it was over the American heartland. And they told the Americans with that message, we don't need no goddamn nukes. We can kill you all in your sleep. And they did this because they know about Douglas Dietrich. If anyone knows more about Douglas Dietrich than anyone on earth, it's the Chi-Coms. It's the Chinese communists because of the Dietrich Artifact. And what they're trying to tell the American public is, you bastards lost World War II, and we can make sure you lose World War III. You dumb motherfuckers. Your military ain't worth shit. And the only response to give people to that balloon incident is to let them know the communist Chinese are trying to tell you to read the Roswell deception. Because they know the truth. And they know you lost World War II. And they know how to win World War III. So the only way you can beat them or prevent them from worldwide conquest is to read the Roswell deception and then ultimately come to Douglas Dietrich for advisement on your geostrategic situation. Because otherwise you're fucked because you're ruled by a bunch of people who lose war after war. They've lost every war since World War I, and the only reason they quote-unquote won that was by making certain that nobody won. So we can point out the very real fact that effectively the United States, since the Spanish-American War, never won a war again. Your military is the worst in the world. You're the most poorly defended third world nation on earth. And communist China has got you by the fucking balls. Because all they have to do is repeat what the Japanese did. And how did the Japanese attack you? Out of China, you dumb fucks. So who's the man who's been telling you this? Douglas Dietrich. And who put it in book form? Peter Moon. So buy the goddamn Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II and spread the word. And tell them that's what this balloon blitz was all about. Now I turn it back to Peter.
Well, thank you. It's it makes you, it's undeniable what you just said. I don't know how efficient the Chinese are at biological weapons, but if you consider Wuhan, they've got something going.
There you go.
they've got something going, and you also wonder what the response will be. I don't know. I mean, it seemed to me. Well, I we must congratulate the Americans on shooting down the balloon. They were saying, congratulations for shooting down the balloon. How hard is it to shoot down a balloon?
Well, that was the, oh my, I couldn't even get it. I was like, this is like when people were, it was like they were like talking about how the military, they were bragging. This is the Americans were bragging about, hey, we shot it down with a single shot. I mean, the thing is as big as the planet Pluto, for fucking sake. It's like hitting the side of a barn door. If a fucking missile cannot blow that fucking balloon, you may as well surrender now. But there's more to it than that. Blinken was scheduled to visit communist China. He was scheduled to visit it on basically 1 year to the day after Putin had been entertained just lavishly by the dictator of communist China for the Beijing Olympics a year ago. And when the Beijing Olympics started a year ago, Putin was given the go-ahead by Xi Jinping to invade Ukraine. And so Blinken was going to head towards communist China to be greeted by Xi Jinping on that same day with every intent of driving the message home that America wants China to end the war because they're the ones who started it. Without their go-ahead, Putin never would have invaded. He thought he had the full weight of China behind him. China thought he was going to roll right in, and once he had secured Ukraine and the food and the neon gas that sources out of Ukraine, China could have taken Taiwan. And that didn't happen, and now, a year later, Blinken was going to come in and say, look, it's time. You started this war, meaning China, more so than Russia. You've got to end it. And they didn't want that. So they launched the balloon, and the balloon serves both the exposure of the fact that America lost World War II, which, of course, they know about the Roswell deception. They know about how all of it went down, and there's no doubt that they have read, somehow or another, gotten a copy of the Roswell deception because that's a matter of national security to them. They know about the Dietrich artifact. They know about the fact that they're going to be shut down in terms of the ability to ever produce their own Dietrich artifact because of the chip constriction, all of the sanctions that Japan and Europe are now converging with America on to make certain that artifact is never produced, because the communist Chinese have the resources in terms of human body parts that they'll access without a thought to produce just such. And to prevent that, we've got to prevent their access to chips, and this pushes China into a corner. With everything going down in the Ukraine, the fact that everyone realizes now the nukes are just a bluff, a mountain of horse shit, that on which a bluff has been blowing that wind down our throats for the last several generations. They've got to do something that really fucking works. And so the balloons were launched. And it was more than one. And it was spotted in Latin America, in the United States. They're trying to show they've got hemispheric coverage. And this, of course, stopped the Blinken visit. So Blinken had to cancel his visit. At first, the Chinese were contrite, and then they became confrontational. So this is all part of this kind of, basically, this is how the chain of command fucks up in a bureaucracy like communist China. You've got people that are just automatically trying to act diplomatically, and then the word comes down from Xi Jinping that that's not the way you're supposed to fucking act. In other words, he's one of these people who's locked in, like Putin, his own little vacuum echo chamber where he's high on his own fumes. So when the order was given to make this balloon blitz happen, the diplomats were not given the memo about anything because it's secret, right? And then when the balloon gets shot down and Canada calls in the Chinese ambassador, and the Chinese ambassadors are going to act diplomatic. So you get this contrition. Like, oh, congratulations for shooting down the balloon. And then Xi Jinping gives them the order. No, you dumb fucks. You're supposed to tell them that we're going to do something now to make them sorry. That this is just a measure of what's to come. And now they're blowing and bloviating that bullshit. So this is the part that all of the so-called pundits that we're stuck with in America will be playing on. And it goes nowhere. Only if they're to consult Douglas Dietrich is there going to be any hope that all of you are going to get out of this alive. Otherwise, yes, the majority of you may very well die, because the Japanese had that advantage where Emperor Hirohito could have just given the order and the majority of the American population would have died. Now, Xi Jinping has that option. And unless I'm consulted so that people get the details on what went down in World War II, the Americans are going to lose World War III. Just as Putin is losing a single battlefront in an operational theater because he believes all that bullshit about World War II. We just had the anniversary of Stalingrad, the anniversary of 1943. And in terms of 1943, Putin is saying, the Nazis are again at our gates. We've got to fight this war and defeat the West just as we did in World War II. And to him, the Third Reich is the West. And you can argue, oh, he's revisioning history. Oh, it's not 1943. But what does that bring us back to? It brings us back to, you're no different from him. The Americans are still fighting World War II. They're still stuck in 1943. And you're going to lose your asses just like Putin because you're fighting a past war. You have no idea about how to fight the next one. Hirohito fought the next one. Xi Jinping will fight the next one. You're going to die, you're going to go down like Putin will because you're stuck in the same basket as Vladimir Putin. Why are you stuck there? Because you don't even know what really happened in 1943. The repeal of the goddamn Chinese Exclusion Act. Because the Chinese, under the nationalists, that ultimately became my Taiwan, were the first people to take up arms against the Axis. Not the goddamn Polaki people. Not the goddamn Poles at all. It was the Chinese. And because the Chinese were the only people resisting the Axis, because Franklin Delano Roosevelt needed an ally, then in 1943, Congress passed a measure to repeal the discriminatory exclusion laws against Chinese immigrants and to establish an immigration quota for China of around 105 visas a year. As such, the Chinese were both the first to be excluded in the beginning of the era of immigration restriction and the first Asians to gain entry to the United States in the era of liberalization by force of war. The repeal of this act was a decision almost wholly grounded in the exigencies of World War II, as Japanese propaganda made repeated reference to the Chinese exclusion from the United States in order to weaken the ties between the United States and its allies in Asia, especially the Republic of China. The fact that in addition to general measures preventing Asian immigration, the Chinese were subject to their own unique prohibition had forever been a source of contention in Sino-American relations. There was little opposition to the repeal because the United States already had in place a number of measures to ensure that, even without the Chinese exclusion laws explicitly forbidding Chinese immigration, Chinese still could not enter. The Immigration Act of 1924, instated the year after my mother was born, stated that aliens ineligible for U.S. citizenship were not permitted to enter the United States. This included the Chinese. All of this based on ethnic judgment. Now, in terms of the horror of the reality of your history and the fantasy world you live in, much more controversial than repeal was the proposal to go one step further and place the Chinese on a quota basis for future entry to the United States at all. And by finally applying the formulas created in the 1924 Immigration Act, the total annual quota for Chinese immigrants to the United States, calculated as a percentage of the total population of people of Chinese origin living in the United States in 1920, would be around 105. In light of the overall immigration to the United States, you would say at one glance the new quota is insignificant on the face of it. Yet those concerned about an onslaught of Chinese or any Asian immigration and its potential impact on American society and racial composition believe that even this insignificant fly speck of a quota represented an opening wedge through which potentially thousands of Chinese could somehow enter the United States. And because migration within the Western Hemisphere was not regulated by the quota system, it seemed possible that the Chinese residents in Central and South America might re-immigrate to the United States. And moreover, if the Chinese of Hong Kong were to apply under the vast, largely unused British quota, that thousands could enter each year on top of the number available, well, on top of that number of available Chinese visas, because they would be citizens of the British Empire, and you couldn't tell their race by that nomenclature. So fears about the economic, social, and racial effect of this flood tide of Chinese immigrants led to a compromise bill. Fears that mirrored the xenophobic arguments that had led to the Chinese Exclusion Act in the first place, some 60 years previously. And under the bill that finally came through, there would be a quota on Chinese immigration, but unlike European quotas based on country of citizenship, the Chinese quota would be based on race. The Chinese immigrating to the United States from anywhere in the world would be counted against the Chinese quota, even if they had never been to China or had never even held Chinese nationality. So creating this special racial quota for the Chinese was simply a propaganda ploy by which the United States would combat Japanese propaganda by proclaiming that Chinese are welcome, while at the same time functionally making certain that no Chinese would ever actually be ever able to enter the country. And it was President Franklin Delano Roosevelt who threw the full weight of his office behind the compromise measure, connecting the importance of the measure to American wartime goals, but saying the goals of peace are to keep America anti-Asian forever. So in a letter to Congress, Roosevelt wrote that passing the bill was vital to correcting the historic mistake of Chinese exclusion, while emphasizing, but it's important not to lose the peace by Chinese breeding into America, presumably to prevent their interbreeding with whites and creating some hybrid monstrosity like myself. The Americans' greatest fear, which is why I'm suppressed from saying anything on media, banned. Some people would say shadow banned, but you may as well go further and just say the truth. Shunned. And if you don't acknowledge the fact that it's because of my race, you're an idiot. You're in complete denial. Now, all of this, understand the one thing that did happen with the bill. The repeal of Chinese exclusion paved the way for measures in 1946 to admit Filipino and Asian Indian immigrants. Now, theoretically, Asian exclusion ended with the 1952 Immigration Act because guess what? The Americans lost the fucking war. And so Emperor Hirohito's victory demands were, you know what? One of the demands, aside from you dismantle your Department of War, aside from the fact that you open your markets, aside from the fact that you replace all the pig population you slaughtered on the island of Okinawa so the people don't starve through the winter, was, yeah, now you've got to have a more open immigration act. Even though that act followed the pattern of the Chinese quota and assigned racial, not national quotas to all Asian immigrants, the Americans compromised even in their defeat. This is similar to the South losing the war militarily, but ensuring that slavery continued in effect. by introducing the vagrancy system so that black men would be arrested for vagrancy and put into labor via the prison system. Now, the only reason that I'm here in the United States at all is when Congress did away with the national origins quota system altogether in the Immigration Act of 1965, the year before I was fucking born. That's the only reason my parents could return with me to the United States, not to mention my sister. So, people say, why is Douglas so bitter? Revolution Radio remembers me as basically, oh, Douglas Dietrich is shock jockeying. Says he's stranded here among the white savages, waiting for us all to die. Dude, if you don't listen to me, you all are going to die. Because those balloons that came over, there's nothing to fucking stop them. And if the communist Chinese send over thousands and thousands of them, you can launch as many jet missiles as you want. Those things will be dispersing their biocidals regardless. And you're all going to die. In effect, the overwhelming majority of your population. Who explained how this worked? Douglas Dietrich. Your Vulcan intervention. Your hybrid nightmare that all of you wanted to prevent. Now, of course, our dear Holly Caditis Kiefer, shout out to her. She contributed $100 towards my rent just towards the end of the month, helping me, well, beginning of the month actually, but helping me ultimately to get through to the paying rent. She said, are we sure the balloons are completely unmanned? It asked, one guy per. Now, it's just simply, there was no need for that, honey. There's just no need to send anybody. In the event of war, conceivably they could do that, but to what end? Why would they even need to? See, this is the point. The communist Chinese don't need to sacrifice any lives, any more than the Japanese did when it comes to the balloon effort. These are called ICUBs, ICUBs, intercontinental unguided bombs, even though that's an inaccurate name. They're guided by the winds that the Japanese mapped. The Chinese are starting to map their own. That balloon was part of an effort to do just that. But there's probably enough Japanese leakage over the years where they've got a good idea of wind pattern at this point in history and can do all the damage they want. Now, the assault against myself continues in every way. Before I paid rent, I went into my bank account and couldn't get in because it said, hey, your device is not recognized. Now, that was the PC that I've always used to get into the bank account. So it damn well recognizes my device. It means someone else broke in from another PC or attempted to. Probably was unsuccessful. And therefore, it registered any further attempts as a need to basically use full password, reentry, all the rest of that, which I did, of course, and got in. There's nothing in there that the person was attempting to steal, which is almost certainly Selena Khan. And Selena Khan continues to try to get into every account that I have. And this is, of course, because your cult, effectively, they're the cult of your federal government, your military, the cult of the kings of Edom, the cults of chaos, the cults of the anti-gods, have her by the pubic hairs for the crime she committed, whether it was child sacrifice or whatever the fuck they did that night. They put up an alibi footage for her and Miguel Andahar and Lena Shea, who the policeman in upstate New York, who originally was considering using her services as a prostitute, finally broke down fairly recently when I was talking to him to say that her husband kicked her out of home and hearth when he found her out in their playground, which is the cul-de-sac right next door where their street ends, where they could just walk out the door and take their children to the playground every night. Found her out there with the kids all covered in mud and blood, or maybe shit by the smell of it, as was described, howling at the moon, all the names of Shub-Niggurath and the barbarous names of the anti-gods. So Selena Khan's in that now. And understand, this is after I saved her. She calls me a thief, taking money from her. When I saved her ass, or did my best, even devoting episodes to talking about she had to pull out a cryptocurrency. And finally, the Berkshire Hathaway vice chairman, Charlie Munger, says the United States should follow in the communist Chinese empire's footsteps, and has urged the United States government to ban cryptocurrencies, as Red China has done, citing that their lack of regulation enables wretched excess and gambling mentality. Now, Berkshire Hathaway's Charlie Munger and his business partner, Warren Buffett, are longtime cryptocurrency skeptics, contending they're not tangible or productive assets. And Munger's latest comments came as the crypto industry is plagued with problems from failed projects to a liquidity crunch, exacerbated by the fall of FTX, once one of the world's largest exchanges. Now, the cryptocurrency market lost more than $2 trillion United States dollars in value last year. That's when Selena Khan lost her life savings. She had it all in crypto. It's no wonder she's trying to break into my bank account. Now, the price of Bitcoin, the world's largest cryptocurrency, plunged 65% in 2022. Now, that Charlie Munger himself is an investor of some renown, and he pointed out that in recent years, privately owned companies have issued thousands of new cryptocurrencies, and they've become publicly traded without any governmental pre-approval or any sort of regulation. This is, of course, just basically a criminal enterprise, and it's going to lead to, conceivably, the bankruptcy of entire nations like Nicaragua, banking its entire currency on crypto. Now, some have been sold to a promoter for almost nothing, after which the public buys in at much higher prices without even fully understanding the pre-dilution in favor of the promoter. So finally, in an opinion editorial column that was published in the Wall Street Journal on Thursday, just before the balloon blitz, the 99-year-old Munger listed trois interesting precedents that might guide the United States to, finally, some sound action. First, the Communist Chinese Empire has strictly prohibited services offering trading, order matching, token issuance, and derivatives for virtual currencies. And second, from the early 1700s, the English Parliament banned all public trading in new common stocks and kept this ban in place for about 100 years. So, to quote his T, a cryptocurrency is not a currency, not a commodity, and not a security. Instead, it's a gambling contract with nearly 100% edge for the house, entered into in a country where gambling contracts are traditionally regulated only by states that compete in laxity. Obviously, the U.S. should now enact a new federal law that prevents this from happening. What should the U.S. do after a ban of cryptocurrencies is finally in place? Well, one more action might make sense. Thank the Chinese communist dictator for his splendid example of uncommon sense. It was right after he published that, or got that published, suddenly the balloons start raining from the sky. I don't think Xi Jinping took too well to what he said. That, combined with the coming visit from Blinken and everything that he knows about already about the Dietrich and the man who co-authored the book with Peter Moon on the Roswell deception, and you've got a convergence. Everything that rises must converge, the perfect storm for why the communist Chinese basically came out and threatened America, because this is a threat. Certainly people on the ground saw it as such. And with that, we turn it back to Peter, and he can draw some conclusions before he retreats into the gentle night.
Well, what I find interesting, if not disconcerting, that the this issue of the Roswell deception and your knowledge is such a, in other words, these guys are forced. This is what I'm trying to say. Imagine somebody in the government who's at a pretty high security clearance.
Yeah.
Because I think most of the people, I mean, God, this stuff in Roswell was crypto top secret.
Yes.
Most of these people don't know it at all. There's no reason why they should know it. And it's like the idea of them actually being referred to your book to get informed on what's going on. It's like, how much do they actually want them to be informed? It's like, it's a very interesting position.
They painted themselves into a corner.
Well, yes, and they do this repeatedly, and this has been, there are, like, all the stuff I've gone into, my whole career is very highly charged, but it's such that they can just kind of, oh, okay, all right. And this stuff is like max critical stuff, and this is just who they are. They just, can just shun it aside because this is what they do. This is who they are. They're, they're between a rock and a hard place. And I find it, as I say, interesting, amusing, disconcerting, because it's just the way the world is. They're really screwed up, and they need to listen to us. And it's just, I don't know if I can say any more than that that's what they need to do, and it's kind of obvious. But they're so, as they say, I'm kind of stunned, not too stunned, but as they say, I've been in this.
Well, this is the way this is what you've been working with all your life, is this kind of situation where, of course, what you're exposing is essentially ignored. But we're at a point now where we could say they can't afford to ignore it, but there's no rationality here. There's no logic here. We're talking about people who could die before they acknowledge it, and they'll take down millions of Americans with them who don't need to die.
It's just what I was saying. It's like they are being the computer we're talking about.
Thank you.
They are being the computer that is compassionate, that it has no compassion. And of course, it's very politically correct to show compassion. That it's more of a political stunt than it is anything that's genuine in terms.
Thank you. It's on the level of course, mutating the Asian Exclusion Act. It's on that level of trying to put a face on. By the way, Entertainment Hub in the chat room says, "I swear we are the 2%ers. No one knows what we know. That has to cause a raucous." Well, I think we're less than 2% there, Entertainment Hub. We're like 0.1% of 1%. No, what's in the Roswell Deception book alone, let alone what else that we offer through this venue. So Peter and I are going to do our best to bring out more with the new book, and but it's really up to you. It's your war. You've got to fight it. It's your war for survival. I've told you this all these years, but understand it now. The balloons are in the sky now. They could have been distributing biocidals, and your military could have done nothing to stop it. As I told Peter, that when Peter was saying, when I personally met with Peter, and I remember we were discussing this, and other times while we were working on the book or other things, Peter says, well, there's got to be something in place to respond to violation of American airspace. And I said, there's nothing, Peter. There's nothing. But I think now Peter truly, well, I'm certain he understood that intellectually, but now emotionally.
I understood what you said right away.
Thank
It's kind of disgustingly obvious.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you can see the political stuff going on. What I mean, I listened to some of these generals talking, and they're very, I guess what you'd say, strategically oriented. They seem to say the right thing, but they sure don't. They sure don't mention anything about Roswell or any of the balloons or something. They say that, well, we and it's obvious that they noticed it. I don't know when they noticed it. If they noticed it before it came, they can say anything they want.
Well, you noticed I got you that link right before everybody else noticed it. I got it to you immediately before anyone else.
I had already seen it.
Okay.
I had already seen it, but
well, as you said then, you said, well, not much of a spy balloon. It can be spotted a mile away. But then now you understand, or perhaps you understood immediately that it was meant to be seen.
Well, yeah. It wasn't a genuine spy balloon. It was a
threat. It's a threat. That's what it is, based on a historical reality that the American people are completely unaware of. What I'm wondering is, when any of these generals made reference to World War II balloon bombs from the Japanese, I'm sure they completely downplayed or denied their effectiveness or the threat they represented. I'm sure.
I don't know if anybody even came close to mentioning it because it's too sensitive a topic.
Interesting. Thank you.
Why would they mention this? It's like the book has been circulated enough for them to have caught wind of it, but it's not enough, for them to have to respond to it. It's funny, it's embarrassing to them, and it's like, at this point in my life, I'm not, I think, when we wrote the first book and we started getting public attention, it was kind of fun to see that we were getting public attention, although it was very backhanded. God, I'm so used to this. And what's good is just to communicate and keep communicating and keep bringing this stuff out. Because, sometimes when people, and when I didn't really play up the Masonic secret angle. And when people are in Masonic lodges and they hear me talking, unless they're so robotic, they can kind of like, oh, God, maybe I'm not hearing what I'm supposed to hear. Maybe these people I'm vowed my existence to, that I've threatened to, kill or be killed if I reveal the secrets. And of course, I've made no oath with these people, and many of them, will deny it. There are, Masonic, and people will get upset at this when they're Masons, and they'll come and they'll put two Masons together, or a male and a female. It wouldn't be a Mason per se with a female, but they'll put them together and they'll have a child. That child will be cared for, reared, with a specific purpose. And when I say reared, I don't mean a double entendre there, although. But yeah, and like the person could be married, upscale. They said, they're basically breeding people.
Yes.
And so I've been watched. They never asked me. If you look in the mirror, you might understand why. Because everything is based upon secrecy. And the secrets do get out. The people talk. And, so, it's the way things are. But the more that things are communicated, the more people that can wake up. It's good. I'm just gonna do my job and do it. That's all. I want to remind people to donate to Douglas. Thank you. For, was it Holly?
Oh, Holly Cāidēngmí Kiefer.
Yeah. Thank you to you for donating to Douglas, and please, those of you who can, even if it's a small amount, no amount is too small, to help him. And also want to remind people that I will be at Mount Shasta from the 24th to the 27th in March. It'll be a very exciting event, and I actually have my ticket now. And my friend Joan Roth, transformational healer, fantastic healer. Dennis Adams, who did work as an exorcist for the Vatican, very potent arsenal of gifts that he has. Jojo Mikulášek will be appearing. Ascension Together, you can find her. Brett is going to appear.
Brett Loiter?
Yeah, Brett Loiter.
Excellent.
Brad Olson will be there. My friend Brad Olson. Heather Anderson, very important. Heather Anderson will be there presenting on the World Genesis Foundation, and in conjunction with telling us what the World Genesis Foundation is doing. And I will, of course, be lecturing on that angle too, talking about my recent trip to Chuck-Lavina Cave and the upcoming Dream Workshop. Gary Crump is an incredible sound healer, as is Jonathan Shin. Jonathan Shin, I really like. He does healing. He's really much into music, but his background is a chemical engineer, and so I really enjoyed his dissertation on the biorhythms. I mean, he's scientific as well. I really liked him. I mean, there are some other people there. I don't know them necessarily, but it's on Living Truth Summit #2. Living Truth Summit #2. So I encourage people to go there. And with that, I guess I'll say goodnight to everybody. And thank you for all of your insight. It's I'm still can't get over that whole balloon thing and how impactful it is.
Thank you.
With regards to everything we've done. And I don't know how much public credit we'll get for it.
Well, we'll have to give ourselves the credit, but
that's fine. I mean, it's like I've had more credit and acclaim in my lifetime than I ever wanted or expected. That's fine. I mean, I'm all over that, whatever that means. But nevertheless, life goes on, and you need to do what you need to do, and this is part of our job. So anyway, with that, I thank you. I'll say goodnight, and maybe I'll get up and talk to you in the morning.
Yes, I look forward to that. And if it doesn't happen, we'll be speaking soon enough. Share our love with Paula, as always, and you have a blessed night.
Okay, good night, and good night to all.
Yes, good night for now. That's Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. And you're going to hear a change in audio. You're going to hear a change in audio because that's what happens till I can reestablish call. So let's try and do that with the lovely Brooke Gibson. See if she's still with us there. Give her a call and see how... Oh, thank God. So, honey, I hope you checked your private messages, darling. And, of course, I won't keep you for too long tonight because I care about your health. But naturally, I'll try and get a conversation going between you and some others that, well, what the fuck happened? So I went to refresh myself, and then Brandon Young started, like rolling around in a
A pigsty? I don't know.
He's because I came back and it sounded awful.
I mean, I know that I used to drink on the show and I said some things that are been off the wall, but I'm fairly certain that man was drunk as shit from the moment.
No, we hope. That's
what I'm saying. Like he wasn't like 5 a.m. like me, just losing his mind. I mean, it was pretty started out that way. Love you, dude, but like I've heard him too much the other way to be like that can't be how that's something's going on.
Well, I mean, let's just put it this way. He's kind of like he's always on borderline. He's always on borderline. To me, the sound is always kind of on borderline, and he crossed the border. He was like, holy shit, that was whatever it was. I'm hoping he was feeling good. That's I hope to hell.
Yeah, I hope he was at least enjoying it because the rest of us weren't.
Yeah, thank you.
And poor Brandon Zoga didn't even get to get a word in edgewise. Not that I helped it out either, but I'm saying, you know me, I'm gonna talk a little, but then we shut up for him and what's her name to come on, and he just I don't know.
Well, Brendan, he just ran off. He's fragile. He's fragile. He was frightened by just the behavior of everyone. Everyone, I assure you, it was just the everyone's got their own quirkiness, but everybody combined, it's a bit overwhelming. You got to.
Well, it was too many. It was too much at one time because obviously when I'm there and Ian's there, I'm gonna have to.
It's enough already. It's enough.
Yeah,
already.
And then he comes in drunk, and then Amy's there to give her spill on her, great life. And Brandon just ran the fuck away. Like, apparently the best life we can get on being on this show is hoping that our person gets out of the mental hospital and we go talk to the library, because the other four are completely fucked. She's the best out of them. She got the best life. Brandon was like, I am running for the hills.
Oh my god. Oh, it's holy shit.
It's sad but true, man.
Oh my god, it was the now, so I'm gonna assume that when she goes into that library, I almost said graveyard, but that's got to be what it feels like. It's got to be closed for one thing. They can't be open at that hour.
Oh yeah, she said they were. That's what I said. She's doing better than us, man. I mean, she's figured out how to live life.
If you call that living.
I mean, if you're in the middle of Vermont stuff,
I'm parasitizing off of closed library wireless.
Although she did get on my ass on McDonald's on that shit, so I'm gonna give her a little hell on that. Yeah.
Well, I'm pressing the add button, so there's gonna be a glitch. It's gonna be a glitch while I press the add button. We'll see who comes.
Oh well, just be like Ian. Fuck shit. Oh god damn, it's not funny. Fuck it. Let me rebuild this shit again real quick.
Oh my god. Oh, that was the one schizophrenic aspect about my dad's personality, was that this wasn't like pervasive or chronic, but there were he had this like Catholic boy inside of him that never grew up, and therefore I guess there was one part of him that at times would lie to himself that he just didn't, quote unquote, swear like a sailor. But of course he was a sailor, had been a sailor all his life, and he fucking well sweared like a sailor. And, then he would, and this is just how people are. He'd wonder where I got my swearing from. And then there's times when he would deny his swearing. And I swear to God, there were times when he would come home drunk, back when he was drinking, and there's nobody joined us. Nobody joined us. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ.
Well, Amy's not going to sit at the library forever. Brandon Zoga is scared to fucking death, and the other Brandon's passed the fuck
out. Rolling around in the grass. You know what happened was it just felt so good because he was naked and he was in touch with Mother Earth, and that grass and that soil was calling to him. And then it was the shards of broken glass. That's what got him.
Or he was, we're going to find out next week, he was abducted by some aliens, man. And we were hearing the whole thing on live video. Fucking being taken away.
It was, no, I'm going to have to, like, I don't want to go back and re-listen to this. Oh, shit, I forgot to try Clarice Claudette. Clarice, honey, fuck. My understanding is she has to kind of arrange to be there, though. So that's the reason why I didn't call her. I should have tried to call her in the opening hour. So I'll try and do that. Fuck, I thought I had told her that in a response. I guess I told her that on air. I didn't enter
Who's
that.
Clarice?
Clarice is the lady who thinks you're from Louisiana, like herself.
Oh, okay. I know she's not the one from last week, so I'm not.
Yeah, no, she's been on, believe it or not. She
I just mean she's not the one from last week, so I'm not. The lady from last week.
Noreen?
Yeah, that
Oh,
one.
right.
I don't know the name until you say it. I forget. You know? Anything that is not worth putting in my mental Rolodex, and I'm glad I didn't put that one in there, motherfucker.
I didn't call her. I mean, she was not one of the
Oh,
people.
you should. You should totally call her. I know she won't answer, but let's see how pussy she really is.
Honey, I don't do train wrecks. But maybe I do. I mean, obviously I did last time.
Yes, you've done plenty of train wrecks, but you know what? I'm gonna save that one for a little bit later. Oh, by the way, Ian is awake. I know because he called me to see if his computer was working.
Okay.
And it was.
So let's see.
And then he's like, my screen's blacking out.
Oh, God.
His new computer's blacking in and out. Blacking in and out.
Is that what he says about his screen? He said his screen's blacking out. Maybe that's his vision. Maybe that's his vision after all the drugs.
No, yeah, it could be. But, yeah, he was like, I see it. I mean, you couldn't see it. And then you see it. You couldn't see it.
No, he's just fading in and out of consciousn's. How's that? See, I'm picking it up from you. You
are doing good. The thing about Ian is he's not. So the kind of a bad joke the way you blew it though, because see, Ian doesn't fade in and out of consciousness. Ian's on if he has his normal drugs, he's on speed. He's not gonna fade. He's gonna stay up till he's out.
Yeah.
He's never fading. That's true. Now that he can't get that drug, he's just shooting up with some kind of B12. He's like, oh my God. This is great. Oh my God.
No wonder he's all fucked up.
I'm like, I need some of that B complex, dude. I actually do need some because I don't eat meat, honestly, to be honest. So when I go to the doctor, I'll get me a B12 shot, but they charge for it. I didn't know you could. I mean, I'm looking to Ian now for fucking shit, so I shouldn't know, but yeah. I mean, he showed me the bottle online, and it was legit, man. You can order the B complex, which is B. And the reason anybody knows about vitamins, B is the vitamin. Not only is it hard, you can't supplement it really well because it doesn't absorb. Mm-hmm. So that's why doctors will always offer you like a B12 shot or B shots, and they give you energy. They do. But what I'm saying is, every time I've had a B12 shot, let me just put it this way. I would just think it was kind of a placebo effect. I felt like I probably had a little more energy. Yeah. I probably am healthier. At least I'm healthier. Whatever Ian's shooting up, that was like, I'm up for 3 days on vitamins.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, not 3 days. He's not for 3 days, but he can totally feel the vitamins. And with the amount of drugs that man's done, he's either shooting way too much B. He's probably going to die of liver failure. Again, I will still marry the man. I'm pretty sure he's going to die in 6 months. There's no way B vitamins can make you feel that good.
Oh my God. Yeah, I've got to,
but if they do, I will certainly try.
Yeah, I hear you. I fucking hear you. Yeah, I mean,
I just wonder, I need to ask him next time. So how much are you putting in? He'll be like a milliliter, and I'll say, show me your milliliter. And then it's going to be like an ounce, like one of those like syringes you fill up like a cow with. Like,
yes. Yeah, it's probably. I believe that. I can envision that. By the way, in the illustration I entered into your message box, I drew myself as injured because that's how I fucking felt after that opening hour. That was such a bizarre opening hour. No fault of yours. It was just. Brandon was in a in a bad space for us. Good space for him, but bad space for us. And like I said, when he started rolling through that grass, all those shards of broken glass are what he encountered, and it all went downhill from there.
Yeah, it was just too much.
He was trying to remove chiggers or something.
I mean, it would have been fine for you to laugh out if he'd been the only one on there. I think it was just too much. Like, we were all over the place. But
Yeah, yes. Well, we were trying to find out the good news from Amy, and like she said, her basically what happened for Amy Camus, for those of you who missed the opening hour, is that Michael Myers was released.
right?
You get the reference, right?
Well, no, I mean, just Michael Myers is crazy.
Michael Myers is the Halloween character, the franchise.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Well, beyond that, he's like a super serial killer and shit. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get the reference. I have no idea. Like, I guess it. I'm not going there. I don't put it right down. I'm just saying, like, anything I know about that situation, I don't know, and I don't know that he's a serial killer. He very well could be. He may just be a little crazy, like all of us, I guess.
But by the way, Amy, we apologize. I apologize, not for anything on Brooke's part. She has nothing to apologize for. It's me. I apologize for saying that. I'm having my humor at the expense of someone I do not know. I'm sure your boyfriend is a righteous dude, and well, I don't know that. Yeah, you don't know that at all. But I like the way she described him. I like the way she phrased it. A lot of positivity there. A lot of emphasis on the positive. They couldn't.
Hey, you know what? I'll give her something. I'll give you all something. You'll love this. I can't believe I'll say this. I was locked up in a mental asylum. So I have much respect for that man to be able to do a couple of months in one. Because
my impression was it was years.
Yeah, it was only a couple months, I think. But no, for her. I mean, for him, mine was years, obviously. No, so no, mine was a day and a night. But it was because it was the end of the last relationship when I was in, and we were fighting and arguing in the front yard, and the police came. And then I told the police, fuck you, like I would normally do, and he was like, oh, you're going to jail for disorderly conduct. And I was like, fuck you, I'm not going to jail for disorderly conduct. I'm not going to jail. And then he handcuffed me and put me in the back of the car. And I was like, if you fucking take me to jail, I will fucking kill myself. And he was like, are you threatening suicide? And I was like, yes, I am. He said, are you saying you're suicidal? And I was like, yes, I am. I'm just like, what the hell? It'll keep me out of jail. I'll say it. Bad move. I'd rather been in jail and out in a couple hours. Because the next thing I knew, I was taken to the normal hospital and then waited for guards to escort me to a mental hospital. It was out in the middle of BFE, who even my ex, who I was fighting with, when she walked up and saw it, she went down on her knees. She said crying because it looked like it was like an old school building in the middle of nowhere. Like literal what you just said, that guy Jason. It looked like somewhere Jason would kill people, right? Yes. It's at night. And so I got taken at night, and then I had to spend the next day and next night there. And fucking it was supposed to be 3 fucking days because South Carolina has a 72-hour hold policy for anybody that they admit. But thank God my ex was a nurse, and it was coming to lockdowns. So everything was getting locked down. And so she called the doctor up there, and he was like, yeah, I mean, she really doesn't need to be here. I can see that. So they released me. And I was just like, I never was ever, I'd go to jail 20 times over before I would ever go.
Now, what made it so bad?
Oh my God. I mean, everything. So first of all, you're there and you're not allowed, so I have vapes. You weren't allowed vapes. You could have, somebody could bring you cigarettes. So you could have those, but you would have 4 cigarette breaks a day where they take you outside. And that was at 5:30 a.m. because that was after you got woken up at 4:30 a.m. to then woke up to come into the main hall to sit there in the freezing cold at 4:30 a.m. while they took everybody's blood pressure and temperature and heart rate or whatever the fuck they were doing. And then after all that was done, you could smoke. And then you could go back to bed. But then at 7 o'clock, you had to go to the horrible breakfast. It was all horrible. And then there was and then you just either go sit in your bedroom, which is in a room with another person. And my person, she checked herself in them. She was trying to check herself out when I got out. She was an older lady. She was 40-something. Of course, she was trying to check herself out. And I got released. And I said, hey, that the woman's getting released, isn't there with me? She was 50-something. Yeah. I said 40-something. She was she was 58 or something. She she didn't get me. She said, nope, you're the only one getting released today. And I kept my mouth shut. I didn't even tell them I would get out because I knew they said, there's no way you'll get out for 2 more days. You have to be minimum 72 hours. And I was like, I'm working behind the scenes, bitches. And I got my last out. But she was still in there. And she snored. She snorted that night that I had to be in there. Well, I had to like be in there all that night with her. And she was like, oh my God, I've never heard someone snore so loud. I went into the front and asked if I could sleep in the like front or the like there's a couch. They were like, no, you can't sleep here. And I was like, can I have a Benadryl? And they were like, okay, we'll give you a Benadryl. And then I went back in there. I was like, can I have earplugs? So I put in 2 earplugs and a Benadryl. I had this lady can't sleep. Then that's not even the worst part. They're like, you're on the good side. We had to see the bad side every time we went to lunch because we had to walk through there. All those people smelled really fucking bad.
Oh my God.
Really crazy. And then one of them that evening broke into our side. Like we were sitting there like after they bring us back from dinner in the little room where you can stay till you have to go in your bedroom. And we're just sitting there and like this person suddenly breaks in. There's no nurses around. And so we're like running to like get someone, and he's running like a crazy ass, and he's taking shit and putting in his fucking hair.
Oh,
like,
why did they do that? Why did they do that?
He was fucking crazy. He was a nut, so crazy ass. Like they had to lock down the whole fucking place. It was horrible. Like I remember telling my ex, I said, look, if this doesn't work and the doctor does not let me go tonight, I was like, I have marked my window with like I had like when we went into one of the little things they had given us like paper and that you could color or something. Yeah. And so I colored and I was like, and then there was a blind. So when I went in my room, I raised the blind and I stuck all those papers. Here is Brooke window. Break this. I was like, I don't give a shit. I'll be on the run for the rest of my life. But I'm not staying here another fucking night. So for that, I did a night. That man to do fucking 2 months. I give him all the credit in the world, man.
Oh,
I mean, I hope they had him. At least I said, if you're gonna be somewhere like this, they should really just have you drugged the fuck up, like completely out of it.
Holy
but yeah,
shit.
My point to that is don't ever say you're gonna kill yourself thinking like I'm suicidal will be better than jail. The disorderly conduct charge, I've said fuck you to the cop. They're going to take you. The charge will get dropped. You'll be in jail for a couple of hours. You'll be fine. You won't see people with shit in their head. God, when I first got there, this girl comes over and she starts telling me her whole fucking life story. And the nurse was like, you don't need to even be over here. You're supposed to be on the other side, which meant she was supposed to be on the bad side. And she said, well, I don't want to be on that side. I don't think it's fair y'all put me on that side. And she was older than me. And so then she's telling me her story. She's like, yeah, her mouth kind of went to the side a little. She wasn't ugly for her age or anything. She had a little cute little bob. She was like, I shot myself in the head.
Oh my God. How did she survive?
And she fucking missed or something with her face. And like, I don't know, they reconstructed. She didn't look that bad. I didn't really tell. I could tell she was fucked in the head when she talked, but I'm pretty sure she was like that anyway. So, she literally though her mouth had a little like slight like it didn't go up on one side. So I think she must have shot herself more on the like. She didn't mean to kill her fucking self, just like everything there. They brought her on the good side that night. That's when they said, okay, we'll let you stay over here. And the next morning, we're getting called out. She's like, I need somebody to come in here and do my catheter. So I asked somebody else who had been there. I'm like, what is she talking about? She's like, oh, she's crazy. She's like, she always says she needs a catheter to go to the bathroom. I mean, she looked like she was a little bit older than me, but she looked in good shape. She was petite, blonde. She didn't ever speak. You wouldn't have known she was fucking nutso. She belonged there permanently, is what I'm going to tell you. Oh, and then one guy came out sitting there the same fucking morning. This is when I was like, I've got to get out of here. Got to go. Are you off that payphone? Because there was only one payphone you could use to call. It was free payphone. That's the only way you could call anybody. And so everybody had like 10 minutes on it. And I was like, can you get off? I got to get out of here. Because this black man who was like a crackhead comes out of there. He's really old, really skinny. He'd been probably in the war. I don't know. But he was definitely hipping on crack. I know, because he later sat out there and said, I just tried to get together some drugs in Colombia. They brought me here. But that was after me hearing him come out in the hall again from his room, because you could see the rooms at the front. The doors were right there. And he comes out of his very first room and goes, I need a nurse. And he's half fucking dressed, like shirtless. And I'm like looking at him at like 8 a.m., 7 a.m. He's like, I need a nurse. And so she's like, what? And finally somebody comes like, what is it? And because the nurses are also very mean, by the way. And he's like, "Oh, there's worms." And she said, "What?" And he says, "There's worms." And she said, "Worms where?" He said, "There's worms all in the toilet. I used the bathroom and the worms are all in the toilet."
Oh,
Yeah.
oh God.
I just was like, thank God that breakfast was gross and I didn't eat it, because I would have been on the floor right then. So again, like, the man, I hope to God they had him drugged the fuck up if he was in anywhere like that, man.
Oh God. So
Like, I think I had like 28 hours in there, and I was just like I said, I was ready to break out. Like, I was literally like, I don't give a shit. I told her, I was like, I have one of those things in my car where, you know, if you go underwater, you can push it up against the window. It's a window popper, so it'll pop a window. I said, that's in my car. All you got to do is walk up at night, walk up that little hill, pop the fucking window, fuck out of here. That bitch snores like hell. Time they realize that, I'm fucking gone. That's all I need you to do.
Oh my God.
Like, I'd still be on the run.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know that you could still go on the run for that. Like, I don't know what the charge. I mean, like, really, was I threatening to commit suicide? But I didn't care. It was like, if I had to stay 2 more days to ride out that 72 hours, it was like staying 2 more eternities to me.
Oh wow. I mean, I get it. Oh my God. I'm so sorry that you experienced that. By the way, a shout out to Elizabeth Beam. Elizabeth Beam is in the chat room, and of course a shout out to T Tank Barry. T Tank Barry always is extraordinarily supportive. That, of course, is the man who has helped enormously with my rent over the years. He also brought $100, which he neatly placed into the door slot like it was an ATM machine. I found the 20s one on top of the other. Yes. Oh God, love you dearly, T Tank Barry. You're a brother from another mother. I owe you a long phone conversation. We'll call you again soon enough. I need to rest up from the holidays. Lantern Festival will be over, basically tomorrow night. But it's...
Oh my God, then you'll just have another party and another party. Just like, all you do is come with holidays.
Yeah, well, honey, it's the blood, honey. I need my access to my blood more than anything else. But that being said, I mean, hey, I made certain to speak to you, of course, before I took off on the latest, and barely made it back from that, just because of we saw that there's some people who didn't even need a Chinese Lantern Festival to like Brandon Young. He didn't need a Chinese Lantern Festival to we see what happened.
No, that's what I'm saying. And I'll be honest with you, if you're ever really desperate, just go out, call the police, say, I think I'm gonna kill myself. Oh, I can assure you, nobody will notice any blood you're sucking in that place, because they don't give a shit about the people there. Now that's the only other thing. Like, they just don't give. They're like, oh, it's time for your smoke break. The only time you had a girl that we had 5 smoke breaks, or 4 or 5, and they were exactly timed. And then the non-smoking nurses were like, oh, it is? Okay, well, we'll see. You got 5 minutes. You're like, our entire day is hell. This is all we look forward to is 5. Because that's the only time you were also, by the way, it didn't even matter because some people didn't smoke. It was the only time you were allowed outside. There was just a little tiny courtyard. So for 5 to 10 minutes, if your nurse was nice and smoked, you might got 10, maybe 15. You could sit in these little tables and fucking breathe fresh air that weren't filled with worms or people putting shit in their hair.
Oh my God. That is hell. Oh my God. That is hell on earth.
But you could go back to your rooms, and no nurse, you could have gone in there, and I could have gone. That's the thing with suicidal, they make sure you don't have anything to kill yourself with. But I am sure if I really wanted to kill myself, I mean, they don't check on you because you can go lay down at any point. You have to go to the stupid, even they have these meetings. I could have gone in there and hung myself with a fucking curtain rod or whatever. Which, if I had been there much longer, I would have.
Yeah, you weren't suicidal when you came in, but you sure as hell were before.
That should be the name of the place. If you aren't suicidal when you get here, you will be by the time you leave. That should be their fucking motto.
Yes. Oh my God. So Elizabeth Beam asked the question, and there's an interaction between her and Entertainment Hub. That's actually quite funny because Entertainment Hub was starting it out after T Tank Barry said his usual support or entered his usual support lines. Then what happened was Entertainment Hub, which I deeply appreciate. So hugs to our dear brother T Tank Barry. And so Entertainment Hub said, why do all the slasher guys have supernatural abilities? And he said, I had a perfect dream of Jason Voorhees. So beautiful. It helped me a lot. And then he said, Jason set me free. Dead set. And then Elizabeth Beam said, was that in the psych ward?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Maybe I thought he was going to say hugs to Brooke for being in the psych ward, but now I'm starting to think, Entertainment Man, you might want to go to the psych ward. I hope it was a joke.
Oh my God. Then he says, real world circumstances. What psych ward Jason does not come from a psych ward that is the other psycho fuck. And he says, I just got on. This is Elizabeth Beam said, I just got on trying to follow the story. And that's when then
they're following it.
Then Entertainment Hub assumed she was talking about his story. So then he says, I was running away from my shadow side, and he made me realize and set me free, opened me right up. And so then she said, thank you, Hub, starting to put pieces together. Then he says, you're welcome. And then somebody who calls themselves Guanji came in, and it's all uppercase, probably a troll. Anyhow, says, noise, I need my shot. I thought that was funny, so I left it up there. Then he says, yes'm, dis am be hell. And, okay, that we can't go anywhere with that. If that continues, I'll just off him. But
I think you should invite him on. I think people like that deserve to be on with me. Then you'll get bitch shot less.
Oh, well, we're Brooke and I are working on trying to balance each other out without confronting each other. So I think we're doing pretty good. I think we got a rhythm going right now. And it's just I do need to refresh myself at some point. So I'm hoping somebody can join us for a little bit. Unless Brooke, she might be.
Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll keep talking. I'm burning my bandwidth. And I want people to know just. With all the partying I've been doing, I'm exhausted. Willing to go into monologue later. We'll see if I can stand it. And it's just like
call Frank again on the Skype.
Okay, Frank. You mean Ian?
Yes. But when I have to call him on Facebook, it comes up Frank. So anyway.
Yes, Frank Black Frank. Yeah, it's anyhow.
Hey, we said he was Jewish and black. I just realized that's a Jewish black name.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no, there we are. The real fucking Ian West. Okay, let's press that add button.
His screen's still not working, so you're going to call him back. Because he said, well, I can't, my screen's not working. I'm like, well, how are you answering this? Answer on your fucking phone then. I need somebody to help you.
Thank you. Oh my God. And
But yeah, his screen's black, so I think he's gonna answer on his phone. That's why he said to call.
Well, that's why they call him Black Frank, right? My screen is black. Yeah. Oh gosh. And
because they say, he says his penis is so big, that's why he's getting paid so much. Like,
was he on that trip too?
No, I'm just saying.
Along with Real Dick? I mean, Real Tech? Real Tech was saying, my dick's so big. No,
I've never heard him say that. I just was kidding because he said he was, putting that stuff on, whatever that stupid site is.
You mean, you're saying that about Ian, but we all heard Real Tech say.
Oh, we all heard Real Tech say he was like, his female doctor said he should be in porn.
Did he say the doctor was female?
I thought he said she said I should be in porn. I thought he was female, but maybe not.
I didn't.
He said my doctor. I may have been because remember he kept asking you about it was like Taiwan.
Taiwanese kept saying my doctor's Taiwanese, but I didn't understand what he was talking about because I didn't hear the rest of the conversation. I just suddenly came back and he was like saying my doctor's Taiwanese. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, that's nice, thank you.
Yeah, I don't understand what that had to do with it though.
Oh, because I'm identify heavily with the Taiwanese culture, and nationality, so he felt that would get me to participate. By the way, Ian didn't answer. So Ian, come on, fucking answer. Like maybe he can't see it or something. Or maybe he's, I can't imagine him being embarrassed about anything. So what was he saying about the porn when we in the opening hour said he was watching porn or what, reviewing porn or something? When
I actually ended up saying when he told him, he said that he thought he heard porn in the background. He said that it sounded like to us that he said he had porn in the background. But
yeah, what's so weird is we've got a notification that he's joined the conversation, but I see no indication that he has with, the square showing up. Oh, now Ian fucking West finally comes on. Okay, there we
Yeah,
are.
sorry.
No worries.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
How do I sound? Is it all choppy?
No, you're fine. You're fine. By the way, I hope you heard how grateful I was in the opening hour because you had this masculine, we're going to handle this while you're gone, Doug. Then, of course, I came back and all I heard was...
Oh, yeah. What's his name? Goleta making all that noise in the background. Yes. Yes.
Goleta? Why do you call him that? Why do you call him?
I was going to ask that too. Why do you call him that?
That's where he lives, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, he lives in Massachusetts or something.
Yeah, he's in.
I thought he lived in California, like by Santa Barbara.
Oh, fuck no.
No, he lives near like Salem or like Massachusetts.
He's up in the Northeast. And
I'm stupid.
Oh, don't worry about that.
That's nothing. We know that. I mean,
anyhow, oh my God, I was thinking of Ian the other day, which is really frightening to me. I never want to think of Ian when I'm not on the show. Yet somehow it happened, and I was thinking fondly of his silliness about the Garden of Eden is here in Swanee shit, or wherever, and how Brooke responded, and how funny Brooke truly is, about how if that's the Garden of Eden, the rest of Earth is planet hell. Yes. Oh shit, she was so good about that SEAL Team 6 thing too. They had all these fat guys in the bar, Okay. All I can tell people is, guess what? I need a new microphone. I need a new microphone. This microphone is just, I'm just sorry. It's basically, the computer's not recognizing it. But now that the computer recognizes it again, hopefully that'll last long enough where I get through the night. But
Is it a USB microphone?
I don't know these things.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, somebody's got to go there and look at it.
Yes, that's right. People can tell me if I give you the brand, perhaps. It's a Shure, Shure. Shure is what it says on the mic. Sure. Okay. Yeah, sure.
Sure.
Yeah, Shure mic.
SHU.
Yeah, it's
that one I was telling you about. That was a Shure too. That one that you told me the plug I needed.
The USB-B or whatever.
Yeah, that's a Shure.
Model MV7.
The other one I have is the other one I was using before the stupid driver went down. I need to plug back in. Is a
Model M what?
Mine is a Model MV7.
MV7. All right, let me check it out.
So you know what? I'm sorry. Take your time. Yeah.
It does USB and analog. It says it does both.
Okay.
All right, so the USB is the little square, and you plug it directly into. What he meant by USB, all he meant, honey, is like the USB is what you plug, like the little square thing you plug directly into your computer.
Okay, so what happens is that it wasn't even so much that I needed to plug and unplug that, even though I tried that. It's really the same problem as the other mic that I finally had to get rid of, which is basically what I call the vaginal orifice of the microphone, which is what you stick the cable into. So the cable goes into that little orifice, and that was the weak spot of the Yeti microphone. Well, that's the weak spot of this microphone. Well, it
sounds like it might be your orifice. It's a problem. Maybe it might be an old computer.
No. It's not the computer. It's the computer's not recognizing it because the cable part that plugs into the vaginal part of the microphone is loose.
So basically, instead of it being a problem with the orifice and the female part, it's a problem with a bad
mic.
size.
It's the mic.
A bad size thing going into it. That little.
Yeah,
plug.
that's it.
The little
Yeah.
plug.
Which is the same problem with the Yeti. So it's got that problem already. And it's not unlike the
It's
Yeti.
most women's problem. I'm sure your computer's complaining about it right now.
Yeah, but whatever. Before the next episode, just FaceTime me, and I'll walk you through it. Because my mouse is having the same problem. It's the computer's not recognizing it, and then it recognizes it, so it might be an update issue.
No, it's
Yeah.
definitely mechanical. I can guarantee you that. If it were an
Okay.
update issue, then I wouldn't be able to get back on at all.
Yeah, true. So it's got to be a loose something.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah,
definitely.
because mine was an update issue. That's why, remember when I updated my computer, the speaker wouldn't work. Also, Ian, I don't know why we're listening to him.
Next, he'll be telling me, just drink a little bleach, Douglas. A little
So
bleach.
of course, I'll switch on the cable. It'll work.
Now that's funny. See?
No, go sit in a bath and pull the computer in there.
Yes,
Put it
take the
the
computer
diaphragm.
into the
There
tub
you
with
go.
you. Sit in the computer. Yes, sit in the bath and put the computer in the tub with you. And the electricity jolt will be fine. It'll make you feel good. It's stimulating.
But you have to have a little.
Holy shit, this is bad. It is really bad. I need a new mic, people. So it's basically, this is how bad it is. It's the mic. It is the mic. It's not the cable. It's the mic. So it's the female part of the mic is loose so that the cable just jolts. And so every time I jolt it, then the computer doesn't recognize the mic. So then it shuts the mic down. So hopefully I'll just have to move this really carefully. But it's just awful. So, but that being said, I'm going to intentionally go mute. I'm going to leave these wonderful people to talk to each other for a few minutes, and I'm going to refresh myself, and I'm going to take about 10, 15 minutes at the longest. And both of you can handle this. Did somebody just say something?
Yeah, I did. It was me. I missed the Disney meeting today. So.
You mean your work?
No, I'm talking about they were gonna what's his name? Whoever the governor is here, that Ron DeSantis guy. He was here today and he was like talking about all right, we're gonna shut down the Cannibal Kitchen underneath Epcot. We're gonna leave the Black Kid Murder Room, closed. We might open it on weekends.
Now, Ian, you don't truly believe he would use those terms, do you?
Well, not in the public he would, but I mean, just the stories I've heard from,
Do you consider this man some kind of hero who's struggling against the evil? What?
Oh, no, he's in cahoots with the Jays, he's in cahoots with them, right? He always was.
The Jays. Now, I'm going to presume that by the Jays, you're referring
You don't want to ask.
He's referring to Jews. Oh my
he gave
God.
their own. He gave them their own evidence disposal ambulance service down in Miami. He gave it back to them.
Oh my God. Ian, when we first brought you on, it wasn't that long ago. You were like, just like when Brooke was saying they wouldn't allow.
What? Yeah. Did you follow the Disney story? Do you know what they're doing?
What are they doing?
They're taking all the lawlessness.
I love that you asked. This is like asking a fucking question.
They're taking all the lawlessness from Disney World, and they're trying to, put those 10 commandments and shit back into it.
And
Don't
you think this is positive? I mean, would you want to go to Disneyland and see the fucking 10 Commandments hanging over?
No. I'm talking about like they won't be eating kids underneath Disney World anymore, or filming kiddie porn and shit.
Oh, but then Disney won't be fun anymore.
Well, I never got to partake in any of this, so I'm no loss on me. But no, I mean they're auctioning off the kid cages.
Oh
You
my
can go on
God.
this website. You can bid on the kid cages that they had underneath Disney World.
Oh my God. So can you maybe you could order a kid cage or two for Brooke. She could use them for the really big dogs.
No. I mean, when I say kid cages, they're like big dog cages. Yes. But they're auctioning them off right now. They're auctioning all the kid cages off from Disney World.
Yeah, well, I'll take some of them because I'm gonna be. Because here's the thing, I'm gonna put some dogs in them, and if they start not making Mao taco pasta sauce, we're gonna have to put some kids in there.
I've got to pick one of the kid cages.
Oh my god!
I might put your ass in it.
I'm big for it.
Could he
it's
fit?
just
Could he
cages
fit?
for like 5-year-olds.
Well, of course he can fit. He's got a 21-inch waist.
Oh, okay, you got me there.
Holy shit! Oh, we love you, Ian. And so, Brooke, my darling, I will leave you with this wonderful gentleman. I'm sure you can handle it. And
Oh yeah.
it'll be like being in the facility again.
Right?
Okay, I'm hanging up. I will
No,
go now.
no,
She always does this. She always does this. She's not going to turn down that free attention. She's not going to do that.
No, but you didn't hear my sad story. I had a very sad story, and you're making fun of it. You're gonna make
What,
me
you
cry.
break a
I
nail?
like to cry on it.
What happened? You break a nail?
Yeah, right after she had it manicured too. Yes.
We're not crying with that.
Oh my god. She
But somebody sent me a picture of you naked.
No, those weren't supposed to go out.
I know they should never go out. They should not exist.
Oh my god. Okay, well I'm gonna go
I don't
mute.
know.
You both can handle
Okay,
this.
we'll be here.
Yes, thank God. Thank God. And burn bandwidth. I'll check the chat room one more time before I go. So let me check that. And Deanna Fraser has joined us. Yes.
All right.
Yes. And George Knight says, all our love onto you all. Why doesn't he just jump on the bandwidth? And but I think you two have got this for now. And so Deanna says, we're experiencing technical difficulties. Yes, that's true. And Guanji says, I'm not a troll. I've listened to you for many years, you know. And okay, that all right. And so that being said, gonna go mute now. These two wonderful people have got this. And why is my
What are
Skype-
you going to do?
Why is my Skype showing a weird blue? Oh, it's Ian sharing screen.
Yes. Sorry, guys.
What are you
Sorry.
going to do?
What do you mean? What am I gonna?
I'm pulling up the cages.
Are you asking Ian or myself, honey?
You, honey.
Me? I'm going to refresh myself. Means like, you know, I mean, you know, grab a Coke, liquid, grab a liquid Coke, relieve myself, grab a liquid Coke, just kind of, you know, take some painkillers because I'm having a headache because of coming down from all those recreational narcotics. Yeah, stuff like that. And why do you ask?
I just wondered.
She's so cute. Oh my god. The other day, psychically, when I said, "Oh, I gotta go," she somehow knew I had to have a bowel movement. She knew it. It was like we're a married couple. It was just so uncanny. I was like,
You took words out of my mouth.
But of course the point is she doesn't know me that well because she thinks that constipation is a regular issue with me. It's not that, it's the size of the product that I worry about because I have this California fucking flush mechanism that, well, you know, it's just like is California standards of water conservation, so it takes like, you know, multiple flushes and shit with you know, with products so large that
We're not getting into this. It is still a problem because you go like once a week or less, and that, or you would have smaller bowel movements and you could flush it. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's all of that goes together, I guess. Anyhow, but you
Or
know,
you could move from your place and you could use it as like a little rental. What do you call it?
no, it's not human. It's not fit for human habitation. Oh God! At any rate, I love you all. I'm going to go mute. I'll be back soon enough, and both of you have got this. And,
Go. Bye.
Love you, Brooke.
I love you more. All right, Ian.
That was cute, wasn't it?
It was so sweet, wasn't I?
And
Listen,
I did hear it. And I did hear it. Yes.
Oh, me? Or...
No, I heard her.
Go to break. God damn it, go to break.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, Ian, did you get your screen fixed?
Yeah, the fucking Rockefeller fuckers quit fucking to
God. Everything with you is a conspiracy theory.
No,
like,
it's
I
not.
just asked you for your screen graphics.
No,
now it's going to Rockefeller.
Oh my God. No, do you know what Sony stands for?
You know what? You asked me this before, and I don't. I knew I gave you the BP one, and I was right on that.
Okay, Sony stands for Standard Oil of New York. Do you know who owns Standard Oil of New York?
I'm sure it's the Bushes.
No, it's the Rockefellers. It's the Rockefellers.
No. Okay.
So they took away fucking tech support for this model TV that I've got that I'm.
So basically, you're saying is the huge billionaire oil companies are out to get.
Yeah. No. I'm just saying they're not doing support for this model of TV anymore.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you're aware of this, but like it's been a thing for a while that people have complained like old washers and dryers used to work better than the new ones.
Don't even start on that shit.
Yeah, and then like Apple, like we have phones and you can't even use an iPhone 6 anymore, which probably only came out 2 or 3 years ago.
That's criminal.
Just a
criminal.
thing.
It's fucking criminal.
You know what? It's not criminal. You know why it's not criminal? Because as long as people will continue to live in this world where we vote for corporations against our own interests, because we're like, lower taxes. Because I'm sorry, yes, we should lower taxes because it's going to make such a big deal to you, except it's not. Unless you're making, $1 million or $2 million a year, you might think if oh God, I'm having to pay a couple $1,000. Well, you'd be making that many thousand more if you were not voting for billionaires to have the actual tax cut.
Well, we didn't have this problem when Trump was in office.
It was the fuck my life. First of all, I can show you right now video, a graph of when this started, and it started exactly when trickle down economics started. Which when was that? Do you remember? Because I can show you the graph.
Isn't that a figure of speech, that trickle down economics?
Trickle down economics is just the term used to describe what was implemented by Reagan at the time, which they thought would work, which meant giving the tax breaks to the wealthiest and to the corporations. And then therefore, if the corporations were richer and the richer people were richer, and when I say rich, I don't mean you're living in a 2 or 3 story house and you get to maybe even have a beach house. I mean, extremely rich. Those people, it was still trickle down and people bought into it. And that's when you can go back and look when the difference in cost of living and the disparity has completely changed and just up and down. Like, whereas the billionaires completely went, they're out through the roof. I mean, it's nothing but a climb. But we, as far as our disparity between the cost of living, inflation, and our actual income since trickle-down economics started, since Reagan, and I grew up with Reagan. I liked Reagan. I thought he was a nice person. But obviously, whoever talked him into trickle-down economics, or he was an actor, man. He probably didn't have a great fundamental.
You're right. He was an actor. You're right.
Yeah, he didn't. I mean, somebody else figured that shit out, and I'm sure it was a billionaire. But who knows? At the end of the day, it didn't work, and we know it's not working. But guess what? It's not working for us. It's working for the most powerful. And until people figure that shit out, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but
you'll still have this.
You can't lump all millionaires into the same. There's good millionaires and there's bad millionaires.
I agree. And first of all, I didn't say millionaires. I said billionaires. If you're a millionaire, you are a millionaire. You are not even rich anymore. Basically.
I'm just saying. Well, I'm just saying
you need to be a millionaire and have almost $1 million really to consider yourself middle class at this point. Like, if you don't have $1 million, at least in equity as far as what you own and where you own and investments and what you make, like you should have $1 million to really at this point, and it will be to be middle class. I mean, that's where we're going, and that's why when you say all billionaires aren't bad, no. But when you take the top 3% of the population owning the majority of the wealth, you've got to take a look at that and say, why? Why? We keep saying, oh, we just want freedom. They worked hard. Okay, that's fine. But how many yachts do they need? How many years of their salary, which is $1 million or more, did they need in the bank? How many 20,000 square foot homes do they need? Yachts, airplanes. whatever. How many do they need? Because this is not trickling down. It's not trickling down. That's what I'm saying. Trickling down didn't work. So there's a difference in saying people can work hard and people will have nicer, and certain people can have more nicer homes and different things and things like that, and yachts or whatever. But to say, okay, at this point, when you have, billions and like the Saudi prince, they even believe trillions because that government's not even a report. But I mean, and then you've got people starving to death, right? And people like us, like, even if you think you're getting by pretty good and you can afford to feed your family and you work hard all week, you're lucky if you pay off your house before you die, man. I mean, that's like, and maybe you get a week vacation if you're really, you're okay. Like,
good. Yeah.
That's it. And you're working your ass off, selling your soul for it. And I think that is what people are starting to realize. I hope that people will realize is that we aren't against each other. There is not one side or the other that should be against this. We can argue other things all day long, but we should be against not the fact that people can't make a lot of money. That's not what we're against. But trickle down economics does not work. And that is a fundamental, that is why the Republican Party is falling apart, because they vote for that. They don't vote for, they want to talk about the majority. What majority that the only people their only demographic they are truly voting for, if you watch their votes, are billionaires, not even millionaires, billionaires. Now, some millionaires, multimillionaires may also profit from that and vote for it. And then you've got your stupid rednecks, like in trailer park trash, like down here where I am, and I'm not paying down with the trailer park. What I am saying is there's people around here that can't even afford to they're renting a trailer, right? But they're voting Republican because they were just taught, well, the Democrats just want to raise taxes. It's going to cost us more. It's not going to cost you more, bitch. You fucking get money back in your taxes because you don't make enough to have to pay taxes. If you are a single man.
Well, nobody should have to pay taxes, not even the millionaires. They shouldn't have to pay it either.
Oh my God, really? Well, then where are we going to get the money from to keep the roads up?
We don't get it from taxes, now do we?
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Just give me your explanation.
You really think the taxes that we pay from our okay? Which tax first? Let's get to the brass tacks. Which tax are you referring to? The income tax or sales tax?
Well, I think that both of those need to be addressed separately. But I think that
you're lumping them into one. So
okay, so because you're in Florida, and Florida, I know does not. I believe you don't have one of those, correct?
We don't have. What is it? We don't have what's it called? We don't have state income tax. I think that's.
Right. I knew you didn't have it. You have to have federal, but I'm pretty sure you don't have state income tax.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, sales tax could maybe be done away with. I don't know.
Now, sales tax when you buy locally goes into your county and city.
Right. So I don't know which you're arguing, because if you're arguing, so I don't look at sales tax as something I argue over, although some things it's extremely high on, but it's extremely high on gas, it's extremely high on things they don't want us to buy, like tobacco and alcohol, which is fine, but they should probably make it higher on some other things. But regardless, if you're not arguing over sales tax, then income tax, I mean, income tax is the same way income tax. They tax the people, and they also tax corporations through their income. And those corporations like Amazon and Apple and all the people you were just putting down for your TV, like if you're saying they don't need to be taxed, then what are you saying?
I'm saying that our income tax does not go to us. It goes to the Crown Corporation of England.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah,
okay.
That's what it goes to.
That is like, this is what I mean. No, we're not doing
it. We don't see a time of it.
Go ahead. Finish your little shit.
Well, I gotta go put the washers back in the shop. But no, we don't see a dime of that money.
We don't see a dime of that money, but you know what? Let's put it this way, even if I was to give to you, which actually in the last podcast I gave to somebody, which was a mistake because they obviously didn't deserve it. But I tried to help see their point of view, but also make a point. So even if I was to say, let's pretend that you've read something that it all goes to England, all our sales tax is going to England, everybody thinks we're giving all these billions of dollars. Well, I'm sorry, What is it? You know what? Actually, I'm not even going to.
Do you think the government is really worried about fucking taxes? I mean, seriously, do you really think that?
I think that, yeah, they are, because, I mean, they're printing the dollar out left and right, and they know they have to keep
No. That was a scam from the first place. That has nothing to do with it.
Not printing. I mean, it's technically all digital money at this point. But
Yeah.
yes, what do you mean?
Our dollar's been useless for the last 50 years. It never
Right,
was
but
for shit.
we've propping it up. We've propped it up, and we continue to prop it up. And you better hope, as an American, that we can continue to prop it up, because we're fucked if it falls.
No, we want it to fall. We need the dollar to collapse. We need it to implode. We need it to fucking...
What do you think's going to happen then, though?
Because then we can activate Nasara Jasara.
Okay, and then what's going to happen there?
And then our money will be gold backed, unlike right now.
No, so what's happening
metals.
is China is already gold backing their dollars. So China is doing that right now. So if we fall, China will be the one that comes in, and they'll be the next US, because their dollar will be fucking backed by gold. We haven't backed ours by gold, and therefore you'll have a Chinese fucking takeover.
No, you don't look at it like that. We'll just have the same rules that China is now playing by. Therefore,
right.
It's
You
inflation.
know the same rules, like you can be killed literally if you have fucking Mickey Mouse or fucking Winnie the Pooh.
I'm not following. What do you mean? I'm not following you.
It was Douglas just said it earlier. Like, if you're in China and you have a Winnie the Pooh, you can literally be fucking killed. Like that's like
yeah,
that. You're talking about communist.
I remember that a few years ago. They were ripping on they were like boycotting Winnie the Pooh. I forgot why though. I remember that
they were calling him Winnie the Pooh, and so he made a fucking thing where now fucking you even have a Winnie the Pooh. Apparently, you can get fucking like go to jail or maybe get hung. I don't fucking know. Ask Douglas.
Do you know how much money the United States makes a day?
Not off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
All right.
You think I fucking memorized that? Do you?
$1 trillion. They make $1 trillion a day. Do you see
what are they making $1 trillion off of? You're not breaking shit down, dude.
If trickle down was that bad of a thing, we wouldn't be in a position where we could give Israel millions of dollars a fucking month. We wouldn't be in a position where we could give the Ukraine $1 million a fucking month. We wouldn't be in that position if we didn't have the money. We've got $1 trillion a day coming in from Americans, from our ancestors and people. And
from our ancestors, they're magically like from the ghosts. Like, I mean, where is the money? You said the ancestors are bringing it in, honey.
Oh, no. Well, okay. Remember that thing with your birth certificate and how they're a stock on?
Yeah, and the bullshit on that. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, how is the money coming in?
From the deceased's birth certificates. That's how they're coming in.
So how are they making money on deceased? They're just selling it to people that collect deceased people's birth certificates for $1 trillion, couple million. What? Who's paying this? Who's paying for these dead people's birth certificates daily?
What's the bank? There's a bank in Switzerland.
Oh, so it's a stupid bank in Switzerland that decides they would like to own dead people's birth certificates?
No. The interest from those certificates goes to the United States government. I believe it goes to the Department of Justice, to be honest with you. But yeah, that's the deal with them. That's why we can afford to give Israel and the Ukraine $1 million every fucking month. That's why we got so much money. We got so much dirty money. We've got dirty money because it's basically worthless. But you know, that's some people's fault. I'm not going to bring it up, but that's the deal. And if you don't believe me, I have got a. Let me get to this. Here, I'll show you. Okay, go here, go to video, go to David Strait. Where's David Strait at? Here's David Strait. Here we go. Now, I'm sorry, I don't have all this queued up right now to just jump straight to it, but I have studied this enough to know how full of shit people are. I think this is it. And
you know how many things that you just, even this week, you want to just mention to people that you shared with me that I fucking proved wrong? So let's see what this fucking is.
What'd you say?
How many things you shared? 2 things with me, like just 4 things this week. I only looked at 2 of them, and I was like, "That's wrong." Told you how it was.
No, that was not wrong. You're talking about the guillotine. No, that's all true.
I'm talking about the fucking guillotine. The guillotine, I even fucking tried to prove wrong because I thought it was fucking so stupid. I'm talking about, oh my god, because that's why we know Joe Biden's dead. Why do we know he's dead? Because he didn't come down the steps. He walked around.
Joe Biden's been dead for 3 years. All right.
And I said, what are your reasonings? And your reasonings, you sent me a video of him walking down the steps and the guy shooting the saloons off without fucking a patch on, which your own fucking man said, that's what we do in combat situations or anything that's where we feel there might be, because they don't want to let them know what their fucking status is as general or whatever. They don't wear it on their arms. And if you remember when he was being sworn in, there were multiple death fucking attempts.
Yes,
do you
ma'am.
not remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
So that is why those men were doing there. And I'm sorry, if you were fucking 70 years old or whatever the fuck that old man is, and it just falling down steps, I'm pretty sure you come around from the side bushes instead of walking down too. But those were and then your other proof, both of those blown out of the water. Your other proof he was dead was the girls disappeared in his swearing in. And all you had to do was go to PBS video or any other video that didn't have the angle that you fucking showed, and the girls are there the entire time. And it's all over the internet that this was a complete fake hoax, conspiracy thing to begin with. You can watch videos from, it's not like one news channel threw them in. You can see them in every different one. But you somehow thought because his granddaughters were there when he started the swearing in, and then suddenly you thought they disappeared because they weren't in another angle, that also meant that was your second proof he was dead. So you want to now tell me about why trickle-down economics is so good? Because I'm pretty sure you are not on fucking winning streak yet.
Yeah, trickle-down economics is really good.
Okay, go for it, buddy. Go for it.
You know why?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Because the queen ain't getting that fucking money. That's why.
What?
Because the queen's not getting that fucking money. That's why it's good.
You just said we're fucking handing over all our money. So how is she, the U.S. hands over our money to them, our taxes. So how do you think she's not getting the money?
Brooke, when they were first building America, they needed money to fucking build roads and buildings and streets and cities and counties and sign and shit, right?
Oh my God.
Where are they going to get that much money? They went to the queen and said, hey, can we borrow this money so we can build our little city and we'll pay you back?
I'm calling 911. I'm going to threaten to kill myself right now.
I just got back to hear that. Joe Ty says in the chat room, Ian, trickle down means the rich people giving you golden shower. So there's
thank you. Fucking Joe Ty even just fucking.
Yeah, because they finally got the money to.
Because they finally, and you know what? They had the money, bitch. Okay, stop. I'm gonna call you bitch. You know what? Who did you just tell me was fucking with your TV? What was the name? What was the family name again?
The Rockefellers.
How long they had money, baby?
Forever today. That's bloodline.
Yeah, so you're glad they still have the money. And you're putting the bushes down at the end. You're glad they still have the money. So who are you? Yeah, because they deserve the money. Have you seen the Rockefellers give you some money lately? Have you seen it?
I said they did.
Why
am I sharing my screen?
You're pro-Rockefeller.
Shut the fuck up. Do you see my screen?
Pro-Rockefeller.
Is my screen sharing so she doesn't fucking embarrass herself anymore?
What's the screen? What are you showing us?
I'm trying to show her how the U.S. makes $1 trillion a day, and it's not from our fucking income tax. All that money we pay on our income tax goes to the fucking Queen of England for the Crown Corporation.
Is this what this man is saying?
Yes.
Yeah, he's explaining it.
I need you to deal with him for a minute. I can't on this one. I've already proven him wrong.
I know.
No, I can deal with it. I will sit here if we could fucking. I just hate that we can't share screen with anybody listening because you just lose people. But I swear to God, every fucking.
Well, they can't listen because you won't shut up.
Well, you know what? You could shut me up by putting your dick in your mouth, but then again, I'd still have 4 fucking inches too much, and my mouth's only 4 1/4 inches wide. So,
all right. Look, Belle. Fuck it. Just watch the video and shut the fuck up.
Well, but wait a second. This is, honestly, Ian, you can't expect us to look at this. This is
a real class. This is how they teach you what the fucking government does.
But
it's exactly like the Bush. The reason that he told me I
okay.
I shouldn't have argued.
Just write a check to the fucking Queen of England. And
that got your friend.
Just put on there.
Ho down. What you are fucking showing with that motherfucker? I've seen him before.
No, you have
not. No.
You're saying this shit if you've seen him before.
I haven't seen this shit. You know why? But I've seen him. You know why? And you'll remember this. Because when I shared with you about the crazy guy who I thought maybe you'd be like Douglas. Douglas actually shared it with you. Shut up. Shut the fuck up for a second. And then I'll shut up. Just shut up for 1 second.
Go ahead. Lie to me. Go ahead.
I'm not going to lie. You had Australia buddy there.
And I don't know the guy. I've never met him.
No, but I showed you the video about the fucking million-gram young kid. And then you fucking said, I've seen that on this other video. And then you pulled it up, and then you sent me a link to that video.
That's
and
a different video.
Second link
That's a video you never saw.
Was this guy right here talking about the shit he goes in undercover to save kids. And now he knows of government and how it all goes to the Queen, apparently, too. Except we have no idea who the fuck this man is. Go ahead.
Shut up.
I'm done. I am done. Mute my ass. I'm muted.
Oh, my God.
Thank you. Right, here. Jesus Christ. I don't think you can hear it, though, but... I don't think you guys can hear it. But.
We don't need to hear this. It's
okay. Well, anyway, she's full of shit. She doesn't know shit about the whatever. So whoever's listening to the audience, please don't fucking buy into this fucking. That sucks. We can't give the Queen fucking money she doesn't deserve or need. I'm sorry.
T Tank Barry in the chat room says, "Get ready for the golden hose." Yes. The golden hose is whoever this guy is that has got the acronym PATH. PATH. It's an acronym for presume. What is the rest of it? I'll have to open up the screen again, which I'm afraid to do. Presume, assume, tacit. And then
I think the last one's agreement.
No, it's an H.
It's an H. It's shit. I should know this. Where is it? Can you see it?
No, not anymore. The guy's big butt's covering it. His butt's as big as yours. And he's former. Former what?
See, I think he's former CIA.
Oh my God! Of course.
But he's the good side. He's the good side of it. He's the good side of it.
Of course.
Not the criminal side.
Right.
Like McCabe and Comey were.
Well, if you roll it back a little bit, we'll see what the H stands for. But what is it?
Yeah, I should know. Oh, it stands for.
I still can't see it.
I know. This is how we get our money. This is how you pull. Oh, hearsay.
Now I think that's the key phrase. That's the key phrase that covers all of this. And so basically, what looks to me like a football play. Now, honey, Brooke, you know this. Does that not look like a football play?
That looks like a football play and somebody that coached high school football and sucked at it. His shape, I wish people could see it. This man, I don't know. He just apparently. Here's what I figured out. I can't even do what this man's doing because we can all do it. Anybody listening, I just want you to know, if you have not already been in the public eye, or had a voice like I've now been on here. Really, just if you haven't cussed enough people out in your life, nobody's really going to remember you. You really sucked at shit. You probably were a high school coach. You can go online now, grow a little beard, what the fuck ever, gain a little weight or a bit thinner than you were, and you just fucking be CIA. I was on Mars in secret missions. I I am Biden's sidekick. I mean, what the fuck ever. You can be that person and you can draw a little shit like this, and people like Frank fucking Ian West will fucking believe you. They don't care. Every time I point a fact to him, and I'm not talking about a fact like I go to CNN and try to get a fact. I mean, I go to factually. This is not possible. Like these are no like I try to be very open minded with. I do believe conspiracy.
You do. I do. I'm proud of you too. I'm proud of you.
You know me. Like I believe conspiracies are
you do your best not to be
conspiracies.
willfully ignorant. It's good. I'm really proud of you.
It's really hard with you, dude. It's really hard. It's really fucking
That's
hard.
why I'm single.
But Ian, I have to say, Ian, it's disturbing to me how I feel that you. I feel that.
Cool. I don't judge you either, Doug. Don't worry. All right, I broke character there. Shit, my bad. Hold on.
It's just I think that you see a lot of this stuff and you run with it, and it's.
That was a good one. I have to give him that one. I broke it. See, that's the only reason he keeps people talking with his hilariousness. But you want to believe that all this is hilarious, and then you start arguing points that are completely like you should have been the person running around putting shit in your hair when I was. I don't know, man.
Fuck! God damn it! I hate this. I'm doing this Skype application just out of the web browser, but it kind of sucks. I can't install the custom sounds. Like I was on the phone for 4 hours waiting for somebody to pick up at Skype, and they're like, "Do you have the latest Office?" I'm like, "No, you fucking idiots! I'm calling for Skype, not Microsoft Office." It's such a they're.
Well,
I don't want to get into it.
Just so people understand, Microsoft owns Skype, so there's some logic there. What has no logic, I'll tell you this much. What's really surprising is that, for instance, I have to use Firefox as my search engine, and that was not a choice; it was a necessity. Because I used to do everything in Chrome. I used to dream in Chrome because Chrome was it. Basically, as everybody knows, Google owns everything. So then what happened was that when at some point, I don't remember exactly when, but it had to be around the time of Selena Khan days. And Ian remembers those, but basically it was around the time that I became involved with her, transitionally. That the Google would no longer work with my YouTube, and then so my 3D graphics modeler, who let's just say this, he's just very adept at computers and information systems. He used to work at Google. Just so people know, worked at Google, and he couldn't get the YouTube and the Google to coordinate, so he had to get me set up with Firefox. So I had to get used to this whole new search engine and work everything from Firefox from that point forward. The interesting thing was Selena Khan told me, well, YouTube and Google are not compatible. And I said, that doesn't make any sense. Google owns YouTube.
YouTube, yeah, exactly.
But then I found out later on what she said was true. It was actually true. And then I found out that actually Google purchased YouTube, but it's like they don't really want it. And therefore, it's kind of like this punishment detail for people at Google. It's like the losers and punishment detail they assign to, like their penal battalions, they assign to YouTube. So it's like, so they don't want anything to do with. And so because of that, they like rendered it essentially incompatible with Google in a convenient sense. So it's I had this verified by cross-referencing several different sources, including the 3D graphics modeler who used to work at Google. So it's like it's just bizarre, but that's the situation. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. So when it comes to what you're talking about with your Skype, I kind of, it's weird.
The reason they were bugging me about fucking Office is because for Skype Business, that software does have the customization for your ringtones and button pushes, whatever. You can add all the quirky sound effects to it. But Google Business requires the latest and greatest Windows Office to fucking run. Because it's Google Business, so of course you need Office. Why didn't I fucking think about that?
You know what's so crazy about Revolution Radio? Revolution Radio, you might remember by bitching about it. Mike Ringley he refused to allow us to update our Skype, and in those days you still had that option where you could refuse to update Skype, and because he would stay only with a certain Skype, and you had to have that exact Skype at a certain point in development that he would work his stupid server with. And so it was for that reason that when she brought me a brand new laptop, Laura Lee Solomon had to have it totally cleared out of what would have forced the renewal of Skype, and had it set to some backwards Windows like 9 or something, or 7 or 8 that would only work with that single Skype without ever updating. It's just crazy. The whole thing was crazy. So it rendered the laptop effectively useless and slow as fuck. It was just awful. It was just crazy. Everything about these people is crazy. There's just so many crazy things going on with so many. None of this makes any sense. We live in a world that simply seems to refuse to function. It just and then there's Ian.
Right. But no, dude, it's bullshit. Like, but for if you wanted to, I guess like when you were talking about Google and YouTube clashing with each other, like what did they like take away your the creative part where for uploads and tagging and shit like that?
No. Once we got everything onto the Firefox, YouTube seems to be working the way it should be. I mean, with all the bells and whistles. I just don't know how to use any of that shit. I'm just technically, once I get to technically used to something, I can get pretty adept at it. And, you'd be surprised at what I can do, but it's still nothing like what, I see other people just do all kinds of amazing, fancy things. But, I'm pretty amazed at myself and what I can do with certain things once I get the hang of it. But, I'm not the kind of person who learns easy. I don't learn easy.
You gotta practice, before you get good at anything. You can't just be like, all right, well, I'm gonna go drive a jet. Come on, guys. It doesn't work like that. You gotta
well, it depends on your purpose. Say, for instance, your only intention is to crash dive into the side of a tower. There's really not much you have to learn.
Right? You see what I'm saying? Yeah, true. Yeah, you got to put there, but no, I mean, like, there is a learning curve to all these new apps and shit that are coming out. Now, do you have YouTube Studio?
I don't know.
Okay.
I must have it. I mean, that's what I'm using to produce the show.
Okay, good. Okay, because I can get mine to run on Chrome, but I don't know if I'm missing features that you need or that you're accustomed to.
Well, we'll talk about that.
Dude, until you can get one computer working where every time that either I or you don't come on and nobody can hear you, right, when you're talking, or if you are on there, you're saying, shit, this isn't working, my monitor's not working. I mean, I'm sorry, but you're not coming off as like the computer guru to be giving advice. And if you're saying that you should work and practice shit, then maybe you need to practice running into the brick wall, because you're obviously not practicing.
Angel. I have a server, not a computer. Come correct now.
By the way.
Oh, I know your server. It comes from, what's that gas station you order from again?
Wawa.
Wawa. Your server from Wawa. Bring you a sandwich.
eBay. Hush. Came from eBay. Hush.
Oh my
There's
God.
no map.
So, and when she talks about how Ian calls her up and is swearing because he doesn't know whether his computer's working, that's what I had brought up earlier. What's this sad trombone sound effect?
If I had the fucking thing, I could have played the sound after she talks. Here. I don't know if it's going to go. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so after she bitches, I could be like, oh, come on, you fucker. Anyway, I have to do it all ghetto through fucking YouTube.
Oh, that does sound funny. That is funny.
I had this great idea. I was going to have all these sound effects queued up, but no, it's not going to happen now. Because fucking Skype.
I'm sure you'll make it work eventually. Let
me play George's. Let me play George. Oh, hold on.
Those are the lamest sound effects. Wait till you hear fucking George's.
Here,
the lamest shit ever.
How do I stop sharing?
Oh my God.
I don't know. It's what I've been asking you to do your entire life.
I'm so sorry. I don't know how to. I'm not used to this. Just to Skype. But anyway, yeah, here's George's sound effect. But man, I was so pissed off that Skype, like, you gotta do this and fucking, you gotta have this.
Wait, you mean George? You mean our George? George
yeah,
Knight?
Your George. Yeah. Here we go. This was the sound I wanted to assign to him for whenever he calls in or whatever. Mother. Oh, is this it? I think this is it.
That should be the sound effect. Ian West going, motherfucker.
No, that's not it. Shit. Oh, God damn it. Okay, Metal Gear Solid Codec. That's the name. Oh, God, my screen went. Okay, Codec. Here we go. Yeah, so fuck. Here it is. Here's the sound. This is what I wanted. That when George called in, that would have been perfect. It's subtle. It's light. It's in the background. It doesn't stand out too much. It's funny.
Okay. What does
Anyway,
what does it imply?
I just thought it'd be funny as hell.
It's cute. Yeah, it's cute. Anyhow, you're both doing great. Let's. I mean, I'm back, until I finish this Coke, and then I rinse my teeth, and then I'm probably gonna go monologue shortly after that. We don't want to keep Brooke up too late. Want her to, Now I want to check into the chat room. Joe Ty says Ian is from Alabama, and the Queen is dead. There we.
Thank you. And you know what? I have a fucking sound effect that should fucking play for fucking Ian.
Oh.
Like, this would be Ian. Like, if I could play a fucking sound effect for Ian, this would be fucking it.
You think you're fucking funny? Seriously, you're a fucking ugly little cunt, mate. And if I ever see you, I'm gonna fucking slit your fucking face wide open. Yeah.
Holy
shit! Angry little fucking cunt. Right, I'll tell you what, you little cunt. You're boring. You don't sound Nigerian at all. So go and fuck yourself. Go and fucking crawl in a dirty, dank little hole where you fucking come from, you dirty, dragon-eating little fucking spastic. Right, okay, the dragon comment was probably a little bit fucking...
Oh my God.
That was wonderful. Your genius is noted. That was great.
Is that George Knight?
That's what I was thinking. I would love to have given Dad to reply to George Knight when he played that one, to give that to George Knight his head. That ain't really how I feel about you. I mean, like, I do.
I know.
But I thought it was pretty good. I actually stopped it.
I mean, keep it on standby. That's pretty clever. Like.
So Elizabeth Beam says DDD is logic. Mandy says much love to you, Douglas and all. Mandy, is that our Mandy? Amanda Ute? Do you want to come on? Mandy. Oh Jesus, her birthday was yesterday. Happy birthday, Mandy. And,
so why I got both y'all on? What was this deal about Brooke bitching at this chick the other episode that I missed? She mentioned that. Y'all were talking about Biden, right?
That was Noreen.
That was that.
Well, I'll be more than glad to go into it. But you know what? Before I do, are you going to continue to go in? Because here's all I got from Ian West. Ian said, "I heard you bitching." He said, "I don't understand though. Why are you bitching about Biden?" He said, "Y'all arguing about Biden. She's saying he's evil, and you're saying he's just not evil, but you're not like necessarily loving on him." But she said, "Why are y'all arguing? He's dead." That's when I got all the fucking shit.
Biden's been dead for 3 years.
So Noreen, wake the fuck up. Your evil man is dead. So you actually hate an evil reptilian or whatever the fuck Ian says he is. I don't know.
No, it's James Wood in a mask. It's James Wood. It's James Wood in a mask.
Oh my God.
Fucking stateless. So I can totally go into that. Or
yeah, I'd like you to, actually, because it's entertaining. But Real Tech Geek has joined us.
James Wood is another sicko.
Yeah.
I don't know shit about him. I just hear that he's playing Biden.
Yeah. So tell us, Real Tech, about the dirt on James Wood.
He was fucking Ian West. He got called busted fucking Ian West in the ass last week. Oh, I thought I was muted. I'm sorry. I thought I was muted, guys. I'm sorry.
Oh, God.
She said that to Doug. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it sounds like she wants a DPU, man.
So Real Tech. So any dirt you know about him, or he just revolts you, or what?
He just revolts me.
Okay. Yeah, that's
I don't know shit
I mean, it was good. He was good in the 80s, 90s, 2000s. Vampires and Final Fantasy: Spheres Within. But following him on Twitter and watching and reading all his crap, and it's just
Oh, is he turned into some radicalized right-wing Russophilia?
Yes.
Oh shit! I'm
Yes.
sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
That's
I'm a Trump lover.
Yeah. Oh, that's so
Oh, he's
sad.
that crazy guy that's fucking remember the
So he's blacklisted by Hollywood now. So
Oh, cool.
who's the other guy that's like now living in Russia that was doing all the stupid shit? He was the big muscle guy.
Steven Seagal.
Yes.
Steven Seagal.
Oh my god.
What did he do?
Oh
Oh
God.
my! I'll let you know. You know what? Just keep talking. I'm going to give you a little snapshot of what he did.
What did he do?
First off, what did he not do? I mean, that piece of shit. Basically, he defected to Russia because he's basically a pedophile, and he is wanted.
and he beats up women.
Yeah, and he's wanted in the United States, specifically for the pedophilia. So
I had no idea.
yeah, so he defected to Russia, but not only that, he like makes propaganda films for the Venezuelans. Specifically did like martial arts films with Nicolas Maduro and shit, where they're like fighting, the bad guys, quote unquote, who are like, supposed to be Americans and shit. And so he's just pathetic in every way you can imagine. He is just pathetic. The person who used to tell
Here, let's listen to a little. Let
Sure.
Ian get it in the comedic way.
Sure.
Here.
It'll rot your mind, or you can't learn anything from television.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree.
No. Sorry. No. That was me beating Ian. I did it, Ian. I did it. Okay, shut the fuck up. I did you. And I got payback for fucking making fun of you for it. So you fucking can be happy. But no, I literally did, and then I tried to fast forward. But I wanted you to see it. I wanted you to hear this one little part.
Okay,
Because,
I'll listen.
yeah. Okay, here we go.
Thank God Real Tech's here.
I know. I'm glad Real Tech's here, actually. To be honest with you. I mean, especially with.
Thank you.
Oh, God. Hold on. So.
Flying helicopters.
Okay. Shut up. Fast forward.
You can learn a lot.
Here we go.
For instance, without television, I would have no idea that Steven Seagal is out of his fucking mind. Or alive. I also didn't know that. It's not a scripted show. It follows around the real Steven Seagal, and every episode begins with him looking in the camera and saying, I don't know if you knew this or not, but for the last 20 years, I've been a cop. You're like, what did you just say? I thought you've been making shitty movies for the last 20 years. What are you talking about? So he has an unlikable quality in a human being, which is that he is an expert in everything. Literally, if a dog walks by, shit. How do you know that? He's like, I've been working with dogs for like 35 years. Then a helicopter flies by, and he's like, that's a HUB-106. And they're like, how do you know that? He's like, I've been flying helicopters for like 47 years.
That's really funny.
Everybody does. Knows
It's what he
something about
does.
it. Everybody has a friend.
What is it?
What you're doing. They know the history of it all. They know every topic, every fucking fact.
Hold on.
Eating
It's almost over.
dinner. They're like,
Okay.
are from the Roman times, and they would sculpt them out of bark. And you're like, you shut the fuck up. Let me finish. Seagal will do that too, but he's making it up. They were like, they also call that helicopter a skippy. He goes, listen to it. Skip. Made that shit up. It just blows my mind. Really does. That everybody in this room, everybody has this real world possibility in their lives. All of us. We could go tonight, if we wanted to, tonight. You could go to Louisiana. You could start a fight in a bar. And there is a real world possibility that Steven Seagal will arrest you. Isn't that insane to you? I've lost sleep over this shit. I mean, that's crazy. That's literally.
And it goes on, and yeah, but he ended up going to Russia. But he was making shows doing this, and it's just he lost his fucking mind.
Yes.
Is that
Like,
fat
he
guy?
didn't listen
That
now.
fat guy?
Steven Seagal?
No, I think Ian's asking who the comedian is.
Oh, that's Bill Burr. Bill Burr.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now,
I
just
don't know him either.
yeah. So just to add some veracity to what our lady Brooke is saying, basically, Steven Seagal, when I was younger, I remember he was really in, and a lot of white guys were just swept away by him because they were like saying, "Oh man, he's into what he calls hard Aikido." And, in other words, Aikido, but offensive. I mean, it's offensive, all right, but not in the way that he intends in combat. The loser who used to just shit all over Steven Seagal because Steven Seagal is simply an easy punching bag was Daniel Arola. Realtek remembers that, and I'm sure Ian remembers it too. Both of you can basically share with Brooke.
Also,
Yeah.
Steven Seagal, you can equate him to fucking that stupid idiot Frank Duel.
Okay.
Who's that?
Bloodsport.
Oh,
Bloodsport.
yeah, those old 80 movies.
Right.
Yeah, man. What else do you think?
Well, I don't know. I sampled a track of one of those movies back in the day, like a sample.
Bloodsport and what's the other one? Kickboxer.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But just to clarify for our listeners, or for Brooke, who might get what you're saying but might not, what Real Tech Geek is referring to is his name is spelled strangely. It's spelled like DUX, like you'd think it's pronounced ducks, but I think he calls himself Frank.
It's French.
Yeah. And so he was claiming that he knew arcane martial arts and that he had basically been involved with the mysterious blood sport where he had always won the competition. Now, you got to admit, it's a good story. It was a good enough story where the person who played him was, now forgive me, I'm
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Thank you. I blanked out there. But Jean-Claude Van Damme is not to be confused with Frank Duke. So just so people understand, Jean-Claude Van Damme is an actor who was acting out a story. So he actually did a good job acting out the story. So these are good movies. They bear watching for entertainment. Yeah. But
yeah, they are.
Yeah, but don't buy the background that it's based on a true story. So
no, it's some fucking Soldier of Fortune magazine shit,
Thank you. And,
that's all it is.
Yeah, and Real Tech is.
I have a lot of those comics. I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Oh no.
Not comics. I have a lot of those books, magazines from the 80s and 90s.
Thank you.
I was a teenager.
Yeah.
But it's just a made up story.
Yeah.
This thing about being in a competition and it's a hidden competition and it's Asian and it's supposed to be a white man, it's supposed to be part of a 1,000-year-old Asian competition. And these are going to allow him in there.
Yeah.
That sounds like Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Well, Mortal Kombat is no doubt inspired in part by these urban legends, but Real Tech has shared with us an article about Steven Seagal, which surprisingly enough is basically saying Steven Seagal accusers detail rape, 2 women detailed sexual abuse allegations against Steven. Now, surprisingly enough, the source here is Fox News, and it's surprising to me because you'd almost think Fox News would support Steven Seagal.
What's the date on that article?
Yeah, what's the date on that? Real
It's
Tech?
from 2018.
2018, yeah. But
Yeah,
March
it's probably
20th,
'cause
2018.
that was in the middle of Trump, and they had enough fucking bad shit going on. They needed to distance themselves from somebody. Let me tell you something. Before the man moved to Russia, and he was still doing a show, but I didn't even know. I think a lot of y'all don't know. Like, I didn't know about this.
Slow
show
down.
on Netflix,
Oh,
right?
fast.
It was called I don't know what it was called, something, and he's doing the show on Netflix about himself, right?
Yeah.
And but he just literally went right wing. I mean, a lot of this show went right wing. Like, let me let you just hear this tiny little bit right here.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute.
By the way, you know what impresses me is that Brooke Gibson has this audio that actually the quality of the audio when she finds what she wants to find, the quality came across better than Ian's did.
Well, because
I know, and
I'm
I'm just pushing
sticking
it
the
to the
microphone up
computer.
to the TV.
Yeah, you're supposed to be the sound guy.
All right, here we
That's
go.
the funny part about that.
Thank you.
No, you have to watch the show. He panders to every group according to race, knowing full well there's a camera crew following him around. He doesn't give a shit. If you're white, he's like, how's it going? All right. And then to black people, he's like, "What's up, cuz?" They're like, "Hey, what's up? I'm holding you down, so holler if you need something." Okay. And then to all Latino Spanish-speaking people, he insists on speaking horrifically broken Spanish, even if they start the conversation in English. So they're like, "Hey, yeah, I called 911. Thank you for coming." The thing is, he's like, "Hola. Mucho queso." Like, I think my English is way better than your Spanish, man. Oh, gotcha. And then to all Asian people, he bows, regardless of
That's true. That's right.
and you cross Steven Seagal's path.
He puts his hands
"Hey, I
together.
was born here, you dick. Like, you don't have to do that." And he's like, "Sorry, I'm doing martial arts for like 85.
Oh, and I remember when he was so involved with Tibetan Buddhism, he was like trying to, push that Dalai Lama like he knew him personally and shit. It was just. What's with him?
I love it if you had seen Bill Burr actually Bill Burr do it. Who was like, no, it's not Bill Burr. I'm sorry, I said Bill Burr. It was Tom Segura. I can't believe I said Bill Burr. Tom Segura is Tom Segura, Segura. He's the one that was doing the stand up, and I love him. And Bill Burr is okay. Some things I agree with Bill Burr, but Tom Segura is hilarious, and he was doing like with the Asian thing, and he says, and every time, and he puts his hands together, when he bows, like the Asian.
Oh my
every
God.
time.
Yeah, well, there you go. And then, so there was this one black guy who I don't remember his name, unfortunately. He was a columnist, but he was writing about the black woman whose name I also don't remember. But one of the gang stalkers, named Miguel Andahar, for the longest time while he was sucking up, he basically, in other words, trying to pretend he was copacetic with me. And later on bragging about how he stabbed me in the back and shit. Basically, he was like always saying that, "Douglas, someday you got to get your stuff put into a movie by this black woman will help do your script, not that white man Peter Moon who's going to steal everything." He says, this black woman wrote The Matrix. And
I was waiting for that. Okay, go.
Yes!
I was going to squeeze that in, but go ahead.
Yes. She wrote The Matrix and The Terminator, and Whitey ripped her off. Now, bear in mind, Miguel Andahar is Puerto Rican, I believe, or Latin American, definitely. They had him at conventions pretend he was the toxic Avenger, but instructed him to be like the Disney characters at Disneyland, never speak. Whatever you do, never speak, because the moment he opened his mouth, he'd have this heavy Latin American accent that would ruin the mood, because, of course, the toxic Avenger is not Spanish speaking. He's not a native Spanish speaker. So at any rate, Miguel Andahar had that ugly a fucking face. So this ugly son of a bitch was like telling me this woman who claimed to have written The Matrix, and I couldn't believe the number of people who bought into this, but the black columnist was talking about how, he had tried to pursue it, and like many black people wanted it to be true. But then the way he concluded the column was basically, it was so fucking funny. He was just so witty. He was talking about the Polish brothers who wrote The Matrix. And, I don't know if you know this, Brooke, but these evil Polish brothers, I call them the evil Polish brothers because they're so repulsive.
They're Satanists.
The Wachowskis.
Yeah, thank you. The Wachowski brothers.
Wachowski brothers.
Yes.
Yes. Well, they're transsexuals now. But...
Yeah. What's that?
Yeah,
I'm surprised you're putting them down, because, bitch, if you're going to put them down, and then you can't ever let me play some Dave Chappelle. No, shut the fuck up. This is what you mean, Douglas. Hey, this is a wife and husband dispute. Shut the fuck up.
This is why women
I
make
know, you're not my I'm done. I'm hanging up. Bye.
Honey.
Wow.
Shut him the fuck up.
Ian, just know the most dangerous disputes in the world.
1 second. Shut up. I don't care. He can prove me wrong about them. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, the most dangerous disputes in the world are domestic disputes. Just remember, this is what cops get killed doing, is checking into domestic disputes.
Shut the fuck up. Because all I was trying to say was, don't just show how horrible they are. They're trans. And then one minute I was like, oh, Dave Chappelle said some funny jokes. And you're like, but I'm pretty sure he said something anti-trans or was construed that way, so I do not like him, and you cannot. No, he's not funny. And so I'm pretty sure if we're either going to be pro-trans or anti-trans to an extreme, then we are pro-matrix trans. And you need to shut the fuck up, or I'm going to bring some Dave Chappelle comedy in just a little bit.
No, honey. It's not.
And I am pro-trans. Let me get it very clear. I don't even think the way you do that Dave Chappelle is truly anti-trans. I think you made some points that were like comedy does, that drives home and pisses off people, but you couldn't do that at the trans, and that fucking rose some fucking hairs. And I do not agree with the fact that comedians, there should not be a shut the fuck up and you can't talk about it. I'm gay. You want to make fun of Joe? He makes fun of lesbians all the fucking time. He made fun of how you fucking came up with one, she was fucking punching him, and he was like, oh shit, I can't fucking fight her. Like, I mean, I took it as a fucking joke. Stop being so either one way or the other, Douglas.
It's not like that. It's not like that at all.
Well, then you're saying that Dave Chappelle's okay, and you can listen to some of his comedy and see if it's funny.
No. It's no. That's not what I'm saying. Dave, you're transposing two completely separate issues.
I tried to help you, Doug.
What did Dave Chappelle say that was so horrible?
Honey, I've gone into this before at length. I don't want to,
No, you didn't. You didn't. You said
I did, but by that time...
I went and replayed exactly what you talked about.
Honey,
no, it's
honey,
not
honey,
what you...
honey,
that was not.
I've gone into this at length in the past. I don't feel in the mood to go into it at length right now because it's basically a downer. And I was, talking about the evil Polish brothers because... That's
a downer. I mean, to me... Dave Chappelle's funny. How is it not downer? You're taking a movie that people fucking enjoyed. I fucking enjoyed the movie. I thought it was a good movie. I get that people are going a little fucking crazy overboard with the fucking movie, thinking that we're living in a fucking matrix. But
honey, what? I'm not attacking the film.
You're attacking the people that made the film.
I'm attacking the people who made the film, but I'm acknowledging that they wrote the fucking film.
But they are trans.
The last movie that came out last year was total garbage. That was junk, though.
Well,
that was really bad.
I don't think you should be making fun of them because they're trans and you don't know what they've experienced in their fucking life.
No, that's not the case with them. Whatever they're doing with their transitness, I'm even at a loss for words. I'm even at a loss for
decide how trans people can be. Like a one gay person can decide how another gay person should live their life.
What? Honey,
say
that slowly.
That's like you saying I cross-dress, so I can decide they're doing trans. I know trans. You're deciding that they're different, so I can decide how one trans person should live their life and not another. So one gay person should live their life like this, and another gay person should live their life like that. Is that what you're saying?
That's like...
I mean, because he's not trying to catalog everybody into one corner.
Yes.
You're
Thank you. Ian's got my back on this. Ian's my bro.
Hey, my whole goal tonight was to get you on the same team with Ian, and I have won.
There.
All right, cool. Leave it at that, then we'll move on from it.
There. See, there. That's the way it should be. Aha. If I have any brains.
Did these trans if you had any brains, what? Say it.
Yeah, they trans it out so they can fit in with the satanic cabal of Hollywood. That's what these people do.
Go. See, I know. Douglas will tell you too. Go ahead about the satanic
cabal. No, that's not what I was saying, honey.
That's why Jenner cut his shit off.
But you disagreed with him, Douglas, so you can't go off your agreement, honey.
He didn't agree with me about that.
Well, he disagrees with
you when you're trying to shut me the fuck up, but then he wants you to shut the fuck up too. Surprise!
No. He agrees with me when you quit riding a dead horse. That's where.
Riding a dead horse. How many times have you heard that when somebody tried to ride you? This is like a dead fucking horse, man. Nobody's ever tried to ride you, I guess. So.
I love you, bro.
Honey. First off, just
down the cue in the song "Write It" by Jay Sean.
just to clarify here, I will confess, there is somewhat of an element of truth to what Ian West is saying in this case. Okay, when it does come to the evil Polish brothers, the Wachowski brothers, it's that what they're doing is it's almost as if they're mocking the trans experience. It's these two brothers who had it made. They're wealthy. they're not the handsomest guys in the world, but then they suddenly both decide, hey, I want to be a bitch. And it's not just one, but the other one too says, hey, I want to be a bitch too. And they both become quote unquote woman, and they're hideous. So it's like they're mocking femininity. They're mocking the trans experience. It's like a mockery. There is something truly satanic in their motivation in that regard. There is truth to what Ian is saying in this case.
Everything is satanic to Ian, so you are just reinforcing that fucking
That's the
propaganda.
way it is out there. I used to live out there. I know.
You know what, Douglas? I'm losing a little respect tonight. I have to say. Like, as much as we've argued, a little respect lost there.
Respect? What?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't know it because you've never had it from anyone. But what I'm saying is Douglas knows I respect him even when I argue with him. You, on the other hand,
Actually, I didn't know that. The way you argue with me, I never knew that.
Why do you think I come on your fucking show? It's not, well, part of it is
Well,
just
you
a
reason
bit-
come on the show because you need attention. That's why.
Well, I mean, that's true too. I like some attention.
Yeah.
I have no qualms.
Everyone likes attention.
If you could, yeah, thank you. I don't know people that don't like attention. If they don't like attention, then like they're really sad. They probably are the person saying, "I'm going to kill myself," and really are. I mean,
but
like,
honey, to just so that you can't say I'm a coward who ran away from the topic. Understand this. That first
I mean,
off,
I can still,
so
say that.
So understand this about Dave Chappelle. What makes him so horrible, and why what he does is unforgivable.
Can you
and
please watch your words with me?
Why he's not funny?
Because remember how we had another word that we don't want to say? I'm going to go with Dave Chappelle and horrible. It's going to be my next thing if we have to go with off air. I don't agree. Like if you say, for the reason I disagree with Dave Chappelle or don't want to hear his comments.
Honey, I understand.
But to claim he is horrible, no, that's an emotional response.
Yeah,
just
it is
like the
emotional.
woman
This
last
is
week.
a
So
subject
that's
that
not-
does deserve that. This is a subject that does deserve that. Just like when we talk about Steven Seagal and we use terms like that.
I'm making fun of Steven Seagal. I'm not saying or I think Steven Seagal probably has some good qualities. I just think they're probably hidden under
Actually,
his dumb.
where does that even come from? What good qualities does Steven Seagal have?
Here's my thing. It's kind of like Ian West, man. Like Ian's hilariously funny, but we know he's lost in a multitude of things where it's like you said, and I still listen to him. I want to be open-minded. So every little conspiracy theory he has, right? You said even a dead clock is right once every once a day.
Yeah, got it. But that being said, that being said,
if you want me to finish the question, you ask me a question. Let me finish. You said, where does Steven Seagal have anything? So let me finish the question. Steven Seagal is like Ian West, what I'm trying to say in that regard, and I'm not trying to insult you calling you Steven Seagal, Ian, that probably would be an insult, but I am saying this, that he is, Steven Seagal, you've got to only give him as much brain power as he fucking has, right? And he doesn't have much, because I mean, there's just only so much there. So I'm sure he loves his little wife and probably pets his little pet rat or whatever the fuck he has, and takes care of it. He's lost, right? Like a lot of people are. And in the world, we're going to disagree on things. But what I can say is I won't call him evil. I will say he does things that I think are bad and not good for other people. I think
wait a second. I think pedophilia and rape amount to evil. I think evil is applicable here.
I mean, the pedophilia I honestly didn't know about until that was mentioned tonight. I hadn't heard of
Well,
that.
that's how you get in politics these days. But
well, Ian, you would know since you're trying to get in there. But anyway, so of course, then Douglas is too. So I don't know. Maybe I need to watch that out.
But as I explained with my latest episode, honey, which you probably never listened to my talking in monologue because it's just too much for you to handle. What I said is you can trust me in politics because unlike the rest of these people, young boys are food to me. I derive sustenance from their blood and I don't play with my food.
No, the only reason I'm really on this show, he thinks it's for attention. I'm hoping that there is like a world war and you do take over some crazy way and you got these little extra powers you can do with your shit, and then, Peacock Angel's gonna come out. And then here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna drink up all the blood boys. It's gonna be like that world where Superwoman came out and it was just all women living on the fucking island. It was all women and just you. And I'll be happy. I'll be fucking really happy.
I have to admit.
I will admit that we need a Joker, so we're gonna have to save Ian West for at least the Joker.
There you go. All right, you got a point. You got me there. You got me there.
So, all that being said, honey, so now that you've had your say, I presume,
No, she's not done.
Oh, I mean, I'm not done for the night, but I'm done right now. So shut the fuck up, idiot. Unless you want me to start again.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So just understand that I was pointing out to George Knight the other day, and I can't remember who else was on with this. It might have been Real Tech.
I will tell you who does remember, George Knight, because he remembers every word you say. I'm pretty sure it's a notebook.
I wish you would be like
Here's
him.
the thing. I don't have to listen to what you say, because if someone else is re-listening to your show 2 or 3 times, then they're listening for me.
Oh my god. Well, there's people out there that do that, honey.
I know. And you know what? It's not just, the problem is I thought it was just George Knight. But honestly, every time I call Ian West, I hear my voice or yours playing in the background.
But
well,
I bet
when I called him, I said, "Are you listening to porn?" And he was like, "What?" And I was like, "Are you listening to porn background?" And he was like, "No, that's you." And then he cut it up, and I was like, "Oh shit, that is me."
But I bet Ian West isn't listening to my monologues, at least not with the attention he pays to, when he's on himself, along with...
No, what I'm doing is I go through the videos, and whenever a new subject pops up, I tag it, then I put it in the comments.
But I never see this in the comments. I get it. You put it in the comments. I never see it. You might try to put some of these timestamps in the thread below the video itself when it uploads. You might try that.
Oh shit! Hold on, fuck! Something just came out the dog. Hold on. Listen, y'all. Listen to this. Listen to this. And you can't stop it. The dog has got something to say. You're gonna listen to the fucking dog. And then y'all say, and then I will mute myself for at least 15 minutes and then go off air if I need to.
So let's hear the dog.
Okay, where the dog is ready to talk.
Okay.
And he's like,
"Oh Jesus."
He's like,
"Are you putting that new microphone up to that dog's mouth?"
Well, no, I have to put his little speaker thing on him. He's very funny when he talks, because I usually have a bark collar on him, so I take it off. Okay, there we go. Okay, baby, you talk.
My God, how could I not?
Dave Chappelle speaks out, and he's not backing down. The comedian just shared his reaction to backlash he's facing following controversial comments he made about the LGBTQ+ community in his latest Netflix special, The Closer.
Said in the press that I was invited to speak to transgender employees at Netflix, and I refused. That is not true. If they had invited me, I would have accepted it, although I am confused about what we're speaking about.
Since the special's release, there have been protests and Netflix employee walkouts.
I wanted to make this video to say thank you, to express my gratitude to every single one of them, and it's not binary.
And in a video posted to Instagram Monday, Chappelle insists that the real issue isn't between him and the transgender community.
That you want to say working environment at Netflix. It seems like I am the only one that can't go to the office anymore. I want everyone in this audience to know that even though the media frames it that it's me versus that community, it's not what it is. Not the LGBTQ community for anything. It has nothing to do with them. It's about corporate interests and what I can say and what I cannot say.
The controversy all began when The Closer hit Netflix earlier this month.
Comedians have a responsibility to speak records. The funniest thing to say is me.
Okay, is that it?
I think she fell asleep.
That's another time that I always remember Ian West with fondness.
Well, to be honest, I really thought it was going to be, because when I pulled it up, I thought it was going to be his entire special and not just that, because when he talked for like a couple of minutes on that. And I really liked what he said on that, because you went on it, like you said, over it, and I went back and watched him come back on it and talk about.
You should go on his show.
Yeah, he won't let you on his, unlike myself, darling. So I can guarantee you that. So
you know what?
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
But
I I can tell you this. I can assure you of this. I have enough confidence in my badass bitch self that if he had the opportunity to know me and he was doing someone on like you fucking did, he'd have my goddamn ass on. And if I had met him fucking twice, he'd have my ass on, just like any fucking body would, because everyone should have that confidence in themselves. And I truly have it in myself. And he'd be fucking making fun of me. And he'd be like, well, you look queer ass, would you be your lesbian bitch be trying to beat my ass? I'd be like, yes, you probably fucking would. But, she probably also would beat your ass. And he'd be like, yes, you probably would. He'd make a joke out of it. He'd make it a lot funnier than I am. And that's what fucking comedians do.
He's not funny. At any rate, honey, let me speak to the subject. By the way, we have Māo-hé-Tù being... he's being somewhat smart ass in the chat room. And he says... He says, everyone should listen to Lord Vampire of the Earth, Sir Douglas's monologues. So there, honey. Then he says, hey, Douglas, is vampirism entirely hereditary, or can someone become vampiric from a bite like in the movies? Now we know for a fact that he hasn't been listening to me either. I mean, Jesus Christ, how many times have I talked about this? I mean, buy the goddamn book!
I'm pretty sure that's what Dave. Hey, you know what? I'm pretty sure that's what Dave Chappelle feels about most of his jokes. You just judged a couple of them, and you decided, man, he's not funny to me.
Honey. At any rate, so.
And it's not a honey, because he didn't even mention trans until he came back. So you are so judging him for that.
Honey. Honey,
you're gonna say nothing he says is funny.
Honey, that's not what I'm gonna say. Okay, first off,
said he's not funny. Actually,
he's not funny to me, but all that being said,
I'm not funny to you apparently either.
No, well, it depends. It depends. But darling, look, you said you have a potential for liking Elon Musk until I exposed the fact that he abused animals terribly, killed them.
And you know what? Here's the thing, but you know what I did with Elon Musk? I did with him after he told me that. Yeah. I actually re-signed up for Twitter.
Him. Go on.
Messaged him on that, at least, I wasn't going to respond because it was said, but I'll message him and said, is this true? And just send it to him. So he had the post. And my thing with that is obviously just like our, guy from, so many actual medical places, but including our,
Doc Oz.
Doc Oz, yes, Doc Oz. And even the other doctor that, was in front of Trump so much for promoting the vaccines.
Right. Fauci.
I mean, he did a lot of that. Yes, he did it too. And so that's what I had to realize. It's so heavily in this medical community.
Pervasive. The word you're looking for is pervasive.
Yes, pervasive. Thank you very much. Thank you, Douglas. And so, yes, it's very pervasive. It shouldn't be happening the way it is to the extent, especially now with the technology we have. But it is. And I do know that you're right, that what he did, trying to, especially it was apparently for these implants he's trying to do.
That's right. Which is even more sinister. Go on. Yes.
Well, yeah, I have an issue with that. But there are things that I will recognize, just like with Ian West or with yourself, whereas you can all be idiotic at sometimes, or even Mr. Real Tech, who says he has an 8-inch penis or 8-foot penis, and his doctor says he should be in porn. I love all of you, but for different reasons. And I have to accept the stupidity that you occasionally say. And so with that, it was very hard for the animals. I don't like where he stands, but he also, to watched him enough with his dogs, and he put out a thing. It wasn't, I didn't even message you about this because I knew you'd just be like the same thing with Dave Chappelle. He's horrible anyway. But with watching his thing and his Christmas card, it was always his dogs, and he wasn't even like me with 4, man. They got fucking they got 40 kids, I guess. They got 80 dogs running around that motherfucker. And that was his Christmas, he put out with all his dogs, and I don't know, could have been a fucking prop. Maybe there were more people than me and a few others coming on him, but looked really loving. And the other thing I will say is watching him on someone that I do agree with you on, that I for the most part don't like, but I do think he has good guests on, and he has a tendency, which, if you were doing a video, actually you do it either way. You just bring people on, and either they're already going to open up because they're depressed, or they're high or drunk. What's his name? What's the guy that brings them on? Joe Rogan. He gets them drunk or high, to talk. He's either got whiskey or pot there, and they high. And he had.
Yeah, Elon Musk did. He got high.
Yeah, and he
Smoking
got
weed
Elon
on the
Musk in
show.
trouble for getting high. Elon Musk ended up getting in trouble for that with the federal government, believe it or not.
Yes. Did.
Because of him owning the space thing. He has contracts with the federal government, and apparently that coming out public, he ended up in some trouble. He came back later and talked about, but he just got high, and he was high as shit on it. And to watch his realism, that's what I look in for people, and I say everyone, not everyone's got, but I believe everyone has some good in them. I believe we all have a God, part of God or creator in us, and many people lose almost all of it. But I saw him, even knowing, and how I feel about animals and how horrible that was to me, but to watch him as a true person and say, there were a couple things he said. One thing, he was warning about AI for a while, well before, for years, and he's invested in it obviously now, because at this point, he knew it was coming way before we did. What we even see now, we have no idea, and that's what he kept trying to say way back then. And that he's not for regulations. He moved out of California.
Yeah, he said AI is like releasing a demon.
He said you've got to have regulations on this. He said it's like like not having regulations about airplanes, but it's even more catastrophic, because if an airplane crashes, yes, multiple families lose them. You're talking about, yes, a demon. And so he said it. So what he basically said was there needed to be regulations. They needed to be they couldn't be behind, which is what we're doing, which is, he's in it now, but he's going to be a part of it either way. It's where it's going. You got to be there. But if the war is going there, and the government is not stepping up to the plate and saying, hey, like he said, the regulations don't need to be afterthoughts. You can't wait till the planes crash. You can't wait till, like we did, seatbelts and then say we need seatbelts. The AI is not going to be that way. And he made that point, whether you argue or not. And then the only other thing I will say I saw about him is when he was really fucking high, and Joe Rogan said something, I don't remember exactly. And he's like, well, what do you think the answer is all this, man? And he said, man, he said, to be honest, just love. He was like, I mean, he said, I talk about Mars and shit. He's like, but the answer really was just love. We gotta love each other. But that was the most you could see in his eyes. It wasn't fake. He wasn't coming up with some propaganda. Motherfucker was high and just feeling his feelings.
This is why you're so vulnerable. This is why sometimes you really need intervention to protect you from predators who take advantage of you.
No, it's the exact opposite. Like I've had predators try to take advantage of me my whole life, and I'm not saying one or two that succeeded, but the majority, no. I mean, even the one, no, I can't even say any of it succeeded. The closest was that story I gave you at the beach where I took a ride, and even that motherfucker didn't succeed. I'm pretty sure he wanted to murder me, and the best thing he got was to see my boobs.
He wanted to rape you first, at least.
Right. I didn't get raped. I didn't get murdered. He got to see some boobs, and then I got told these fuckers crazy, and if I don't get home, he's dead. So I'm, like that. I recognize people for what they are, and I recognize not always at the very moment that I should, but I'm very careful to watch them. And what I am trying to say is, you're trying to put him into a category, just like you were
him being Chappelle or Musk.
You're putting a category. You're just saying, like what Ian just said, you can't put all trans in a category. Well, why are you putting just a person, like their one personality is boxed into what they said that you don't like?
Yeah, but honey, understand, it's like you
said.
Don't,
we're not doing the honey thing anymore unless you're going to start
it's the same thing with WWE Vincent McMahon. The guy goes back to the board again, and they allow him to come back, and he now has another rape charge. Exactly why he was kicked out of the board and being the CEO of the company. Fucking piece of shit.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I thank you for that input, but so when it comes to the honey thing, honey, you get 50 grand if I pop off. I think I have a right to call you honey. So that being said,
anybody wanted to pop him off tonight?
now you might be able to
make a new asshole.
Yeah.
I promise I'll do that thing. That, hey, if you do die, like I will do that thing like Sammy Ramirez, like whatever cousins lost her, and she like wore black to the grave every night and do some mantras and shit. I'll do that for a while.
So darling, what I want you to know is I finished the 16-ounce Coke. I have to rinse the taste out of my mouth. When I come back, you promise to let me talk?
Every night I will leave you a 6-pack of Coke on your drink.
Yes. Now I'm going to rinse the taste
and
out.
And then I'll do a line on your tombstone up my nose.
Understood. But when I come back from rinsing my mouth out and getting the taste of this malted battery acid out of my mouth so it doesn't feel like it's eating away at my porcelain, with the enamel of my teeth, when I come back, you're still going to be here, right? And you're going to let me talk, right? You're going to let me answer you, right?
I'm going to totally let you talk unless you're going to say Dave Chappelle is a horrible person.
She'll let you talk for 20 seconds and then she'll interrupt you.
Honey, you got to let me. You had your say, and I'm going to have mine about Dave Chappelle, okay? And I promise it won't be from just the horrible person angle. I'll make this as logical and thought out as possible, but you've got to listen, and if you don't want to listen,
I've always enjoyed Dave Chappelle, man.
You know what? I will totally listen.
He's fucking hilarious.
God, enough
he
of
is.
that.
See, thank you. So my point is, I will listen if you go on for an hour. I don't say 1 hour.
It's not going to take an hour.
Dave Chappelle helped me a lot when I was very depressed and when I was a teenager, getting beat up and abused all the time. So.
What?
He got me out
I'm nothing against him.
And literally helped me quit drinking.
Oh, wonderful. That is wonderful for both of you. Okay, now I'll go rinse my mouth.
I'm just saying, people have good, so I will shut the fuck up.
I'll rinse.
Say whatever you want.
I mean, you can keep talking while I'm gone.
Get it out of you, Brooke. Get it out of you.
Yeah, you can keep talking while I'm gone, and I'll be back. When I come back, I talk, okay? And then I'll answer you. And that way, afterwards you can bitch a little and vent and, whatever. But, just give me a chance to do this.
I'll let you talk, and then I'll let Ian vent. And then,
Yes, and talk about how Dave Chappelle saved him from suicide after he was all, I guess, abused or something.
No, Dave Chappelle taught me to use the N-word in 9 different ways. That's why I love him.
Oh, God. Why am I not surprised? So, that being said, all right, I'll be back. I'm going mute. I count on all 3 of you to keep bandwidth burning. Thank you.
Hey, Ian, you ready to talk about Jews?
Jesus, honey. No, not like that. Jesus Christ, honey. Jesus. I mean,
did it because you were still here.
I mean, my life is hard enough. Fucking son of Adolf Hitler, okay? I don't need that anti-Judeophobic shit. Jesus Christ.
No, I already went over the Disney thing. We can get off the J's.
Oh, my God.
Let's talk about Ye. We'll talk about Ye while he's gone.
Oh, God. Did he ever come back alive, or is he still missing?
Yeah, he was back.
Yeah, he was alive the same day that this motherfucker Ian's like, he's still missing. I'm like, dude, he was found 2 days ago, bitch.
He alive. No.
This guy does not. No, you have to admit, you get a fucking something shared with you. Could be fucking a week old by the time it gets shared with you. You're like, Kanye's still missing. And I'm like, no, he was found 3 days ago.
Missing before they bring it up. You see what I'm saying? Time has to fly by for the person.
No, it's just missing. You don't research your shit.
Can't just put a status on missing.
I'm going mute. You guys continue with this.
I heard if you take glass, you break your window at a full moon. Ian, I just got shared. If anybody, if it's a full moon and the full moon's shining through it, and you break your glass, and then you take the glass and you take the sharpest shards you can get, and you cut like your arm or your wrist with it, especially if you do like your wrist where your veins are, it won't kill you. It will actually give you superpowers over anyone that you do not like.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm. Just try it.
Yeah, we'll go.
Hell no, I never tried that.
No, anyway. How you doing, Real Tech? How you been, man?
I've been all right.
That's cool. Did you work this week?
Yeah.
Good.
A lot of trading. Too much, though.
Okay, that's a boring story. Anyway, and by the way, I just said that because that's the type of story Ian would share.
Real Tech, it's very rude.
Ian, Real Tech, the reason I said that stupid story was only because that is what Ian, as you already know, shares on his profile without researching that kind of stupid shit. Like,
is it on Facebook? I don't follow his Facebook, so I mean.
No, someone's blessing you. You have an angel looking over you.
I'd rather look at hot chicks.
Somehow.
Okay, well, I got tons of hot chicks from Thailand I like looking at compared to something he might post. So
Yeah.
Even if I follow him, it might just get blocked out because I it's the type of guy I am.
Yeah. Do you use Facebook Fluff?
Facebook what?
Facebook Fluff.
What the fuck is that? I don't know what that is.
Dude, you've never.
It's for pervs.
Dude,
no, I never heard that before.
If you're in your browser, you can download this extension. It's called Facebook Fluff, and you can input words, and any of those words show up in a post, it automatically blocks it. So if you don't want to see Trump shit, type in Trump, and not a Trump post will ever show up. If you don't like put that in there, and it will stop them from coming.
Oh my God! So I can put in like Frank Black.
Yes, and you'll never see any posts. Yeah, you'll never see any posts.
But here's the thing: if I want to see your post, but like I don't want to see anything about
Trump or tunnel
or the tunnel. Yeah, or Nancy Pelosi's dead, Joe Biden's a reptilian.
Yeah, or
all that shit.
You could put Q, and then you'll never see a Q post.
Is that a file extension?
Yeah, it's an extension
for
it's in Chrome.
Google Chrome or
Firefox?
I
think it works in Chrome and Opera.
Just send the link in the chat for that one.
Yeah,
it's the first intelligent thing you've ever said on here. Maybe the second. I think one time you called me hot.
Not the first, but a few.
Yeah, he did agree with me once or twice before, but this is the first time he said on his own. Yeah.
Have you tried that new Opera browser, the GM browser?
Yeah, I use Opera all the time. It's excellent.
Okay.
GX, the game browser, GX.
Yes, game browser. Yeah. Have you fucked with it?
Yeah, it's great.
Oh, dude, I'm hooked.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah, I've been using Opera. I've used Opera on and off for years. So I mean, since
how do you have time
it first came out?
Games?
So
how do you have time to play games? Are you saying you play games too? Real text?
Yeah.
I wouldn't think you would have time to play games.
Well,
I slow it down, but I do play them.
Some of them are free.
No, but I'm saying time-wise, because Real Tech has a wife. He has a job. He has hundreds of pornography sites he has to look at for his Asian women and checking off. And then he has a doctor recommending he go into porn himself.
Well,
so at what point I feel like you should be in the porn industry yourself, because here's the thing. Ian West is trying to go into porn. And how much did you make last night? Like 28 cents?
No, I haven't. It's not up and running yet. I got to fix that computer in the bedroom.
So you're negative, like.
Well, I mean, I got the camera set up and the light set up.
You just need a woman.
Well,
or anything. Are you even just going for a chicken at this point? Like you can be a rooster in.
They got to go through the chatterbait and all that bullshit.
You make it too complicated, man.
I know, right?
Plus, you're using computers that are using you're using hardware that's too old for streaming anyway. You got to use stuff that's more newer. You're better off using mobile first. You're better off using mobile technology first, mobile cell phones first, and then whatever money you're making of that, then get a fucking better processor, a newer processor, man. Something from 2010,
Real Tech. That shows he's got
2010 is not going to do well for multiple streams. Let me finish talking. Can I finish talking?
I'm not doing multiple streams. I'm not doing that.
Let him finish talking.
Okay, but in the future, you want to be doing multiple streams at once. So you need to get something that's more newer. At least X99, X99, minimum X99 from 2014. If fucking 5960X, $1,000 CPU you can get for $50 now.
All right, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it afterwards.
That stuff, man. You do mobile first, make some money from that, and then get the newer stuff, the DDR4 and everything. Because fucking using X58 is fucking dead. It's finished. You use it for Linux and stuff, but you use it for fucking around whatever you want to do with. But you want to be with newer hardware.
Okay.
It's too old.
Okay.
So am I doing better? So if I'm going to stream just like some YouTube videos, I've got an iPhone 14 to start that up with. And if I wanted like a second angle, would I be cool to use a laptop that was running like Windows 11 just for like the second angle, or no?
You use a webcam?
Yeah, for a webcam for that second angle. Well, so the iPhone 14, the iPhone, yeah. The iPhone 14.
So use the you can use the iPhone 14 for chat, and you use a laptop with the webcam for video. You can do that, or
Yeah.
OBS, or StreamYard. There's a couple different ones you can use.
Yeah, I know a few of them that use their actual phone for their main camera, even when they're not live streaming, and it looks great. It's obviously the newer Apple ones.
Yeah,
and-
yeah. iPhone, Apple makes the best cameras for phones. Yeah.
Yeah, so I've got the newest one of those. So that's what I was saying. Like, I've got a webcam too, but I felt like it would be better for the second angle, because it's probably not as good as the iPhone 14.
There we are. So you're all talking technical.
It's no, it won't. It won't be because they're it's it's just in general. So many things you can use with a cell phone anyway. So the next step will be the actual camera and lens. So
Yeah, well, the camera I've got, there was like a $200, like $250 webcam, and I feel like from looking at it, the iPhone 14 is probably better, or just as good or better than that, so they can both be plugged in. That's the only thing I need to know is the software to use.
OBS or StreamYards. OBS is a little complicated. It's a couple different ones. I gotta think of other ones, but that's a pretty well-known one.
Yeah, I've heard of both of those. I haven't had experience.
There's some other ones I gotta think of, but yeah, I think I'm doing the same thing also. I just not in person showing my face.
Telling Ian West to get his shit together as far as Ian has a lot of shit he knows on computers. Like, I'm not giving it saying that. I will take up for you on that.
Oh, he does.
The problem is though, Ian made a mistake last night of showing me his computers, because he's like, I just put this new one together, then it has no RAM, and I gotta add that. So he does put.
This makes no fucking sense. A computer can't run out fucking RAM.
But by the way, people hear me, right?
But he only got it for
Oh, thank God.
Ian's thing. So have you ever been with a woman? Women do this, and Ian's like a woman with this. So I don't know, you're married, but I know everyone's experienced a woman in their life like this, mother, whatever, and they come out and they're in the store, or it could be a man too. Men do this, and they're in the store. My ex-husband was like, "Sir, he has fucking 45 t-shirts, all the same fucking color and brand. We'll be fucking mall. We'll be like, oh, wait, it's on sale. It's on sale for $15, $20. Like, it's a good deal," is what Ian said. And he didn't look at whether it had RAM. He was like, but I only paid this much. Now he has 45 computers he's fixing to sell for $5 a piece because none of them work. Am I not right, Ian?
Oh, my God. So, honey, I'm back, and I will make myself known. I do want to, I've got 2 more conditions to add to this. The other 2 conditions are that I first...
He said he had DDR2 RAM.
There he goes.
I'm sorry.
This is why I was wondering if people could hear me. I was like, when I was...
We were very much into this technical conversation. Sorry, it was very technical.
Yes, understood. You 2 can talk about this privately, the technical shit. But yes, and now all that being said...
Ian's already...
Yeah, I gotta talk to him. Right?
Yeah. All that being said, 2 more conditions here to dump on Brooke and see if she agrees with them. One is that you allow me to go into the chat room first and just kind of read what some of these people are saying so that we address them, because that's important to address some of these things while they're said.
Of course.
And then the other condition is that after I'm done saying what I say about Dave Chappelle, that you drag up on your message box the screenshot of what Noreen Helpan said and respond to it. Okay.
I'll be more than glad. Okay, I'll tell you what. I will do that. Did you screenshot it to me that day, or did you just do it again?
Oh, I screenshot it to you that day, but if you want me to do it, you should be able to find it. We haven't had that many exchanges, so if you just scroll up a bit, you'll be able to find it. Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, honey. I just can't remember. I remember looking at it while you were. We were
Yeah. I definitely sent it to you. Yeah. So it's in your messages.
So that's not a problem. But I mean, I may have a few responses depending on how deep you go with that, and then that's a fair.
Oh yeah. Okay, thank you. And so there we have that. And so just a little bit. I'm scrolling up a little bit on this.
Fuck yes! I got this long ass bullshit. Oh my God.
What?
Might even get off, and you'd be lucky if I fucking get to Dave Chappelle.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we don't. Oh, God, that's a good point. I mean, you can just do it.
No, I'm saying, no, you do Dave Chappelle. I said, you'll be lucky after I read this if I even give a shit about arguing with you about Dave Chappelle.
Yes. So, so that being said,
be careful.
With Amor Fati, he says, "My bad, Douglas. I should probably know that by now," referring to the vampire bite question. I have been listening to you since 2011. That was, of course, the year my mother died, and essentially that I went public. Not as much as I would have liked, though. And then he says, definitely buying your books, Roswell and the Rising Sun, Satan's Crusaders, and Vampirology. For sure, buying them soon. And I would love your archives that the Maggot Man archived. They're on Odyssey, and like Amy Comu said, it is the most retarded navigation system in the world. The Maggot Man himself will tell you that, John Warrington. And of course,
I'm just sorry. I'm glad all you all love Douglas, but if you're researching in that bad that you're going back into archives, like, I don't know. I have some like shit that needs to be cleaned in my house.
This is Brooke's way of saying I'm jealous I don't have an archive, but Doug
I mean, true too. Like, no, Douglas is super intelligent. I do agree that, like, yeah, you get into it, but like Amy, never mind.
Anyhow, then Amor Fadi says, I remember downloading videos of you since 2011 thinking it would be scrubbed from the internet, but someone stole my hard drive. And I had tons.
That was probably the guy that then sold it to Florida Boy for fucking $20.
Then he says, but someone stole my hard drive and I had tons of hours of you since 2011. And yeah, you have been scrubbed from the internet. Your Facebook pages and lots of videos and audio no longer on the internet. I actually want to translate your wisdom and knowledge to Spanish for the worldwide Hispanic community. Why can't you be like this, Brooke? Like,
well,
I want to.
You know why?
She doesn't even know English.
Well, that's part of it. You know, I speak Clemson. At least I don't speak fucking Alabama or whatever the fuck Garden of Eden shit you speak. But I will say this, I'm too busy translating for Ian, and he doesn't want to admit it. I mean, like, that guy, he's got, you know, the no-name guy that is CIA, FBI, president, that is tunnel man, also knows all the metrics of everything military, and he's like Steven Seagal, basically, but looks like a high school teacher.
How did Ian West double himself? He doubled himself. We've got two Ian West
but
sons.
I'm translating this man into every other language for him because I feel it's very important that everyone know. It's amazing.
So, Brooke, did you notice this? Real Tech, look at this on your screen. Do you not see two Ian Wests? How did we wind up with this? Did he clone himself?
Wait a minute. I heard back.
Let's see here.
It's in the Skype. It's in the Skype screen. There's Ian fucking West and the real Ian West.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Did he clone himself? Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
There's
crazy.
two Ian West. Oh, I know. Because he called in on his phone. He must have got his stupid one of his newest computer, the only computer he has supposedly working. The screen went out, but now he might have the screen halfway working.
Oh my God.
So now he can remember because I called him on the phone. I love you, Ian, and I do think it's amazing. And I put Ian down a lot. I think it's amazing. Anybody that I could never build a computer or anything like that. So I do think that's amazing. He can do that. I do also agree with Real Tech that he probably should spend a little bit more money instead of trying to get.
I don't have any money.
Okay, really? But then every time you turn around, you're like, I put this TV up here. I got this for $20. I was at this yard sale for. Like, if you added up the bullshit you spend, you would have money, dude.
I looked at my Uber Eats bill for like the year, and it's like, I'm bad, man. I already spent my rent in like fucking 2 months.
Oh
at a gas station on subs being delivered.
They're fucking delicious. They're good.
And how much is that? It's probably like $6 if you went there. It's probably like you're paying like $16 by the time you get it. Plus, you said you're getting a virus that you had to spend.
They said I spent $1,600 in a month and a half there.
Unbelievable. And he won't tell anybody else because he says I'm the only person that's ever seen it. But he showed me his closet. I hope I'm not telling a secret. But I don't think it should be a secret. He's like, you're the only person that's seen this. And you thought he was going to show me some fucking like weird porn.
And he's in the closet, right? You found out he's in the closet.
I wanted to see like a dungeon. Like, what's that movie like Grey, whatever? Like, you know, that what was that movie where he tied him up like the Greys? I don't know what the fuck that movie was.
Saw?
Hot Stone? Saw? Yeah, Saw, right?
It's not Saw. No, it was a sexual movie. There's like songs for it where the guy is like.
Ever see they're in the realm of the senses? Ever seen that movie, Douglas?
Grey something. I know somebody on the chat. What?
Never mind.
9.5 weeks.
Chat, please. Grey. It's like, isn't it Grey?
Oh shit.
The sex movie?
That's just Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
No, you're all sick. Now y'all are sick. 50 Shades of Grey. Thank you. 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh, 50 Shades of Grey.
Who told you that? I didn't. No one in the chat room told you that.
I just put gray and sex and it comes up.
Jesus Christ. That's.
I would have gotten that.
Anyway, that he has his sex room. You know, he takes a little girl.
Yeah,
That's what you
it's about
expected.
sex.
You expected
It's about
his
sex.
closet to be.
Anyway, my point is, Ian said, "I'm going to show you this. I've never shown you."
BDSM.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
when he showed you the
BDSM.
closet that he never showed anyone what was in it,
Yeah.
then you saw
was
he
his-
was in the
it was
closet,
his-
right? Hey, see, I'm in the closet, honey. I'm really gay.
So
like
a bunch
you.
of dildos in the closet.
I'm
Right,
telling
so
you,
the inflatable Pamela.
if he had been in the closet or dildos had been in the closet, either way, number one,
Doug
I
already
might
would have
say-
known.
it would have been better. It would have been better. Do you want to tell him what was in the closet? Why don't you tell him what was in the closet?
Remember, okay, a couple episodes ago, you're like, yeah, Ian's got like 5 shelves of drugs. Well, yeah, I really do, and I showed it to her.
Yeah, no, and it wasn't like that. He just said, "I want to show you something I've never shown anybody." He's like, "You know how I said I'm out of my powder now?" He was like, "Yeah," and he's like, "Yeah, but I'm shooting my B12." He's like, "But I'm going to show you something I've never shown anybody." And I was like, "What? What is it?" And then he walks across the room how he does, and he opens his door, and I'm like thinking, "Oh, this is going to be great. It's going to be some chains, fucking shit, or he's going to run in the closet, or there's going to be fake dildos, like you said. I don't fucking know. Maybe he's got kids locked up. I'm going to call 911. I don't fucking know. Maybe he's got taco pasta sauce, and I'm going to drive down there. But what the fuck? He had none of it. It was just bottles of vitamins. They were just bottles of vitamins.
Why would he have never shown that to anyone before?
I don't ask him, and he kept zooming in on them. I've never shown anyone this. He repeated that at least 3 times. Now I feel bad now sharing that because
I
don't
got
know
vitamins
why.
myself.
I don't know why. I don't know why he's never. I don't know. Maybe that's personal. Maybe I shouldn't be bringing it up. But he said he had never. I don't know. Ian, I'm sorry. That was personal.
You could have made it sound a little cooler than vitamins. You know, drugs was the kind of route I was hoping you'd go. But now you just make me sound like a fucking whatever. But drugs, that was a thing. Let's try to keep it edgy.
But it's
So yeah, it's true. I do have 5 shelves of drugs.
Well, it's like you. It's like you with your fucking reflex. Like you, your reflex, man.
That was classic.
Oh my god. So thank you for that. Okay. So just,
I don't even know what the reflex thing is. I must have missed that.
You didn't tell him about the computer though.
So just so that we let.
Wait a minute, you talking about the computer with the tape?
Oh, no, more like a gag reflex.
Oh, he does. Oh, his computer does have a gag reflex. Because here's what he did. He has no money at all, apparently. But he has enough money to somehow randomly get like 80s and 70s cassette tapes of like 5 billion of them. And then show me how his new computer, you know how most people can put a disc in a computer you buy? Like a CD, at least you used to back in the 90s and 2000s. I don't even know if you do that anymore.
You can still buy those.
Yeah. Well, here's you can put a cassette player in the top, push it down, play it, and then it will pop it out.
Yes.
What she's trying to say is I've got a cassette player installed in my computer.
That's adorable. That's incredible. I mean,
that
that's
really
an
is
accomplishment.
adorable.
That's
I'm
an
sure
accomplishment.
everyone in the chat right now is
You're gonna let your decks next time?
drooling. They're drooling for what you have right now.
All right. Okay. So just so I can get this out of the way, I do want to respond to what our dear Brooke has been asking about with Dave Chappelle, who she defends. And of course, just putting aside
you
for
are
a moment.
glutton for punishment. You almost got out of it, but you're going to go with it. Go ahead, baby. I'm going to shut up.
But just so that people understand, as my late and sainted sire, my legal father, used to say, even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day. So even giving these kinds of people that, and I don't want to go on another tangent, but we brought up Steven Seagal, and we don't want to go there, but I can't resist pointing it out. The picture that's on that Fox News link about Steven Seagal that was provided by the Real Tech Geek, that fucker does not have the same complexion he used to have. He used to have a white man's complexion. Now he looks like he's like Latino or something, like he had melanin injections or some weird shit. Or maybe he just took Brooke's habit of getting tanned and took it to pathological extremes. So if he's spending that much time in the tanning salon, he ought to be coming down with skin cancer pretty soon. But that being said, just had to make that comment there, had to lash out. Okay, so understand that in the past 5 years, as I pointed out to George Knight that time, and whoever else was on with us, might have been Real Tech, might have been somebody else, but I was pointing out the fact that in the past 5 years, at least 175 transgender people were acknowledged. I mean, most transgender people who get murdered, they are misidentified, they are misgendered. And so only the ones who are officially recognized as transgender, which is like a pittance, we're talking about a very small percentage, get registered as having died transgender. So we know for a fact that they were murdered because of their transgender status, simply because of the situation, the conditions in which they were murdered. And so those acknowledged as dying of hate crimes because of who they were, there's at least 175 that were acknowledged as such over the past 5 years. And there was, at the time I was pointing this out to George Knight, and this was just a few months ago, there was only one single case out of that 175 that ever resulted in a murder conviction. So transgenders, first off, it needs to be emphasized that it's open season on them, and you can literally murder a transgender.
Hey, can you just mark that? I'm not going to say anything, but just mark what you said. Yeah. That I would like to respond to that exactly.
Yeah. And that's a fact. So understand that Dave Chappelle's pointless transphobia and his homophobia, for that matter, all being part of comedy's ironic bigotry. It's a problem. First off, the segment that was played for us by Brooke from her dog, quote unquote, this all had to do with Netflix. We're talking about 2021, and that's already like over a year gone at this point. And it was in the closer on that venue that he returned to his views about transgender people again. And it drew anger again, just like his preceding special and everything he was doing before that. So you're talking about somebody whose popularity has been partly built on courting outrage. So obviously it's predictable that he would double down. But when it came to the closer, which was the last time I ever paid any attention to him, and only because I was forced to, it was all just a panicked defense of his controversial past jokes. It was pathetic because the humor just didn't land, and neither did his justification. I mean, the whole question can be summed up in 3 words. To what end? I mean, basically, the thing that people who decry cancel culture always miss is that the examples they use are people who haven't actually, if ever, been canceled. That's what drives me fucking crazy. Kevin Hart, for instance, you could have entire books written about the pain that words he used caused, and then he went on to continue to make millions of dollars in movies and televisual series. And yet there's still this idea that he was quote unquote canceled because we all had to have a discussion about how he used the platform because he's a multi-million-dollar movie star he felt he was entitled to have without consequence. But more and more, however, that's the thing, without consequence. And that is a problem. Now, again, what I was pointing out about what I was showing to George Knight was data from the Transgender Homicide Project. Now, at the time that Dave Chappelle was on Netflix, that was 2021. And that was already on track to be the deadliest year for trans people in recorded American history. And every year it's the fucking same. Every year is deadlier than the last. So, as the majority of victims are trans Black women and femmes facing unprecedented rates of violence, and then you get the trans youth being simultaneously subjected to anti-trans legislation for Republican political exploitation, all those bills curtailing their participation in sports, their ability to have gender affirmation surgeries covered by health insurance, all that while anti-trans legislation and attacks together converge to reach record highs, as they do every goddamn year. And they were at that other record high in American recorded history, just as they are going to be this year in 2021. Then you have to take account of the fact that Dave Chappelle's reckless #MeToo and trans jokes have real after effects. So when his Netflix shows that comic defending his right to provoke, But protests against his gags about misconduct allegations and transgender people, well, all those protests are justified. Dave Chappelle's first Netflix specials, which were released in the spring of 2017, had already left his reputation in need of recovery. And those trois sets were widely criticized then for their transphobia. And then suddenly you got this comic, once considered radical for his super smart critiques of race in America, towing this reactionary line, it's not even conservative, on a new generation's struggle for social justice. But when he came back with those 2 more Netflix offerings, he wasn't in the business of recovering his reputation at all. At least not in any way that was respectable. So in the first of the specials that was titled Equanimity, he addressed the row over his trans material, saying, "You know who hates me most? The transgender community." He obviously wasn't there to express any regret. And he went on to say, like they all do, you know, I got colored friends. He basically saying, I like transgender people. I support their struggle. But he reserves the right to joke at their expense. And then proceeded to do so once more from the vantage point of a self-satisfied straight guy who finds the identity of others inherently comical. So he was pointedly not trying to reassert any right-on credentials. Far from it. There was that one striking moment where he was trying to bring historical perspective to the very idea of being right on, saying something in the more contemplative set, the bird revelation, I was right once. Remember that? You know, trying to carve a place for himself above the fray of fleeting rights and wrongs, is amused by the fact that his own cause was once fashionable, as he is by the idea that he's now on the wrong side of history. And then he made another, more familiar claim, which is that it's not a comedian's job to be right, but to be reckless. And so he was addressing other comics when he was saying, you have a responsibility to speak recklessly. Otherwise, my kids might not know what reckless talk sounds like. The joys of being wrong. I didn't come here to be right. I just came here to fuck around. And in the other gig, he was claiming that, as a policy, you gotta understand, I never feel bad about anything I say up here. You know, that's the standard comics defense. First, I'm only joking. And second, a comedy stage must be a space, one of the few remaining, where prevailing standards of correctness don't apply. You know, it's a persuasive argument. We live in censorious times. People can be quick to take offense and overeager to silence opposing voices. Sure, comedy and art in general needs a leeway, not always afforded elsewhere in the public sphere. As it wrangles with reality and tries to see things in new ways, it needs to be able to risk being wrong, indeed, even hurtful at times. But in recklessness, yeah, I could even go further. It could be a comic virtue as well. But nothing has convinced me that Chappelle is being reckless when he dedicates substantial parts of consecutive stand-up sets to jokes about trans people. These are deliberate choices. They're made by a comic who clearly weighs his every word. Nor was I ever convinced that Chappelle's children are ever in any danger of not knowing what reckless speech sounds like. Are they not on Twitter? Do they never hear their president speak, who at that time was Donald John fucking Trump? Reckless speech was everywhere. The only difference was, in Trump's time, it was no longer given a free pass by its victims. Sure, we can take Chappelle's central point that comedy has to defend its right to go against the grain, to test the boundaries of the sayable, but in that bird revelation, he addressed #MeToo, the allegations against Harvey Weinstein, Kevin Spacey, and Chappelle's fellow comedian, Louis C.K. It was all an extended routine, staking out the perspective of a sympathetic alpha male, an imperfect ally. And while the protests against his jokes about CK's and Spacey's victims would eventually drown it out. There was some thoughtful material there. You could say it reached beyond the black and white verities of the post-Weinstein movement. But all the protests were still justified because several of the jokes punched down. Others rehashed the idea that victims of sexual harassment should man up. These aren't the boundaries of the sayable. This is what reactionaries say every goddamn day. As in his earlier Netflix specials, there again, he contrasted 21st century social justice struggles with anti-racism and finds them weak by comparison. Because he's the big nigger man, and nobody can have the big nigger man's experience. None of your experiences count. Now, I personally had no fucking quibble with Chappelle saying this stuff on stage. I didn't think he should be silenced. But his right to recklessness is equal only to the right of others to criticize, debate, and also get really mad at him. You can all claim the stand-up stage as this protected, that's his safe space. That's where he can be the faggot to speak without fear of censure. And he can ask his listeners to remember that he's just trying to be funny. But none of us can pretend. We just simply can't pretend that comedy, reckless or otherwise, doesn't have after effects in the real world. It does. It reinforces or challenges how people think. It gets repeated in the playground and the workplace. It is not consequence-free. So yeah, we can say Chappelle's got a right to speak freely, but it comes with responsibilities. Not least, to respect the right of others to speak freely right back at him. And cancel culture, it just isn't real. And neither is consequence. Because Dave Chappelle was never canceled. He just likes to talk about it. Now, the first time Dave Chappelle wanted to quit a TV show, he didn't do it. After shooting the pilot of his immediately forgotten 1996 ABC sitcom, Buddies, which was this amiable comedy about an interracial friendship. How daring! The network fired his co-star, Jim Brewer, which led Chappelle to tell his manager he wanted to quit. Now, he was talked right out of it, and the show got poor reviews and was canceled anyway after 5 episodes. When one of the co-creators, Matt Williams, was interviewed several years ago, at this point, I don't even remember, but it was about an ebook for Chappelle. He confessed that he wished he had built more conflict between the leads. I remember him saying something along the lines of, then you could capitalize on the charisma of Chappelle. But he was different then. He was impish. He was playful, innocent. Not the danger he is today. That's a quote. So as controversy boiled over Chappelle's The Closer, we were all forced to think about what lessons he could have learned from that early failure. At Comedy Central, he famously did quit and returned with a new mystique. But when he came back in his latest incarnation, he leaned hard into conflict. And part of his enduring popularity is supposed to be his ability to manufacture a sense of danger. And so I think the last special I ever saw of the son of a bitch was Sticks and Stones, where he took aim at the audience and cancel culture, made all these jokes about transgender people, of course, and defended Kevin Hart, who had lost the job of hosting the Oscars because of protests over his old homophobic tweets. And Chappelle earned all the backlash he got, negative reviews, and of course he got all the sympathies of the right-wing media, which became invested in issues of comedy and free speech in the Trump era. So let's say, okay, what did Dave Chappelle do for his next act? Take aim at cancel culture, mock trans people again, bring up the same trans friend he mentioned in the last special before the next. By the time he defended Hart again, like even if losing the Oscars was the worst injustice known to man, does it deserve 2 comedy specials worth of protest? Everyone was feeling a sense of deja vu. I mean, that was a few days before the closer premiered. And that's when Chappelle predicted he would be canceled. And yet a few days later, he appeared at the Hollywood Bowl at the premiere of his new documentary and talked again about being canceled. The fact that no one thinks Dave Chappelle will be canceled, whatever that means to anyone, is beside the point. So this rollout of his, it was all a performance of danger. Of course, what is dangerous is the open question. I mean, the closer simply quoted outrage with dopey attacks on hashtag #MeToo, jokes linking Asian people to COVID. Like the fucking racist nigger that he is, which is why I use that term on him, because he was busy talking about, hey, you know, these gooks bring the Kung Flu. Fuck him. Fuck him. But mostly with the subject he was fixated on for years, transgender people again. So when it comes to Jacqueline Moore, for instance, the showrunner for the Netflix series that was called, if I remember correctly at all.
I just want you to know, I've been quiet for a while.
Dear white people. Well, let me wrap up. You had this Jacqueline Moore.
Yeah.
You had a showrunner for the Netflix series titled Dear White People.
I've timed you.
Hey. I'll wrap up. When Jacqueline Moore, with that Dear White People shit on Netflix, announced she would no longer work with the company while it produced dangerously transphobic content, her statement was a reference to the numbers of hate crimes against transgender people and the statistics about mental health and suicide. So there was all this tendency to conflate language and violence in discussions about controversial art, especially comedy, because a punchline, even an offensive one, is not the same as a punch. And yet, it's hard to imagine that anyone who has attended middle school or simply seen a Martin Scorsese film would not understand that jokes contribute to a culture of bullying and abuse. So when Ted Sarandos, the co-chief executive of Netflix, waded into the issue of the consequences of cruel jokes, defending Chappelle by arguing he doesn't believe there's a relationship between art and harm, that's a pretty rickety platform to stand on when your company consistently puts out work that hopes to raise awareness, increase representation, or move the culture. If art can do good for the world, then it's sure as fuck a fact that the reverse is true as well. So the fallout from the closer was that, well, that was in some ways much more interesting. The most interesting thing about the special, a group of trans employees walked out to protest. And the anger within Netflix led to this rare and fascinating leak of internal viewing numbers, revealing just how little any of us understood success in the era of minimal transparency by entertainment companies, because according to Bloomberg, based on Netflix's measurement of efficiency, which balances a show's reach with its price tag, Bo Burnham's Inside, which earned the comic $3.9 million, performed significantly better than The Closer, which cost $24.1 million fucking United States dollars. So they spent like 10 times the amount on this son of a bitch and earned like a fraction of what a guy who practically worked for free got. So basically, the question becomes, you got this, say for instance, all these hack jokes. The well-worn one about Mike Pence's sexuality, the others about pedophilia and COVID, that badly need the shock of offensiveness to make an impact. Why is Dave Chappelle so fixated on transgender people for so many years now? And it just goes to show he has issues. Obviously, there's a market for it. He's lost some fans, but he's the hero of the radicalized Russophiliac right. They play his comedy in Russia. They allow that on TV, along with that other son of a bitch who Boris Johnson was just bringing up, saying that he was a propagandist for Vladimir Putin. George Knight, who was that son of a bitch again? Anyhow, George Knight has joined us, and
Douglas.
Yeah, who was that guy? Tucker Carlson. Thank you.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson.
Thank you. So, basically, he just sees pushing these hot buttons as the easiest way to make a big fuss. And in middle age, Chappelle is not a comic anymore. He's a pundit, like Tucker Carlson. He's far more comfortable than most of his peers in going long stretches without jokes. He's got those monologues he delivered about George Floyd, the way streaming services hadn't compensated him for showing his sketch show. That's all, it's all righteousness. There's no humor there. So when you think back to 2006, after he left Chappelle's show, which made better arguments that jokes
Jeff, you want me to go? I'm not going to be able to stay on much longer.
Well,
I'm not going to talk, so I'm going to go. It's fine.
So are you angry now? I mean, but
no,
answer
you were talking like you've talked like I've never talked this long times 4 or 5, and I get
honey, you did,
but like this is a lot.
You did.
And,
you want me to answer your questions, right? You do want me to answer the question, so let's just say...
This is not just answering. This is
Brooks lying. She always talks this long. Brooks lying.
Yeah, you do talk a long time, honey. You do. You may not notice it. You may not notice
I will. You know what? You say I've never replayed. We'll go back. We'll have Ian replay some. I'll replay some, and we'll find the longest time I talk.
You can time it all. You can talk. Okay, so go on, honey. Answer. So go on, honey. Answer. Go ahead.
No. You weren't finished. Finish.
No, it's there's nothing more to say, really. I mean, you get the point.
I felt your passion in that, Doug. That was very good.
Yeah.
And I
mean, thank you. I mean,
I was amazed Brooke didn't say anything for all 20 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, let's just put it this way. I mean, basically, the closer was a special that acknowledged that criticism Chappelle received for homophobic and transphobic jokes, and then doubled down on them, like all that entitlement he's always criticizing, as if we're not evolved enough as a species, or maybe even too woke to get a joke, or understand that the joke is in pursuit of a heightened observation about culture, or that the criticism doesn't matter because he doesn't value social media and online critics as a valid entity. Whatever. It's all dressed up in, I get it, you don't, drag. He's basically, his drag is that. I get it, you don't. So it's all an inside joke anyway. At that point, whoever identifies that is part of an in-crowd the rest of us don't even want to understand. So that's how I would close that. That would be my closer for all that. So hopefully that puts that in some perspective for you. Okay.
Okay, perfect perspective. Do I need to, let's let, I guess, Ian have his time on that, because I am going to have some things to say, and I definitely don't want to take over the conversation. So I'm going to have Ian come in and do what he wants or say what he needs to say. Obviously, Real Tech as well, George, or I believe
Mark
you've got a few people here. Yeah, Mark is here. So, they can do all what they want. But obviously, since I started this conversation, I do have some fact checks to give you factually, and not even just emotionally, to give you that, and emotional ones. So I am going to have a spill with that you're also going to have to hear. And you can cut me off if you want, but I think it's fair. You asked me to listen, and I did, and I would like to have my rebuttal, but I would like them to have theirs first.
I'm just saying, Dave Chappelle doesn't seem like the guy that's going out there and mingling with the trans community. I think Paul Moody's still writing all this fucking jokes. He doesn't know any better, and leave it at that.
Thank you.
He's got kids and shit. What's he out there fucking with trans people for? He doesn't know any better.
Thank you.
I think it's just Paul Moody writing his shit, and he's just spilling it like he did on the Chappelle show. That's it.
Thank you. Not to mention he brought on Muskrat to stand with him and defended Muskrat against an audience that hated him right here in San Francisco.
I know, yeah.
That was fucking brilliant.
Yeah, he doesn't do any shit like that when he comes here to Orlando.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't dare, but he was insulting the audience in San Francisco. He was insulting the audience the audience that paid! The audience that paid to see his fucking act. He was insulting them to defend the Muskrat on stage with him. There's nothing funny about this guy.
Yeah, when he played here, we did 2 nights with him, and he was only supposed to do 1 night, but the show sold out, and he said, I'll do a second day. So Sndy did a second show here in Orlando, an unannounced one. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's not like this guy needs the money. He's a
No,
multi.
I know. Yeah. They bought all my weed. I was selling them all weed. His whole cast and crew. Anyway, go ahead.
Real Tech, was there something?
And also don't forget that Kevin Hart's best friend is The Rock, so that's something too.
Yeah, the cock.
Was The Rock.
Yeah.
So George and Mark, if either of you have anything to say about this before we turn it over to Brooke.
Hi guys.
What's up, George?
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hey.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, how did Brooke do that? She muted me.
I was.
How did she mute me?
I just saw that. That just shocked me.
You hold on, they got a mute button? That was supposed to be the other way. You're supposed to have the mute button on her.
Yeah. I guess because I have her as the anchor call.
I didn't mute you. I was bending over to feed my dog. If I muted you, I don't know how the fuck I did it.
We don't know how you did that
trust
either.
Me, if I could have muted you, you'd been muted that whole fucking time.
No, but I mean, it came out as...
yeah,
but that shows you don't want to hear the other side. She would have
trolled you, man.
Yeah, but that shows... but that shows she doesn't want to hear the other side. It's funny, but...
I'll get into it. It's not my time. It's not my time. Well, I just only came back on to say I didn't mute you. I don't know what the fuck happened.
It did say that on the display, and it was muted. I was muted. It did say that.
I was muting me.
It said Brooke Gibson muted Douglas Dietrich. Holy shit. It was like...
Yes.
Yeah. So anyhow, go on,
Well,
George.
at least I know I can do it. I'm going to have to figure out how the fuck to do it next time.
But what is that?
God.
Listen to that. Oh, my God. So,
I know. I'll just be like, I don't know. His microphone went out. It was very boring. So anyway, we'll talk. What are you going to talk about?
What, George?
I'm just kidding, Douglas. I won't do that to you.
Mark.
Trust me. I'm not going to do that to you. Anyway, y'all go ahead and talk.
So George, go on, and then.
Hello, Douglas. Yeah, thank you so much, and it was so important what you've just contextualized. It was so important. I just want to say that I'm profoundly appreciative of what you've had to say. I've listened to it for the last 15, 20 minutes, and it's very important to get that message out there to people. It is just horrific, the world that we live in, and I couldn't have put it better than what you've done. So thank you so much.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. And Mark.
Hey, Douglas. I miss every one of you. It's great to be back on here.
It is good to have
What's up, Mark? How you been?
Very well. How's it going, Real Tech?
I'm all right.
Hey, I got something for you later, man. Remind me that I gotta tell you something later. Just to kind of touch on that. I don't want to beat this dead horse, the Dave Chappelle thing, but just kind of a point that I remember when he was sort of like a legend to a lot of us, and I think Real Tech felt the same way at one point. But then he left, and he said he went because he felt really bad about the type of jokes he was doing. And then you just made a good point. Like, he comes back and he does, similar jokes for a different group of people. So it's a little hypocritical. He gains benefit from other people's dismay, which is, it's not good. So I don't want to, go on too much about that, but that's what I had to add about Dave Chappelle.
Thank you. And he doesn't need the money. That's the point. If he were some poor guy, it would almost be different.
Yeah, he's worth $60 million. Yes. So he doesn't need the money.
Thank you.
And plus, as we said, he left the show, the Dave Chappelle show on, I forget, the Comedy Central because they told him to wear a dress.
Interesting. So thank you. Mark, what do you? Yeah.
He basically what Real Tech's referring to is the feminization or the initiation process of males in the Hollywood industry. Mm-hmm. So they need to go through a process of whatever it is, feminization, and they have to do something to be part of initiation. That's what he was claiming. I believe.
And by the way, there's truth to that. There is truth to that, which is what I was bringing up with what Ian West was saying about the Wachowski brothers, if I'm pronouncing their name correctly. There's truth to that. Of course, we turn it back to Brooke now, respectfully. So go ahead, honey. Take the wheel, and I don't want this to be a confrontational relationship with you. Fuck, I hope she's listening.
I'm listening. I'm fucking walking to the car to go get a fucking. Okay, never mind. Not listening. He's talking.
What did he say?
She's not going to turn down that attention. Of course she's listening.
Okay, there we are. Okay, Brooke. Okay, we got that out. So, Brooke, we got that. Unmute, honey. Oh, God. Come on, don't make me beg. Jesus. Is this what it's going to be like when I need sex or something? It's going to be like this?
Oh, it's like that anyway, without the sex.
Yeah, it's, yeah.
First of all, bitch, you wouldn't know like you have ever had sex other than your sister, so shut the fuck up.
I'm still a virgin. I'm still a virgin.
Fucking incest doesn't count, technically. Secondly, fucking Douglas, don't even
Like I said.
Sex drop, man. Hold up.
Oh, so Brooke, go on.
Brooke, you're wonderful.
Oh man, she really destroyed you, man.
You want me to fucking answer right now? That's gonna be fucking hard because you know what I'm doing? I'm backing out of my goddamn driveway, which is why I should not be on the show any fucking more.
She needs
so fucking pissed to go get fucking cigarettes.
Oh my God!
Mostly quit smoking because I'm so fucking upset with what you said.
Oh my God! Don't! Oh my God! Don't blame me. It's
Look, can I just do this?
Honey, you didn't. Honey, you didn't. You didn't.
You didn't interrupt him for 20 seconds.
For a year because I'm so gay and trans, and I know all about gay and trans, and I agree with you. I'm sorry, George, but just the last fucking thing I need to hear because you're not gay, you're not fucking trans. I am fucking gay, and I think I have a little opinion on it as fucking well since I brought it the fuck up.
Yeah, which is so. Brooke, maybe you shouldn't bring topics like this up when we're in public.
Maybe I shouldn't bring it up when you're gonna go on that fucking long a rant, and I do rants. I do them, but I'm about to do a long one. I'm not gonna do one at all because this is unbelievable. I don't even know how to. I don't monologue for 8 hours, right? I do tangents, but I don't monologue for 8 hours. So you monologue when you start on your tangent, just like freaking Peter Moon. And so I know you all accuse me as a woman of going on because I'm probably the longest woman to ever bitch and go on or get that angry. But fuck my life, I don't go on like that. I don't need like one response. You could have stopped and then I could have come back.
Well, you know me. I try to cover all. I try to cover all the points. You know me, darling. I try to cover all the points.
Look, Brooke, y'all are both pretty, okay?
I don't even know what he said.
He said you and I are both pretty. He said you and I are both pretty.
I'm sure he did not fucking say that.
I'm a new asshole, right?
Although I'm sure he wants to fuck both of us, so that probably still is the same fucking thing.
No, I don't.
Oh my God.
Oh, go back in your closet, bitch.
Don't run over anything while you're getting your cigarettes. And oh my God,
An animal just ran out in front of me for 2, and I was like, fuck if I hit a possum because y'all swear to God.
Now, I'm not going to have you make me feel guilty if you run over any children or animals.
I won't. I'm going slow. I just did not expect a possum to run out, but it's fine. He got away.
Oh my God.
Oh God.
I only live 3 minutes from a gas station. So I'm about
accidents always happen closest to home, so
let's
give her space.
I'm looking for a person. I need a possum. I need a person that looks like
Brooke,
one
hang
of
up
you.
the phone as you drive. Hang up the phone and call us back.
One of you. If a man walks out in front of me, long dark hair, fat with a 23-inch waist, or fucking English, I'm hitting the motherfucker.
How do you do that?
Oh my God.
I'll be like, I'm crazy. I don't know. I want to kill myself. Take me to the hospital. I didn't mean to hit him.
Oh my God.
All right, hang up and call us when you get back from the store and after you smoke a cigarette and calm down, all right?
Yeah. Oh my God. We are talking about a woman who was institutionalized after all. Oh,
there you go, y'all.
I wouldn't doubt it. I've seen her.
They name the institution. I'm sure there's an Ian West institution.
What was the name of that
School
place?
of Hard Knocks. Anyway.
So, honey, what was the name of that
place? It's probably in the Garden of fucking Eden.
You got me there. You got me there.
Oh shit. Let's let her drive and do her thing.
I am actually in the gas station, so you can talk for a second
while I get great. Maybe you could order some food like Ian does.
Yeah. Do y'all serve Wawa sandwiches here? Have you heard? Have you heard of a Wawa?
Oh God.
Apparently, a very famous gas station that has really good sandwiches.
Oh my God.
You don't serve the really good Wawa sandwiches.
So George, how much?
I'm gonna have to get cigarettes.
George, Mark, how much time do you gentlemen both have? tonight, approximately?
They're going 5 minutes, Douglas. Thank
Another
you.
5 minutes?
Thank you for having me on.
Anyhow,
Yeah,
believe me, we love the fact that you're here. Since you have to go in 5 minutes, say anything that you feel needs to be brought to people's attention, whatever you feel is relevant that we pay attention to.
Oh no, just thank you for having me on, Douglas, and I just wanted to just come on and just add anything I can contribute to the conversation. But
you did with the Tucker son of a bitch. Thank you. And anything else that comes to mind, by all means, bring it up in the next few minutes. Whatever you think. And I hope everything is going well. Everything all right with Sarah and everybody else?
Yeah, it's going wonderfully, Douglas. Yeah, no, everything's great at the moment. So thank you so much. Yeah, it's nice. Everyone's happy and life is good.
Yes.
Share with everyone, but with yourself, we'll talk privately soon.
Oh, of course.
Whenever.
Thank you. If you have any hints to the public, I don't know if you've ever navigated John Warrington's Odyssey site. Have you ever navigated that? Because it's so difficult for most people. Yeah.
Yeah, I really want to find it because he has the content on there that is literally scrubbed from YouTube. So I need to ascertain it so I can retrieve some of that content that is lost.
Thank you.
Some of the old conventions that you appeared on, they're not on the internet anymore. So I need to go on there and find them.
Yes. If you could do that, download them to a hard drive, and then we could try and upload them to my YouTube again. The YouTube probably won't notice it. So we could try that.
No.
I think that would be a good thing to
absolutely.
experiment. Yeah. Oh my God, I really have to breathe. Oh, Jesus. Honestly, it's like
that is why, Douglas. I think it would be best if I do shoot off early because it's like any topics I bring up, it might escalate.
Oh, don't think like that. Brooke's not like that. Honestly, give her some credit. Brooke is really she has it's just her and I just have kind of a it's just we're working through something. We're working through something. Basically I basically had to promise her I'd leave her daughter alone. Yeah, that's what was going on. She caught the two of us talking. I was asking her why she was so upset. I said, hey,
First
at least
of all,
I'm not after your
how
son.
dare you? You know what? You don't want me to kill you? I will drive. I swear to God, I'll start driving right fucking now and come there with a fucking gun if you don't take that fucking back. You wouldn't have a fucking chance telling my daughter, and I'd blow your brains out before you ever could get your dick near her.
Oh, God.
Don't go there, bitch.
Yes,
not with
darling.
my kids.
Yes, darling. So,
I know you were joking, but that's not even funny.
I try to bring, I did these nice little edits of this testimony of this MK Ultra shit and fucking, I kind of bit into it, but
yeah. MK Ultra. Let's go back to him trying to fuck my daughter. You apologize.
No, but everybody's trying to fuck your daughter.
Apologize.
Especially if she's a chip off the old block.
Shut the fuck up, Frank.
Honey, I said that you and I were working through something where I was promising to leave your daughter alone. I said nothing about sexual intercourse. Good God.
She's lying. She's lying.
Jesus. Oh my God.
I did not lie. Maybe I'll rewind it. Maybe
rewind it, honey. I didn't say what you think I said. It's
okay. Then I
So,
apologize. I'm sorry. Then
honestly, gotta calm down.
I apologize.
You ought to change the name of the show to the Clemson Cougar.
Oh my God.
I'm driving down there to kill you, but I swear, you know what? Like, I'm not going to kill you, but I swear to God, if I get a brain tumor, like, you know what? They'll all know because they'll listen to this show. They'll be like, who was it? By the time they figure it out and they're able to listen to this show, and they're like, who's killing all these people that have chain dogs and these children molesters that didn't go to jail? And then at the end of this show, they'll be like, well, the last place I'm going is to kill Ian fucking West. And that's where they'll find me. And hopefully I'll have already murdered you and then killed myself. And they'll have a shootout with the cops.
Oh my God.
Because hopefully they'll be the fucking cops that kill a bunch of innocent people, which we can now go into about Dave fucking Chappelle.
By the way, whoever missed it, this is in context of something she was discussing earlier. If she found out she had a fatal condition, that she would go on a rampage first, just so people understand the context and don't think they're walking into somebody who's truly disturbed.
Well, Brooke, you can take me with you.
I may be truly disturbed, but I would say if I had like 2 or 3 months to live with no hope, that there's a few people I don't look at hell the same way people do, and I do believe in karma and people getting their own justice. But I think I might be a little
Brooke.
To go ahead and take a few out myself, and face the repercussions of that.
Brooke,
go out with a bang.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the brain?
George
I
is
know,
trying
I'm
to
not
interact with you, Brooke. So let George interact with you for a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say, Brooke, the best thing in life, whenever you don't have to go out and get retribution yourself, karma will come around and get the person, whoever's wronged you in this world. I've had that multiple times, and there have been multiple people that are no longer here on this earth because they have wronged me, and that can't be, I don't think that is just a coincidence.
But you know what's interesting is that I do believe this completely, that everything that George Knight says is true, but I think his case is unique.
Thank you. It is.
I'll say his case.
Think it is.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
It is. I think George Knight is truly blessed in that regard, in that he's lived to see at a very young age, pretty much the overwhelming majority of people who have crossed him, basically bite it. So that's really unusual statistically.
Very, Douglas.
Yeah.
Sorry. And it can't be a coincidence because it's been to so many people. It's not like just a one-off or a fluke. It's happened to multiple people. And I've got the newspaper articles with the deaths of these people. It is just bizarre. And they're like the people that have actually done things that have actually made me feel really bad or made me feel awful. And these are people that have made me, pretty much cry. And and then what happens? They're no longer here. And I get to see that.
Yeah.
And I've witnessed.
Yeah. And so
that's the thing, Brooke. If you, that's why you don't need to go off and kill people, because if you're going to take your own life, you don't get to see it. It's different when you live through it. You can see what's happened to them. Yeah. That's what retribution is, because then you can see you come out better on the other side of it.
But
and that's how I don't have to do anything.
As the Bible says, vengeance is mine. So
this is what I'm going to say is that with George Knight, I believe that he's simply been very blessed, and this has worked for him. That this truly does work for him, but for the overwhelming majority of the rest of us, we kind of have to make it happen usually. So it's
George, did they die of COVID?
No. They died a long time ago. Yeah, there was this one individual.
Ian, they died of everything. Ian, they died of everything. George, go at it. I mean, fuck. Either that or even if they didn't die, it's a fate worse than death. One guy had his leg chopped off by a fucking oncoming train. I mean, go on, George. Tell us.
I don't know.
That was... Yeah. No, thank you. So, one guy, Richard Hardy, every single year, I went through 5 years of school with him, the secondary school, and after the summer holiday lasted for 6 weeks, every single time I returned, I always had a different hairstyle. And the boy, throughout the entirety of the 5 years, he was in my tutor group, he was in my tutor class, so I saw him every single day, and the only things he ever said was, "What a stupid haircut you have." He said that for 5 years. He did that every single time, and the only thing he did was make fun of my hair. And then when we were 18 years old, so 2 years after we left school, he ended up going up the Alps in France, and he ended up catching hypothermia, and he died. He got frostbite as well. He ended up getting killed, and and I got all the newspaper articles to show it. It's on the internet. If you type in Richard Hardy of Alton, he died up in the Alps at the age of 18. And then, what's his name? Sorry, I'm trying to think of his name. Sam. I'm trying to think of his surname. Sam McCrell. His name is Sam McCrell. He got run over by a train, and he made fun of me. He was the guy who introduced me to masturbation. He was the one who told me about what masturbation is. He used to make me cry. He used to be, because he was such a he was what he used to say is big boned. He was very, very strong, and he used to just pick on me, and pinch me, and punch me in the arm, and used to make me feel really bad.
It sounds like he was sexually attracted to you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They both sound like closet fact. The straight guy's looking at his hair. I mean, that's a total closet fact.
These guys were really turned on by you. What they're really telling you is they wanted to fuck you. Yes, go on.
Yeah, basically, yes, exactly. Yeah, go on, George. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and then there's this female called Chris Cornwell, the only female to ever put her hands on me. She gave me a slap. Yes, I made a comment which I'm trying to ascertain what I actually said, because I can recall what I said. I can recall what I said, but I can't right now. But I said something which was a bit cheeky, but it was innocent. I said something cheeky. What she did, she gave me a massive slap, and she was really offended. She got really, really upset, and I was like, "Oh my god, I don't think I deserved that for the comment I made." And so she slapped me, and then the same age, she was 18 years old, I believe. It's in the articles on the internet that you can read about. She got killed in a car crash. She was there was only, I think it was a driver, herself, and maybe one or two other people in the car. She was the only one that died.
Oh my God! And she was a looker. She was a looker, if I remember.
What?
Yeah,
was the comment directed towards her?
Victoria Beckham. Everyone referred to her as Victoria Beckham because she was dating a guy called Chris Brown, and he looked like David Beckham, so they called each other Bex and Posh Spice. So she got killed.
George, was the comment directed towards her that you said?
Oh no, we were walking home, but there were several of us, and it was only like because like I was always the shy, naive boy, so I said like something that was maybe a bit cheeky to her, but not to offend her. But she got so upset, she gave me the biggest slap, and she's the only girl that's ever done that to me. Oh my God! She gave me a proper good thump. It wasn't like a slap, but it was like a thump, and so she hit me, and so I was like, oh my God! But then she had that horrible accident that happened to her.
Oh my God!
But she was the only one that died.
Right. No. I mean, like I said, this is unique. By the way, Brooke has raised her hand. Yes, honey. Darling.
Sounds like she should be good in slapping
competition. I'm allowed to talk. I told you I would be quiet, so I just want to know when I'm allowed to talk, honey, sweetie.
Yeah, darling. There's no need to be so vicious.
I'm not being vicious. I'm being cheeky. I'm asking, sweetie. Thank you. I would like to know when I could talk, and anytime I can, that would be great. Thank you.
You may speak.
Great. So I don't know where to start. So we'll start with where we just were and go backwards. So with from what I heard. Smoking the cigarette now, so I'm driving much slower. From what I heard, George said that, he thought anything he said would add fuel to the fire. And George, you may be right in some regard, but it's not the fact that I'm against you or dislike you. And I'm not saying that because I'm fearful that you can have me killed, honestly. But I'm saying that in a different way. That I do respect you and I do like you as a person. I think you're a good person. We have some different, it's not that we have different feelings. I just feel like that everything, if I have any disagreement with Douglas at all, it is, would be like the Dallas cheerleader for the Dallas Cowboys if he was a Dallas Cowboy, and I'm not putting you in a female outfit, but it's just always there's not Real Tech or anyone else come on here and they at least have different opinions. Some of them agree with Douglas, some of them will agree with me. There's always arguments. So it is a little controversy there because I just know exactly where you're going to go, and that it's always going to be with Douglas. And oh yes, Douglas, I remember. No, just and to be honest, when you said that you came across a little cheeky to the girl and she slapped you, I think that your personality, because you're English, it's just like me. I come across a little angrier than I intend to. A little, and I'm angry a little now. I'm calmed down. I was a little angry listening to someone that Douglas said, but overall, I usually just come across passionate, which people take as angrier than I mean to be. And they take it in a different offense, whereas 5 minutes later, I can be joking and kidding, and they're still thinking I'm mad at them or that I was never mad, and so, I could see how maybe a girl took it the wrong way. Should she have slapped you? No. But, you can look at things. You went biblical for a minute, and someone else did as well. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, which I know very well, which is why most people are still alive that I know that have done me wrong. Because I do believe that vengeance is not mine, and not just because what the Bible says, but because karma is not mine to really repay in that respect. And it is someone else's lesson to learn. So twofold, I would say, is maybe the 3 people that died or more. If 2 of them sounded like, as the guy said, that they were both maybe closeted gay, are usually people. I had someone, a guy abused me and another girl in elementary school like that. Luckily, I wasn't as bad. There was a girl that literally, he was just mean to me. But he was mean to a few of us, but there was an Indian girl there, and he would go spray every time they left the room, because the Indians at that time would eat a certain curry or food that would, have a certain smell to it, and he would spray Lysol all over. This guy, he ended up finding out later. He was so mean. I mean, I would talk to my mom about him, and he ended up we ended up seeing where he lived one day, riding by. My mom showed me, and then finding out his family story. And then he did end up dying. He went to prison and he died. He had a very bad family story. And so whether it was, someone that was closeted gay and that hated themselves and was hated on you, or someone that had a horrible family story, or whatever their reason was, you can look at it one of two ways. I mean, you can look at it as they got their karma from you and they just went out early, or maybe their karma was to come in and they not have to continue to live a hard life. Because, when we die, at the end of the day, once you're dead, your life is okay. The only people that are left hurting are the people around you. And so maybe those people actually got out because they deserve to get the fuck out. Maybe they had a hard life, and maybe it didn't justify what they did to you at all, is what I'm saying. But they may have had a hard life. And that's why I try to look at most people. But what I then will go back to and say is that I'm not that great a person. I'm not going to say I can just look at everyone and be like, they might have had a hard life. They might should be able to abuse. Once you're an adult to a certain age and you continue to do the most awful things to the most innocent that cannot fight back, meaning even an adult that's smaller than you, at least didn't call the cops or something, right? But a child or an animal and make it suffer, and you like to enjoy suffering, that's when I said if I had 3 months to live, that's the people that I feel like, you know what, karma's not mine. But I don't know that I would be strong enough to not want to take a few of those with me and answer whatever price it would be to take them out, because they obviously aren't going to learn. They're not going to stop. And that's my belief on people like that are adults that choose, there's something missing in them in their soul where they need either a refresher, they need to go back where they came from, what the fuck ever, but there's something gone or either possessing them. And those are the adults that truly torture, maim, and want to see innocence suffer in the most inhumane way possible. Those are the people that I would take out. And then
Those
of course,
they're Satanists, Brooke. You're referring to Satanists.
So again, I don't like to put terms on it. I would appreciate, Ian, I do appreciate you saying that, but like, again, I don't put terms on it.
No, that's what Crowley said to do the Satanism shit, that you got to find the purest, innocent little thing and then fuck it and kill it. That's the whole point of the Satanism thing. That's where all these little
and
kids
you may
are
be
going.
right. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't study Satanism for a reason. I don't allow. I've learned more about. I mean, obviously, I knew some about evil and Satanism growing up, and know evil when I see it and when it's portrayed. But I prefer to not study other than knowing about Aleister Crowley and the basics. I do not try to study his word, nor would I want to study, San Francisco Boy, who, I still try to forget his fucking name, even though I do know it, or his fucking counterpart, who I don't remember his name,
by the
that
way,
started the Church of Satan.
Yeah, I think it's very important to emphasize the fact that very unnatural for you. You were sitting down and you were in that empty space, kind of like when you're watching the spin cycle. And that's when he showed up, Michael Aquino, and got you thinking about this very thing, vengeance. And you started plotting complicated vengeance schemes until you realized it was him and expelled him. Go on up.
Yeah. It was, it's one of those things that, Douglas knows and has heard, but it's a story, so it's not like I can say a story that
it's an experience. It's an experience. Right. It's not a story.
It's my story. It's an experience I experienced. It's not something where I can say, hey, this dark figure came to my house, he stabbed through the wall, there was blood coming out, like where it makes it a great story. It is like not that. It was much more real to me than I've experienced other things, but when when it happens, something like that happens, you can explain it with words, but it sounds less than it is, so that's why I don't really like to go into it. But yes, he did that, and multiple reasons that I knew it was him, and the first time I assumed it was my mind and sent him out, but anyway, I'm not going into that. He doesn't deserve that attention. I sent them out. So, and I don't have a problem doing that again. If I prefer not to study Satan, or I believe in duality, I believe there's a reason for it. I also believe that we're never going to cure this 3D world of duality, because that's what it's here for. Kind of be like curing college of learning. So I do believe there's a purpose, but I do also believe that the purpose is also to grow not just our souls seeing the duality, but then those souls that have turned to the opposite side, or that were souls, to hopefully bring them back. That is my hope, but I don't know that. Again, but I have no problem answering that, is what I was saying to George, is yes, I get what you're saying, but at the end of the day, and what Real Tech said, vengeance is mine. It is why, I don't kill Ian West today, like vengeance is mine. But again, the worst people in the world, the true people that kill innocents. Yeah. I don't take it in my hands when I see something like, the person that killed that little Maddie, or like they have, or let's set their dog on fire and watched it burn to death. I don't go to their house and kill them, because I have children and animals and people in my life that I know I can do more for out here than in prison or dead. Exactly. But if I am going to die without a question, then I may decide that was the reasoning for saying that. I hope that clarifies that.
Yeah, thank you, Brooke. And it's and thank you. I just feel it's very important to also, on my stance, to emphasize that whatever happened to these people, I never wished for it. I never wanted anything bad to happen to them. Even at that time, I never asked for it. I never wished for it. I never seeked that.
My God, you're just covering your ass now in case something happens to me.
In case something happens to Brooke. He's covering his ass in case something happens to Brooke.
Yeah, Brooke, you've done nothing to me. Nothing's
I'm just gonna say leave them, like, leave if anything happens to me, my kids will think it's a will. I'm like, listen to broadcast date time.
Anyhow, go on, George. This is it's essentially you were in a state of equilibrium, so your state of equilibrium alone, in a sense, struck the balance. Go on.
I think it did, Douglas. I feel, and it can't be just a coincidence. I do believe it's, as you said, it's a blessing. And like you used the analogy before, it's like Godzilla. I'm essentially, I destroy things that I walk in my path.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, without even deliberately doing it. It's just when I move forward, there's havoc that wreaks behind me. That I leave a trail of destruction behind myself. And it's not to scare anyone either. That's not the idea of it. It's just something I've always known about, and I've told many people throughout my life. That bad thing, and it's not just 2 or 3 people. It's well over a dozen people it's happened to. Yeah. It's not just 1 or 2. And in such a short space of time, it's only 30 years. That's a lot of people.
Yes.
That's like
no. This is astonishing.
That's a quarter. Yeah, that's a third of my. That's in 30. It's just crazy.
Again, that's a third of. Say that again. It's a third of your.
That's like a third of every year, essentially. If that's over 12 people, and that's 30 years. That's like you think about it, that's like 1 in 3 people. Or it's just 1 in 3 people every what? And that's like in 30 years. It's just, or every, just work out with the maths. I'm terrible at maths.
No worries. Just so people understand, again, far more important to emphasize than the math is, again, the way that George Knight is presenting this. He's not effusing. He's not trying to impress people. He's just pointing out the fact that this has happened, and it's astonished even him, and even he finds it hard to believe, but understand what I'm trying to get George to understand is while your shall we say your observations are appreciated, also understand that the rest of humanity, for the rest of us, it doesn't work like that. So the rest of us have to make vengeance happen. We got to put effort into it, and
So you're probably using Tai Chi and Chi also.
Yeah.
So
It's like more
You
like
probably
Aikido.
don't know
It's
what
more
you're
like a
doing.
judo or Aikido kind of thing, where their own force, their own movement, their own inertia is causing them to crash, to tumble. Yes.
Yeah, he reminds me of my friend. And my friend gets really mad. The light bulb will explode.
Okay.
It's happened before.
Wow. So go on.
Well, that's what I was about to say. There's, I hate to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
Go ahead.
Go on.
I was just thinking of two things. The first thing I thought of earlier when George, you were speaking, is I was like, oh my God, we have another Penny Bradley.
No. How would that compare? How would that? What did?
Remember Penny Bradley? Remember when I told you that after she had left her, because I had never seen her on your show, and then I saw her on, what's the guy's name?
So people understand, what happened to Brooke was that she had never even known a Penny Bradley. She did not know who she was. She was just happened to be searching for me, wound up seeing Sean Bond again while she was searching for me, and saw this Sean Bond interview where he and this other guy were interviewing, of all people, Penny Bradley. And and the first thing she noticed was they were all cosplayers. They were all just basically, like Penny Bradley said, oh, I saw you at the Folsom Street Fair dressed in leather getting your bare ass whipped or something like that. And he was like, oh, yeah, I saw you while you were dressed as, the mission lady from Space Infinity and shit. And it was like, and she thought that was really odd, just to see these two people relate on that and then get to start talking about what's supposed to be real. And then Penny Bradley, what was it she said after that stood out?
She had to train her anger, after she went into her, history, and but that of her, being a, how she got her memories back. She was contacted by German people out of the CIA, and but that basically, in her Mars memories of fighting as a warrior on Mars, but that she learned that she had these powers, and when she would get angry at someone.
Just so everyone knows, Brooke doesn't believe any of this shit. She, like myself, concludes that Penny had all this cascaded into her mind. So go on, Brooke, please continue.
Yeah, or it'd be like, if there's multiple things I think about that, but anyway, she said that she believed, so that if she got angry at someone, she she realized she was setting things on fire, and she was could set people on fire in stardom. So she had to learn to really control her anger, and then that's where Sean, what's his name, Bond, was like, yeah, that's where I have to control my anger. That's why I go to the gym and work out. You have to really be able to control and put that energy into something else. And she's like, yeah, because I knew I was hurting people, and because I was angry at them. And so anyway, that was my first thought, and I know that you're not doing that. Although my second thought to that was that, have you ever considered this, and this is just off the wall, I'm not saying I believe this at all, but off the wall topic. I mean, you do have a lot of deaths. That's a lot, man. And you are attracted to Douglas, and then attracted to some of this dark stuff as far as just history, right?
By that, she means in a conceptual sense. She's not talking romantically. Go on, honey.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Attracted to learning about it. Exactly. Very much knowing about it. It's things like that, to clarify. So sometimes, everyone has their different beliefs, and I don't know that this is a belief of mine, but I have heard it as, you can have things attached to you that are attached that are not part of you, but that will, for whatever reason, destroy those around you, or whether to make sure that you are okay. There's different beliefs on that, whether it's an evil entity or a loved one that's passed over that is. There's different beliefs, but I that's a lot, man. I mean, if I had that many people, I might be I don't believe in the Catholic Church, but I might be looking for some kind of exorcism to make sure, or at least this person around me that was a true seer, to be able to see that there wasn't something attached to me that was actually trying to hurt people that came in contact with me.
I know what you're saying. Yeah,
right. So just to butt in here for a little bit, the first thing that needs to be emphasized is the difference between Penny Bradley's attitude and the attitude of George Knight.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought. Penny Bradley was the funny part. That was my joke. Yeah. That was a joke, totally. I just thought, oh God, Penny Bradley, it just reminded me because she hurt people. I want to be very clear on that. That was just me joking, which again, I know you don't like my joke, Dave Chappelle's joke, so you don't like mine. But it was truly a joke. But now second part, I do after you said 30
like
people.
most of your jokes. We like most of your jokes. Sometimes it's hard to tell when you're joking. So we didn't know whether, I would guess, I mean, I didn't know whether you were joking or not when you were talking about the Penny Bradley thing. I kind of suspected it. But the thing is, just so the audience gets it clear here, the difference is that Penny Bradley is wishing harm on others actively and indulging herself in the psychotic fantasy that she has the power to basically to alter people's destiny, to bring their fate onto them. Whereas George Knight, on the other hand, is just passively seeing this happen and is actually finding it out accidentally just by opening the papers and seeing, oh shit, this guy died, or oh shit.
It was thank you, Doug. And also another thing that happened to me, Brooke, I was catfished for 5 years of my life, believing I was talking to one girl, which I never even saw. I saw her once and ended up being her mother, pretending to be her own daughter. The mother went suicidal. She's unfortunately, because the woman I labelled as completely psychotic, completely insane, and completely evil for doing that to me for 5 years, pretending to be her own daughter, and that destroyed my heart because I was in love with this girl. I was in love with her daughter, but and I was really respected the mother. But it ended up finding out through the most horrific circumstances that no, it wasn't the girl who I thought I was with or talking to. It was actually her mother pretending to be the daughter. She went suicidal. Now, that had nothing to do with karma. That was just a incident that happened that ended up her going suicidal. She went to the graveyard, and she tried to kill herself on, I think, her parents' headstone. And I found all this out through people. And it was the most horrific circumstances. So not everything is because there is evil entities or demons attached to me. They happen in circumstances. So this woman obviously went suicidal because everyone found out what she did to me. She became humiliated. Right. It ruined her life because, oh wow, look what you've done to George. Because I exposed it.
Yeah.
I exposed what she did.
This is the first time I heard this. Or you might have said it before and I forgot. Oh my God, go on.
Yeah. No, thank you, Douglas. Because what happened was the daughter ended up dating someone. I found out through Facebook, which I didn't have a Facebook account at the time. I found out through Facebook that she was seeing another guy. So then I confronted him and say, hang on, that's my girlfriend. I've been talking to her every single day for the last 5 years.
Oh, God.
And he goes, no, you haven't. And I said, well, whose number is this? He goes, that's her mother. You've been talking to her mother. And of course, it exposed everything. So that is why this woman went suicidal. So then, obviously, I would never forgive that. That is just pure raw evil in my eyes, just maliciousness. And that's the term now is catfish. I didn't know what it was called at that time.
Well,
I should have had
these terms like sometimes develop after the fact.
Yeah. Thank you.
By the way, Mark H raised his hand. Mark, by all means.
Yes.
Mark, what was your question or input?
Yeah, Douglas, thank you. I actually was going to ask, George because this story is actually super fascinating, and I was going to say, George, at any point, a couple things actually. Did you think, or did you have any concentration on these things at all, or at what point did you feel like it was too late for these people at all, or you had no connection at all with this?
Oh, well, basically, Mark, during the entire 5 years, I had an inkling. I had suspicions. This is not right. There's something, because I was so fixated with this girl. I was, this is what they say is love is blind. You look, you don't, you're literally narrow-minded. You cannot see the peripheral around it. So even though all
I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify, though. I think Mark raised his hand. I could be wrong on Mark's, but I think he wanted to know just overall, because he had raised his hand before and I pointed out to Douglas. So I think he's maybe asking just like on all of them, did you have? I could be wrong.
Yeah, he's asking generally about all of them.
Yeah.
That was very perceptive, Brooke. Thank you. I was going to let that go either way just because you're on a roll. But yeah, I mean, please finish that. And I was going to say as a whole, did you feel like for each one of them, did you feel that it had gone past a certain point of no return kind of thing?
I do apologize, Mark. Yeah, because obviously I was going off on. I wasn't directly answering your question. I was doing. I was trying to try and make sense of the situation with that one individual. But overall, it was something like Douglas said. It happened afterwards. I just passively found out everything afterwards of what happened to these individuals. I never wanted any harm to come to these people, even though they were doing things wrong to me. Because at that point in time in my life, I had no idea about things of karma. I had no idea about it. Was only when I grew up, because I was quite young at that time, I never understood what karma was. It's something that adults will reiterate to children about what karma is. Right. I was never really acquainted or known what that was. I never wished any harm for it, because I was always told as well, be careful what you wish for. You don't wish on harm on others. You don't hate other people. So I was never that person that hated anyone, because I always knew that was just wrong to hate. It was that with everything. I the thing is, I've grown up with people who are completely racist, who are completely filled with hate, and I can see that, but I was never like that. And that is why it's so easy for me. Everyone who are closest to me come from other walks of life, other cultures, because I love everyone. This is why it's so easy for me to love Douglas so much. And everyone. I never wanted any harm to come to anyone that did me any wrong. And I can mention so many other people. I mean, one of the reasons why my mum and dad broke up is because my dad was, he loved the women. He loved to go off and flirt and have things with other women. He did like to do that. And one of the women he did it with, her husband ended up getting killed or dying from some cause or reason as well. That was one of the factors why my mum and dad broke up in the first place. And the boy, I hated his guts, because he ended up having my girlfriend at the time ended up having cheated on me with this guy. Oh, and it was the same. It's funny that my girlfriend was seeing the son, and the mother was seeing my dad. It was just the weirdest circumstance. Not at the same time, different periods of time, but it was just so weird. But ended up, karma came.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. No, but I cannot make this up.
Man, I'd be heartbroken and pissed off too.
Yeah, I cannot make this up. Yeah, his name was Charlie Taylor, and my girlfriend at the time was Eric Kelly. I can mention people's names. I'm not making this up.
Christ.
It is,
George, it's crazy, man. I would say a couple things. I would say just by speaking to you as long as we have all of us, and the pleasure of speaking with you. Yeah, it seems like you're really strongly representative of the heart. You have a really strong heart, and you're a compassionate guy. And I think that in the past, really, it's for me, I think it's maybe these people that have come across paths with you, it's probably been because they've been maybe such sewer pits. There's probably the final straw, and then they come across somebody with the karma of someone like you, and it's just game over. You like you said, you don't even have to even wink your eye. So that's just super fascinating just to think about that. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mark. Yeah, very much appreciated. And and it's not even I'm not coming on here either to the reason why I presented it on the show before is because of what that Jameson Reeves was saying. He was trying to put curses on people.
Yes.
And he was saying that, I can bring death. He can, and I just brought up, it was important for me to bring up that I don't have to do that. I don't have to go off and do anything. This just comes to people that have hurt me or double crossed me or however you want to express it, but people who have hurt me in my past, I don't have to do anything. I don't have to come after them. But the thing is, I will react if someone was immediately going to hurt anyone that I love. For example, my children, I will have to. I can't just sit back and let someone hurt them and then go, karma will come after you later on. No, that it doesn't work like that. So I'm fully recognize that. Of course, it's self-defense.
Understood.
But
did you ever express to Jambo the Reese monkey that you had that this is what happened to you and how different?
No, he never knew, because that was that what happened. Yeah, because when I came on the show, expressed that, Douglas, that was after he did what he did. That was when we found out everything about him. So yeah, it was just going by his interviews and what I've learned from yourself, Douglas, what he was saying and what he did to Pia Moon. It was this guy has to do that, and it's I thought it was important at that time to actually emphasize with myself, I don't have to do that. I ain't got to go through a spell book. I ain't got to cast I ain't got to seek a grimoire to put casts on people, to put spells on people, like what Jameson Reese would have to do.
Which it never worked anyway, because
it never worked. No, he couldn't kill anyone. He couldn't do anything.
Yes. Thank you.
Whereas with myself, people have suffered. They've suffered fates worse than death. It was horrific. The circumstances are horrific. Like that woman that pretended to be her daughter has to live with that for the rest of her life, and she's still with the same husband, with the father who knows what she did, that she's capable of doing things like that. And this woman was getting off on it. This woman was getting off on doing it because of the sexual orientation and the sexual contact, the conversations that we would have. So she was getting off on pretending to be her daughter with me, but I am 20 years younger than her.
Right.
George, how many people? I was going to say, how many people do you think she was doing that to, aside from you? Do you think it was just merely focused on a few people?
Just me. I think it was just me. I'm not surprised that she's done it before.
She had to have been a pedophile or a closet.
That makes it. Yeah, that makes it worse. That just makes it even more creepy. That's just.
Yeah, and it was really weird. I never found out the truth entirely. That was the truth. That was all I needed to know. But I didn't know anything. I don't need to ask the questions about why did it happen. I know what happened and the way she was talking to me. But it's really funny now because that girl who I was in love with, which by the way, I'm I ain't got any of those feelings I once had for her. It's completely out of the window now. But of course, she is now married with a guy who also had an affair on her, which is really ironic. He had an affair with her, and he looks at me whenever he sees me, because we live in the same town, but whenever he sees me in public, he gives me the most awful stare. Oh, and I'm just thinking, you're the same age as me. You're the same age as me, and you've done the same thing to her. And I was in love with his wife. I thought I was talking to her for 5 years, but ended up being her mother. Her mother wanted me, but she knew she couldn't get me, so she pretended to be her daughter. It was just really bizarre. Very, very bizarre. Yeah, but I couldn't make it up. And it happened.
Jesus Christ.
I've actually got all the emails still saved on my old email account. I have all the conversation. I have everything.
Is that for potential legal reasons?
No, it's just kept, Douglas, and I don't even really. I could actually get them up right now and put them in the chat. It is just so bizarre. This is going back when it ended was in 2011. That's when it ended, but it started. What was that? 2006. Lasted 5 years. Yeah, really bizarre. But anyway, I'm going off, and I don't know if people want to hear it or listen to it, but it's just something. I'm glad I shared it.
Yes, I'm glad you did too. And so, honey, Brooke, did you? I just saw now that you were communicating to me privately on the chat in Skype. So I wasn't even, when you tried to contact me before to tell me about Mark H with his raised hand or any of this, it's pretty much when you brought up something attached potentially to our man George, as if he might have the angel of death kind of following him around. Was that's pretty much all been covered with what you've heard, right? That's been covered for you, right? Kind of, I think. Darling.
I'm sorry, what was covered?
Oh, nothing. I was just saying that you tried to contact me earlier through the Skype in text, and I just wasn't paying attention to that. So I was just making certain that when you kind of were expressing that in Skype.
I did. I messaged. What I did is I asked you 30, that's a lot, George. And I was asking Douglas, to me, that sounds like an attachment or something. I don't know the words for it, but my point to it is I guess I've seen a lot of good, pure people that I wouldn't, I think I'm good, but obviously, I think everyone on here is good. But I've seen some really good, pure people that were hurt and abused and treated unfairly, and then seeing them die. I can think of one person right now, just pure innocence, and good, and dying at 20 and a lot, so many. And so I have to think, and we're hurt like you, but the opposite happened. They were killed. And so to have that many, I just, and this isn't saying anything I know, this is definitely not accusing you because I know your soul is good. But it is something you have to question when you get to that number. you have to wonder if there isn't something else at play there. Like, not you, again, not like a Penny Bradley, like you think anything. Like you said, you're innocent. You didn't know when you were a child, and even if you were angry and you were hurt earlier, like, it wasn't like you were like, I wish them death. Like, even in my worst, heartbreak, like, I think, as much difference as you and I have in some aspects, like, like I said, it would take those last 3 months of me, like, not having, and then it would be taking out those people that I didn't think were going to change, like adults. But other than that, like, I never wish death or hurt. I wish, like, even when I'm angry at someone, like, I would be like, I can't believe you did this to me, like, crying, like, I trusted you, but never wishing, I hope you get this back and I hope you feel 10 times worse. I never did that. And so my point is, I know people that were better than they didn't do that. They end up dead. They were abused by people, hurt by people. So it just, I guess my point is, when we talk about a lot of esoteric things, we talk about, Aquino and the Church of Set and Satanism, and attachments, and the what were we talking about the other day, Douglas? The Chochoa.
The Chochoa. You and I spoke of this privately. Yes, at length.
Yeah.
Go on.
So, I just wonder, you've heard of people having attachments that, you can have attachments that you feel that you hear people having attachments that take people over and make them crazy or mean, but there are also entities that attach themselves to people. And I wonder if you almost have like a guardian, but maybe not like the guardian of death, almost like
your own guardian angel of death. So just to kind of put what our Lady Brooke is saying, even though it's already very clear, the way that I would see it is that what Brooke is emphasizing is what my dad used to say in terms of my legal father, the man who raised and guided me. He would say, only the good die young, is what he would say. And so what Brooke has experienced has kind of played that out. It's just basically from what she's seen, only the good die young. That's why she kind of winked at me, gave me this wink when she entered that into the text box. Not you and I, of course, because basically her and I are not that good. So that's why we're still around. But when it comes to only the good dying young, what I brought up before, and I'll let George take it after I respond, is just basically, and then Mark Haish also has his hand raised again, and he can take it from there after I respond to it. But basically what I could say is that, I've gone into this before, how basically the cosmic ecology is such that our creator, the divine entity, which the demiurge, which created our cosmos, our ecology is based on the good suffering, so that ultimately many of them do turn towards corruption, and that in their suffering and their corruption, more souls are damned, because that's simply part of what ultimately is composted and ultimately goes back into the workings of our universe, just that which helps that which is good manifest yet again. It's simply part of the cosmic ecology. In other words, all good and bad and evil ultimately sources from the creator in that sense. So I've emphasized that, and it's part of this ecology that we're in. However,
okay, you and I agree on something.
Yeah, of course. And so that being said,
I agree on that part. I agree that both good and evil have originally come from our same creator.
Thank you. So George and Mark, take it from there. George first respond, then Mark with this question.
Yeah, thank you. I'll say this very quickly as possible. Do you know what? I've always known the reason why this happens to people, and I appreciate what you're saying, Brooke, as well. With an attachment to myself, but do you know what? I've always known the reason why I've always known I have been blessed, without ever trying to blow my own trumpet, without trying to, make myself sound good or sound important. It's nothing like that at all. But I always knew I had a purpose in this world, and I never knew what it was. And now, ever since I've discovered Douglas, I know exactly why I've been looked after my entire life, because it had to come to this point.
Thank you.
Because I knew I had a reason to live and there's a purpose for me in this world, and I had significant importance. And it's the same with Douglas, why he is, you know, like you were saying about the men dying young, good people dying young, but we haven't fulfilled our destiny yet. It hasn't been. We are
No, that's why I said Douglas was still here. Because good don't die. Because the good die young.
Because he has, Douglas has a duty, and that's it. This is what I'm just re-emphasizing it, Brooke. It's he has a significant importance in this world, and I believe I'm here for the same reason, and that is
well. But I mean, you could say that, but then you could also say that the person, like, you know, they're doing that Madeline, that little girl. Remember, that was kidnapped like 10 years ago, 15, at the resort in
2007. Yeah, she went.
Yeah, and you know they're
you
now.
Talking about Madeline McCain, the one that was raped and killed by John Podesta and his brother.
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, that's true.
Yes, and the German man. Or
no.
By the way, I'm laughing only at the fact that Ian knew that.
Are you talking about the man that out of Germany that killed her?
Ian is correct.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but anyway.
Well, I'm pretty sure he's not. Did you watch the documentary that just came out 2 days ago on the German man?
I can actually go on about.
Basically, what happened is probably the Podesta family paid for that. Probably the Podesta family.
Well, I don't know that you could pay. I mean, they could pay for anything, I'm sure. But the problem, the only problem I would have with that would be the fact that, number one, he had already ran from charges from Germany to, was it Portugal? Is that where they were?
It was in Portugal. Praia de Luz.
Yeah, he was on the run then, and he lived in a bus for a while, and then he lived 1 mile away. That's all documented. He would break into hotels around there. That was all documented at that time. And I think it was just a big, I mean, you can believe what you want. And obviously Ian West is not someone, again, Georgia, that I would just be like, hey, because he also, like, if you want to get into everything else he believes, cheer that on too, okay? But we could discuss this rationally and be like, okay, so Podesta family maybe, but let's look at the facts of this. If you haven't, that's fine. I would love for you to do it and then have a discussion on it. But at this point, this man comes, he lives in his van, then he gets the house, he lives there. He had been charged, I think his first time in Germany with stealing, and I believe he'd been charged with underage assault when he ran, if I'm not mistaken. And then he would break into, he'd been arrested, he'd been breaking into the hotels, the little places around there in where he lived. He was exactly 1 mile away from their resort, was close, 1 mile away from that resort. So basically from the time to the gas station, and he's probably much walking everywhere and to get money, and he's going into doors and to steal and rob. He had been caught doing that. And by the police there. And then Madeline turns up, not only gone, but now they've gone back and found the fact they did see the police there did not do this at the time, but they did apparently have the records long enough on the cell phone that once I believe England, when your Madeline's father went on and begged for someone to do something. I'm not sure which one of your prime ministers he begged to do something on the front page of a newspaper a few years ago during 2017 to 2020 when this was all going on. I think it was close to 2020, and they started the investigation really strongfold again. And then they found out that not only did this man leave that the day after Madeline disappeared, he did have a car. He had a very old car, and he put it in someone else's name in that country. I keep wanting to say Nicaragua. I do not know why. My father wanted to buy land in Nicaragua a long time ago. It was cheap. Just going there. But anyway, so he left there the next day. The next day, Madeline's gone. He left. So he's a mile away. He's been arrested for this. So that's just a little bit. But what can the Podesta family then do from that? Because here's what else was the problem. And they could do this. The cell phone that he had, but it was a prepaid phone that was known to be his and been in his possession and used. He used it at his house. They could track it there, but it was prepaid. used it as house, but that's what they're saying. It'd been used at his house, but because it was prepaid, that's what they were looking for. There was a phone call he received the night Madeline disappeared at the resort she was at when my wife from his house, right there. And that's what they're asking for right now in this documentary. Anybody that could come forward and say they made that call, because they need to know he was on the other end of it. Because he said in Germany, we don't prosecute, unlike the United States, we'll prosecute and try. He acted like in Germany, they have a little bit more standard as far as they try not to prosecute unless they're pretty much sure they know they're going to win the case, is the way it was worded, in a different way. But the other things were, the reason they got this information was because, and they didn't say it exactly, but he pretty much did, that they had someone come forward. He had gotten charged again with another child when he ran back to Germany, is what he did that day after. And in Germany, he bought a small little business or ran a small little not gas station or something next to a school. And he was eventually charged with molestation or assaulting a little girl. And I don't know if he went on to that. When he went to do trial for that, he ran back to the exact same country. And eventually Germany pulled him back. And he eventually, someone else, when he was in prison doing 18 months for that, an inmate came forward and said that he had confessed to that, to Madeline. But believe it or not, in the meantime, the police were already investigating him for child pornography, that they had found about tens of thousands of images, and he happened to own land, and it was land and a barn, and this big shed thing, like a concrete shed or something. And they went out there and they found all of this. They found where he was living. They found 3 little girl swimsuits that were 4 or 5 years old swimsuits. And they found some of the pornography of himself with an underage little girl, very little. And he had buried that tape underneath his dead dog. And that was with him. And this officer said, he just basically said, I know that Madeline is, I know that he took Madeline and he did this. And I know that Madeline is dead. And then they asked, well, how do you know that? Are there tapes? Or you have evidence? And he said, unfortunately, I can't confirm or deny that. So again, the German police will not give up what evidence they have on him because they want a solid hold. They've got him in jail for a few years more, and they're trying to get a stronghold case on this. So I do not believe that that family did this. I do believe that this man did it. But I encourage anyone that doesn't believe it to watch, I'll watch anything you send me, but on that, but I would encourage you to at least research that. It just came out, in the last week. So
which platform is that off, Brooke? Sorry.
It's on YouTube. I can send it. Yeah. Send it out.
The one thing I can guarantee, Brooke, is if you're being told something and you can find it on the internet and you can find it on Netflix or any platform or YouTube, I guarantee it's a lie. The majority.
I can find you on YouTube, so you're a liar.
No, that's not what I mean, Brooke. I mean, it's a documentary they've produced on this individual, which sounds like a Lee Harvey Oswald. It's a lone gunman.
Okay, but I don't believe
they're blaming it all on this individual.
That is insulting my intelligence.
No, Brooke,
you are insulting my intelligence. Lee Harvey Oswald is what you're comparing this to.
Everything you've just relayed is what this documentary has told you.
Then,
so you're believing what a documentary has
online?
told you.
Where do we put it? Where do you recommend putting the truth? Where do you recommend putting the truth, George?
You're
not allowed to put it online. You're not allowed to put it on Facebook. You're not allowed to put it on TV. Where do we put the truth, George?
You're not allowed. Yeah, Brooke, that is a guarantee. That's a lie because they've told you.
They didn't tell me, George. You tell me stuff all the time, and I can say that's guaranteed a lie.
No, you're trying to tell me to watch a documentary.
They didn't tell me.
I guarantee you that's a lie.
You told me. They showed me evidence of it.
That's not fact. What you just said is not fact. We only base our evidence off of facts.
Right.
John
And I have facts. The facts
John
are he was there. He molested girls. He's in prison for molesting little girls under the age of 5.
Yeah, I'm not denying that, but Madeleine McCann, the little individual girl who went missing in 2007, that was John and Auntie Podesta who were responsible for her disappearance. Does it sound like
to you? I'm sorry. I'll let you finish, and then if you let me know when I can talk.
Yeah, that's a fact, Brooke, because the Portuguese police identified 2 individuals, not a lone gunman who was German. No, it was John and Anthony Podesta. It's a fact they were in Praia de Luz because they were having a holiday in Spain. Because up until the year 2013, you could have sex with an individual who was under the age of 13 with their consent. Over the age of 13.
That's 13. No, but 13 is very different. People that are willing to molest a 4 or 5-year-old like
this is why John and Auntie Podesta were with hours away from Praia de Luz in Portugal. They were having a holiday resort. In 2007, they were identified in Praia de Luz at the time. The Portuguese police know it was them. They cannot prosecute these 2 individual men. It wasn't one single individual. It was 2 men that were identified for kidnapping and molesting and ultimately killing Madeleine McCann. That's why we can't. Otherwise, if this individual, this German
so
individual,
where are your
was the man
facts
responsible,
on that? So
the
you
case would have been closed. No. No, because you're talking of a documentary. That's not a
Jesus
fact.
Christ. Okay, so can anybody hear me? So guess what? Guess what? I was trying to talk for quite some time, and again, the goddamn microphone didn't work. So all this time I was trying to interject. So what I want to do is bring Mark H in. Mark H, I would have brought you in. So no, it's not your fault, George. It's I just want everyone to know that the mic, I need a new mic. This mic is not working. The mic, I wish that I had opened it much sooner when Sammy had sent it, but of course I don't do things like that because I use materials until they truly break. Now, the problem was I was trying to interject for the past.
George, just let Brooke trash the Democrat Party. I mean, it was real. She was doing really good.
So, no, Mark, I want to bring you in. You had your hand up earlier. You had your hand up about something, but never had a chance to speak about it. And God knows we need some diversion from this. And this was like one of those things I do want people to understand that I myself am partial to the Podesta thing, basically because they're an established family. It has nothing to do with facts. It has, honey, I'm partial to the Podesta thing for totally irrational reasons. It has nothing to do with facts. I want you to know that. And what you said sounded very compelling, but at the same time, what I was trying to say, the moment that George Knight said, okay, what I'm saying is, and God knows it went much smoother than it could have. I think both of you kind of toned it down, despite the fact that I wasn't able to speak at all. But the moment that that George Knight said, hey, when you find this on the internet, it's a lie, the thing I have to say is you personalized it. Don't personalize that, because then you said, oh, I find you on the internet, that makes you a liar. So what happens is at that moment, you took it personally, and then you personalized the your contrapuntal. You didn't need to do that. We don't need to go there.
Are you talking to me or George?
Talking, honey. You and I will discuss it later. Don't worry about it. So, Mark, what were you gonna say?
So you were talking to me, is what you're referring to, because I feel like saying if you find it on the internet, it's not true. So everything on the internet,
honey. Actually, what George said.
So Ian West, everything you are talking about is not true.
Honey, on the internet, you're not true.
Honey. When George said what he said, okay, you don't take that and run with that at this generic kind of level where it becomes something that is meaningless.
What I meant was he was saying that the documentary wasn't true.
Well, he is skeptical of it, and
that's fine.
He has his reasons.
I would ask number one. That he watched
I get it. Don't believe me. Both of you have covered points. Both of you have covered points. Yeah.
Let me finish this one thing. Let me finish one thing. One sentence that I tried to tell him. He said documentary online could be untrue. Anything could be untrue. Just like half the shit that's posted is untrue. But when you watch something and there is factual evidence brought up, his flight tickets, his charges, the paper showing his involvement with, showing him being charged with this, showing what happened. The literal, like that'd be like me saying, oh, well, Kino was never charged.
No, honey, your points have been made. Your points have been made. I said they're quite compelling. I understand that they're based on this documentary as its primary source, and that's fine. And like I said,
if it was a documentary and it'd be half bullshit, and they never get the answer.
But
this documentary had great facts.
Brooke, the point you're missing here is, what does the hotel that the Podestas were staying at that time?
This is where you and George can all get into the Podesta conspiracy. I don't know who the fuck the Podestas are. I don't care.
Whoa. Hey, honey. Look, I don't want
what you're missing, Brooke. The big deal about all this is the hotel the Podestas were staying at. What do they have in common with child trafficking?
I guess your tunnels and the fact that Nancy Pelosi was killed and the fact that Joe Biden's dead and that they all drink blood from Epstein's fucking house.
You could say I don't know. But the answer to this, the answer to this is it was John Walsh's hotel they were staying at. Do you know what John Walsh was?
John Walsh, America's Most Wanted.
John Walsh.
Yeah, that was John Walsh.
But I like to go to Sears and randomly kidnap and take little boys. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
That's an Aquino thing.
Wait. Well, about John Walsh. John Walsh is very controversial because he was running America's Most Wanted show for many decades. It felt like decades, probably years, but at least a decade, probably more. And his own son was like beheaded by a child predator.
His son was kidnapped in the Sears.
They left that out of the documentary, though.
Right. So
I'm sorry. What did you say? Like, if you're just gonna put me the fuck down,
no, he's not like that. Yep. Hey, this is why I need a new mic. See, I tried to break in.
What do you mean they blind on me? Let me tell you something. I know what happened to John Walsh's kid. John Walsh may have. If you're trying to say John Walsh did bad shit later, I don't know.
No. What?
Is it
I would say, wait, whoa,
Sears, and if you've ever had a child go missing, just in the store for 2 seconds, that is a fear.
Honey. Oh God. Let me put it this way. I mean, I walked up the street to try and get a pizza earlier today when I was just coming home and had to, try and get calories to burn for tonight. And
and I didn't worry, honey, that you were going to be beheaded because I pretty much figured that nobody was stealing you.
That wasn't.
Go ahead, finish, Doc. Go ahead, finish, please.
It wasn't my point, but the story I could relate maybe later. It's I saw a child.
I saw a child or something. I guess.
Yeah. I saw a child and I thought that was the weirdest thing in the world. The child was like in a baby carriage, older, maybe 1 year old or something. He was strapped to the baby carriage. I guess maybe, about a year old, I guess. And then it was like in this little like alleyway that's like under. It's really hard to describe unless you know San Francisco. It's just like the parents had left them there, and I did like for a few moments and would be back. But I was just thinking, oh my God, in that moment, somebody could grab that child. It was like, because the parents were nowhere to be seen and they had to be maybe in the house, but with their backs turned towards the child, but somebody could have just run in and taken that thing. That was, but I didn't stop to investigate. I just went on doing what I was doing. And then,
oh my gosh, you didn't stop. Like literally, I live in a great neighborhood. And that's why I felt bad for these parents, although they'll live with that guilt the rest of their lives. They went out and left it. But I think it's just kind of like me coming onto this show and being like, hey, like so much of this evil stuff, like as far as like, yeah, I knew child molesting going on, but not to that extent.
Right. But just so you understand, this is why I need a new mic. I mean, the moment that George Knight said, and he's left us now, but the moment that he said, hey, you find it on the internet, it's going to be a lie. He's speaking in this general sense, and then you took it, and I feel that you personalized it.
How else could I take that?
Hold on a second. Oh, wait, whoa, wait a second. You don't have to take it as something that insults your intelligence. I mean, look, I guess I can see why you did, but you don't have to. I mean, we don't need to bring it there. If my microphone had worked,
down the way I talk, He has put down the way I talk that I'm Southern, that I talk like the
Whoa,
people
whoa, whoa,
from
whoa.
up north.
Wait, you saying George did
Taking
this?
it out of line.
Yes, George did that.
Put down the way you
It's
talked?
an attack on you.
He said, well, you know, the Southerners there talk the way the Northerners do here.
No,
They're kind of
honey,
the country folk.
honey.
That's what
He's
he
talking,
said.
honey. He's talking about England. England.
No.
He was talking about
Listen to me.
England.
You need to listen to this.
No, I
He said
listened
the
to it. I
Southerners
remember
in
that
America-
distinctly.
I can
No,
replay
he
the
was
video
speaking
for you,
about
baby.
England. He's talking about
Okay,
the difference
Listen,
is,
that didn't
honey,
make sense what you're saying.
honey,
Okay,
honey.
you
No,
finish.
wait. Will you
Go ahead.
listen to me? What he was saying was that in England, it's the opposite of America, where in America, they look down on people who speak with a Southern dialect. In England, they look down on people who speak with a Northern dialect.
Yes, but no, that's not okay. That's true. You're true.
That's
you're
what he
exactly what
said.
you said. But you're also wrong, and that's not exactly what he said.
Well, that's
I
the
know
case of
because
woman.
it was
Turn
personal.
everything into an attack. Just me.
I don't care about that. I let that go. That was months ago. I didn't give a shit about it.
No,
but what I am
yeah.
saying is that he's cheeky on shit like that. So how you just say don't take it personally? Well, at some point it becomes a little personal when he's telling me at this point that Brooke, everything. If you've heard on the internet, everything you hear on the internet is wrong. So basically, I don't even know where I need to go back to the library.
He's saying something.
That, and I just need to start reading books. And even though
Whoa, wait a second. But there's a better way to respond to that. There's a better way to respond to that than saying, okay, then turning it into a confrontation.
I'm not a Libra. I don't respond like you do. I wish I could, baby.
Well, maybe with enough exposure to me, you'll wind up doing so at least.
May I?
Tell me what you would have said if you had been me.
Brooke, what
without being analyst.
I think what George is pointing out to you is that the documentary isn't going to tell you the truth, that it was a government-sponsored child kidnapping for a satanic ritual sacrifice.
She's probably
They didn't go into that now, did they? But the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, that's what it really was.
I'm at the point of calling the fucking insane asylum.
It was a government-sponsored child kidnapping involved.
If it'll keep me the fuck out of here, at least you can't contact
Okay,
me.
Ian, you made your point. Okay, Ian made his point. Okay, and so you and I can talk later about what I would have said, honey. In the meantime,
no, say it now. No, you say it now, or do not contact me. You tell me if you would have said anything. If you believe everything on the internet's a fucking lie.
Wait,
if you believe it, then you would say, okay, everything's internet.
When you guys get married, just don't forget about me. I'll take your pictures.
You would have said like Ian West, everything the tunnels and every conspiracy theory is the truth, or in the I don't know what would you have said.
So Brooke, you gotta let me say it. Brooke,
it makes you forever hold your peace after you say it.
Jesus, that's not my cackle. Okay, so
that's me, man.
Brooke,
go ahead, Tom.
I lost my train of thought there for a moment, but I'll try and get back on track. I think what I would have said would have been something along the lines of, well, first off, I want you to know.
You saw Dave Chappelle online and you believe that shit. Everything you see online is not fucking true. You need to understand that, Douglas.
Whoa, wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on. You're going to let me talk, right? You want me to respond, right? I was just about to find you. I was just about to find my thought. So first of all, let me get it out. Let me get the thought out before it dribbles out of my ears, all right? Jesus Christ. First off, you got to be a little less aggressive, okay? It's just you're very aggressive. I don't know what your sales pitch is like, but I think a lot of it is based on the fact that you're young, you're blonde, you're female, and you walk in and people are just like, yeah, I'm buying.
Yeah, I don't want to be in sales anymore. Hence why you're getting everything that I didn't get to tell and cuss them out about. But I only cuss, and I actually cuss all the time. That's not true.
But that being said, what I want to say is that I am equally guilty for what George was guilty of, and he and I are both guilty of something in the sense that he said, "Look, Brooke, anything you find on the internet is going to be a lie." Now, again, that sounds a bit condescending. I'll say that. I'll give you that. It's condescending and it's patronizing. It's condescending and it's patronizing.
I agree. I'll back you on that.
Oh, Jesus. Why does that not help? So, darling, well, I would have said the same thing. It's some things that men say are definitive statements, and they're meant to be emphatic. They're not to be taken literally. So you've got to give us some leeway. We're trying to make a point.
Okay, well then we'll give women leeway when they say, "Oh yeah, I've had a couple of drinks. You can sleep with me," and then be like, "Oh, you raped me. Sorry, I didn't know."
Darling,
I said yes.
Darling. Okay. Now,
Women do that all the
Do you
time.
see what I'm saying?
yeah, no,
that's
it's,
not. That's
yeah,
sexist.
I'm sure Ian's experienced that.
I wasn't
still a
extreme
virgin.
there, but what I'm trying to point out is that you're saying it's okay because I'm a man.
No,
you should
no,
take
look,
it a different way.
I'm mansplaining. I'm mansplaining. All right, Jesus. Okay, so what I'm mansplaining is this: that
George misspoke. He should have said a majority of the stories that you find on the internet.
Yeah. So we get it, Ian. We get it. Yeah,
He doesn't.
He could have rephrased it, and I'll talk to him about that. But between you and I,
it's so funny that you're going to talk to him about that after Ian says something, but you were going to talk to me about how I shouldn't have responded the right way. So
well, you asked
how long has George been on this show, and how many times did you have the time to talk to him? Why is it me who's coming on here learning all this shit and having to deal with people I don't know and the only female on here, and then you literally are going to be on my ass first when you could be like, well, George, you've been here longer, you know to not speak that way or go to that extreme. And then also, Brooke, you could respond better as well.
Hey, look, I just made myself equally guilty. I implicated myself. So perhaps what I can say is that he's kind of young, and he's young, and he kind of emulates me in some way, and I take full responsibility. I take full responsibility for what he said, and I apologize, and I will qualify it and just say that in my mansplaining way, he didn't mean what he said, but I will speak to you now publicly that just for future reference, you don't need to take it that way. In other words, don't your contrapuntal doesn't need to be when you
I don't
say,
need to take it the way he says it. You mean I'm supposed to go
and you
through
can
my
say
head,
that, and you can say that without
I'm
you can
supposed
say
to
that.
be
Honey, let me finish. Honey, all you need to say is I hope you don't mean what you say, because I see you on the internet, and but what you said was, I see you on the internet, and that makes you a liar, and you're calling me a liar. Okay, at that point, what you're in is a fight zone. There's you can't go anywhere there at that point. It's in a conflict zone.
First of all,
so you get what I'm saying. I'm not coming down on you.
Yes,
I took full responsibility, and I'm
I
apologizing. But what I'm saying is that I take responsibility for what I said, because I feel he was emulating what I would say. I speak definitively.
Okay, so first of all, stop that. You do not get to take responsibility for anyone except yourself. No one does. I don't even take responsibility. My kids, I mean, even since a little age, like I take responsibility when they're little to an extent, but you don't take responsibility.
I mean, give me that. Give me that, because it's my platform. So I can take that responsibility.
It's your platform, but this is another adult.
So Brooke, is it going to be like this? It's like I produced this illustration for Brooke, and I don't mind that she has critiques about it. I did make her nose Jewish. I did make her, and I did give her a Jewish nose.
And my hair red.
No, hey. Now, this is this thing called ambient light. Now, for instance, Judith Eggert sent me a bunch of photographs of herself where she was in the sun. She was bathed in all these golden rays.
You know what I love about you? You're such a Libra that you're changing the subject and making it lighter. I love it.
Her eyes look golden. And then when I produced an illustration of her with those golden eyes, she says, "My eyes are blue, and her hair is red." And I explained to her, honey, as a professional illustrator, or someone who's illustrated professionally in the past.
Oh, wait a minute. Judith Hager's hair was red? Maybe that's why you made my hair red.
Yeah. But
my
point with her was that, honey, when I'm explaining to her, honey, you're not letting me talk.
Answer the question.
Honey,
Judith Hager, red. Yes or no?
Yes or no? Her hair is red.
Okay, that's great. Now I know. You gave me a fucking snapshot of you with Judith Hager and you fucking with a big nose.
See,
and
this
red hair.
this is. Look at where we're going with this.
It's ridiculous, dog.
Thank you. So, honey, when I produced an illustration for Judith where her head was not stop sign red, her hair was not stop sign red. It was kind of golden in the sunlight. Her eyes were golden, just like in her photographs.
Like the exact picture you sent me.
No, honey, that hair is not fucking red. It's blonde. Anybody who looks at it would say that chick's a blonde. So cut the crap. So
whatever.
And anyhow,
look, you got the audience on their toes right now.
Yeah.
Send the picture. Send the picture. I take a vote.
Everybody's seen the picture. It was on my Facebook.
Make it your next screenshot and take a vote on your next. Send the picture.
Look, I can do a fucking screen share. Oh fuck! What did I just do? Okay, I can do a screen share, bitch.
Your next image. Anybody listening right now, or even if they aren't, on your next one, vote. Just put a vote on the front. It'll be the YouTube picture, and just put vote. Is this hair? Would you call it blondish or reddish? You can even go there because I see how you're
tuning in to see the picture.
It's
look. I'll scroll down to the picture right now, and I'll turn on screen share for all these young men, and we'll see what they say. Now, you're not going to. You're
this was my birthday picture, by the way, guys. It's supposed to be me for my birthday.
Yeah. So I'm screen sharing. So there's 3 men here, 3 witnesses. This means it'll stand in a court of law. 3 witnesses stand in a court of law. Mark Hayes.
All right, I'll be the judge of it.
Can you guys see the cursor moving around on screen share?
Let me get to it. I'm sorry. Let me get back to it.
See, and everybody look at your screen.
We can see it.
Thank you. Okay.
I see.
Okay. Now, is this blonde?
That's a great fucking artwork, man.
Bless you. Thank you.
Oh, that's fantastic. You do it in Photoshop?
No. I paint.
Yeah, that's a redhead.
Okay.
Oh, Mark,
yeah, I'm pretty sure Real Tech was avoiding answering the question to not tell you it was red.
Mark, you can't be serious.
Yeah, I paint too.
I think that's a redhead.
You fucking bastard. You son of a bitch.
Thank you for
that looks blonde.
Like, at least one time.
It's blonde to me. It doesn't look red, man.
Thank you.
Brooke, are you really bitching about this?
No, I loved it, and I didn't even bitch at him. It wasn't
it's
like
not red hair. It's blonde.
Douglas, you gotta make some. You gotta make this stuff in the NFTs, man. Make some money.
No, I didn't even Douglas, tell me.
This is fantastic.
That is fucking blonde. That's not red.
Make your stuff.
Okay,
make your stuff in the NFTs, man.
22
Actually,
inches, so you obviously don't
correct.
get a
I stand correct. It's a dirty blonde. It's a dirty blonde.
Thank you, Real Tech, for your advice. But
you can make your stuff in the NFTs, and then you can also put it on a rally or something, and people buy shares of it.
Well,
she doesn't deserve that.
Fantastic, man. What do you mean he doesn't deserve that?
I appreciate that, but with Mark,
obviously Judith Hager doesn't deserve that because she was the redhead.
Now, Mark, you do understand that ambient light causes hair to look different. These are red highlights.
It's fucking drawn, man. It's not fucking light out of the room.
The lighting does change everything. It could change actually a whole look.
Yes.
Yeah, the light behind the person.
And also understand that her head, along with mine, we're both underneath the marriage jellyfish, the jellyfish marriage garb.
Right. So how is your hair still dark, but mine's
it's not
so
dark.
red?
You can see it's fucking silver and fucking.
Oh yeah, because you got some gray in your hair for real. If you actually look at a real picture of you, so I thought that was real, black with a little gray.
Yeah,
mine is red with a little bit of blonde at the tip.
Look, it looks like you're facing the fucking photograph now, bitch.
Hold on, Doug. I gotta talk to you. That is not a Jew nose. You could have done a little better on that. It should have been poking your forehead.
Oh my god.
I didn't bitch about this picture when he did it. He asked about the picture the other day.
What an idiot.
Whatever. I'm just gonna shut up.
You forgot the arch in the nose.
Bunch of misfits, huh?
Bridge. Forgot the bridge of the nose.
Oh my god. I pray I've stopped sharing is all I can say. It's like so. Mark,
you shouldn't have shared it. I told you it was red. What you see? You
I'm glad we saw it.
To fucking run it.
I'm glad we
I told you it was red.
I'm gonna show you something else Brooke,
Sorry, not your pictures.
So you stay with us
Douglas,
while I
you
show
should
you something
definitely
else.
should get your stuff in the gallery, man.
Thank you.
There you go.
I appreciate your advice. So
yeah,
Mark,
he's not going to do that. I
Mark-
can assure you. Just shut up about that because I've already talked to him.
So Mark, you had your hand up earlier, and you had some things to bring up. Tell us about what it was that was on your mind. Please.
I mean, Doug, that was like, an hour ago. I don't even know what the hell it was. No, I was going to ask George something, but that's no big deal.
Well,
Yeah.
you know what? You will remember it later, and I beseech of thee, I ask you to please put it in writing so that you do know to bring it up next time, because I think it's important. I think you were onto something, and put it in writing when you remember it next time for me, okay?
Well, I mean, I can say it. You don't want to just keep rekindling stuff. You know what I mean?
Thank you, Mark.
So if you
yeah,
can
I mean,
say
I was gonna ask him basically, does he have any idea what this phenomena is that he has? Before the interaction with him and Brooke or whatever, and they had a chat, I was just gonna say that. I was gonna see if it's something that he really knew what it was, or if he has no clue what it was, that kind of thing. But I'm sure I'll talk to him. We'll talk to him next time.
I can answer that confidently. I can tell you he hasn't a clue.
Got it.
He has no idea of what he's got in terms of that. It's just something that has happened, and he he feels he comprehends that he's blessed. His naivete, his childlike innocence comes in thinking that other people can have that too. Basically nobody else can have that aside from Buddhas and shit.
Jesus didn't have that, okay? So what I'm trying to say is I'm not sure, like even you are saying, like it's just him being, like, are you saying like he's just this great, perfect, and I'm not putting him down.
Oh God, like, no. I mean, that you're kind of, let's put it this way. I'm not communicating myself well enough. What I mean to say is normally someone like a Buddha would have that. That's not what I'm saying about George. He's obviously a person with flaws. I mean,
he could have people that live in past lives. That's why I leave it open. Past lives, maybe he did some special, I don't know, but there's something not normal on that.
No, of course not. You and I, we all agree on that. And it's not just
you're a good person, because there's tons of people out there just as good as George.
Yeah, and they're suffering horribly, and they get no vengeance. There's no justice for them. I mean, they have people run all over them, and their lives are spent in misery. Yeah, with nothing happening to the people who did anything to them. In fact, those people usually wind up prospering at their expense. So, yeah, it's like, believe me, honey, you're preaching to the converted here. There, I stand with you on that. So that being said. Darling, it's one of those things where what I'm trying to look for in my files is the illustration I did for Judith, where it's like she kept saying how demonic I was, how sinister I was, how I had this dark and evil presence, and basically she was saying I was the baddest boy she ever met, and therefore I did this picture of myself as this big demonic entity hovering over her, and herself falling into a swoon. And then what?
Oh my God!
Yeah, that's right. And then
I'm never gonna get you over Judith. Like nobody's gonna. He's just in love with Judith. Everybody knows that.
It's not like that. Good God! I mean, you know what she kept saying? This is what I was gonna say about that. You're acting just like her.
Right back to Judith.
You're
Judith,
acting,
I hope you're listening.
You're acting just like her. I mean, Jesus. So here's this one of these illustrations
I
did for her.
I was very into Mark's question and you explaining it, and then it suddenly was back to the pictures and Judith.
Yeah, because I'm trying to explain how you act just like her. I mean, Jesus Christ. So
maybe you know what they
honestly.
say?
So here's this other illustration I did for her, and here's this golden light, and basically she's a redhead. And she says,
"Dog, there's the thanks you get for it."
I drew her eyes like this, and she says, "My eyes are blue. Those eyes aren't blue." And I'm like, "Honey, if I made your eyes ocean blue in this picture, it would look like a comic book caricature. If I made your hair just plain stop sign red without the highlights, it's gonna look completely unnatural, cartoonish."
Women are so unthankful. So unthankful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Most of them.
That's where the chivalry went.
And every woman that's ever known you doesn't even probably believe in God anymore. So let's forget that part. Like, God doesn't exist to people. If you fucked a woman, just like,
I'm still a virgin. I'm still a virgin.
Thank God. We still have women that can be saved. At the end of the day, though, I just want Douglas to say this. I did not, Douglas, when you put that picture out, I said, oh, thank you. It was pretty, like, did I put it down? No. Did I say anything like that? No.
Yeah, you did. You said it's not good enough. That's what you just said.
Okay, Douglas can say, because that was January 15th.
You're still a virgin, right?
It's so ungrateful. It's like...
Oh my God.
Shirt on your ass, or you're not a virgin?
Really
literally. Oh, I'm so glad I have a fucking lock on my guns.
Thank God you... Never mind.
So when I drew this picture of myself as this demonic entity hovering over her, falling into a swoon, she says, "Looks like your breath's so bad I'm gonna puke." And I'm like, good God. I mean, this is kind of what I get from Brooke Gibson. It's
okay, so you couldn't literally, after all they just put me down, especially Ian, like, you could not literally just say, January 15th, I sent that, Brooke thanked me, so it was beautiful, very grateful. Never said anything that you can't, Douglas, you can't fucking go there and be like, I'm not Judith and I didn't do that. And the only thing this came up is when you brought the picture up again this week, 2 days ago, and then you're like, that's you. And then I was like, well, the only thing about that, I just mentioned I don't have red hair. I mean, I think, like, I didn't go like, you drew that horrible. I'm insulted. I don't have red hair.
Did he ask you if you like the red? Did he ask you that?
Well, Ian, I appreciate your input, but honestly, in this case, it's not so much that bothers me. What bothers me is this phenomena. Is that what Judith kept seeing? Where she kept seeing Lena. She says, "Oh, everyone you're drawing, that looks like Lena, who is blonde and didn't look like Judith at all." So when I would draw Judith, it was clearly Judith as opposed to Lena. If anybody looked,
well, I couldn't have done that because when I accused you this week of saying that she has red hair, I didn't even know that Judith had red hair until you just said it on air tonight.
But you hear my point. My point is that Judith kept saying that every picture I drew looked like a woman that she felt was a competitor, and you are now saying that this looks like Judith.
No, I don't know. No, first of all, it does not like Judith. The only picture I've ever seen of you and Judith, her hair was pulled back. I'm pretty sure it didn't even look red in that picture. So that's why I had no idea it was red. And tonight, you just said on air, everybody heard it. It was live. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. Judith's hair was red.
But you see what you're saying? What you're insinuating is I'm really drawing
You're turning it around on me. And that's not fair. I'm just being... I really am not trying to accuse you of doing something bad, but what I am saying is just like as a real...
What you're saying is that I'm really drawing Judith. You said that.
No,
that's on record. Guys, did you not hear that? Guys, did you not hear that?
I asked you if I didn't... Okay.
Yeah, guys,
you're digging a hole. You're digging a hole, Brooke.
Now Ian's just doing what he's doing.
I'm not digging a fucking hole because if I was allowed to respond without either of you fucking yelling,
3 hours ago you're digging a hole.
Tell you what I fucking thought, but it doesn't matter what I think.
Now Ian's saying that Brooke cut my dick off. Oh my God, I can't win. Now, Brooke, understand that I do not endorse what Ian is saying because I'm still trying to remain in your good graces.
You won't let me talk about this. You won't let me finish my sentence to even First of all, put him in his goddamn place.
Go ahead.
And secondly, fucking tell you the truth. The thing is, when you send me pictures, since the moment we fucking met, as far as just gorgeous pictures, some of them were flowers. I don't know. I used to all think they were fucking like, to be honest, I didn't know you were a drawer. You got to remember, I came on here not doing shit. Illustrator. Sorry, drawer. See what I'm saying?
She's
fucking
lying.
Southern redneck, okay? So I did not know you were an illustrator and an artist, okay? So therefore, when you send me stuff, like most people online nowadays, I assumed it was a meme, an image, something you captured, because that's what it looked like, because it was, it was like that. So until one day, and I was like, you said something, did you like that I sent? And I was like, I thought it was a little extra ask, like if I send you a special rose or a little picture of a mermaid or whatever it was, like it was something, it was like a female, I remember, but it was like, he's like, did you like that? And I was like, yeah, I mean, that's good. Where'd you get it? He's like, what do you mean? I did it. And I was like, oh, so then I realized he did these drawings. So that's my first point. Now my second point is, by the time when I got this, on my birthday, I did not assume, and I still don't know for a fact because I never asked you, but I did not assume with all your time and your partying that you drew that for me of us, right? Because why? Well, there's a few reasons. Number one, you don't have a lot of time. Number two, you have a lot of illustrations, as you've proven, that you have already drawn. Did not think anything about being another woman. Just thought, oh, that's a nice illustration. He's making like a loving illustration, like to make it like symbolic, like that we're together, even though like we hate each other half the time, right? And like, you know, just trying to be sweet for my birthday. That's what I thought it was. And that was it. That's why I didn't care. I didn't
Well,
go
you
to the
didn't
color
limit
of
it,
the
that.
nose.
Pushed it. Go on.
So
I didn't
what
push
I
it,
will
and
emphasize,
that was
what
it.
I will emphasize
Thanked him for it.
is that Brooke displayed nothing but gratitude concerning the illustration. Was very good about it publicly, saying I'm not usually left speechless, but this leaves me without words. And then what happened?
Don't say it in that voice because that makes it like I didn't mean that, and I truly did mean that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
When did I? This was, my birthday was the 15th, and I know it doesn't seem like that long ago, like the 15th, but with the way we go, okay, that was 3 weeks ago, okay?
Yeah.
So if it took me 3 weeks, I don't take 3 minutes, as you know, to respond when I'm upset or I feel something. It was
you take 3 hours.
weeks. 3 weeks, Douglas. And then
funny.
I didn't mention the picture. You mentioned it on the phone. I don't even remember why. You're like, no, I don't even remember why. You'll have to tell me. Why did you mention it? And then you pull it up, but that's what it was. You were showing me screenshots of your stuff, and you're like, oh, that was the one. And I sent you. And I was like, oh, yeah. And I was like, if that was supposed to be me, I was like, you should have made my hair blonde. He's like, what do you mean? It's the light. And then I just was kidding you.
And then you,
like, what's
then
the
you
veil?
accused him of being another woman in the picture. Go ahead.
I didn't accuse till tonight because then he said Judith Hager.
Well, you did it.
Redheaded.
Well, you did it.
Yeah. And then
I don't know. I could have been like, it looks like she has a 23-inch waist. It must be fucking
Look,
damn.
you already got the life
Must be
insurance
EMF.
policy. Shut the fuck up and just play along.
Oh, honey,
You
you
guys
know,
are
he,
so smart and right, and I'm so stupid.
no,
I'm sorry. And you know what?
no, I'm not saying that. Nobody's saying that.
Please get George back on the phone so I can tell him how smart he is and that I know now that everything on the internet is wrong and that
I do
my
have
life has been wasted.
I do have a fantasy. My fantasy would be like if Brooke could be like George. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be?
I told you. You just want George in my body. And you
No, it's
fucking
wishful
that.
thinking. It's just wishful thinking.
Especially with a British accent.
Actually,
That'd be fantastic.
No, I don't want George's brain in her body. No, that's a horrible vision.
I can totally see that. Like if George was Brooke and she had like a British accent on the country, he'd be like, "'Tis day, motherfucker. How are you doing in this fair village?"
Now, that is funny. Now, that's funny. Yeah, I gotta admit, you gotta give him that, Brooke. So that
Actually, you know what? I don't. You know why? Because I think he's funny half the time, and now I realize why you decide. Because let's go back to what we were supposed to be talking about, which we won't ever get there.
Are you
now I do get why you do not like Dave Chappelle, and it is.
Oh my God! Back to this.
But no, the last one make it really short because I'm not going to go there tonight.
All right. Well, I'm hourly on couples counseling. All right.
Dave Chappelle is not just because of anything trans, but Dave Chappelle is not liked by, man, my dog, because he doesn't get humor. Because what you just said was not that funny, and you were funny a lot of the time. That was one of your lamest fucking shit ever. He likes lame shit. Okay, is what I'm trying to say. And that doesn't make me feel good either. If he likes me, I'm hoping he still likes the redhead.
Oh my God! See, that's what Judith would say. She kept saying, "Oh, you're really all about Lena. Your illustrations are really Lena."
I mean,
you know what?
that's the thing. If I was going to be jealous of somebody, it would be fucking George or Lena, not fucking her.
You'd be jealous of me.
Because it's all you talk about is fucking Lena. You see Lena? Do you see Lena? You only show me one picture of Judith Evans,
Whoa! Wait a second, guys, help me out here. Is what this lady saying true?
No,
picture-wise of what you show me, yes.
75% of what she says isn't true, dog. You should know this by now.
Yes, you're right. Okay, I've got screenshots.
White hats, and they were thinking he was God.
Oh my God.
Which is the best sample quote ever by Brooke, but it's the best one.
What? Wait a minute, which one was that? The White House?
That's you were like, and Trump tricking the White Hats into thinking he's God. That was the best.
I didn't say he tricked them.
Yeah.
They think he's God, and apparently one of them at least thinks he's met Trump and his most.
Oh, she's talking about the
recent
Australian guy. Oh yeah, Mr.
Oh, the
Australia.
Aussie. Yeah.
Aussie.
That's all in text messages, buddy. But I mean, I wouldn't do that to him anymore.
Asylum Aussie. We'll call him Asylum Aussie.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't do it to him.
Or
'cause you know what I think
Australia.
about him?
Julian
He's crazy but
Australia.
good. You're crazy but fucking evil, bitch. I swear to God.
Thank you.
Those tunnels have taken you over.
No, it's funny. It's like
So
I played a White Hat interview on there. You guys loved it, but then you claim they don't exist. That's the best part.
Well, you know what? If you could talk with an Australian accent, I might believe you more. Honestly, you could not be evil, and he might be. But I think the Australian accent is, you know what? Douglas said it perfect, and I didn't believe it when he first said it. And I talked to the guy. He's like, "You don't understand? All the men in Australia, they are freaking just Fox News basic,
Oh
propaganda."
yeah. Oh yeah. The pedos run Australia.
Well, Fox News propaganda pedos, because you also promote Fox News shit.
Their president is literally a fucking pedo.
This is what I mean.
Well, wait a second. Wait, Ian. What Our Lady is explaining is something nuanced that needs to be understood. Now, just to clarify for our friends out there who are Australian, who are not Asylum Aussie that we were referencing earlier, it's not all the men, but generally all the men. So when I use that term, I do want people to understand that I do use the term all, but I don't mean every single one.
If you're one of the men that's not, please find me. I might turn straight again. Your voice is so sexy. I actually talked to a crazy fucker for a few weeks.
Simply because of his voice.
It was just his voice. I don't know. It sounds really stupid, but just say it.
Hey, what about George Knight? I couldn't believe George Knight was, oh my God, that story.
George Knight is like, that's why I would have slapped him.
Because
that's what I'm saying.
George should have slapped you.
No, I'm talking about George.
I'm not saying he shouldn't.
No, I'm talking about George Knight. The fact that he was catfished for that long.
Oh, did you see my comment?
Okay, I'm not gonna I don't personally insult George like that. That's what I was saying. Like, I was saying in the fact that George Knight does, like, to me, the British accent can come off a little.
Wait a second. I mean, did you not understand anybody what I was just saying about George? Everybody knows
that's like a Chuck Palahniuk story.
Yeah, but everybody knows I love George. I mean that in the platonic sense, of course. But I mean, in the
I just also don't understand how anyone can be catfished for that long.
That's what I was gonna say.
That's the point he's getting at, Brooke.
Yeah, so my point is,
but I feel like that's a personal insult to George that we should not discuss on air.
Okay.
Well, George already on air. It's not
I'm just,
he said it. Y'all discuss it. It's fine. I'll shut up.
No.
Yeah.
I hear you, and that's respected. I didn't mean to introduce it as a discussion topic necessarily, but I'll tell you the truth. I mean, I wouldn't have minded if it gone to that direction. But yeah, I honestly, that naivety of his, that depth of naivete, that does astonish me. It does beg some questions that I would ask George personally, maybe, because it's like, dude, like you said, did he not say that he never saw her except once?
Yeah, that's my point. That's what I'm saying. It's like a Chuck Palahniuk story. It's like that Choke movie.
Yeah.
You know?
I never saw the film, so I don't know.
Like the thing I thought, I didn't even know who, when I saw Ian post that, and I don't know who that is. Yeah. But like, I thought of someone like when they're 13, like I remember this catfish story of like someone was like 12 or 13 being catfished that.
Yeah.
For like a couple years and they didn't see him. But like, I don't think he was 12 or 13.
No.
That long.
Brooke, have you ever seen Fight Club?
Yeah, with Brad Pitt, yeah.
Yeah, that's Chuck Palahniuk. Chuck Palahniuk wrote Fight Club. And he wrote, after Fight Club, he wrote Choke, and that's what the story is similar to George's.
Okay.
Except for the kid.
What's the reason that the guy literally didn't see the person for 5 years? Is there a reason for that?
Attention thing. No, it's like an attention span thing. You know, the kid had a crazy mother who would come and go, like George was getting text messages here and there.
Okay, guys, I turned on share screen. Can you guys see this? All of you?
The Chi-Coms banned parts of the movie, especially the ending of Fight Club.
Interesting. So everyone,
yes.
can you see the illustrations here in the files of Judith Thagert like this photograph.
No. I love it how you just like anytime you need to change the subject.
Hold on,
I need to change it. I'm gonna find a
I
Dave
can't see
Chappelle
the
comedy.
screen. Hold on.
So honey,
I see it now.
Yeah, can you guys? How about Mark?
Yeah, it's fine. We can all see it.
Okay, so
I can
here's
see it.
here's this photograph she sends me, and it's like, you know, these eyes. No one would know she's blue-eyed. No one could tell she's blue-eyed in the sunlight. And so then she bitches that illustrations don't show her eyes as blue enough.
No, but I can tell you that looks like her hair in the picture you sent me, man.
Oh man! Now, gentlemen, you've all heard it. You've all heard it. It's
I don't even care. Look, I'm more upset about the Madeline story about Dave. I'm not even mad about this. You wanted to make this an issue. I can give a shit less about this, man.
Okay,
so I'm
let's
just saying
move on
a
from it.
factual statement. That's a fact, but I don't care. I really don't.
Well, let it go. Drop it.
But
Okay.
who, me or her?
But I would like
Or
don't
both?
tell. It's fine.
Okay,
You're just saying
look.
like I got to be wrong on everything tonight. Obviously,
You're not wrong. Well, you are, but I mean, what?
Oh my god. Oh my
Okay.
god. Okay.
Calm down now, Brooke.
Oh my god. So, life is hard. Why is my life so hard?
I know.
It's my life doesn't need to be this hard. It really shouldn't be this hard. I
Got
mean,
great here.
honestly, Brooke should simply be swooning. She should simply be telling me how intelligent I am, how right I am, how great I am.
Thank you for signing that life insurance policy and all that.
Instead I signed my life insurance policy.
Don't get one on YouTube, Ian, if you don't watch it.
Yeah. She's gonna kill me with stress. She'll kill me with stress.
And Ian West too.
First of all, you need to take that goddamn life insurance. I'm so sick of fucking hearing about life insurance, which you would know for a fact I didn't ask for. You know why I fucking understand it. So you need to take that shit and you need
Wait a
to
second.
West,
Hold on,
put it fucking to
honey.
kids of fucking
Wait a second.
Madeline,
Whoa, wait a second.
I don't want to hear the life insurance anymore. You need to change it this goddamn week is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, it is a funny topic. And you did insist we do it. We got on the phone together.
Because
I'd like to apologize to George
you
on
do it
behalf
because
of
you kept talking about you left to someone you hadn't talked about in years, and I'm not going to get into personal because I don't like to go there.
I don't mind you going personal about it.
That's
I mean,
a lie.
it was,
but I was doing it for you. I had no idea until you called. I assumed you had a person you were leaving it to, and then you're like, "What is your social?" And I'm like, "What?"
Whoa! Wait a second. You took charge of that, and I'm just, hey, I don't mind. I don't mind.
It's fine. We can go there later. I did take charge. You said you need to remind me to call, and I said you need to find somewhere to leave that to somebody. You need to get out of her name. You don't like that. I was doing it for you because just like me getting over my ex, I felt like that was a thing that was hanging over your head. And I wanted it over there. But you thought that I was trying to put it in my name. When we call, you're like, you need to remind me because I'm not going to do it. And then we were on the phone. I was like, you need to do that.
Well, I don't remember consciously my saying that, but you kind of said, hey, let's do that.
It's on air. That's on air. So that part on air is on air because you said because you were talking about it again, the life insurance. And then you were like, and I was like, you need to change that again because I kidded about putting my dog. So
honey, don't worry about it. But everybody, it's on record now. When she blows my brains out, just remember she's going to say, I did it for you.
Whatever. I fucking told the guy when you were changing it to my name, and I was like, I'm not gonna shut up. And then the guy that was obviously watching TV drunk at home.
He was drunk and high, and he couldn't hear any of the noise in the background that she and I both heard, and it was it was crazy. Anyhow, George Knight has come back, and George Knight is here to say. So George,
I'm so thankful.
Hello, Douglas. Hello, Brooke. I just want to say sorry. I wanted to just apologize.
No, I want to say sorry. I am so sorry. Please don't have me killed. I would like to not die like Madeline or anybody else. No car wreck. My kids need me around for a while. So if you can tell whatever, I know it's not your soul, but anything that may be attached to you, just tell them Brooke's okay with me. Don't kill her. She's probably gonna do some good in her life.
I don't want nothing to happen to you, Brooke. I just wanted to say sorry because I allowed you to speak. And then I wanted to get my point across, and I did have to raise my voice because I was thinking nobody could hear me. So I do apologise about that. And I just wanted to get, there are different perspectives, and you're absolutely correct, because you've watched the documentary. I haven't, but it was very compelling what you said. But I had a different perspective. I wanted to put my point across, and I had to just quickly go because I've got a customer I had to deal with. So that's why I had to quickly go. But I wanted to come back just to apologize. Just so you know, there are no hard feelings. And it wasn't like I was arguing with you or anything like that, because that's not what it is. It's just we all have different points we have to get across. We have to make a point of it and get it out there. And it was very much appreciated what you had to contribute. And I just wanted to bring my point across as well, without me and you going into like a shouting match, because that's not what it is.
Yeah, so that's where I was saying to her I would have a talk with you, and I would have a talk with her. Now, Mark, why don't you ask George directly the question that you had about this phenomenon? Thank you.
I was going to say, Douglas, hey, George, thanks for coming back. You know, I do believe that, and I feel it's really good that you came back on. I think it's great because I really do since the beginning. And I remember I told Brooke this with everybody on the show that everyone does have something to contribute. Yes. It's very important, no matter what it is. So it's great that you came back on and you guys you're back together again. But what I was going to say is, what's your take on it? I think Douglas actually answered it. But what is your take on this sort of phenomena that you have? Do you have an idea of what you think it might be? Or, you know, Brooke did, you know, with no offense, but she did bring up a good point about attachments of these things that do happen. Now, not nearly suggesting that one bit, but what is your take on it? What do you think it really would be? Or do you have an idea?
No, thank you. I always to myself said it in my head to myself, not to anyone else, but I always said, you know, it must be like, you know, like my mum would always say, it's like you have a guardian angel looking over you. That expression to use. So you're being looked after. Because to be honest with you, Mark, I have had no unfortunate misfortunes in my life to happen to me. I mean, I'm so lucky. I've got all my family still here. I mean, I know so many people that have lost relatives and they've had such hardships where I haven't. So I always think I'm very lucky, very blessed, and that's all I can describe it as. And of course, I don't believe in coincidences. I don't think it's just. But I certainly believe in fate. I believe, people come across people in their life, and they come across people for a reason. They come across certain people. It was like the way I met my wife. You know, it was under the circumstances. We met in a tire place. We're getting our tires replaced. You know, what a remarkable story to tell one day, you know, to go over again. But when I very first spoke to Douglas privately, I said to him, you know, it was just amazing the circumstances. I met my wife through the most unlikely circumstances, that we were having our tires replaced. And at the same time, it was like, and even my wife will tell you, she had no reason. I mean, she went out the night before. She was feeling very hungover the next morning. Why would she want to go get a tire done that morning? You know, it was just amazing experience, you know, just an amazing circumstance to me. And I think, you know, I do believe that things happen for a reason. And it's like, you know, when I discovered Douglas, I knew that was significant. I knew that was important. I knew that's what I had to pursue, because I was a seeker of truth, like everyone in this chat is. Everyone that's viewing this broadcast right now are seekers of truth. That's the reason why they listen. And that is, you know, we're all here on the same journey. We're all together on this, that no one's against one another. And that's what we have to, you know, that's what I want to say, Brooke, as well. We're not here to fight one another. Yes. We have to get our points across. We're all working together. We're not against one another. You know, like Douglas has used the expression where you're preaching to the converted. We're all on the same page, so to speak. And that's all I can. I don't know if it makes any coherent sense, Mark, but that is the only way I've ever laid out to myself. That's the only way I've ever told myself. But I've never been one to ask questions. Like, I never wanted to ask the question why that woman did what she did to me. I never wanted to know why. I don't have to know why. I know what happened. Yeah. And it's like
that reminds me. Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I just think it's important that that reminds me of when I asked you before about we're speaking about Michael Aquino's miming the words. And sort of how you just really kind of you want to stay away from that. You want to stay away from that sort of energy. You don't want to open yourself up to that. So I guess I kind of understand what you're saying.
Yeah, thank you. Because you can get into that like obsessive compulsive.
Right.
Yeah, you can become quite. I'm trying to, this is why I love Douglas being with me, because he can use the correct words. You can get to that point where you become obsessive and compulsive with
like a rabbit hole,
details.
going down a rabbit hole. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, with and it's like, the Holocaust is a great example of that. People go into like, oh, you can, when you bring up like the gas chambers, you can only gas so many number of people with a certain time frame. Where if you get to that level, it doesn't do its justice. You're not getting anywhere with it. So yeah, you can get too compulsive, too obsessive into minute detail, which doesn't justify, or it's not constructive in any sense. It's not productive, and it doesn't get anywhere. And so, with myself, I knew what happens. I know what happens. I've seen it. I've lived with it. But I've always put it as a positive. It's something, to be appreciative of. And like, thank God nothing bad has happened to myself. I mean, and like what Douglas was saying earlier, I myself am not all good. I believe karma has come around and bit me on the arse several times in my life. And I attribute that to like the heartbreaks I've broken. I've broken so many hearts in my time, not to deliberately hurt people, but I've broken hearts because I couldn't fulfill what they wanted. I've said to people, I'm so sorry, but I don't want to be with you. I can't be with you. And, I have never told them straight. I've kind of like, misled them. And they feel like, oh, he deliberately manipulated me. And it's like, no, I haven't misled you. I didn't want to be with you in the first place. I could just never break it to you because I was scared of hurting you. But really, what I learned later on in life, years and years later, is the best way is just be honest with people in the first place. Don't try and lead them astray. And if you're not interested in someone, don't it's best to just sever ties right there and then with them. Whereas, many girls in my time, I've, broken so many hearts because they wanted to be with me. And I'm like, you're a very nice person, but I'm not into you like that. And so that's where I felt like karma has come around, bit me on the arse, because I have hurt their feelings. I've broken their hearts. And so I am not an angel in any sense in that regard. I know what I've done is hurt people, and because and it's with guys as well. There've been many guys that have taken a liking to me, but I'm just not that way inclined. I'm not that orientated. So yeah, I'm going off on a little tangent, Douglas, so I do apologize.
No, it's appreciated.
It's good, George. It's good.
Yeah.
I hope it is.
Thank you, George.
I hope it's relevant. I hope that's what I'm saying is relevant. But yeah,
Absolutely.
because we're not all completely innocent. We're not all complete angels. We are going to do things. We're going to make mistakes, and we're going to learn from them, and that's what life's all about. But yeah, no, that's the only way I've ever told myself so it can make any form of sense. I've ever told myself, and I appreciate what Brooke's saying, because of course I'm always on the stance of I only deal with facts, things that I can verify to be true. So I won't be saying anything that you cannot verify to be true. And that's what I was trying to say with John and Anthony Podesta. That's all I was trying to say, is because it is documented by the Portuguese police that they were there. They knew that they were there. Now they are suspects who have never been brought to any form of trial or any form of investigation. They have been neglected, even though it is by their own testimony that they were identified being on site at Praia de Luz at the time of their disappearance. So obviously they are suspects, but they've just never been brought for any form of investigation, which is the question. So that is verifiable. And
George, we executed Podesta and his brother. They're both dead.
Oh my God. Then Ian has to step in. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. Go on.
They're both dead.
Ian's convinced that Podestas are both dead. They're executed, of course. So
I know for a fact.
Oh my God. I'm not going to ask how. I'm not going to ask how.
It's all good. Don't worry about it.
I gotta breathe. Okay. So.
Oh, thank you, Douglas. But anyway, yes.
And so that being said, honey, that's our man George had I'm glad we're all copacetic again, or at least I can hope I can make that.
Thank you, George, for coming back and saying that. George, I appreciate you coming back and saying that. I do.
No, absolutely, Brooke. Absolutely, Brooke. And Brooke, to be honest with you, I'm going to check out that documentary, what you have said. Now, I'm not saying that all documentaries, and what I meant by the internet when you find things, and obviously I know what you said, well, I can find you on the internet. What you mean is you can find me on Facebook, but I'm not on the internet in the sense
you have a
I'm
YouTube
not,
channel, and you're on here tonight. And
Yes, he understands.
So are you, Brooke. And so are you. So
I know.
Discount everything.
And every time I act like I like you, Ian, it's a lie. So you're right. Thank
you. What? Should we discount everything you say because you're on the internet too?
Unfortunately, yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to go there. I mean, but basically what I would say is, unfortunately, I have acted like I liked you many of times, and that's been a lie. And unfortunately, back when I was drinking, I would tell too many things that were the truth about my life history, which actually George has been tonight telling a lot of his truth.
That's the nature of a woman. That's okay. Don't worry. All women are like that. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Oh my God. Then he has to get sexist. Okay. So go on, George. Finish what you were saying.
Wait, does that surprise you that he's sexist? He's never,
Yeah, just so you understand, bro. Like, when I very first discovered Douglas, when I very first watched that very first video that he did with that 911.org, I thought this guy is going to be a multi-millionaire. By first impression,
you're going to have to send me that video, because I've never seen a video where I was like, he is going to be a multi-millionaire. Like, I'm here for Douglas as a person.
Twist that knife in there, Brooke. There you go. Twist it in there.
I'm letting Douglas know, like, I'm not here for his money, and if he thinks $50,000 by the time that taxes comes out and I have to deal with his bullshit, he needs to send that money. George needs to have that fucking money. Well, I'm just trying to. I don't want to deal with this anymore.
That was good.
No.
What George?
Can I just finish?
Yeah. Yes, go on.
Yeah,
George.
sorry, Douglas. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. So sorry. I was going to say that my very first impression of him, because of his intelligence. Now, he is very intellectual. He can, when you listen to him speak, it is a talent that nobody else has. And I just assumed, for the very first time I watched him, this guy's got to be a multi-millionaire, just like a Stephen Greer.
See, it's so funny how I will say one thing about you, and we'll do it privately. There's one thing I want from you. You apologize tonight. If you want to give me one gift, you need to private message me on Skype with your birth date and time, because I want to do your birth chart. I want to see it. I want to see your birth chart. But what I will say is, because of my birth chart, which is why I know I speak out the way I do. I work on that, but I know the way it comes across to some people. That's my moon. But I know Douglas's birth chart.
Cunt is the word you're looking for. Cunt.
I'm a cunt. Yeah.
Now, Ian,
I have a beautiful cunt that you wish you could be inside. I wish to God there was an angel on my shoulder, like George has, because I swear to God, a tree would come through your fucking roof right now and land right on your penis. And as you scream, but you still thought you were alive, then the ceiling would cave in on you. But just right after the suffering.
Yeah, thank you. But what I was saying,
Oh God, man, what a fucking bitch on wheels, huh?
Yeah. What I was saying, Brooke, is my first impression of Douglas was, I thought, and I looked at the comments, some guy was saying that he should be a university lecturer. He should be present in universities, giving out history lessons in universities. And I just, under the impression, I thought, wow, this guy must be super rich, because look how intelligent he is. Now, that was my first naive impression, because everyone else on the internet, like Stephen Greer, that tell you all these stories about we're being contacted and that he is disclosing the ET phenomena. And then you look at men like that, he was a A&E doctor. He was an emergency responder doctor. Now, he put all that aside, his profession, to become the man
to get
who's
wealthy.
The face. Yeah. He got extremely wealthy for that, and that's why I assumed Douglas was extremely rich. And then all of a sudden, once you understand everything, because in that video, Douglas doesn't talk about himself, so I never understood any of his background, but I watched that video again and again and again, and then I started watching his other videos, and then I understood his background. And it's like, no, Douglas is not that at all, what my first impression was, because everything he's saying is true. It's a fact. Everything he has presented.
Right. And that's why I'm suppressed. That's why I'm suppressed as opposed to popularized. So go on. Yes.
When I understood that, when I realized that, I knew this guy was important. He has significant importance to give, whereas everybody else doesn't give us anything. No one else contributes anything that is valuable or worth any value or worth listening to. Douglas is the only man out there that is worth anything, is valuable.
Yeah.
And because
George,
he said it's verifiable. Yeah, thank you.
George,
Yeah, like such as when Douglas started talking about the Stalin working on making a crossbreed of monkeys and men. I didn't believe. I was like, oh, that's so far fetched. Then I hear some fucking guy top 5 talking about it one day. I was like, holy fucking shit. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's what Ty said about him. He's like royalty, you know. I'm finished. Go ahead.
Yeah. And when people very first listen to Douglas, you can literally automatically think, wow, that sounds crazy. But actually, none of it is crazy. It is a reality. And that just shows you how insane of the world we live in, how crazy of a world we live in. And the truth is far more sinister than the fiction.
Yeah.
It is remarkable. My life, my perception of this world is completely turned. That is why I'm sticking to this. This is why I'm staying here. There's no getting rid of me. I've had people around me say, do not listen to Douglas.
Welcome,
because they know. Because they know. I've never had that with anybody else. If I've ever cited anyone else that's ever said anything, they're like, wait, that's brilliant. Yeah, well done. That's brilliant. That's brilliant to hear. Talk about aliens and extraterrestrials. Talk about, yeah. Oh, all other. Sorry, excuse me.
Welcome to my world.
Swear, yeah.
No worries, understood.
But when you, but everything that I've ever presented, like if you go on my Facebook timeline, everything I presented, nobody wants to. There's very little people that actually that is around my life who's involved in my world. Me personally, doesn't want to have anything to do with it. And there's a reason for that. They are literally either in complete denial or they are completely frightened.
They're willfully ignorant.
Yeah, and it's that as well. They're oblivious to everything. They're oblivious to absolutely everything. And so this is why it's so important. That is why the message needs to get out there, Brooke. This is me. I'm trying to just explain. It's so important that we get our perspective out there. And when I mean perspective, that means your perspective is important. Mine is, but most especially Douglas's. It is important that he gets everything across because it is so important that the world gets to hear this. And we need to keep the viewers going. We need to keep people here, and we don't want to drive people away. And that's, when it comes into a shout match, nobody wants to hear that. It's going to drive the viewers away. That's what's so important. That's what the enemy wants, and that's what I'm trying to explain. The enemy wants people to not listen. He is the most heavily oppressed person on earth. He doesn't have a Wikipedia entry.
Yes.
Because of his. Yeah. Yes. And he's been around there for 15 years. The most non-talked about person on earth has a Wikipedia page, but Douglas doesn't.
Yeah. It is eliminated. Just to tell you the story behind that, Brooke, what happened was the multimillionaire Stephen Outram, the one who asked me to have sex with him for $1 million, and I refused. He put up a Wikipedia page on myself that was what he felt was a profound character assassination accomplishment. And he was insisting something that, due to whatever kind of psychological profile he had been shown, whatever dossier they had put together, and there's multiple dossiers on me. And I remember one time when I was confronted with the Office of Naval Intelligence Commander, Robert Hunt, who basically was the man who basically came to the Presidio and said, we got to kill Clinton. And that was, of course, when I brought that up and you demanded an explanation. And I went into depth about that. And, of course, when we turned back to our Lady Brooke and said, so what do you think? And all we heard was this quiet snoring. And at that time, one of the things that I was pointing out was that...
I love how you bring that up, but you don't bring up the fact that I did go back and listen to it and replay one of the few things that I took the time to fucking go back and listen.
Robert Hunt, you talking about the guy that also assassinated JFK?
No, it was this guy had the same name, apparently. I never knew that the guy who assassinated JFK had the name Robert Hunt, but maybe that's why the name was chosen. It was probably
associated with the operation.
Directly. Thank you. So in terms of Lieutenant Commander Robert Hunt, what happened
Edward E. Hunt.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Well, in terms of this Robert Hunt, what I had asked him was, have they got a file on me over at the Office of Naval Intelligence? And he said, more like a file cabinet. So there's multiple dossiers about me. I know that. And in terms of whatever dossier that Stephen Outram was looking at, he felt that it would devastate me to be called gay. That, by the way, this is a very Kafka-esque. For anybody who's ever read Kafka, the punchline about Kafka, especially the novella K, there's this novella called K, is where a man is trying to prove he's innocent. And it's basically he's trying to save his good name. And there's the point about the Kafka story is that it's unwinnable. You can't win because it's like trying to prove a negative. You cannot prove you're not guilty. Whenever you're accused of something, then the end result is, well, there's always the doubt. So he felt that this was a Kafka-esque final blow where I would spend the rest of my life saying I'm not gay, it looked offensive, and basically, therefore, look all the more gay. This is, of course, the kind of tactic that Aquino used consistently, and it was in keeping with that. So when Stephen Outram put up the Wikipedia page on myself, it had nothing less than what looked to be literally hundreds of links to gay sites. Everything was just all linked to all these gay sites. And all I could think of was, wow, he's networking for me. He's making me a whole bunch of new friends I otherwise never would have had. Now, granted, I wasn't thinking that in terms of a dating service, but nevertheless, the work he put into that, it had to be like, this is what this guy was doing for days and days. And because...
It's pathetic. It's really pathetic.
Thank you. Thank you. For anyone who doubts this, all you need to do is look up Burners and the Man, Stephen Outram, Douglas Dietrich, and you'll find, again, literally hundreds and hundreds of pages this individual has written about myself. This man's life is just writing about Douglas Dietrich. So yeah, what Brooke has encountered doesn't even touch the tip of the iceberg. So yeah, these are people who just...
I mean, how many things do you think of a day that you want to do, like that you want to read, that you want to watch and learn?
Thank you. And all these people do is that. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
And then, but this fucker can be like, but I can take all the time in the world to make hate go.
And he's a multi-millionaire. He's a multi-millionaire. I mean, think about what I'm saying. This guy has got...
Well, maybe and if that's the case, maybe he just hired somebody to do it. Because if I was that rich, I'd hire people to fuck all y'all.
No, you know what? I'll tell you something.
I mean, literally fuck all y'all. Literally,
honey,
each one of you would be on the bed now, bent over.
Honey, I get what you're saying. Honey, what you're saying is logical. But we're not talking logic. We're talking true madness.
And I don't actually hate any of you, just so you know. I don't hate any of you about that.
Yeah. No, we're talking true madness here. This is an individual who personally rendezvoused with me and basically made an appointment, so to speak. I never would have met him except that Lorian Ann Fenton set it up, established it. So
I know, we know the story.
Yeah.
But you also need to understand that's what happened to Kevin Hart.
I had no idea. I don't know what the Kevin Hart story is too deeply, but in terms of Kevin Hart and whatever happened to him, it's one of those things where that, of course, it has nothing to do with me ultimately. So when it comes to,
I'm just saying when you talk about, but we'll talk about later. You didn't want to get into Dave Show. We're not letting that go because there are some things that need to be discussed there.
Okay. So when it comes to what our man Realtek is showing us now, Last Confession of E. Howard Hunt. Okay, that's not Robert Hunt. Okay, the commander who met me.
I understand. I did mention him, so I don't want to.
Got it. So got it.
So,
Thank you. So when it comes to what I'm expressing here, however, is just that these. My point was that that was the Wikipedia page, and then what happened was, because the Wikipedia is the bathroom wall of information intercourse, then what happened was just a bunch of fans of mine got on there and just kept changing everything the guy wrote and just said Douglas Dietrich, and they would change the wording and everything else, and then what the response.
Oh my God, he fucked me and got me pregnant because my husband's dick is so small I was gonna have to use it.
Where did that come from?
I have no idea.
He knows exactly who that came from.
Oh! That's right. I get it now. I get it. Lena. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. So, yeah. No, Lena Shea didn't get in there and write that, but this was before Lena Shea.
Okay, so this guy, Robert Hunt, he's the one with Operation Mount Rushmore, right?
Commander Robert Hunt, yeah, of the Office of Naval Intelligence was Operation Mount Rushmore. Yes.
Commander. Okay.
Yeah, Commander.
ONI. Okay.
Yeah, ONI. Thank
Oh,
you.
wait a minute. Lena Shea had the blonde
Yeah, I
hair?
have an entire email.
Is Lena Shea the one that your
Spit here
redhead
about
was
this.
jealous of?
Thank you.
Brooke, will you just fucking get off
No,
of
but
it?
I'm just asking him because I'm so bad
Nobody
with names.
fucking cares.
I
What
do.
don't you
know
get?
why?
No. I
was
want to answer this.
picturing-
I want to answer this. No. Lena Shea's the one that I showed you the picture
Yeah,
of
I'm
her.
picturing the one that does your hair, the blonde
Oh,
hair.
no, that's V. That's V. Lena
That's
Shea.
who I thought that you were saying that the redhead was jealous of. B.
No. She was jealous of Lena Shea, the one. who
Nobody's
looked-
jealous of you, Brooke.
Yeah, the one who looks like Rat Girl. Remember I showed you the picture of Rat Girl?
Oh my god! Why
and
would
the-
you jealous of her?
What?
Why would you be jealous of her?
Why are you getting so? Why are you just playing the victim? all the
Wait
time?
a second. What was her?
Why would she be jealous of?
The girl who looked like Rat Girl. She was jealous of her because she felt that I had cheated on her with.
You did.
What? Why would you say that?
Uh-oh.
I mean, I'm sorry if she's listening, but we all know you fucked Lena, and we also know she probably got a baby by her. So pretty sure the redhead was
but that's because.
Matt,
Wait
that's
a second.
man's-
That's
mansplaining.
because.
That's a man voice. You should change the subject now.
Whoa! No, I mean that's because Judith kept saying she was severed with me. So
so you fucked the girl that she thought you were fucking after she said she was severed.
Yeah.
That's disgusting. That'd be like my dog being like, I believe you want me more because you want to adopt that chihuahua across the street. And I'm like, I do not want that chihuahua, even though I look at it every day.
Right, so-
I do not want that chihuahua. And then the dog runs away, and I'm like, give me that fucking chihuahua. Right.
So our man Realtek is going to bed. Realtek, say goodnight to the audience.
No, it's Mark. Oh, is he going to bed? Oh.
Was that Mark? No. That's
Yeah, I'm
Realtek.
gonna.
Oh
yeah,
no,
I'm gonna,
that's
I'm gonna
Mark.
hit the sleepy off.
Yeah, I think we all need to go to bed.
Oh, okay. Yes. Well, bless you, Mark.
Good night,
We love you
Mark.
dearly. And
Mark has
Yeah,
an
thank
actual
you so
job.
much
He's
for
the
having me
only
on.
person here that's probably stable other than.
Ma'am, I'm working right now. So you want to
I was
on that high
look.
horse.
Look. He's the only one stable here other than England King Charles or whatever his name is, King James. Whatever.
You're next.
God save
we
the
love you,
king.
Mark.
It's rolling your
I
way.
forgot. It's
I'm
King.
glad,
What is it?
I'm
the
glad
King
you
Charles?
said that.
Thank you.
But
King
he's
George.
George.
God save the king.
I
He's the
fucking
king.
missed all of you.
That's how I remember his
We
name.
missed you too. We missed you too.
But what I'm saying is Mark has a real job, and I think
Well,
he
fish on
does.
John Jimmy.
Oh my God.
All right, I'll see y'all later. Have a great
However,
night.
King,
Yes,
however,
you
King does
take
also
care.
have an obsession to
Brooke,
keep up
do
with
say
Douglas's
goodnight
shit.
to Mark. Do say good day to Mark. I think it.
Mark, I love you. Thank
Night,
you for
Brooke.
taking up with me at least about the red hair, please. Thank you.
Of course.
Take care,
Yeah,
dude.
no, I mean, I don't know if it was fully red. I can't give you the full red on that one. But...
Mark, let's not try to feed the animals next time. Thank you.
I'd rather see red lips, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try not to next. I'll be a little bit more careful, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, you should be a little bit careful. You might get bit.
Yes. I'll hold that against you. That's for sure.
I'll never hear the. I can hear it in his voice. Doug's not gonna let me let that go.
That's right.
Oh, I can assure you, if you had done the other way, Doug would be telling you next time, please agree with Brooke.
He
Doug,
literally,
Doug's sweating bullets now. Yeah.
he literally whispered. I could hear it. He just said, "You motherfucker."
Yes.
Right under his voice.
Yes.
I don't
right,
like
let's-
being teamed up, Dawn. I don't. Nobody likes being
Nobody's
teamed up.
teaming up on you.
Bitch, you and I are always against each other no matter what, and everybody.
No, we're
fucking
not.
knows it.
That's another lie.
Yeah, when we're private, maybe, and sometimes I'm like, okay, tell me about your fucking strategies of it's a fucking dead Joe Biden and these guy thing, and then I still tell you you're stupid.
I'm
He's gonna fuck your asshole one day, man.
I'm
He's gonna fuck you
speechless.
up.
I'm speechless. You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
He's gonna de-virginize you, man.
Here's the thing. You know what?
All right, God bless.
Mark can say
God
damned
bless,
if he
man.
did, damned if he didn't, because Mark could actually do it. You can't.
Jesus Christ. All right, I'm out of here. I'll see you later.
I'm not even getting any pussy out of this. Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Wait,
the same
wait.
myself.
What Mark can do that E can't do? I'm confused.
Pretty much anything, but especially sexually.
Yeah. Anything Brooke can't think of. That's basically what she means.
I've seen Mark's picture, and I've seen Mark's lips in action, actually talking.
Yeah, I've seen your picture. There's nothing to write home to mom about that, so you can get off that.
I'm not saying right home. I'm saying when his lips are talking, they have a movement to them. When your lips are talking, they're. I mean, I don't know.
I just felt like looking at you when I talk. That's why you don't see my lips move.
Oh, that was a good one. I like that.
That was good, right? That was good.
That was good. That was pretty
I just
good.
came up with it too.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That's pretty good.
So
I'll give you creds on that one.
That was good. Yeah.
So all of that being said, with
my shit now.
What?
That was the whole reason I got all these new clips, and I got the MK Ultra shit.
Oh my God, you came on here for that? Nobody cared. Like, is that the whole reason you've been on here? That'd be like me waiting the entire time for Douglas to fucking decide he believes something I said. Like, oh my God, you're right. Dave Chappelle's hilarious. I've changed my mind.
He is funny.
Thank you. I think we should listen to his MK Ultra shit now.
Please. I mean, goddamn, I spent 4 hours editing all the ums and ahs and dead air in these interviews.
I'm voting for it. You vote for Dave Chappelle, I'm voting for Hit. I vote for it.
Oh God, how long is this?
There's 2 clips, and one of them's like 7 minutes. The other one's 9 minutes.
Oh my God! Now is
that's great, because like I've got next. I'll just wait for that's 16 minutes. So I got a 16-minute Dave Chappelle clip for next time. But it's fine. I'll wait.
Shit! No, we're not going to play that.
No, Dave Chappelle's not on the subject of the show.
Yeah. It's
not this week.
Yeah. It's. I think he's done his damage. We're done with him. He took.
I think we should get to hear it. I really do. Like everybody has their purpose. You know what? I think you need to understand that everyone's been brought to the show for a reason. Obviously,
I mean, it's not to reminisce Dave Chappelle's clips. It's not.
It's not, but it may be my purpose. Who knows? That may be my purpose. Just like our kings is to reminisce anything Douglas has ever done,
and tell him
and how perfect it is. And then we have like a same person that comes on as like, he just left, and he's like, everyone is here for a purpose, and I think it's all great. And he's normal, and he asks normal questions, which I try to do till I get angry. Then we have real
yeah, that's a good question. When aren't you angry?
When am I not angry?
Yes.
I mean, God, I feel like you have like a box of tampons waiting for you every time you get on the show.
Like right at the height of an orgasm, right before.
I don't know about that.
Oh my God.
It's pretty good. Okay. Like the height of it, somebody else's orgasm, like I'm usually pretty angry because I'm fucking the fuck out of them. But my orgasm, I'm pretty smooth with. Pretty happy.
So I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna grab another Coke.
Douglas, am I not happy with the orgasm?
Yeah, you're happy with the orgasm, Sonny. That's right. I do my best. Now, so when it comes to our man Ian here, go ahead.
Douglas does nothing. Let's just say that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I worked very hard on this, Brooke, and you just ate up all the fucking time on it.
All right, go
ahead. Would
you
you like me to grab my dildo
it's like
right
you're
now?
Shitting on me, and you don't even realize it.
Would you like me to grab my dildo and need some more time?
No, I want you to grab a mute button and shut the fuck up for 5 fucking hours.
But by the way, that was really strange how it came on display, and we all saw it. I mean, you didn't see it because you were bending down to do something.
Yeah, you said I muted you. I don't know how the fuck. I wonder if I can do that right now.
Don't. Oh my God.
No, I'm just saying, like, I want to know if it's possible because you're saying I can. So if I did it, how the fuck did I do it?
Definitely, we saw it. We definitely saw it. Came on screen.
I know, but if I did it,
I believe you. Look. I believe you did not do it intentionally. And you know what? You know what, honey? You know what? We would get the weirdest shit happening on the Skype in the past, where it was obviously intervention from outside, where people from basically a third party that was not part of the program would fuck with the works and have me basically booted off. And it would say something like, in the old days, something like Derek Talley ejected Douglas from the call, which was just simply impossible because I had originated the call, and that's just not possible. That's not the way Skype works. So it was stuff like that. It might have been that. it might have been because you're the anchor call that Skype has changed with the new latest greatest edition of Skype.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's why I wasn't really going to mute you. I just wanted to see how that worked.
I get it. It was either an accident or it was third-party intervention. But either way,
it's not there though. Is what I'm trying to say. Like I wanted to do it right now just to test it, and I can't. If I hold it on your face, it doesn't work. You can't
consciously do it. Yeah, I get it. I believe you. So what I'm going to do is let Ian do his thing. I'm going to refresh myself while he does that.
I'm gonna go ahead and hang up.
Yes.
Please.
I'll hang around for just.
Who wants me to hang up? It's fine. I'll hang up. Y'all have a good
night. You hang up 3 hours ago.
Honey, you've
been this far.
You took an Adderall. You may as well stay all the way until.
You took an Adderall.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I do not take Adderall. I take natural B12 and I inject it because someone told me I could do that and it would keep me up like Adderall from a doctor.
I can't believe we've maintained numbers. How the fuck did we do that?
I don't know, with the fucking screaming and yelling. I thought there was probably one person on here at all. I haven't even looked. I was too scared.
It actually does work. I just muted Ian West.
Holy shit!
Oh, you did it? Oh my god, yes! How do I do it? Please tell me how to mute Ian West. Oh my god, I've got to know how to do this. What the fuck? Tell me. I will pay you. I will send you $50 fucking right now. How do I fucking do it?
Oh man, it's so easy.
Okay, I get to put the 3 little buttons. I'm on my phone, and I have to be able to do it from the phone because I was on the phone. Y'all said when I did it before. Push 3 little buttons, and all I've got is enable background blur, allow incoming video, noise cancellation is off. Well, I probably should put that on. Invite people.
You just go to where it says like +2, and you just press the mute button on anybody.
Holy
shit!
I'll
do it with you right now.
But that can't work for. Now. But that can't work for.
I'll mute you, man. Let me try you.
It doesn't.
Wait, did that work? Holy shit! It sounds like it worked. That's so fucking scary, and that doesn't make any sense. That means that anybody can mute anybody. Oh, he muted me. Oh, fucking shit. Okay. That's scary, and it doesn't make any sense. It means anybody can.
Yeah, it is scary. Yeah, it is, man.
Yeah, that means that means that in a group call that's public like this, that people can just fuck each other over on the call.
Yeah, it must be something that they got from Zoom or something, because I've never seen that before on Skype ever.
Okay, so
I've been using Skype for
ever. Yeah.
20 years. I mean,
okay, so what are we talking about? Where there's 2 dots, the 3 dots, and it's like take snapshot, hold call, change background, audio and visual settings, or what? She muted me. That was
I muted you. Oh my god, I know how now.
Okay, so how? Tell me how.
I can't. It's a secret. You have to pay me. You have to be nice. You have to be like, I want to hear a Dave Chappelle comedy special for 5 minutes. And then I'll be like, okay, maybe I'll do it. Don't tell him real talk. I need 5 minutes of him just having to listen.
No. Oh my god. So this is oh my god, this is just awful. So that being said, I'm going to go mute myself. I'll take a refreshment break.
It's actually great because in that first hour when you won't ever shut the fuck up and go mute, we'll just all mute you and start talking.
So so this is alarming. That's alarming. But Ian West,
it's for your own good, because you end up saying I'm going mute at like 8:15 or 8:30, and then it's like 8:55, and you're like, I gotta go break.
yeah, it's I get it. So poor Ian, we can't hear him. Somebody unmute Ian. I mean, that is unfair. We did say
I don't even think he's still here.
He's here. He's there.
I don't see his face. You think he's gone?
No, he's here. Ian, talk.
Yeah, can you hear me?
He's here.
Yeah.
I don't hear him. Why don't I see his face?
She filtered him out. This is willful filtration.
I must have, because I only see like the 3 of y'all.
Oh shit. He's sharing.
I'm black.
He's
Oh yes, he's all black. I did see the black coming. Why is your face not there anymore, you bitch?
I don't get this.
Oh, there I go.
My mouse is moving down.
Yeah.
IF.
So you're not moving it?
That's when you make a computer with no RAM for $20. That's what happens.
That's what you get, man.
Oh shit.
Oh, hey, no, hey, Doug. What you do is you right-click their profile picture on the top, and it gives you options.
Shut the fuck up!
Got it. Holy shit! Now I know.
Where's Brooke's picture?
Oh my god.
All right, I muted Brooke. Hopefully, I muted Brooke. Hopefully.
You did.
Okay.
You
Now
did.
now the show should go so much smoother. There we go.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
God, it's better already. It's amazing.
Holy shit. She unmuted, but he mutes her again. Oh my god. This is gonna go on where they just mute.
Unmuted. I am unmuted.
Yes, you are. You are, honey.
And he's
So I'm about
muted.
to go Jesse Lee Peterson on you.
Okay. So, we now know how we can fuck each other up. Let's agree not to do this. No more.
Oh,
above
and now
ground.
Ian West is muted randomly. I wonder who did that.
No more above ground nuclear testing. I'm gonna grab a Coke. I'm gonna go mute. Grab a Coke.
I think we should. You know how many fans you could have? You invite everybody into the chat because we would just all mute each other all the time. We're like little kids to just mute. Like, I'm like that person.
Oh my god. That's a nightmare. That's a totally dystopian vision. So, Real Tech, did someone mute you or did you mute yourself?
I didn't mute Real Tech. I did not.
Okay. Oh my god.
Ian probably did. And he doesn't even know.
No, I mute myself.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
No,
hear
Yeah, you gotta just right click the icon.
Okay. I got it. Thank you. It's frightening. That is so stupid. This should not be a function on the goddamn service, Skype service. It's a total disservice. It makes no sense.
Brooke muted me again. That is so good.
Yeah, he muted Brooke. Now she's unmuting. Come on now, let's not be childish about this. Oh my god.
Yes, Ian. Stop
Look at who
being
you're
a fucking
talking
college.
to.
You're acting like a white hat.
So Ian, play your stuff. I'll just listen to make certain it's playing at all. We gotta make certain of that.
Right.
And then-
Yeah, I'll keep my eye on my icon. Let me
Okay.
pull it.
You're not going to be able to hear it anyway
Look,
because
Brooke,
everything he
look.
plays doesn't work. So it's just going to be him saying, "Fuck, shit, this doesn't fucking work."
Oh shit! It's sad. It's you're so full of shit.
Oh my god. Yeah, like I was
Probably
gonna say.
muted me again.
When my dad would come home swearing, I actually, when I was young, made it into kind of a song. Like, oh, this is what Dad sounds like when he comes home. Fuck, shit, son of a bitch, goddamn asshole. I mean, it kind of like a tune. And he got so pissed. He was so angry. And he went into denial. I do not swear. And that was so just wrong. He was just so wrong. He was just in total denial at that point. And, it just is what it is.
Did you make a song out of it?
Yeah, I made a song out of how when my dad would come home and he'd swear so much, it became almost like this kind of mantra, like a chant. So I made it into a song when I was young, and was basically this is how Dad sounds like when he comes home. Fuck, shit, son of a bitch, goddamn asshole.
Now I know why you met Ian. Like, it was all like leading up to that because I swear to God, it's the same basic song I have because I talked to him enough with that, and it's like the exact same thing. Like, you think I'm kidding? Like, there's so like almost Ian knows. He thinks he wants I'm lying. Almost every time, at least every other time, he's fucking called me. It has been muted, and I can't hear him, and I know what he's saying, or I know what he's saying because he's trying to show me something, and again, fuck, shit, goddamn, this shit. I mean, it's just...
The chant goes like this. Fuck, shit, son of a bitch, goddamn asshole.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, it's like fucking... Pretty sure y'all are brothers. Like, hey, y'all might be brothers, man. He might be like a brother from another mother.
Oh my god.
Heard your dad. He's like, he's saying the same shit every fucking time.
Oh god. Now you never did get to addressing Noreen tonight, so next episode, okay? You owe us that, okay?
She didn't deserve it this time anyway.
Yeah, yes. Oh my god. God knows we covered a lot of ground. I can't believe we maintained numbers.
Did you guys see my screen?
Yeah, we see it. It's like, what do you So, do we need to see this while you're playing it?
Well, I mean, I gotta send the volume through it because this is my first time doing everything on one.
And then it's gonna go. God, what's the song again? Tell me the song one more time so I can sing it while you're gone.
It's like kind of like a military. You know, when the military's running, they have those stupid military. I forget what they call them. Those military running songs.
Yeah, they're doing like hell yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Fuck shit, son of a bitch. Goddamn asshole.
Yes, that's it.
And that will be the free bird of the 2000 millennium.
Here's the thing that'll also be the most rhythm your bitch ass would ever fucking have.
Shut the fuck up. Oh my God.
And sadly, I don't even mean dancing. Although I know you can't do that either.
All right, you read me like a book, dear. You read me like a book.
Wait, he's got that fat black ass to shake. He says he's got a black ass.
Look, I played DDR for 10 years professionally, all right?
Yeah, that's why you sat down on that fat ass and did it.
I figured Realtek would get that joke, but...
Okay.
You played DDR professionally for 10 years, and you should go to fucking Chinatown Fair Arcade in Manhattan, man.
Well, it got me to Miami. That's as far as I ever took it.
But
it got you to Miami.
Yeah,
that's not fucking far. That's not fucking far. That's not fucking far at all, man.
Well, I was a poor
Not
white
far
from
enough
Alabama.
for us anyway. Like a couple of countries over would be better.
I mean, if we took you to Vegas, that's something to talk about. But
I
Miami,
wasn't that good. I did take it to Boomtown Casino in Mississippi, but I was pretty good.
So at any rate, I'm gonna go mute. I'll be back.
I hear South Africa's paying really
Hey,
well for
can
that
you
right
mute with Duck too? I appreciate that.
What?
I said,
I don't know
can
what
she
you said.
mute with Doug too?
Okay, something.
now. South Africa's paying really well. I'll mute us both. We'll both go away.
Thank you.
I
I appreciate that. You know.
Oh my God. So
All right.
I'm going
Let
to
me
mute.
show the world what they're doing underground at Disney World and why we had to fucking tear that place up.
We know what they did underground Disney
No,
World.
you
They
don't. Shut
created
the fuck
your
up.
ass. You know that Little World fucking ride? Yeah, you may know that Little World ride in fucking Disney World, and you wonder why it's like, oh, but they still have it. With all these little puppets and shit, and you ride fucking through. So they're fucking making people like fucking Ian West under fucking rim. That's what he's talking about.
They're cloning Ian West.
Dear God, instead of taking kids from the border, you take this
Ian West is not cloned. They don't clone Ian West. He was a bad clone. He was a bad clone that got released.
The Bad Batch. The Bad Batch. Yes.
Yes, the Bad Batch got released.
Oh my God.
Very possible.
Oh, so okay.
yeah, that's why his fucking ass is so fucking big.
Yes. Okay.
I mean, you know any other batch that would have a 21-inch waist and a 47-inch?
What?
Well, that's years of DDR.
Yeah, the 2-inch dick.
Thank you. It's a year of DDR. I had to fit in with those Asians somehow.
I'm gonna tell you right now though, you might not have any money, but you owe Realtek at least $100 because he just gave you a 2-inch dick, and that's 1.5 more you fucking have. So.
I know. I'm so flattered.
Oh my God. So I keep saying this. I'm gonna finally do it. I'm muting. Okay, I'll be back.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, go Mr. Coke. Do you lines, man. Enjoy.
All right.
Lines.
Anyway, here it is. Here's what they're doing underneath Disney World.
Do you think any of us are watching? Like, are
Can
you
you hear
playing
it?
something? Are you playing anything?
Yeah,
it's I just want everybody else to know if there's anyone still listening to this bullshit, he's got a picture up, black screen, and there's a little orange rocket cone with a smiley face doing
Yes,
nothing.
that's correct.
It's called VLC. It's called VLC. It's a media player.
They don't have that in Clemens. They don't have it there.
I know we don't have it here because anyway.
It's a free media player.
I didn't leave yet because
Play it, man.
because he's playing it. We can't hear it.
No, they won't shut the fuck up. That's why I'm not playing it.
Oh, okay. Play it. Let's see.
Yeah,
if we can
because
hear
we
it.
and Clemens don't have ears. And then everybody's from Clemens apparently because it's not fucking playing, bitch.
Oh, you don't hear it?
No, we don't.
Oh, I thought it was shared sound.
Yeah. Now we do the oh shit.
Go to the audio. Go to the audio, man. Let me see the audio.
Shit,
Play it. Let me see the
son of a
audio.
bitch.
You hear it now?
Yep.
No, we.
No, man. Play the audio.
I
Go
am.
back to VLC. Go to the audio device.
You wonder why the computers
Sound.
you build don't work.
No, shut the
Also
fuck
audio.
up.
Go
No,
to audio.
no, Realtek. I don't know what sound card to set this on to get it to route through because I'm doing everything on the same machine.
Oh my god.
Go to audio. Let me see. Audio track. Audio device.
Mommy, please
Audio
help me.
device. Speakers. Logitech Z5. Play it from the.
Hey, Daddy, I need to orgasm.
from the
Anybody
NVIDIA
want to
card.
help me? This is boring.
Play it from the NVIDIA card.
Oh
This is
god.
stu- oh, maybe.
Hold on.
Oh god.
Douglas,
honey.
you want to give
Play
me
it
an
from-
orgasm while you're talking
I'll
to
try,
computer
honey.
stuff?
So
Look.
I've got my mascara on. It's all running. It's because I'm just so excited. We're both sweating
holy
together.
suck.
We're just
Oh my God.
we're humping wildly.
So what? Oh man, she's gonna kill you, man.
I don't give a fuck. I'm not scared.
Oh man.
How
Oh
the
man.
fuck did you do that,
Oh
bitch?
man.
Oh Jesus. So
You
I
said
got
had been removed by my fucking self.
what
You have been
happened?
removed from the call by Brooke Gibson. So
What?
I'm going to figure out how, and you're going to pay.
Whoa, wait a second. I got totally fucking muted on my microphone because my microphone suddenly wasn't recognized by the computer anymore. So it was like I had to unplug the microphone and replug it. I certainly wasn't removing you because I just couldn't be heard
I
anymore.
kicked Brooke out. No, I kicked Brooke out. I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How can
And
you
then
do
ringing
that?
in my
And it
ears
says,
comes back.
it says I removed myself. So how the fuck are you doing that?
No, the ringing in my ears coming back. That's why I took you off the call.
Oh, shit.
So, but how do you do that? Now he took himself off the call.
No,
Now
I
he's-
just took him off the call.
Oh, you kicked him out.
Bitch, got you back. Just figured it the fuck out, and it'll say Ian West removed himself.
How did you do that?
Same way as mute him. I just realized it was the same right under there. You can mute him, and it says remove from call.
Oh, okay. Oh my God. So it's like right click here and oh, okay, there we are. I won't do that to anybody else. So like now should we bring him back? Honey?
I don't think should we bring him back. I just wanted to see if I could do it.
Well, you did it. Do you want to try to bring him back?
I don't care. I need to go anyway. Bring
I
him
love you.
back. He's not going to come back anyway. Bring him back.
I am going to come back. I mean, that was too cold, though. I loved it.
Yeah.
See?
Oh my God. He's back. He's back. So, Ian, Realtek will help you find what you need to find.
Hey, if Ian West and Brooke Gibson had their own show,
Yeah.
there'd be like a little talking, and then the majority of it would just be people listening, and then like remove from call.
Yeah, while they're
From call.
removing each other from the call.
It makes you put on fucking Spotify also.
Yeah.
Makes the money, man.
Oh my God.
I'm
Come on.
telling you.
We're going to have to hire a real tech for the new show, Brooke.
Oh my God.
I know.
Yep.
That's
I'll help you out.
yes. So that
Eddie's Jewish, so he's perfect.
yes, he can turn you all into.
He also might be able to get you a new computer that'll work, and Douglas is speaker.
Yeah.
Well, my computer's working fine enough for you to turn it the fuck off.
Soon as he earns some money on crypto, yeah.
I hear crypto's been going down though, man. I hope you want.
Honey, it's down. Yeah, and it's like I've told people for years. Finally, the multi-billionaires are coming out and saying, "Gee, and I don't mean all of them, but Warren Buffett and there's this guy who's been working with him for a very long period of time." Who came out and said we need to outlaw it like the communist Chinese.
Charlie Munger.
Thank you, Mr. Munger. And I said, oh, they're finally getting the word. Yeah. So let me go grab that.
I don't know.
quote.
He's 99 years old, man. I mean,
yeah, that's right.
He's
He's
old,
99.
Man.
He's 99.
Motherfucker's old, man.
Yeah. Holy shit.
And how much longer he's going to be around.
Yeah.
Guys,
They back money by fucking gold and silver.
Mm-hmm.
That shit's old. Nobody,
Yes.
like my kid occasionally wants some gold necklace, right? Occasionally wants some silver, but I'm gonna tell you, if they really want to back money, the smartest fucking country would be like, I'm backing my shit in fucking heroin and pain narcotics.
That works too.
Yes.
I mean, think about it. All your shit back there. Everybody's like, I'm miserable, I'm fucked up. Your money's always worthless. You continue down this road that we have of this trickle down shit that you think fucking works and goes to the queen. That's the only way you back it. Otherwise, you actually straighten up the fucking world. But your little pissy ass thinks trickle down economics works. So you might as well back it with fucking heroin because the rest of the world's miserable. It's the only thing they're going to want anyway, to fucking kill themselves or at least be not know they're here.
Well, the Australian government is the first country in the world now to authorize psilocybin for medical use. So,
what? Authorize what for medical use?
Mushrooms.
Oh, okay.
Australia?
Yes.
Oh, now Ian's going to move there.
California did it.
No, man.
Colorado, I think,
Canada
made
also,
mushrooms legal.
Yeah. Well, if Australia made the shrooms legal, that does a lot to explain, Mr.
Oh my God, yes, because that's all he talked about was all his trips and all his shit all the time.
Thank you.
He was apparently tripping all the time.
Yeah, thank
Sorry,
you.
not the first country, but I think the second country. I know Canada did it first.
Yeah, well, whoever did it, if it's Australia, that explains Asylum Aussie. Asylum Aussie. Yeah, that we were talking about.
And I'm not putting that again. I don't think anybody, again, like, I think everybody's got a good side to them. I mean, I hope people see a good side to me. I know Ian probably doesn't. But,
well, I know.
Well, I know. But I'm saying I hope most people do. And I see a good side to Aussie. Like, if nothing else, the man could literally be. I used to have this, like, huge crush on Sean Connery. And he was, like, 60 and I was, like, fucking 15.
Jesus.
And I loved his voice.
Wow.
And my friends would be like, he's old looking. And I was like old in that movie or whatever, with gray hair. And I'm like, oh my God, he's so sexy. And they're like, he looks so fucking old. You're fucking 16 or whatever. I'm like, I don't give a shit. He said, fuck you, bitch. I'd be like, where? And I wasn't even like that. Like, I was such a girl that would not. Like, I was the opposite of that. Like, guys would try to go with me and I wouldn't. Like, it was opposite. Like, with that was the joke. Like, I just, obviously not a good joke, but yeah, I just loved his voice. So then I fell out of that English voice. I love the South African voice, and then the Australian voice.
He's Scottish.
Scottish, yeah. Maybe that's why. Maybe because I do have Scottish roots, so maybe that's.
I know they all sound the same, don't they?
Well, no, they actually don't when you really. But I was 15 or 16, bitch. Come on, probably never heard of South African or maybe even Australian. The closest I came to Australia was fucking Crocodile Dundee, bitch. I don't even know what he said.
He's from Australia.
My name is Pussy Galore. Almost free dreaming.
Oh my God, I'm putting this dildo on me right now. Can you hear the batteries? Batteries should also be backed by a fucking government.
I'm
batteries or
surprised you don't have to
dildos.
plug yours into the wall.
Huh?
I'm surprised you don't have to plug your dildo into the wall.
That would. You mean you're referring to the size?
That's an old joke. That's an old joke I used to tell my teachers and they pissed me off.
Jesus.
Yeah. So number one, you don't know what gets me off, and number two, no, would not be that. Nothing like what would go up your ass. Not like that.
Now, I saw my asshole virginity. Thank you so much.
Well, then that's even sadder after seeing your asshole.
I'm proud. I'm setting myself for the
Yeah,
fight.
you remind me of the time when this girl, these dudes were talking about this girl. She's a preacher's daughter in Dickinson High School, Jersey City, and they were saying that she's a virgin in everything else except for her vagina.
What?
Oh my God.
What?
How did that way Puerto Rican girls get down?
She did everything else but her vagina. That sounds just like you.
Yeah, that way they can still be virgins and get good with God, you know?
My son was telling me that tonight because he was telling me about this girl he likes and he got with last night, but he didn't fuck her. But then I was like, well, while you were gone, I found the fucking, here's his bra and here's his pair of panties in your fucking drawer. And he's like telling me about how he likes this one girl now, but she wants to stay a virgin, like she's a virgin right now. He's like, I just don't like getting with girls that have been like all over, you know. I was like, well, your sister's got a problem with that because he had already made some stupid comment. And she's very feminist. And I said, you can't say like a guy could be. She's like, no, I don't mean that. Like, I don't care. She's like, I just can't stand those girls. Like, I'll be honest with you, Mom. Like, they're like, oh, you can fuck them, but then like, I'm not one of those guys that'll be like, well, then suck my dick. And I'm like, well, I'm proud of you for that because like you shouldn't. And I said, and to be honest with you, if the girl won't fuck you, but she will suck your dick, she's not only a more whore than the girl that will fuck you, she is also stupid. She's a stupid whore because she's not getting anything out of that. But she's like, oh, well, keep my virginity, and they will suck your dick and suck he's like, I just think it's gross. And she sucked everybody's dick. I'd rather have fucked everybody.
Well, you know, girls have got to experiment. You know, they got to fill it out and see what goes right. You know.
I just was proud of my son, man. We were having a good sex talk, and he's like, I just would rather. I'm like, yeah, you got all that fucking dick in your mouth, and you're kissing her, and then she's gonna suck it.
She's getting it wet. And getting it wet. I broke character again, fuck.
Jesus, oh my God! Now this is
what
getting.
What did you just say?
Yeah, it's okay. We can move on.
I said he get it wet.
Did he get it wet?
Well, while he's chewing, he's talking about this while he's chewing. Of all things, oh my fucking God! So we'll move on.
That's definitely not getting me wet, Ian. I'm sorry.
So
but if Douglas would talk in his monologue, I could totally have more answer.
Hey, Brooke, mute me. I'm gonna go eat.
What?
You're gonna go eat. You've eaten enough. You've eaten enough.
I mean, mute me.
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
What did he say? Newbie Scooby-Doo?
He said, excuse me. And he's like, anyhow, I guess he's gone now.
No, I told her to mute me because I was chewing.
Oh my God.
Well, we can't understand when you're chewing.
I'm done eating now.
Oh my God. So, at any rate, I will get that Coke now. I'll be back. All of you, do me a favor, keep the bandwidth burning. I'll be back soon enough, but, you know, give me about 10 minutes just in case so I can refresh myself. Yes, honestly, Brooke should go to sleep, but she may as well stay till I get back, just because she's been here this far.
You've already ruined the show, Brooke. You might as well just ruin all of it.
Oh, God, I'm ruining it right now. I can tell you.
I mean, you know what was interesting is that my microphone died when Brooke just basically said, come on, Doug, this is so boring, you know, bring me to orgasm. And so I tried doing...
Can you do that right now? Douglas, say something, please.
You know what, Brooke, if you've got a big stereo speaker, you can take your panties off and straddle the subwoofer.
This. I hate your...
I'll get that Coke now. I'll go mute. You've got this, all of you. And then, you know, when I come back, we'll... you know, I might go into monologue just because I don't have confidence that Ian will find what he's looking for tonight.
So I gotta go to the old setup. So.
Yeah. So, but all of you, please burn bandwidth till I return. I'll be back soon enough, and my love to all. I'll be back. I'm going mute, and thank you all.
And Brooke, can you go and break too with Doug too? That way we can talk to Real Tech and have some civility here.
She's not responding.
I guess that's no. I know, yeah, I guess that's no.
I guess she's just accommodating you. Maybe she's just...
Yeah.
So talk to Real Tech now. Real Tech, if you could come on. I'd like to hear somebody burning bandwidth before I go.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I'm gonna go into what they're doing under Disney World.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, man. I'm just cleaning some dishes. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good, man. You're good. You're good.
Okay, so both of you start
All right.
talking. I'll go mute.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
So boring.
So anyway, we had the fucking the town hall meeting at the Reedy Creek district, which is the commie base known as Disney World, and they're gonna stop the human cannibal kitchen down there, and they're gonna stop the what do these sick people do? I'm sorry, guys. I had this all. I had all these confessions and
Oh my God, you're so fucking boring. Do you know what people do? People don't just go and spend their life on conspiracy theory websites looking up tunnels and coming up with shit. You know what they do? They talk to people like you do me, and we joke and we have fun. We all talk. And then, you know, like Real Tech educates you and tries to help you. We try to help each other. Sometimes we argue occasionally, but that's usually
no, that's all you do. All you do is argue. But go ahead.
But that's usually because the rest of you have used your brains too much because you can't get enough pussy, whereas I can get all the pussy I want.
Well, you have a pussy. It's different. You got it anytime you want it. It's right there.
I just had some, and it was wonderful, and I don't give a shit about it.
You know
how wonderful this pussy just was? Like, can I tell you? Like, it feels like I feel great. Like, I don't know. Your tunnels are great. Everything is great. Whatever. Yeah, Madeline, I don't care. Madeline's dead. She's happy enough, and it doesn't really matter. You killed her at this point. I mean, somebody will die for it. And if I get 3 months of brain tumors and they're near me, I'll fucking kill them myself.
You're not going to get that shit. No, look, you really want to know what happened to Madeline after she went
missing? No, this is my point. You don't get enough pussy, because if you were, you would.
Girl, I'm up to my neck in pussy. What are you talking about?
Oh my God, you don't. Well, you have a pussy, or you? Where's your pussy? Show me.
I'm up to my neck in pussy.
You're up to your neck in. Is Real Tech here? Real Tech. I'm sorry. Am I dreaming? Did he just say he was up to his neck in pussy?
What did I tell you this morning? I said.
Real Tech.
I've been there. He just said that. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you feel like we're in a video game? Is that like a video game thing he's talking about? Like y'all talk? Is that like a video game thing guys have? Like where like it's up to neck and pussy is like a thing that like you would do.
Figure of speech.
Okay, so figure of speech. So like a figure of speech like that you have a lot of pussy around you, because like other than like pussy guys trying to buy those 40 computers for $5, I don't know what you mean, dude.
The wit is just so sophisticated on this one. Jesus.
What?
You got you good, man. She got a lot of ammo, man. You give her ammo.
Wit is just so sophisticated. I swear to God.
I'm telling you, my wetness is probably not sophisticated. It's just straight up wetness.
Okay. Well.
I don't know how you make wetness sophisticated, but I can assure you mine's just fucking awesome.
No. I said wit. Your wit is your wit. That's like your logic.
Oh, wit. Yeah, wit.
Yeah, sorry.
My ears aren't working too well. My energy right now is in the lower half of my body. You know, like my first 3 chakras. So I haven't brought it back up to the higher chakras yet. I'll try to do that.
I bet your vibrator takes 4D batteries.
It doesn't take 4D batteries. It actually has an internal one little. Would you like a picture of it? Because it's smaller.
I don't want to see that.
Probably than your penis, and I'm saying a fucking lot. But it does vibrate. It does actually know where. It does know where to go, and it does have a little thing at the top that would go somewhere your penis couldn't do what you couldn't.
Yeah, you got a flashlight, man. Yeah, you got a flashlight.
No, just my headlamp. That's it.
I've seen this headlamp. What did you say flashlight for? Flashlight would be.
I think you're talking about a pocket pussy.
Yeah, man, flashlight.
Yeah, I saw. Oh, a flashlight. Oh,
yeah,
flashlight.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought you said a flashlight. Sorry.
I thought.
No, I don't have a flashlight. No, but that's clever though. That's clever.
What is a flashlight? What is a flashlight?
It's when they. Go ahead.
Disguised as a flashlight, but they call it a fleshlight.
And it's disguised as a pussy?
Yeah. It's like this old gimmicky fucking thing. It's like a portable pussy, disguised as a flashlight. So if like your friends come over and you have it out, they just think it's a flashlight and not a pocket pussy.
So they don't know. I mean, if your friends probably are all guys, they know you're a fucking horn dog like them. They probably all just like give me in a pocket pussy. They're all
my
like,
collection, hush. I probably got more.
Do you have pocket pussy? What does a pocket pussy look like?
Oh no, I got the little.
I just put in the chat.
Yeah, he put a
did?
link to it in there. Thank you. Oh, Brooke's got to read. That's going to stress her out, but that might buy.
Shut up! I had to get because I was going to the computer. We got my phone back. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, I'll give you a minute.
Okay, so chat because I'm still seeing the live screen. Okay, never mind. Was on the live shot. Flash.
Yeah, fleshlight. Oh, it says it's the #1 male. What is? Now I'm gonna click on this. I didn't even. Holy shit! What's the #1? Yeah, there.
Yeah, you can buy other. You can buy. Yeah.
Look at this. God damn! How much are these guys? Oh, they got them in clear too. Well, that kind of defeats the purpose of the flashlight disguise, but. Oh, look, Brooke, they've got some for girls.
Yeah, they do.
They call it the Quick Shot Vantage, portable fun. Oh, you can freeze the dildo. Oh, it's an ice dildo. There you go. That'll hold you over, Brooke. Did she hang up? Did we lose her?
No, I came back.
God.
Apparently, you lost me when I fucking went to your fucking shit, man. Is that what that is?
Oh, they sell it on Amazon.
Okay, so it looks like a flashlight. You're right, but it looks like it's filled with Play-Doh.
Yeah. It's a pocket pussy.
So basically, pocket pussy is just Play-Doh.
Oh, dude, they got this bare knuckle handle for dildos for those chicks that just fuck themselves so hard they don't want to drop the dildo. That is amazing. It's like brass knuckle dildo holder.
Okay, I don't even know what you mean. I've never dropped a dildo, but I'm trying to figure out why you need like Play-Doh and stuff. Like basically, it's like a little boy took a flashlight, took the batteries out. Is what it looks like. Stuffed Play-Doh in it, and now it's calling it a sex toy, which is a pocket.
They take a mold. They take a mold of the porn star's vagina or asshole, and they put it in there.
Holy shit! And they put the Play-Doh in there, and then they just push into the Play-Doh.
Yeah, they fuck the Play-Doh.
I like how you say they, like you don't have it.
I don't have one.
Oh, it's okay. I know we needed some money to Douglas, but obviously you're still virgin. You need some help. So we'll see.
Well, thank you. Yeah, no, thank you. Oh, look under the deals section. Look under the deals.
I don't know. Anybody wants to send me some toys? I'll take them.
Oh, there's what's her name? They got that little girl fucking on the orgy link. Oh, that's great. Thank God she's still working.
A little girl that's still working. I don't know what the fuck you were talking about, bitch.
What's that porn star's name? Damn, I can't. I've seen her a couple of times. I don't know her fucking. She won like AVN Performer of the Year and shit a few years ago. Mm-hmm. But I don't think she was in the MK Ultra thing. I think she was just like a true blue slut, you know. You know that name Reagan or Molly Reagan or what's her name? What's that porn star?
See, if you have a good vibe, you don't need porn.
Well, no. Well, right now I'm on the vintage kick. I like the vintage porn, like the late 70s, early 80s porn, like all the Curtis Stevens flicks.
Yes, but a good imagination and a good vibrator, you wouldn't need porn.
No, well, I mean, they're like movies. They're like blockbuster movies. I mean, there is porn in it, but it's more of a movie. It's like a story. Look, you need to watch this one movie called Playing with Fire. It is amazing. The 1983 Playing with Fire. It's an amazing movie. It's amazing. But all those Kay Parker and like early 80s, late 70s porn flicks, dude, they're just as good as these big budget movies like Transformers.
Nina Hartley.
Yeah, she's in a few of them. I caught a few. She's working a lot now. She's doing the stepson movies and the grandma movies. She's working. She's still working.
Yeah, she actually started as a teenager, actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 I've come across old.
There's a lot of good Japanese fucking pornos.
Okay.
Pico,
I am
Pico
hoping
films.
people can hear me. Testing.
Yeah,
yes, we hear you. I hear you.
Oh my God! Did I catch the two of you talking about porn?
Well, vintage classic.
Yeah.
You know,
and pocket pussies.
Vintage porn from the 80s and 70s.
I'm sorry.
Hey, he's fucking shit don't fucking work, man. His MK Ultra, you can't play it.
It's apparently a pocket pussy.
But what was this about a pocket pussy? What?
It's on the link. He sent it in the chat.
Looks like you're about to discover a new thing, aren't you?
Oh my God. Oh, Fleshlight.
Doug, you used to watch porn back in those days. You remember the old Curdy Stevens flicks?
Curdy Stevens? Who?
Curdy. Curdy Stevens.
The name doesn't ring a bell.
I thought they were a big San Francisco porn company out back in the day.
They may have been. I just personally never dealt with them or ran across them. I certainly know quite a bit about porn. But yet that escaped me. So, hey, learn something new every day. And what are you going to tell us about them?
Well, I was gonna say there's these classic titles like Playing with Fire from 1983. I was explaining like the old porn movies were like big blockbuster budget films like Transformers nowadays, you know?
Well, not at that level, but parallel. The parallel for the industry. Brooke muted Ian, which, I guess I should be grateful for it.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I was talking about how they like the porn, the 70s and 80s porn were...
Yeah, they actually were productions. They were actual productions with sets and plots and, yes.
Yeah, the storylines are just so captivating.
You're kidding, right?
No, I'm dead serious. Yeah, no, like that's
They're not captivating. Yeah, like this fucking porn from the fucking 70s. The guy's talking on the phone to another dude saying, "Yeah, I'm coming." And he's coming on a fucking chick's face. Yeah, that's captivating right there. Oscar-worthy performance.
Especially Miss Kay Parker. Miss Kay Parker. Oh, she is there. She should have won an Emmy for Taboo.
Now, for what it's worth, I do feel that pornography should be recognized, and there should be awards. Yes, and
well, there is. They have the AVN awards.
Why don't you show us right now how it should be recognized? Because I feel like that Real Tech gets it, and that maybe Ian gets some of it. Real Tech gets what doesn't work. So why don't the two of you play the man, so like Real Tech can play the woman, and I'm gonna meet myself, and I just would like to hear some of the pornography.
Let's
do that right now. Let's have respect right now. Let's have 60 seconds.
You won't even go 20 seconds without chiming in some bullshit.
I promise. 60 seconds of pornography. There you go. Let's start now.
All right.
No.
I'm not doing that.
Let me go through some of the classic titles. There's Taboo.
Whoa! Wait a second. No, we're not doing that either. Okay, so I'm quite open about pornography. Brooke just muted Ian again. I don't blame her, but there's certain things we just don't want to experiment with. That being said,
I want to get banned over YouTube, man.
No, I'm talking about. I'm just saying some titles.
I understand, but just let's. We could do that maybe another. Why would you start reading out the titles? What would is that somehow gratifying?
Oh no, we're just recognizing classic Curdy Stevens films.
Okay.
Well, like I mentioned about the movie In the Realm of the Senses.
Yeah, it's fucking.
You heard of that Japanese movie before, Douglas?
Thank you. That's right, Brooke. I mean, what's that, Real Tech?
In the Realm of the Senses. Have you heard that movie before?
In the Realm of the Senses was a Japanese film, yes, that was produced some time ago, and I believe it was...
In the 70s.
Yeah, I believe it was where the woman cut the man's penis off and was carrying it around, yes?
Yes.
Well, that is
it's a real story.
Gross.
Yeah, thank you, honey.
I hope it was a very special penis with like a little part at the top to hit the clit, like if it had a little, like a growth at the top.
Oh, God,
like I always
disgusting.
felt like when they don't foreskin, then it's too bad that the foreskin then doesn't grow up like a little point to it. Then when you're fucking hitting the clit.
How do you even know that?
No, I'm saying I always thought that should be that because it's like how a good dildo is made. It has that little point at the top.
Yes, and some penises with foreskins are like that, or foreshortened skins. But thank God.
Oh my God, I'm so flying you here.
Yes, honey. Yes, yeah. Well, my penis.
Or maybe just gonna find a guy with walk up to Jewish guys and be like, "Hey, you fucking got a little porn stuff, man."
Doug, can you fly out there and fuck her during your show so don't get interrupted? That'd be really good. You just fuck her the whole time your show's on, and just that way you can just knock out a full episode.
I'll join in too.
Oh, there we are. I'm sure that's Brooke's fantasy.
Brooke would jump at that.
I couldn't do you real tech because I don't think I could handle the pain.
Yeah, I mean, for that long, just to go for 14 hours is like, it's gonna start hurting after just a few. So that was funny when I started like doing some phone sex with Brooke. Then suddenly the mic went dead. It was really bizarre earlier. So I've got this liquid Coke here now. I'm drinking that. And
was it bizarre? Was it?
Yeah, honey, that's right.
I don't even remember. Actually, that was bizarre because I didn't put the phone down. That actually, that's when I think Ian muted me.
Something was, all kinds of things were going on, convergent, stuff. So what I did was
it's a full moon,
It's something, yeah. So I gave George Knight your Facebook link, and I gave you his Facebook link. And that way the two of you can communicate at your leisure. And
I'm sure we are going to be communicating so much.
I was
about to say, if I was George, I'd be pissed off if you gave her my show.
Yeah, the bitch that's like, last night, call me as soon as you can. Here's your t-shirt. I'm like, I don't know, dude. I have a life. I have a shower, take. I'm like, what do you mean call you for? And then I fucking call him, and he's like, oh, I think, could I hear you then? Oh, that was another night. That was it. I make it up I don't make it up all the time, but it's like so many times it's happened that I can't hear you, or then when I do hear you, it's fucked up. But that was a night that you answered, and it was again. I don't know what you're saying, but I'm pretty sure you're saying fuck, shit, damn, I don't know.
Yeah, no, the song goes, fuck, shit, son of a bitch, goddamn asshole. Yeah.
That is, okay, you're going to do sound things. If you're ever going to do sound shit for real, I want that fucking recorded by Douglas. And that is your fucking
ringtone or whatever.
No, Douglas says that, sings it. And then every time someone wants to push a button for you, that's it.
Brooke's dangerous, I'm telling you.
She is.
How rough is it out there, really, Brooke? How rough is it out in Virginia or wherever you're from?
South Carolina.
Or South Carolina. There are some rappers I know from South Carolina.
He's pretending like he doesn't know where I'm from. I'm pretty sure he does, since he wanted to fly here.
I just know it's Clemens. That's it. Just Clemens. That's all I know.
Yes, Clemens. It's Clemson. Again, you're fucking. Actually, you might be that stupid to say Clemens. Like, if that's fine, I believe that you lost enough fucking brain cells.
It's like they want to call the school Clementine, but they're so inbred
lady,
they can only say Clemens.
I'm against the war on drugs, but I will admit that fried egg commercial they did, "This Your Brain on Drugs," they did it pretty fucking good for you.
Now, ma'am, I've done a lot of drugs, but I never once imagined an egg would be a brain on drugs. Now, maybe I wasn't getting good shit, but
you didn't start out with good shit, buddy. I mean, let's put it that way. You shouldn't have been doing anything. You didn't start out that well.
Yeah, it's fucking rash poison. That's what you're doing.
No, that's Brooks LSD right there.
I have a bad trip, man, and I'm pretty sure I saw you in it, and I was only like 14, and apparently it was premonition. I've never come off.
They put Radex and LSD.
Oh my god.
Okay. That was the rope spray.
I did believe rat poison wasn't LSD. I thought that. I mean, but I was only 16. Fuck, I was 15 or 16. Fuck you.
That was a joke. That was a joke. Yeah.
Well, like she said, apparently it was an urban legend that she actually believed. Okay.
Well, there's not.
That goes through the halls of Clemson.
No. But it does. Whatever's in there, if you've done LSD, which maybe your little pussy ass had, you will know that it fucking makes your fucking, like, some of it will make your fucking, like, your back, you'll be aching to the point that, like, you're, like, I'm, like, now I ache because I'm fucking over 40, right? But at 15, I was not laying in bed suddenly like, oh, my back. I was high, but now my back is dying for
for the next 4 hours.
That's because you weren't
Just get some
working. That's
MSM.
why your back got like
You
that.
don't need to ache your bones. Just get some MSM.
Whatever the fuck was in there. All I know is LSD. I did it, and I hurt like a 90-year-old grandmother.
Oh my god.
Well,
Oh god.
You could feel it in your, and you would tense. You were tight. It was like your whole muscles were tightened up, and like you could not untighten them, and then your back and bones were just hurting. It's horrible. And I will say, I only did LSD 3 times in my entire life, and one I kind of remember doing that, 1 or 2 maybe, but the second time I ever out tripped, whatever was in that one. It wasn't the worst trip I had, wasn't the bad trip, but it was the one that wasn't great, but it wasn't my best. It was my middle trip. That trip, like I was laying there, like just dying in pain, and my friend was beside me, my girlfriend, and not girlfriend, like at that time, but friend, and like we both, like I mean, I'm just like, oh my god, like we had been tripping for a few hours or several hours, come home. And just could not, the pain would not stop. It was like, and you were like, that's why I believe the strychnine too, even when I argue with you on it, because, you know, you think of strychnine like a rat, like curling up when you see it dying, like that's how you felt, like I'm curling up like an old lady, and like that's how I felt. I was fucking 16, man.
Oh my god.
And it wasn't like for 5 minutes. It was like 4 or 5 hours until like the sunlight was coming through and it started to relieve finally.
Now, I mean, LSD can fuck with your like motor function skills when it comes to like
your neurological
like controlling. Yeah, it can fuck with that, but I've never experienced anything like that.
Yeah, I said, that one was like the other 2, like I feel like I maybe had some maybe tightness or like, you know, a little bit, but you wouldn't notice, kind of like a hangover, like you feel something, but that one was unnervingly got physical. Like, okay, I'm not even enjoying the trip anymore. I'm so much in like pain, like just curling up in pain.
You know, I really appreciate what Real Tech and George and Mark said about Doug, like what got their attention or whatever. Like I thought that was like the really good, like you know, get the spotlight off of Brooke moment. You know, that's really. Yeah, I thought that was good. But you know, I'm gonna tell you, Doug. You know what?
Oh, they said something about Doug I didn't notice.
You know what really, on that level, what really got how you got my attention is when you were talking about burning the maps at Presidio.
Okay.
And that's when I was like, ah, shit. I was like, he's, you know, because nobody believes me. You know?
Nobody, yeah, but see, here's the thing. You're putting your name in with Douglas. It doesn't help Douglas.
I wasn't even born when he did this.
I'm just saying what you believe, and you were like, nobody believes me. Yeah, well, we don't believe you. So saying, will you suddenly believe
that's
Douglas?
Because you're willfully ignorant. That's why.
I'm going back to me. Okay.
Yeah, please. Go eat something, or you know, whatever girls do.
I'll tell you what girls do. Why don't you just let Douglas fucking talk and shut the fuck up?
Next closet rape or something.
I was, of course, seriously considering monologuing, but then I'm kind of wondering now if I should just, you know, just roll with it. I mean, since we've come this far, I'm not quite sure.
Oh, no, Brooke can close the show out for us. She will. Oh, she will.
Would you like me to, baby boy?
No, but you will, though.
Probably. I probably will anyway, you're right.
Of course.
I mean, we actually have maintained numbers. We may as well go all the way. We've got an hour and a half left. Less than that. Oh,
I'll go on mute. She can just close it out. I'll listen to the
Okay, you know what? You don't have to go on mute, but here's the thing. I'm either going to need to bitch about something or somebody's going to make me have an orgasm.
What are you?
So
I need an orgasm or something to bitch
I can help
about.
you with that.
Which one are you helping with?
I think he's talking about the bitching.
Orgasm.
How?
Do it video chat.
real text. Take a picture of your dick and send it to Brooke. And
Oh my God, make me throw up right now. Stop. Like, you obviously do not get. I don't know if you don't get me or women in general, but dick pics don't get it from me. Maybe some women do. I don't know.
Career in porn with that.
Obviously, non-gay women. But no, I just God help me. Shut up. Okay, I'll bitch about something. You know what? No, I'm saving that bitch for next week because she's not fucking here.
Well, keep trashing the Democratic Party like you were doing. That was good.
How the fuck was I trashing the Democratic Party just by talking?
Oh
my.
At any rate, so I really should just.
Why the fuck did you say I was trashing the Democratic Party, bitch?
Tony Podesta is the office manager of Barack Obama during his whole presidency. You just. Oh my God.
Yeah, but that was, she was saying it was somebody else that had.
Yeah, so I'm not first of all, I'm not trashing him. Yeah. Second of all, I also, you know what, that's great because I didn't even know who he was. And so that shows that I wasn't saying this or believing this because I am a Democrat. So therefore, that gives more credence to the fact that maybe you, and before, just like all the bullshit you spread, like go straight, run over the mountain and die on a cliff, and you forward it on your Facebook, and then you're like, oh, I didn't know, somebody forwarded it to me. And just like the girls, that's why fucking Biden's dead, but his grandchildren are still alive and in the postal time. Like all your bullshit. Maybe if you just took the time to be like, you know, Brooke didn't say this for political reasons because she didn't even know who the fuck this guy was. She didn't really know names. I'm looking, if I wasn't such an idiot, she wouldn't know my fucking name. But she fucking believes that there's this guy that did this. So let me just see. Just take the one time in my life to factually check something out without just believing it or believing it because it suits what I wanted to believe.
You said it. You said it. This was all your end. I was kind of proud of you for admitting the truth.
Did you understand what he just meant by that? Because I don't.
You know how Don Podesta was in the. You know what they were doing, right? Why?
I never said Podesta did anything.
Yeah. So where Ian is going is, I would presume, his usual trip where it was some kind of deep state sponsored sacrificial thing going on.
It was.
Okay.
It totally was. It was part of
oh my God, Ian, you were in goddamn Florida. You have admitted that the closest place that they're fucking sacrificing people is near you, right? What's the fucking island?
At Disney World. They do it at Disney World.
Disney World, and they're also flying planes over to go to wherever else, right? So you got double fucking sacrifice down there, minimum. And y'all got tunnels everywhere near the fucking Gulf, which you already admitted. Why do you think, he told me also last week, by the way, Douglas, you don't know this. Why do you think they're drilling in the Gulf? Why do you think they're drilling in the Gulf? Who do you think fucking owns? Then he said, what does BP stand for? That's when he said, what does fucking Sony stand for? I was like, I don't know. BP stands for fucking British Petroleum, I think. Right. He's like, yeah, for the fucking Queen. And this way he replies back, this is fucking text. I am not talking to this motherfucker at this point because he fucking got into it. And he is like, oh, and then he says Sony. That's why I didn't even answer that one. And he's like, who do you think, why? And then he goes into, well, who do you think owns the oil? And he's just trying to get into it to ask me why they're drilling. And he gets eventually to this point, I'm like, I don't know. Why are they drilling in the Gulf Coast? I don't know. And then he's like, what was your answer about the Gulf Coast?
No, I said, what happens to your drink after you drink it?
Yeah, it was like, I don't, he said, what's in your, I said, I don't know, it's gone. He's like, what is your glass? I was like, it's empty. And he's like, uh-huh. And I'm like, so you're saying there'll be tunnels in the Gulf Coast? There's tunnels. Yeah. That's when he was showing the fires. That was the night. It was the night he sent the picture of the water shit.
Oh, yeah. Did I?
And when he was like, I'm busy. He's like, I'm busy. And it looked like a fucking water explosion in Florida. No, this was all about him thinking the Gulf Coast was the oil rigs were being emptied out for fucking tunnels.
No, after they drain the oil out, then they move in and build cities in those.
And I asked you, well, then what was that flood? And you never could say, I said, what was the flood? You know, I'm not sure where that was. I was like, okay, well, what does that have to do with them draining tunnels? Because there's a flood in this city. So I said, well, send me
the flooding was the Vatican when they're flooding out the tunnels of the Vatican. That's what that was.
You figured that out now. You couldn't figure that out that day. You had no idea, and I've got that on message.
Yeah, no, I didn't know exactly where. It just somebody was documenting it, but it ended up being the Vatican.
So the Vatican's flooded out. We drilled out the Gulf Coast for more tunnels. So all I'm hearing right now is I've got taco pasta sauce for a long fucking time. And also, I'm also hearing one other thing, that this is completely not true at all, because
I'll tell you,
they were going to get rid of the lowest of the population, and you are so close to so many of those tunnels, and you are in Disney World. There's no fucking way your ass would be alive, bitch. Like, no way. Like, you are black and Jewish. Like, your ass is gone.
No, somebody stole my my Adreno watch with all the fucking sonar shit from the tunnels underground at Disney.
Okay, so
it was like $100 watch.
If I would look, if Democrats were running the world and they were evil pedophiles sucking blood, like the first person they would get was somebody who's like, okay, black, ignorant, white hat, conspiracy theories, and near our tunnels, in our tunnels right now, are we going to let him out? No. I mean, I'm pretty sure your blood would taste shitty, but we still would not let you the fuck out. We would fucking kill you.
Wow, I got that Brooke approval on the blood taste. That's amazing.
No, you didn't. What I'm saying, you did not.
Well, at least I don't have to worry about vampires now, according to Brooke, because my blood tastes like shit. I can see soundly now.
I can tell you. I can tell you as a damn fire or a quarter vampire that
I'm too old.
You're yeah.
Yeah, he's agreeing with me basically. Yeah. Like we would like let's put it this way. If the vampires, like it was like a vampire thing where it was like vampires and werewolves, so it's like the vampires and then the Democrats were like the werewolves, like we're the opposite side, and we'll be like, we'll trade you, you know, and like they've got something we want, and we think, oh, we got a bunch of blood, and we bring like a whole fucking like we have taken you and we have fucking mutated, like what do you call it, cloning? We've cloned 5,000 of you. We just want our one girl back, and we walk up to the meeting. We're like, we got 5,000 blood boys right here. They see you, 5,000 of you. Want the one girl? They just turn around and walk the fuck away, man. We probably all get shot just for bringing 5,000 of your asses with blood.
No, Brooke, what they do is these elite families can only drink the adrenochrome from their own bloodline. Therefore, they clone the kids from their blood, do the adrenochrome extraction, kill the kid, and then build another one.
You read this stuff.
No, this is true. This is what they're doing under Disney World.
Oh my god. Okay, so I'll tell you what.
I just want you to know that you have agreed with him tonight, and at some point George has agreed with him tonight. And I just want to factually document it by Real Tech. The Real Tech may be the only person that is not like come completely out and agreed with you at some point to get me off their back, to get me to shut up. Douglas agreed with you, and then at some other point, King agreed with you. And I'm just saying, at this point, they have to own they agree with this stuff.
Well, as soon as they make a documentary about it, I'll let you know, and you can watch it and be the expert like the Maria case.
Oh no, send it to your boys first, because they agree with you.
Oh my god. So Brooke, I want you to know, I love you dearly. I want both these gentlemen to know I've gotten requests from email. There are people who want me to turn towards monologue, so I will do that. And what I'm going to do is I will probably end the call.
Oh, who doesn't want to hear us?
Yeah, no, you were wonderful.
You surprised me, Brooke. Jesus.
Yeah, I do want you all to know we not only held numbers, they actually increased. I mean, certainly the highest point is during prime time, but then it usually doesn't go back up towards those numbers again. But we actually did that tonight. So you were all informative and entertaining, and I think that we did well, that our arguments were actually constructive, that the arguments we had proved to be constructive. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and do the monologue alone, simply because I'm afraid.
I just want to know who wants you to do the monologue.
Don't, Doug, don't even play with her. Just say goodnight and call it. All right?
I'm just kidding. It's fine. No, at this point, it's fine.
It's a few parties.
I mean, I'm too late for bed today, so I'm gonna have to stay up.
But honey, aren't you? I mean, can you not fall asleep at all? Is that
Well, I've got taxes to do, and I have interview and stuff in the Tuesday. I have a lot tomorrow, so I need to get in bed early tomorrow night. I mean tonight. So if I go to sleep this at this time. It's gonna fuck
We
me.
know you can't do math. Hush.
Anyway, I'm an adult, honey. I will be fine.
Okay, I don't want to feel guilty about this. I really think that there must be something you can do. Benadryl seems to work with you, so
No, it does, but then I would be asleep till like 12 or 1. Then I would not be able to go to sleep tonight. I've got an interview in the morning. I have a dental appointment.
Doug, good night. Good night,
Anyway,
Doug.
bye.
Good night. Love you guys. You guys be good. Ciao.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll hang up and we'll speak. Thank you, Ian. Love you, Ian. Hugs, and love you too, Real Tech.
Yeah, so I'm good. Like I just have all that, and then I told you I'd talk to you at some point. I think tomorrow night, or if you needed it too. So
yes. It was gonna be Tuesday night. We were gonna do that.
Yes, and I forgot, and I have my son tomorrow at fucking 2 for his fucking thing. So yeah, I've got like 4.
Is it still going to be possible then for us to speak on Tuesday night?
Yeah. I've just got to meet with his counselor. It's just like a Skype thing to just talk about his college, for his senior year, talking about all that.
Okay.
Like,
I mean, we'll certainly do our best, and then we'll decide if it doesn't work out, we'll reschedule it. But we'll try it tomorrow night. I'll certainly try to be there. I certainly will be. I'll be there, and I'll give you the call.
It's what you want to do. So it's up to you. I mean, like, yeah.
No. I'll call you at 8 p.m. your time, which is like 3 to 4, 4 to 5. What was it? My like 6. What did I say? It was my time.
-3.
It was. Let me take a look at my calendar here.
That would be 5 your time.
Darling, it was. Here we are, 4 p.m. 4 p.m. my time. So
5's fine.
Yeah, so I'll call you 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 p.m. your time. So I'll call you 7 p.m. your time, okay?
It doesn't matter. Like any of that's fine. I just as long it doesn't matter. It's cool. It's cool. I just can't be up late. I've got to go to bed early tomorrow.
So go ahead and listen to me if you wish. If you can listen to me while after I hang up. And then and let me know, at least listen to the first few minutes and let me know if I'm transmitting at all. That always helps. So both of you keep your ears open. See if I'm transmitting. Let me know. And then that way I can roll on with some sense of security towards the end of the show, just taking up the last hour, catching people up on some things. So, all right then.
Okay, and Real Tech, it was good to talk to you.
Yeah. Hugs to Real Tech. Good night, honey.
Yeah, it's great talking to you too.
Good night, guys. Bye.
Love you. Okay. Good night to everyone. Good day. And so that's we are now going to monologue a little bit, and I'll see if I can get into the zone like I do. And we got an hour left, and I will see what I can cover in that time. First off, I want people to know that Fox News, bizarrely, or at least a hostess on Fox News bizarrely blamed treasonous farmers after the ChICOM, the Chinese Communist balloon incident. Basically, the Fox News hostess, Rachel Campos-Duffy, suggested that treasonous farmers and real estate agents are selling land to the Communist Chinese Empire. And this was just hours after the United States military disabled a possible, well, we know it to be an actual Communist Chinese spy balloon, for lack of a better title for the object. That's when Campos-Duffy floated her theory to the retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton, who agreed that he was very concerned about the situation. So the Fox News hostess opined, "That balloon went over our heartland, and we know that China is gobbling up farmland. They're trying to corner, in some ways, our food supply as well. We now know that this is our geopolitical enemy. This is our economic enemy, the Chinese." Now, she doesn't qualify that by saying communist. She didn't qualify China by saying red. Therefore, she's making a blanket racist statement. And goes on, "Whoever is working with the Chinese government to sell our farmland near our bases, I don't know if those are investment firms or real estate agents. I don't know who is providing cover for the Communist Party in Chinese. That's treasonous. And we ought to be treating people who do business with the Chinese in ways that damage our country and our national security. We ought to treat them as such." Now, understand that treason is punishable by the death penalty under American law. That is the law of the United States. So this is a very serious accusation. Fortunately, she's so vague about it, there's obviously not going to be any follow-up. Not that there would have been, but it's a point to be made. And Real Tech Geek says, hearing you loud and clear. Thank you, sir. Deeply appreciate it. Hugs, dear brother, from another mother. And with that, then it was the former United Kingdom Prime Minister Boris Johnson who pointed out that Tucker Carlson is infecting the minds of Republicans over Vladimir Putin, which, of course, is a cogent point. Basically, 3 points as a takeaway was that Boris Johnson accused Tucker Carlson of infecting people's minds with bad ideas about Putin. The former United Kingdom Prime Minister said that Republicans actually seem to be intimidated by Carlson's perspective, which is quite true, or at least I would argue such, and that the Fox News host has echoed Kremlin talking points, whereas Johnson has been a fierce defender of the Ukraine. All of this is what needs to be emphasized, but the main point is that the Sino-Slavendic synaxis, meaning China, Russia, India, they're all still as close as ever, and that's a problem for us, being part of the American empire. When Antony Blinken was supposed to touch down in Beijing in the coming days for the first visit to the Communist Chinese Empire by a United States Secretary of State since 2018, he was intending to cut a stark contrast to the scene, what went down in the Communist Chinese capital 1 year earlier. Then the Red Chinese dictator, Xi Jinping, welcomed the Russian tyrant Vladimir Putin for the opening of the Beijing Olympics, meeting for talks and dinner in Putin's honor, and declaring a no-limits partnership between the two neighbors. Weeks later, as Russian tanks rolled across the border into Ukraine, starting an invasion that would devastate the country and cause a humanitarian crisis, Chi-Com leaders did not shrink from that declaration. Though Beijing claimed impartiality in the conflict and no advanced knowledge of Russia's intent, it also refused to condemn Moscow. Instead, it parroted Kremlin lines, blaming NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, for provoking the conflict, further fracturing relationships with both United Europe and these United States. A year on, the contrast of Blinken's visit was intended to be no coincidence. Economically drained by its now abandoned zero-COVID strategy, Beijing has been softening its tone on foreign affairs and upping its diplomacy with Western government in a bid to win back lost ground and stabilize its relations. In meetings with Blinken during his expected early February trip, as well as European leaders who've signaled they may visit in the coming months, the Communist Chinese counterparts were supposed to emphasize their long-standing calls for a peaceful resolution and play up what they claim is China's objective and impartial position on the conflict. But while the optics were intended to be different from this time last year, Red China's support for the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, when measured by its annual trade, diplomatic engagements, and schedule of joint military exercises, obviously tells a much different story. Because those metrics show that over the past year, the Communist Chinese have continued to bolster, not retreat from, its no-limits partnership, a relationship that has been strengthening in recent years, and which analysts concur Beijing continues to view as key to its fundamental goals of maintaining its own imperial security and pushing back at an American-led world order. This is all going into the global partner status phenomenon. You see, since the early days of the war in Ukraine, U.S. President Joe Biden's administration has warned the Communist Chinese government of potential consequences for any material support for Putin's invasion. U.S. intelligence officials have consistently said they have not seen evidence China provided lethal aid to the Russian Empire, but the United States recently raised concerns about Red China, about evidence proving state-owned Chinese companies had sold the Russian Empire non-lethal equipment, a charge Beijing vehemently denies. While a handful of Chinese companies have been placed on U.S. blacklists in connection with the conflict, most have appeared to calibrate their business to steer clear of violating the extensive sanctions unleashed by the American empire and our allies against Moscow. Beijing has long stressed that it seeks to play a constructive role toward peaceful resolution of the conflict, and during a September meeting, Putin conceded Beijing had raised questions and concerns about the crisis. Yet, Red China has continued to expand trade with its northern neighbor, opening, for the first time, 12 permanent bridges to facilitate trade over a key border river and drumming up a record 1.28 trillion yuan, that's about 190 billion United States dollars, yesteryear. And that's according to Communist Chinese data released yestermensis, just last month. That marked an increase of around 30% from 2021, driven in part by Chi-Com companies snapping up discounted oil and coal, even as other governments move to shun Russian fuel, shouldering mounting energy prices to avoid financing the Russian Empire's expansive aggression. Oh shit. Brooke says she can't hear me. Real Tech Geek says, you're welcome, my dude. So, Brooke says, can't hear you. I get monkey can't hear, monkey can't see, monkey closed mouth. See no evil, do no evil, hear no evil. Oh my God. So all I'm going to do is, in response to her, put that, the open-jawed surprise emoji. Now, I'm hoping she's wrong and that's just her. Because Real Tech Geek says, I hear you fine. Thank God. So, bless you, Real Tech. Hopefully that's just her. It's just, thank you so much for your reassurance. And anyone else can hear me, let me know. Let's take a look at some other messages coming in. Okay, these are just more indicators of people responding to my, oh, good. It's our man. Okay, good. It says we're broadcasting loud and clear. God bless him. All right. So understand this. When it comes to the dictator Xi Jinping, he congratulated Putin personally on the boosted trade numbers during their customary end-of-year talk between the two dictators, where he also called for the two empires to enhance strategic coordination and continue to be each other's development opportunity and global partner. Now that talk, conducted over video link in December, was one of at least 4 sets of conversations, including one face-to-face meeting between Xi and Putin since the start of this war. Xi has yet to speak to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky during this entire time, though the Ukrainian leader has publicly expressed an interest, which I personally thought was completely unwise, but at the same time I could understand the diplomatic necessity of at least going through the motions, so I won't hold that against him. Meanwhile, the security relationship between the communist Chinese and revanchist, revisionist Russian empires has raised concern among America's Asian allies. In recent months, Red China has dispatched more than 2,000 personnel into Russia itself for a joint drill, dispatched its strategic warplanes for patrols alongside Russia's over the Sea of Japan and the East China Sea, and deployed a number of vessels for week-long live-fire joint naval exercises in waters near Japan itself. Now, on Tuesday of this week last, the Japanese Prime Minister, Kishida Fumio, and visiting NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg voiced concerns over Russia's growing military cooperation with China, including joint operations and drills in the vicinity of Japan, in a meeting in Tokyo itself. Now, this is per their own joint statement. But even as those engagements, as well as its flourishing trade and diplomacy, may have elevated wariness about the Sino-Slavic relationship in the West, they remain a foundation for China's overall foreign policy, in which Russia also plays a key role bolstering Red China's influence at the United Nations. This has a lot to do with Security Council votes that they can then monopolize together in duopoly, is the diplomatic term. It's something that is, of course, just a strategic coordination between asshole empires that have decided that they are going to try and stack the world in their own favor. Now, let me try and get this together in such a way that I can express it in English that does it justice. There's almost no way to really do it justice because it's just such a just such an irritatingly asinine situation. You just want to, how do I say it, confront it by, well, basically pulling your hair and screaming. Or at least I do. So it's something that when we've done our best to just basically pull ourselves through the night, it's when you're confronted with this kind of cooperation between two malevolent entities, you really wonder what can be done. And it's a situation where you have to, how do I say this? Ultimately, just analyze it as I do, to the best of my ability. And I'll try and tell you the positives and the negatives. But what it comes down to is the horror of the, how do I express this? In terms of the situation that we're in terms of what people say that, like I've confronted, who buy into their propaganda and how these people are suckers for it. Well, I think that the best thing I can do is go on by saying, let me see, looking at an incoming communication here. Okay, that's our man Ian. He says a watch was stolen from him that had all kinds of good stuff on it that enabled him to monitor all kinds of things, kind of like a superhero watch or something. But when it comes to what Jean-Pierre Cabestan said, he's an emeritus professor at Hong Kong Baptist University's Department of Government and International Studies. He messaged me through my gang brother Beaver that the relationship with Russia prevails in terms of China's external interests because it's aimed against the United States and the United States' alliance systems, both in Europe and in Asia. Red China's main objective is to weaken those alliance systems. Now, this man took an enormous risk, which was why I was so hesitant to bring it up. It's how do I say it? It's one of these things where I decided he gave me permission to use his name. I may as well use it. So with that being said, hopefully he doesn't pay the price. All of this is really about a Sino-Slavindic charm offensive, as it would be called in the diplomatic world. In the old days, we used to call this a peace offensive. You see, while the importance of its Russian relationship may not have changed, Communist China has made efforts to dial down its overall rhetoric towards the West until the recent incident and revamp its diplomacy as it pushes for economic recovery following one of its worst annual economic performances in nearly half a hundred years. Western governments will be carefully watching this tone shift and diplomatic outreach and whether it has any potential impact on, well, the war in Ukraine. For Blinken, who was supposed to arrive in China on the heels of a relatively amicable face-to-face between Biden and Xi at the Group of 20 in November, the Ukrainian war was expected to be one of several key issues of focus during that visit. So the secretary was likely harboring every intention of repeating past American warnings about supporting the Russian war efforts, but was also most likely looking to scope out any potential for Beijing to influence Moscow toward peace. In my own analysis thereof, I'm simply in concurrence with the analysts. This has been a line of thinking in Europe itself, where leaders like the French President Emmanuel Macron, who was also expected to visit Red China in the coming months, have expressed hope for Beijing to assume such a role. But, along with myself, any professional analyst has to be skeptical. When it comes to Red China's ties with Russia in the wake of the Ukraine war, Alexander Gabuev, a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, has observed that, in his own words, "I don't see any buyer's remorse. China is helping itself to the opportunities that this crisis provides. China is very skilled in calibrating the narrative depending on the audience." Now, according to the Carnegie Endowment's Gabuev, Red China is very carefully feeding these misconceptions that it could influence Putin over the war, something Beijing likely has little confidence it could do. He's so explaining that while managing expectations, Red China could look to parlay this perception to get some goodwill. But Beijing will still remain well aware that the root of tensions and challenges in its relationships with Western powers run far deeper than concerns over its rapport with the Russian Empire. That means expectations that Red China could help the West to resolve the conflict, an outcome the Communist Chinese have called for as well, are likely to meet their limit at Beijing's bottom line. Now, qualifying that this is more likely a short-term maneuver as Red China seeks to recover its faltering growth, not a fundamental revision of Beijing's assertive foreign policy, Yun Sun, the directress of the China program at the Stimson Center think tank in Washington, has said, "The overwhelming priority for China is economic recovery. And economic recovery requires not having a destabilizing relationship with the United States. That's contributing to this charm offensive. You will never see a scenario where China abandons Russia, because in China's dictionary, if Russia stands to fall, China is next." Now, the one thing that I can say that I find profoundly disturbing about all of this is the fact that everybody keeps using the term China without qualifiers. It's something that is going to be a problem that needs to be confronted. This is part of the reason why racism prevails on this subject. People have got to start qualifying Red China, Communist China, Mainland China. They've got to get in the habit of doing this when talking about the Chi-Coms. And if they're not, they shouldn't be in the fucking profession of analysis, diplomacy, State Departmental intelligence, at all. So, based on what we can conclude about their actions, their malpractices, is that neither the Russian or Chinese empires can get anyone to like them. That's the good news. China, Russia, and other countries ruled by repressive regimes have dramatically scaled up their investment in instruments commonly associated with soft power. Despite the vast resources these authoritarian trendsetters have poured into media, education, technology, and entertainment, public opinion surveys prove that they are largely failing to generate soft power. The ability to get people to view an empire positively and obtain preferred outcomes by attraction rather than coercion. Scholarly research and journalistic investigation is actually struggling to explain this disconnect. Recently released survey data from the Pew Research Center illustrates the conundrum. As the leadership in Beijing rolls out the red carpet, or did so at least in advance of the 20th Party Congress, they sure as hell won't be rolling it out anytime in the near future for Anthony Blinken. It shows in the Communist Chinese Empire's case that negative views predominate, some at historic highs across a diverse set of foreign publics assessed. Among citizens of Sweden and Canada, 83% and 74% respectively view Red China unfavorably, as do 86% of Australians and 80% of South Koreans. In fact, South Koreans they hate Red China more than they do the Empire of Japan, which is saying quite a bit. That's quite an accomplishment in the negative sense on the part of the Communist Chinese. The analyst Joshua Kurlantziak has recently spotlighted the broader trend, saying that in the past 4 years, Red China's global image has deteriorated extensively and has occurred not only among leading democracies, such as the United States and the Japanese Empire, with whom Red China already had prickly relations, but also among developing countries in Africa, Asia, and Eastern Europe. Now, how do I say this? Well, the seeming contradiction between authoritarians' growing investment in international influence and persistently negative views of these powers abroad is evident in all the recent research that I'm citing, like the European think tank network on Red China's 2021 report that was entitled China's Soft Power in Europe, subtitled Falling on Hard Times. Now, that report examined 17 countries in which Red China's soft power was largely assessed to be failing, with title after title repeating the same theme. China's soft power in the Czech Republic, subtitled Almost a Fiasco, or China's dwindling soft power in Sweden, or another chapter entitled Limited Appeal, subtitled China's soft power in the United Kingdom, and so on and so on. The entire report goes on like that. It's actually quite reassuring to anybody like myself. I mean, really, in some ways, I could conclude that, well, the free world has nothing to fucking worry about. And that's a load off everybody's mind. You should all sleep better at night knowing that alone. Now, the revanchist, revisionist, and communist Chinese empires, along other countries ruled by the repressive regimes that have just failed on the peace offensive of soft power. How would I say it? Well, their conundrum, to pronounce it correctly, it's not entirely new. In a 2017 article entitled, "China is spending billions to make the world love it," The Economist magazine detailed the vast resources the Chinese Communist Party's efforts to sell itself as a brand and attract people from other countries. Well, that article described how the Red Chinese state's outreach spanned multiple fronts, educational initiatives in the form of Confucius Institutes, a global state media expansion, especially of foreign language media, and rapid scaling up of commerce and development programs, exemplified by the Belt and Road Initiative. The authors, they reached the familiar conclusion that these wide-ranging investments have, in their words, not brought China anything like the love it would like. Joseph Nye, I don't think that's the science guy, it's the one who developed the soft power concept itself, has likewise observed that Beijing's billions of dollars spent on its charm offensive have had only a limited return. His words. So what are the possible explanations for the autocrats' how should I say it? Impotence. They're certainly largely unimpressive return on their investment for foreign influence. Several factors contribute to this contradiction. First, the dynamics of soft power itself, which arise principally from a country's culture, its political values, and its policies, are misaligned with the incentives of systems based on pervasive state control and repression, as Joseph Nye himself emphasizes. In his own words, much soft power arises from societal forces outside of government control, such as individuals, civil society, and the private sector. Accordingly, again, his words, China could generate more soft power if it would relax some of its tight party control over civil society. But the dictatorship in Beijing, as well as those in Moscow, Riyadh, the capital of the House of Saud in the Arabian Peninsula, and Havana, the capital of island communism in Cuba, put the preservation of state control above all else. When these regimes pursue outward-facing engagement, the state's firm hand does not magically disappear. Exempligratiae. Targets of CCP, or Chinese Communist Party influence activities, are often under the mistaken impression that media, academic, and friendship organizations operate independently from the party. But, as the foreign policy columnist Jessica Ludwig has so writ. What did she write? She said, most, if not all, of the Chinese entities that engage with their peers abroad unequivocally serve national party goals, either by following official or unofficial guidelines, or by avoiding taking positions that might violate CCP guidelines or jeopardize the regime's goals. You see, in principle, the Chinese or Russia dictatorships could boost their soft power by relaxing their grip on civil society and easing systematic repression on independent media and opposition figures. In practice, there is little evidence to suggest they will ever be inclined to do so. As they certainly haven't been so far, and past is prelude. In mainland China's case, David Bandersky, 10 years ago, shrewdly identified the dilemma of why authorities have little soft power to show for their massive outward-facing media investments. Himself writing how the communist Chinese dictatorship is, in his words, determined to control the voice of China as though it were not the producer of the full complexity of China's culture and ideas, but rather a megaphone to shout over the heads of international audiences. Another factor is that the metrics commonly used to identify soft power at work are ill-suited to the task of assessing the nature of the Chinese and revanchist, revisionist Russian empire's foreign influence. Public opinion surveys, which have served as the go-to measure for soft power success, may be able to reveal a given country's favorability among certain audiences. They are not, however, an appropriate instrument for measuring the extent to which a foreign power is co-opting local entities, or rather their elites, introducing, or rather inducing, forms of political censorship, or is engaging in strategic corruption that can compromise the integrity of local institutions. This is critical, as evidence mounts to indicate that today's authoritarian regimes are exerting real outward-facing effects, but not those expected in a soft power context. Exempligratie. The lady with the absolutely bizarre name, but nonetheless her real name, Elizabeth Economy, has observed that the communist Chinese authorities are training officials from developing countries on how to censor the internet, control civil society, and build a robust single-party state. In Australia, John Fitzgerald, writing in the Journal of Democracy, describes how Beijing's integrated networks of influence have sought, in his description, the exercise of direct control over Chinese language media, print, radio, and online, indirect management of local community groups, influence on university executives, attempts to shape the foreign policy positions of mainstream political parties, and the establishment of formal United Front agencies all across Australia. And Martin Hala, assessing the situation in the Czech Republic, cites the CCP's, the Chinese Communist Party's, approach to making friends in high places as a way of using, his words, cooptation and corruption to capture foreign elites, not only so they will do China's bidding, but also to gain access to, and ultimately power through manipulation of, foreign institutions. Now, these examples are not exhaustive, but instead represent a pattern. In the absence of metrics better suited to assessing the effects and outcomes produced in these cases, exempligratie, political censorship, and strategic corruption, we end up in an analytical cul-de-sac with troubling policy implications. Counterintuitively, perhaps, the Pew Research Center findings cited earlier in, my monologue, proved that while foreign publics now view Red China more negatively than they once did, they are also widely believing that Beijing's influence has grown stronger in recent years. This suggests it is not necessarily the case that if mainland China's public image is faltering, as understood through opinion surveys, its influence is waning. Rather, Beijing is projecting influence outside of the soft power context. Open societies will be vulnerable so long as they maintain a blind spot about the compromising and corrosive aspects of authoritarians' outward-facing influence, rather than devoting so much energy to figuring out why the likes of Red China and revanchist, revisionist Russia are so inept at exerting soft power. Scholars and journalists, instead, need to extend their field of vision to the increasingly evident, yet still poorly understood, authoritarian strategies that prioritize corrosion and control over attraction and persuasion. So, that having been articulated, understand that the former United Kingdom Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who is on a high-profile speaking tour of these United States, was speaking on Wednesday during a panel discussion with the Atlantic Council, telling the think tank's audience that he hasn't watched anything that Tucker Carlson has said, but that he's struck by how often his name comes up in conversations. Ergo, calling out the Fox News host, Tucker Carlson, of infecting people's minds with bad ideas about what Russian dictator Vladimir Putin stands for. To quoteist the man I once called Bojo the Clown, he said, "I've been amazed and horrified by how many people are frightened of a guy called Tucker Carlson. Has anybody heard of Tucker Carlson? What is it with this guy? All these wonderful Republicans seem somehow intimidated by his perspective. Bad ideas are starting to infect the thinking round the world about what Putin stands for, what he believes in. It's a disaster. He stands for war, aggression, systematic murder, rape, and destruction. That's what he stands for." Both before and after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Tucker Carlson has been parroting Kremlin talking points. In fact, according to Mother Jones's reporting on a leaked war memo back in March of 2022, the Kremlin instructed Russian state media to feature Carlson as much as possible because of his never-ending criticism of these United States and NATO's, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization's, role in Ukraine. Shortly before the invasion, with tensions already high, Carlson said on Fox News, "Well, Democrats want you to hate Putin. Anything less is treason." And after the war broke out, Tucker Carlson continued to echo pro-Putin talking points. In May of yesteryear, Carlson baselessly claimed that the U.S. government's involvement in Ukraine was aimed at deposing Putin as payback for the 2016 election. By the way, that's a tacit admission that the Russians stole that election. Then by July of yesteryear, Tucker Carlson suggested that Italy posed a bigger threat. Are in a better position to take over the world than Vladimir Putin. We're still transmitting because my mic is fucking it up by the numbers as always. Checking into streaming, making sure we're online. Real Tech Geek said Mike, so he heard the glitch there. We back on, Real Tech? Let me know if the mic kicked in. And with that, let me take a look at the Skype. Okay, we're not on Skype, which would indicate a problem. All right, so again, just counting on you, checking into live stream. He says, haha, I'm not Ian's cousin, nope. Okay, Real Tech, can you hear me now? I mean, honestly, this is so sad about this microphone. I should have opened it. He says, yes, back on. Thank you, sir. I should have opened it long time ago, but just not the way things work around here. I use things until they die. All right. Let me try and get my train of thought back. Boris Johnson, on the other hand, has been a fierce defender of Ukraine and the Ukrainian democratically elected president, Volodymyr Zelensky. Okay, our man says that we're audible and clear. God bless him. Now, yestermensis, meaning last month, despite resigning as the United Kingdom's Prime Minister in July of 2022, following scandals and a cabinet revolt, Johnson visited the Ukrainian capital of Kiev, where Zelensky greeted him as a true friend of Ukraine. Now, Fox News never responded to my request for comment, but Tucker Carlson himself told his viewers, or the viewers of his show on Wednesday midweek last, during the evening when it transmits, that Johnson's remarks shocked him. He described the former prime minister as a coward and a liar, adding that Fox News had invited Johnson to appear on his show just hours before the Atlantic Council comments. Well, Putin's own big speech ignores the obvious. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin spraketh in Volgograd, the city, which transliterates, Grad means city in Russian. Volgograd means the city on the river Volga. On the anniversary of World War II, when Putin went so far as to rename the city Stalingrad again, the dictator then spraketh at the anniversary of that World War II event of the Battle of Stalingrad that, well, Volgograd is deeply symbolic to his country. He touched on several topics during his speech, but his remarks were more notable to myself for what they left out. It is the critical omissions. While Putin promised victory in Ukraine, he made no mention of reports that he could soon enlist more troops for a new large-scale offensive. Nor did he reference the Russian missiles that rained down on the Ukrainian city of Kramatorsk mere hours before he sprach. Also omitted from the speech was the heavy death toll Russia's military has suffered in Ukraine, which surpassed 100,000 before the end of 2022. as well as the numerous setbacks Putin's military has experienced on the battlefield. Now, Volgograd was once known as Stalingrad, when, in 1943, the Soviet army claimed a key victory over Nazi Germany. The World War II fight has since become the foundational symbol of Russia's own concept of heroism. So on Thursday's 80th anniversary of the Battle of Stalingrad, Putin exploited the occasion to once again falsely claim that neo-Nazis are the central power in Ukraine. So, my thanks to all who are helping me with communications. My thanks to all of you who are viewing the show right now and bringing our ratings up. Now, per Putin himself, he has said, unfortunately, we see that the ideology of Nazism, in its modern form and manifestation, again directly threatens the security of our country. Now, Putin has obsessively made claims about Nazism in Ukraine, and recently he spraketh during a January meeting of crimes against civilians committed by neo-Nazis who have gained ground and are running the show in Ukraine. On Wednesday midweek last, Putin talked during a meeting about rebuilding houses in Russia's border regions that were damaged or destroyed due to shelling by neo-Nazi formations. The George Mason University's Schar School of Policy and Government, which is a real institution with a very complicated name, their professor, Mark N. Katz, told Newsweek magazine that Putin's Stalingrad speech and Nazi comments are, in his words, aimed mainly at persuading the Russian domestic audience that the current war in the Ukraine is similar to the World War II, or the Second World War. The Nazis did well at first, but the Soviets were able to push them back. Although he didn't actually admit that the Western-backed Ukrainian Nazis did well against the Russians recently, Putin promises that Russia will eventually prevail this time as well. If the Russian public does not buy this message, it's not just Putin's war against Ukraine that will be endangered, but his own ability to continue ruling Russia. Putin's claim about neo-Nazis controlling Ukraine was not the only false statement contained in his Volgograd speech, which I reviewed in its original Russian, implying the war is a response to the West, when in reality he invaded Ukraine last February 24th. Putin said, again and again, we have to repel the aggression of the collective West. Elsewhere, the Russian dictator's oration referenced the United Germany's recent decision to supply Zelensky with MBTs, or main battle tanks. To quote St, "It's incredible, but it's a fact. We are again being threatened with German Leopard tanks with crosses on them." Meaning the Vaterlands, or the fatherlands, Germany's Black Cross of the Panzerwaffe. To quote as he. Well, basically he also issued a threat to nations supporting Ukraine Those who expect to win victory against Russia on the battlefield don't understand that modern-day war with Russia will turn out totally differently for them. And in a comment that all observers concur must be interpreted only as, or can only be interpreted as, an allusion to Russia's illusory nuclear weapons arsenal, Putin concluded, "We aren't sending our tanks to their borders, but we have the means to respond, and it won't end with the use of armor. Everyone must understand this." Now, I myself reached out to the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs for comment, but I never expected a response and certainly never got one. Okay. All that being said, in the time we have remaining, the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's vicious mauling of Ukraine is shattering quite a few grand illusions about the post-Cold War world. Ukraine dispels the myth of American decline. Hearing anything myself. There we are. Can you hear me now? Let's hope that works. He says, cannot hear anything, but I'm presuming you can hear me now. So respond to this. I'm sure you can hear me now. Let's hear you in the live stream. Let me know. Amor saying, you cut right off after saying USA in decline. Amor Fatty says, Douglas, check your mic. Okay, so we can't go on like this. The mic is definitely shit, and I got to get basically a new mic, and I'll need your money to help with that. Real Tech Geek says yes. T-Take Berry says back on. DJ gives a thumbs up. Amor Fadi says I can hear you now. To DJ, who I believe is female, hugs to everybody else. Amor Fadi says loud and clear. So we can't go on like this. Definitely need your money to help with a new mic. And so everybody send what you can, and we'll take it from there. So let's try and close out this show by just saying that Ukraine dispels the myth of American decline. For starters, Russia's failure to defeat its much smaller and poorer neighbor has demolished its image as a military juggernaut. Instead of confirming its status as a great power and pillar of a new multipolar world order, Putin's war has exposed the Russian Empire as a declining power, at best a junior partner in the new league of autocracies directed from Beijing. Plagued by old equipment, bad logistics, and poor leadership, Russian troops have been outfought by determined Ukrainian defenders. General Mark Milley, chairman of the United States Joint Chiefs of Staff, has concluded that in just under a year, the war has cost Russia significantly, his words, more than 100,000 casualties. That's more in 1 year than the Russian Empire suffered in a decade of war in Afghanistan. To replace its losses, Moscow is throwing Wagner Group mercenaries, ill-trained draftees, and felonious convicts into the breach. Officials hint at a spring offensive, but with a steady supply of advanced weapons from the West, soon to include heavy German, United States, and United Kingdom tanks, Ukraine has a qualitative military edge and may seize the initiative itself. In the meantime, Russia's vengeful atrocities, missile and drone attacks on apartment buildings, hospitals, and other civilian targets, has stiffened Western resolve to stand by Ukraine and set in motion a new international court to try Vladimir Putin and his cronies for war crimes. So there you go, you radicalized rightist bastards. It's not going to be Hitler that's put on trial here. It'll be Putin in absentia, which will render him a pariah from ever leaving motherless Russia, other than to travel to another dictatorial empire, but that would ostracize that empire in turn from world respect. Okay, Amor Fadi in Mexico says, I will send you some money for a mic soon. God bless you, sir. Definitely appreciate the sentiment at the least. Now, let's put it this way. As the Kremlin warlords themselves keep reminding us, Russia has a big nuclear arsenal and won't hesitate to use it to defend itself. But its claims that America and NATO are out to destroy Russia rather than help Ukraine defend itself have not gained much traction around the world. Russia's economy, smaller than Italy's, lacks the capacity to support Putin's imperial ambitions. It's heavily dependent on oil and gas exports and dominated by corrupt oligarchs who are permitted to amass vast wealth in return for leaving politics and statecraft to Putin alone. Plus, it's shrinking under pressure from unusually stringent international sanctions. The second casualty of Putin's Ukraine debacle is realpolitik, arguably the reigning foreign policy doctrine of the past 15 years at least. Academic theorists of the so-called realist school, notably John Mearsheimer, contend that how nations behave internationally is dictated by immutable realities of geography and hunger for power. In their view, naive American experts, or at least United States efforts to spread democracy and human rights, ignore the way the world really works and embroils us, thereby, in endless wars. So they think themselves the peacemakers by surrendering the world to the enemy. By realist logic, it's the American empire, not the Russian, that is to blame for what's happened to Ukraine. Before the invasion, Mearsheimer insisted, it's very important to understand that we invented this story that Putin is highly aggressive and he's principally responsible for this crisis in Ukraine. You see, the realists contend that United States support for NATO's expansion after the Soviet Union's collapse destroyed, or at least threatened, Russia's security and provoked its preemptive attack on Ukraine, putting Russia on a moral par with the Japanese Empire and its preemptive strategic surgical strike on Pearl Harbor in World War II. And their theme is echoed by left-wing critics of American imperialism, the America First right, and Kremlin propagandists. Yet, Vlad Putin himself has punctured that myth. In history-distorting articles and speeches, he's made it clear that his aim isn't simply to keep Kiev out of NATO, but to restore Russian greatness through a forcible union with Ukraine, which he believes has no right to an independent existence. And invoking realpolitik to rationalize Putin's motives underscores the essential unreality of the doctrine itself. It assigns no role to the beliefs, psychology, or sheer stupidity of rulers. Nor does it recognize the strong relationship between how countries are ruled internally and how they act abroad. Now, we've no time tonight with all the breaks in the mic, but what I can tell you is that evil is not the real threat. It's sheer fucking stupidity. That nothing beats stupidity as the sheer threat, the biggest threat to have ever